motherfuckers! It's Mama Max 2.0 time! It's time! Yeah!
Leviathans are coming! Alright, now what you're gonna all do is give me your money right now. This is a grift. Stick 'em up! Gentlemen of the chat, it is early morning stream once again. And you know, I was probably gonna already do an early morning stream, frankly, or maybe do some editing or something. But well, there's been some news, there's been some drama or something, and I mean, at first I was like, I don't know, is this gonna be worth like talking about, whatever. And then the more that I heard about it from people that were watching it on the Discord, I wanted to save my impressions for this stream, you know, so I haven't seen more than what I clicked on yesterday for like a brief moment. Yeah, apparently the guy's a Mr. Girl fan, so that really tells me all I need to know, but I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure. I might be mistaken. Yeah, so, you know, if you've been keeping up to date with things, I had a video taken down by proud pedophiles who don't seem to want to have their message shared with people. And then YouTube stuck by their decision, even when I displayed proof that, multiple people have been, coordinating this sort of mass flagging thing. And YouTube stuck by their decision, and so I made a video. It was very honestly titled, like, what was it? Like YouTube, what was it? Like YouTube protects predators or something? Because in this specific instance, that seems to be what they're doing, right? It's like, I show you proof. I showed you my dick. Please respond. I show proof, right? And there's like, I would say that it displays pretty well what's going on. I guess you could argue that it's not conclusive enough, perhaps, but I mean, anyone with a working brain can kind of see the evidence that I display and can be like, oh, so it's just this people on the site that he's talking about that are spreading a bunch of, like, reports to it. And, that's fine. So I'm talking about it, and I'm just like, I don't understand why YouTube's doing this, because it's more than just the pedophile protect, guard our descendants thing. I mean, it's like, as YouTube Johnson, I don't have kids. I'm not Mama Max, despite what the rumors say. I'm not, and so I'm not, like, I don't really have any fucking horse in the race of, like, protecting children. I mean, as a general rule, I that's a pretty good thing to do, I guess, but, no, for me, actually, the bigger thing is the fact that it seems to just be another example that if you, like, Sniper Wolf just kind of, showing up at someone's house that, was criticizing her, and YouTube basically did nothing about it. Apparently, if pedophiles don't like you talking about them, YouTube will I don't know, we'll stand by them. I mean, that's my view on the thing, right? But some other people disagree, and namely this drama streamer individual called Queeman. And I've heard of Queeman before. I saw a Chud Logic video where Queeman was debating Brianna Wu. And I guess Brianna Wu and her cuckboy brought him in a little too early. And so they, like, basically revealed all of their secret plans and how they were going to spin the narrative. And he was just like, yeah, I'm here. I can hear you. So that was kind of funny. But other than that, I think I tried watching him one time, and his content, well... So I tweeted about it. This is the story of what happened, right? I was busy. I mentioned it on Twitter, but, like, I was busy doing a podcast yesterday, and it was a horrible technical issue podcast. We brought on our friend Tyler, and he was a bad luck charm for us all. But we were doing a podcast, and in the middle of one of the tech issues, I think Tristan had to restart his PC or something. I was busy opening up videos to show on the stream, reveal game trailers and shit. And I saw this thing being recommended to me that was called Deadwing Dork's Insane, or it's called Insane Content, Deadwing Dork's PDF Grift, and then some other stuff, because the stream is actually only about me for, like, a half an hour or something. I did tweet about it to be a little bit of an asshole. When I saw it, I was just like, I dropped the link on Twitter, like, oh, apparently I'm grifting. Yeah, check it out. Go watch. So I don't know if maybe I was directing hate or something by doing that. I mean, that seems to be what the title says. It's news to me. Apparently I'm grifting. So yeah, I was just posting a link. But pretty quickly he stops talking about me. It's about a half an hour, I guess, that he watches my recent update video, and he sort of skims my my stream called What Happened to the Pedo Video plus IPOS Hit Piece -1. That was the one that I streamed 12 days ago. And it's interesting to bring that up, I guess. I mean, like, at least he watches the update video. I'll be interested to see what he says about the update video. The one that I just posted a day or two ago. I'm gonna be... here's the thing. So I tweeted about it, and then, I did the rest of my podcast. And when I came... I'd done the podcast, and I look at my Twitter, and I saw that one of the responses was Nicholas Diorio, who I like his channel, and he, he said something like, sounds like he has some reasonable arguments for why he's annoyed. You should maybe talk to him and keep it civil. And there's been someone in chat who's like, debate Queeman! And I thought about it, I did. I'm still not entirely closed to the idea, but I just don't see that it would be much point. As far as I can tell, based on what I've heard of his argument about me and what I've seen of him so far in this scenario, I kind of feel like we both think the other person is guilty of exactly the same thing. Like, I'm pretty sure we both think the other person in this scenario is just a lying piece of shit grifter that's trying to get attention and views. And I mean, that's fair if he thinks that about me. But like, it just seems like it would be kind of a fruitless dialogue, to quote Willie Mac Show, I think it was. It doesn't seem like it would probably, like, Nick was like, you know, try to keep it civil. It's like, that's fair. I don't know that would be, if there was a moderator, maybe, potentially. But like, I don't know, we'll get into it. It doesn't sound like I'm gonna be honest, I mean, I want to try to be neutral, because I've never really been publicly, you know, put on blast or whatever, criticized like this. And I've said before, like, usually when I get criticism, it's just people that are like, you're stupid and I don't like you and your jokes are cringe. And it's like, alright, well, then why are you watching me? Go away. But like, you know, if I get some real stuff in here, you know, and I'm fully aware that I probably have not handled this in 100% the perfect way that I could. Sure. You know, I don't know. I mean, there's no real guidebook on how to fucking, like, get your video back when a bunch of fucking people report it for false pretenses. He seems to be of the opinion that I'm spreading illegal content in the video, which is, I mean, the basic crux of what I think we'll watch it, and I'll try to be fair to it, but apparently it sounds like his problem is that I am exposing the site, period, because by exposing it, therefore, it is therefore, I guess, I don't know, a cognito hazard that, like, by virtue of putting it on the internet and saying that this is a thing and trying to expose it, I guess, yeah, technically it does draw, like, attention to it, sure. Mostly negative attention. I mean, it's kind of a necessary evil. You have to... It seems like he wants me to, I guess, not call out the name of the website that I'm that I'm exposing. I really don't understand it, but he's also calling it a grift, and I mean, I don't know which part of this is supposed to be a grift. I guess the part where I'm saying YouTube sided with the predators, but it's like, well, I mean, I'll admit, I pretty much assumed YouTube wasn't going to do a whole lot. You know? I would have been very happy to be pleasantly surprised and go, oh, well, thank you, YouTube, for putting the video back up because it was taken down for bullshit reasons. But no, I mean, I kind of assumed that for various reasons, mostly unrelated to the content of the video, but a little bit. I mean, the video is pretty dark. You know, it's all just words. There's nothing really illegal other than saying what the site is that I'm exposing. And, I mean, everything else is blurred and censored. All of the, like, links to anything. So, I mean, it's pretty dark, but, I mean, people that don't know me don't know that I've spent 5 years or whatever watching fucking, like, doing Snake Thing streams and shit. So it's like, if that's the video they're taking down, and not any of the other ones that are also covering horrible, degenerate pieces of shit, I don't know what to tell you. But we're gonna watch it, and we're gonna try to be, you know, fair to him here. Perhaps he has got some good points. Like Nick Diorio said, you know, it sounds like he's got reasonable arguments for why he's annoyed, I think he said. It's like, I'm willing to listen to reasonable arguments. What's interesting, this is a 6-hour stream. So the first... Okay, so I stream a lot, right? And I mean, I stream all day or whatever. You know, 10-hour streams and shit. But I've got, you know... I'll do a stream, it'll be like a 5-minute intro song or something, and then we're into it, and maybe I'll talk for like 10, 20 minutes or whatever. He goes on a red screen intro thing for like 17 minutes. And then he's here and he's looking at for another, like, 10 minutes, he's looking at the Ubisoft showcase. Again, I can't really judge too harshly. You know, the IPOS streams, I'm pretty sure both of them take like a half an hour to get into the content. In fact, what's funny is the second one, where I begin the stream by talking about a different subject, I actually get into the content of insane piece of shit quicker in that one than I did in the one that was just about IPOS. So yeah, no, I mean, I can't judge too harshly there, but it's about 26 and a half minutes we're finally getting into it here. And the first thing that I notice is Zoe Quinn bookmark on his browser for some reason. He's got a Zoe Quinn bookmark. He's also got a bunch of shit down here where you can donate. You know, you can give him money and stuff. That's cool. Deadwing Dork, he's looking up here, and yeah, this should be interesting. This should be real interest. So one thing I will say, I don't know, Nick Diorio was like, if you guys can keep it civil, it's like, well, I don't know if that's gonna happen, because, I mean, he's calling me a grifter, which is like an accusation of a crime. I think he's also suggesting that I'm like one of the people on the site, and in some way I'm trying to like advertise my pedo website or something. I don't know, it's kind of weird. Again, the guy's apparently like a Mr. Girl fan. He shows Mr. Girl clips toward the end, and apparently he's like, he calls Mr. Girl a man with good family values. That's what I've heard. I don't know how true it is, but we'll jump to that at some point. But he's getting into my thing here, and yeah, I think this should be interesting.
Deadwing Dork is a YouTuber who does like lolcow content basically. It's been around a fucking year.
Mm-hmm.
Do it without.
Wow, his mic is worse than mine.
It's been around a fucking year. Do it without swearing.
He's gonna try to be nice. Okay, we're trying to be nice. We're doing it without swearing. You're calling me a grifting scam artist while not swearing. I appreciate it.
Okay, Deadwing Dork has been around for years doing this lolcow content.
Deadwing's so mad. I just started the stream. What do you mean? I literally just started this. I don't understand what... I'm probably going to get mad once he starts, like, being a fucking idiot. I mean, again, it appears that he just, like, ignores a bunch of the proof of what I'm showing, I guess. I don't know. I've heard some bad things, but, I mean, we'll see. Again, I'm open to, like, real criticism, I guess.
Just put out a video a few weeks ago.
Uh-huh.
Where, for about 2 hours, he goes over this document. And the document has screenshots all over it of this website. It's a Fediverse instance.
Right.
You don't know what the Fediverse is? It's basically like a decentralized social media network. Where
I'm gonna have to put you on extra speed, buddy.
Through having an account on like one email
I just sped Queeman a little bit.
You can access a whole bunch of instances of websites that are all independently ran and maintained. But even if one goes down, they're not.
Yeah, I saved some puppies from a burning fire last week. I mean, I threw them in the river afterwards, but it's the thought that counts.
Through having an account on like one email server, you can access a whole bunch of instances of websites that are all independently ran and maintained.
So he's describing the Fediverse here. It seems to be a fair analysis of what it is. Sure.
But even if one goes down, they're not all gone. So it's very difficult, especially because of international laws and stuff like that. It's very difficult often to get stuff taken down.
Notice that he hasn't, like, watched any of my videos. I mean, I haven't really watched much from him either, but I'm also not calling him, calling him out for no reason. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, maybe he's watched this one. Does he see this one down here? Supposedly this guy was involved in some of the Mama Max drama that happened. So I guess he's, I don't know. I mean, I guess so was I. So, like, it's like, I think if... Another takeaway that I saw in the, like, 10 seconds that I was in the stream yesterday, it was just, like, people comparing me to Mama Max, and I'm like, I mean, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. It's a similar situation. I'm not happy... Believe it or not, this is not exactly something that I'm happy to have happen to me. I would prefer not to be in the Mama Max position, but, I mean, here we fucking are, aren't we?
So there was this document about this guy who runs and this
In
went.
fact, I was one of the first people to talk about Mama Max, actually, who was, you know, it was like Tommy C was calling him a crazy grifting retard, and then I made my video like a month before everybody else got onto it. I'm just saying, I'm very special and important. That's all I'm saying.
I don't want to name any of it. I don't really want to give it any more attention than it needs to. But this guy who runs like essentially like they call it a rad queer website, where they're all about, you know, oh, shouldn't kids be able to fuck, like, yeah, that sort of thing.
What
Very,
sort of thing?
very terrible, very cringe stuff. Very gross.
I guess he doesn't want to show any of the proof of what's happening or something. I mean, like, it seems like he just I don't know. I get you don't want to, like, focus on that. That's not the point, but it's like, yeah, they're doing things, you know, bad things. It's like, you can't imagine how bad the things are on there, though. I mean, yeah, I guess it's more or less sums it up, but alright.
But there's not a whole lot that can be meaningfully done about it, because they
Is that so?
operate under a pretense of roleplay.
That's not true, though. There's people on there that are talking to children, though. There's proof of that.
Of fiction.
Or at least people claiming to be children, which, I mean, I don't know. At a certain point, it's like, well, I don't know. Are you just going to be like, they're probably not really children, it's fine. Like, I don't know. They claim that they're underage, and then there's people talking about putting their pedo cum, yada, 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 in relation to them. So, I mean, yeah, roleplay is fine. I mean, I even say that. If this fucker had watched my video, which I guess he didn't, maybe he did. He seems to know. I mean, I think he probably saw my tweets about it at least, but I don't know if he actually watched the real video, because at the end of the video, I mean, to be fair, it is right at the end. But I do say at the end of the original upload, I say, like, I mean, this is a free speech situation. As disgusting as this all is, a lot of what's on here is protected, unfortunately, by, you know, free speech. And it's like, I mean, in that case, then, gives a shit if I'm talking about the site? I don't know. If it's just free speech, guys, I mean, shouldn't my video have been protected in a similar fashion? I don't know, but yeah, no, I mean, I point out a lot of what's on that site is under the pretense of roleplay or whatever. But not all of it, certainly, and there's enough on there that's like minors with their Discord ID in their bio and shit. So, I mean, that's pretty bad. I mean, I don't know. You're kind of not. Maybe he mentions it. I might be pause-andying.
So anytime a user is claimed to be 13 or whatever, they're actually going to say that's a role player. That's fictional. That's just a fetish. It's all just a kink.
And are you, like, okay with that? Is that fine with you? I mean, like, if you watch the video and you see the stuff that's in it, I mean, I'm just saying it's an interesting conversation to have, at least, isn't it? It's sort of an interesting thing to... Yeah, it is, I guess, technically free speech, sure. Some of it. And then the question is, should it be? And I mean, at the end of the day, I guess so. You know? I think I said at the end of that video, it's like, seeing stuff like this makes it hard to continue thinking that everybody should have the right to say anything they want. I still do, more or less. But, man, I don't know, I should at least be able to talk about my opinion about it. I don't know.
And that may be true for many of them. Like,
yeah, I think the Keffel's avatar is like a joke. I think it's a funny, ironic meme or something. I'm not sure.
That may be true for many of them. For a lot of them. Probably for the vast majority, let's be real. Because I don't know how many kids are going on fucking metaverse instances. However, the obvious problem is, there's no way of knowing.
There's no way of knowing what? Sorry, let me go back.
That's fictional. That's just
fictional.
fetish. It's all just a kink.
Mm-hmm. And that's the roleplay.
And that may be true for many of them. Don't get me wrong. That may be true for many of them. For a lot of them. Probably for the vast majority, let's be real.
Okay, yeah. So he's acknowledging that they're probably not all just engaging in a funny little kink. Or whatever. It's probably... Okay, sure.
I don't know how many kids are going on fucking metaverse instances. However, the obvious problem is...
What do you mean, how many... What?
Because I don't know how many kids are going on fucking metaverse instances.
Well, supposedly a number of them in the video. I mean, there's a few. I had to spend a whole, like, week censoring out minors' names. So, there's a few, yeah. Allegedly, at least. Some of them might... I mean, yeah, to be cards on the table, I mean, some of them do basically look like, hello, I am a child, please abduct! You know. So, it's like... Yeah, I get, like he says, probably not all of them that are on there, I guess. But, yeah.
The obvious problem is, there's no way of knowing.
Well, yeah, and the site has been reported several times, and I mean, like, it's... I think it's a part of what I'm talking about, that it has been, and that nothing is really happening there. I mean, I guess you could argue... I don't know, it seems like a weird little loophole thing. I mean, does it... I'm just like... I don't think I understand.
The obvious problem is...
Like, yeah, people have reported it, and they've been reporting it, and even though there appears to be real instances of people... The going theory now is that it might be like a honeypot, and I mean, that would make sense, wouldn't it? But then, I don't know, it's a pretty convincing honeypot. I think the Bane on the Loud Equals Funny Twitter was just like, if this is a honeypot, the FBI needs to give us all, like, special commendations for finding this. Yeah, we found the shitty, rotten Easter egg.
There's no way of knowing.
So, again, this guy is supposedly, I might be wrong, might have been misinformed, from what I've heard, though, he claims that Mr. Girl has good family values, is his claim. Something about that. Mr. Girl, we'll watch it. Mr. Girl shows up later. Maybe he mentions him a few times, but he shows up later. And so I don't know. I don't know if he knows that I've covered Mr. Girl before, but I have. Back when that was a thing, I was, in fact, he named me. He did a song that called out Shoe on Head, Dead Wing, and Moist Hypocritical. I will never forget that. That's the height of my career, frankly. So, you know, I mean, I'm familiar with him and his antics at the very least, so that, I guess that gives me some idea of what's going on, but maybe I'm wrong.
And once you have a website that has that pretense set up, where there's essentially adults seeking relationships with minors, but oh, it's all okay because it's fiction. It's like you're still kind of just doing the thing. And if a child does access that, that is now an incredibly dangerous situation because none of those people are thinking, oh yeah, I need to do that. I need to do the moral right thing here. Actually, I shouldn't do this with this kid. None of them are thinking that.
Of course they're not thinking that. So basically his point is that the site is harmless because it's all RP. And I am the one that's causing harm by bringing attention to the site. And again, I grant you that it does bring attention to it, and some attention is going to be probably not the kind that I'm intending for it to be. Sure. But that's like a necessary evil. If you ever, like, if you go on the news and talk about that somebody goes, oh, I should try doing that. You know, I mean, it's just out there. I mean, not to necessarily compare myself to the news, CNN wing dork over here. But, I mean, that is a similar thing. I am kind of, it's a journalist sort of thing, if you want to call it that, and it's sort of revealing a thing that's happening, an expose, whatever. And by nature of doing something like that, you are going to draw attention to it, yeah. But, I mean, that, again, it's the kind of a necessary evil of trying to draw overwhelmingly negative attention to it and get some kind of movement done in a way that, I mean, like, if bigger YouTubers talk about it, and again, I don't care if they talk about my video, let them fucking talk about just the document. Fucking, if they want to if like, Mudahar or whoever wants to DM me, fucking Philly D, whoever, I'll link them the fucking document. Talk about what's in the document, you know? Like, if that happens, if a bigger channel does it, I think something more gets done, probably. And there's some truth to the idea that it's like fiction, some of it, but again, if you watch it, there's a whole bunch of the people on there that are allegedly children. And the only real, argument that I guess you'd have to that is, well, but they're probably not really children, though. And I mean, I don't know. That just seems, you know, that I don't know what to say about that. But they're who knows? I mean, you got to kind of operate under the assumption that the people that are calling themselves kids on the site that are interacting with pedophiles who are actively talking about how to save children from their families and liberate them into the care of a loving pedophile or whatever. I mean, at what point do you say that that's probably some kind of actionable thing to at least talk about? I don't know.
So that's obviously a pretty big problem.
Chat member, I understand that you think I'm doing a Mama Max. I understand there's an overlap there. Don't... Like, there's a super chat or something that shows up on the screen at one point, and the time yesterday when I popped in, when I was in middle of my podcast break, there was a guy that was like, do not pay attention to how much I'm like Mama Max, even though I'm drawing attention to how I'm like Mama Max. And it's like, I was one of the first people to mention that Mama Max has gone insane. What am I gonna do? Just pretend there aren't similarities? It would look a lot worse if I didn't say that, yeah, seems like there's some fucking overlap here. I don't know what to... Mama Max poisoned the well for fucking everybody that ever wants to expose pedophiles. What do you fucking want from me? It's a real shame. It's a real shame for everyone. Unfortunate.
It also has
unlucky
AI generated content.
Also, for some reason, he has a bookmark of Zoe Quinn's Wikipedia up here. I don't know what... maybe the Brianna Wu stuff? Were you even in Gamergate? How old are you? Are you allowed to come to this club? Son, just talk to me. I know absolutely everything about Zoe Quinn. It's fine.
And drawn content, if you can sort of picture that. Or not picture that.
Oh, the mic is on muting! No, I'm smuckling! No, I'm smuckling! No! Alright, I gotta be careful with the mic. Yeah, it's doing the thing. Oh, yeah, because it backed up on my fucking controller. That sucks. That really, truly sucks. I don't know how long I was, smuckling there. I bet Queeman doesn't even own a suit. I don't know how long I was smuggling. But, yeah, no, general gist, I don't know. There are overlaps with me and the Mama Max thing, absolutely. Except the difference is, it's proven that all of the stuff he's talking about is nothing. It's just stuff he made up. Like, he's admitted to most of the stuff that just not being real. The people on the site have like, acknowledged that it's real, though. Like, the site I'm talking about. I mean, there is a clear difference there. That's the main difference, outside of the fact that, you know, Mama Max sucks. Full stop, end of sentence. Outside of that, yeah, I mean, his thing was all a bunch of fake bullshit. His thing was just made up. I mean, you could argue that mine is over-dramatized because you think it's fiction, and I guess that's fair. That's fair for you to think that, but it's not like I made those screenshots. I mean, okay, admittedly, there is a joke in the video where I say, haha, fiction warning. But that was just supposed to deter them. That was supposed to be a funny gotcha to those fucking people. No, they've all basically admitted to... I mean, there was people in there on the other future screen caps just like, I just watched the video to see if I showed up in there. Ooh. I had somebody in the comments. You're doing more of Mama Max than a Miami Herald. Yeah, I mean, like, I understand. Again, there's overlap. I'm not trying to... it would be very silly for me to pretend that there's not... I mean, come on. But again, it's like, the only thing you can really say is, I don't think those people on that site are really children. And I don't know, I think it's possible that they are. Mama Max's whole thing was just made up nonsense, though. I mean, maybe there was one thing, right? It was kids chat that was real, and that site's still up. So, I don't know. I mean, another thing, too, when people talk about, oh, you're just, like, grifting or something... I'm trying to make it very clear. I don't want new people to come to the channel. I mean, again, as I said yesterday in the stream, for every 10 new people, 9 of them suck. 9 of them are like retards who have to get fucking filtered. You know? And like within a couple of streams, they're like, oh, this guy, he likes Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles? That's unacceptable. And then they leave. And as they should. So, I don't know. It's, frankly just annoying. Every time new people come in, it's like, oh boy, there's 400 more retards than usual in chat. That's, I wonder why it sucks today.
But you know what I'm getting at here?
What are you getting at
Pretty
here?
big problem. With this kid. None of them are thinking that.
Right. So he's saying that I am spreading people to go to this site, and some of them might be children. I mean, again, that's a small chance, I guess, of that happening. Sure, I suppose. I mean, the very small chance that of the people who do decide to go there, the overwhelming majority of people that I've seen have been like, yeah, I don't want to have that in my history. I don't want to go to that website. I have still not gone to that website. And I mean, like, at the end of the day, I don't know, I'm just reading the document. It's like, if the document's not on the level, then, sure, I guess. But I am just reading the document, so I don't know. Alright.
That's obviously a pretty big problem. It also has AI-generated content, drawn content, if you can sort of...
Someone asks with a super chat, $5, simpleton. Thank you to everybody with the super chats, appreciate it. I'm sorry if the mic is doing the thing, by the way. It is, the cord is not, they're not sending their best. Do you think YouTube truly sided with them, or do you think your video may have violated and you think it should have been forgiven? That's a good question. When I say in this video title, YouTube sided with mass flagging predators, I don't mean that, like, they're secretly, there's comments that are saying these wacky conspiracies, like, they're all working with YouTube, and I don't think that's the case, obviously. But I do think in this scenario, though, with the evidence that I mean, he's about to watch the video, so we're gonna watch him, you're gonna be watching me watch him watch me. It's gonna be great. But with the stuff that I show them, it's like, it's pretty clear that not only are they going after my video and successfully got it down, but they were also doing this to another YouTuber. Maybe I forgot to include that part in the... I think that's also in the video. I think I include... That's like toward the end, if I remember correctly. There's another guy called, like, The Real Wolfgang or something, who back in April, he had a video, and it's still up. Yeah, there's proof that they were like, go make sure you report this one, it's got 2,000 views now! So, yeah, in this instance, when I at Team YouTube, and they claim that they did a thorough investigation of my video, it's like, well, either you're lying, and that wasn't very thorough, or it was thorough and you've decided to dismiss the evidence presented before you. That these people are doing this, and that it is these people on this site that are false flagging the thing. So when I say that they sided with the mass flagging predators, it's not like they're secretly working with them. It's like, yeah, in this specific instance, it seems as though they sided with them. It seems as though instead of listening to their... And as for, was it offending? Like, I don't think it should have been. I don't think it should be offending to read words on YouTube. Because that's about the worst of what's in there. All of the illegal content, because there is some that's linked on that site, and it's all blurred or censored in some way, or cut around it or something. The only thing you can really say is that I do mention the name of the site like once or twice. It shows up at the top of the screen, I think, for a little bit, or maybe it is. It might be up. It might be on the top of the screen for most of it. Actually, I'm not sure. I haven't watched it in the last couple weeks, obviously. But the video, here's the thing, though. The video is still up on YouTube. So you ask me if I feel like it's offending. I don't think so, because it's still up. Like, YouTube has an automated system. If it was offending, you'd think that the uploads that other people are, putting on YouTube would be taken down too, right? No. It was taken down because it was clearly and obviously mass flagged by these weirdos. So, I mean, it's like, yeah, I'm trying to be charitable here as much as I can. I'm trying to be as kind as I can, and like, yeah, YouTube's not probably like, secretly pro-pedophile. I don't think that is true, no. But I think that the more likely scenario is probably that they thought that this would... Like, the video that I have is about rad queer pedos. It's kind of inseparable. I mean, I even got a comment on something I said on a Mudahar video, and somebody was like, yeah, clickbait's all over the site these days. The other day I clicked on a video that was supposed to be about a den of pedophiles, but instead it was just a bunch of transphobic bullshit. And it was me. There was a funny epic joke on me. Fun fact about that, though. Looking back on some of the people that are in the video. One of them has a name that's slightly similar to that user, but, no, I mean, it's optically weird for YouTube, in Pride Month and everything. I think that they just kind of want to let it disappear. They also tried to give me, like, the runaround with the, wait a couple days and we'll get back to you, and it's like, apparently that's not usually the way it goes. I mean, I haven't had a lot of scenarios like this. I've had a couple. It's been a while, since something like this has happened, but never quite in this, like this. And, usually they get back to me within a few minutes to an hour to a day or something, not like 3 days later and I have to keep tweeting about it going, I wonder why they haven't said anything yet, huh? I mean, yeah, if it's like an indecent video, I don't think it is, though. I mean, again, I've had other stuff that's, pretty disgusting that I've read through. It's not a whole lot different from that, really. So, I don't know. Frankly, it would be another bad precedent if, my video was taken down because apparently just reading mean words, like... things that you shouldn't say on, I guess. I mean, it's not... I didn't say slurs or anything. I mean, I don't know. Alright, let's watch this some more.
Picture that. Or not picture that, but you know what I'm getting at here.
Alright. Children on the thing, and,
So, Deadwing Dork here does a 2-hour video on this website.
Hour and a half.
Now, this video gets struck down.
This video gets struck down after, like, 2 or 3 weeks of being up. Yeah, and it was fine, and it was fully monetized at first, too. That's another thing to point out. Fully monetized. Gets struck down randomly after apparently some people... Okay, but it's fine, yeah. It gets struck down, sure.
This video gets struck down.
Right.
Because, allegedly, or well, there's posts about it, the members of the website, users of the website, decided to mass flag Deadwing Dork.
Right.
So YouTube took it down. Deadwing Dork appeals it, and then YouTube denies it.
YouTube denied the appeal within 3 seconds. I mean, that's a lie. It was about a minute or two. It took them... So there's an element of this that feels a bit... I hate to sound like insane piece of shit, but... fascist bootlicker. Yeah, YouTube quote-unquote rejected my appeal within about 3 minutes. So yeah, of course that's some bullshit. Like, what do you mean? Maybe the guy's got 4,000 subs. He's up and coming. I've heard people talk about him before. Like I say, he's Chud Logic, adjacent individual. I mean, like, maybe he's not been, like, around that long or something, but, yeah, you know, oftentimes when YouTube takes down a video and you appeal it, or you appeal anything, like if they, demonetize the video and you appeal it, they'll just reject the appeal in, like, 2 seconds. I mean, it's not... And they'll claim that it was manually, reviewed or whatever, and it's just a lie. So, I mean, yeah, they supposedly, reviewed my appeal and rejected it. That is another element of my complaint, though, is this... And everybody knows it, too, except this guy, apparently. Everybody's aware of this stupid fucking lie that YouTube does, where they go, yeah, we checked your video. We checked your hour-and-a-half-long video in 3 seconds and determined that it's, we were right, actually. Like, come on. That's bullshit.
Citing child safety problems.
Mm-hmm.
Now, why might this be? Why might this be? Now, to a moron, to a complete idiot, someone to a 70 IQ... mouth-breathing knuckle dragger with no chin.
I've got no chin, everybody. He hits me with the leafy insults. Well, that's unfortunate.
Like they're doing dork. You might think, or you might think you can get...
I'm the 70 IQ knuckle-dragging idiot, by the way. Well, that's... Joke's on you. I don't have that many knuckles, so that would not be... I wouldn't use that. Frankly, that's disableist, I'll have you know. So, take that, sweaty.
Away with pretending that it's because YouTube is siding with pedophiles.
Well, they did in this instance do that. They're not overall necessarily... Well, however, I also point out in the video that there are other people that have also been... That I spoke to another YouTuber who had a video taken down that was also about a similar situation of a certain type of people that are pedophiles. Let's just leave it at that. And YouTube, you know, immediately rejected their appeal again. That's another person. And then I think Turkey Tom had a similar thing happen. There was, I remember actually Fuzo, I don't know if he's here. Bane had a thing where he got a video removed because he was talking shit about EDP 445, which was another sort of thing where it's like, why is YouTube seemingly like, you know, they seemingly don't want people to make fun of this guy who is like trying to meet up with 13-year-olds. It's weird. His right not to be made fun of seems to be pretty paramount to you. Like, this has been kind of an ongoing thing a little bit. I mean, again, I don't think that it's secretly operated by pedophiles or something. But I think that they're making some fucking strange decisions, though. They're making some strange decisions, and the more that I see in live streams, the more that I see of, like, people, you know, sort of left-adjacent people that keep doing this, like, oh, this poor predator that got shot in the face, he's just a scared man that didn't deserve this treatment. Oh, Alex Rosen is being mean to these poor men who didn't know that they weren't really talking to little girls. It's very, there's been a bit of a theme to 2024. So I mean, yeah, this has been a long time coming of other streams where it's like, wow, it seems, is this where we're going now? Okay. And that's not really on YouTube, but it is the sort of optical thing of like, is this some sort of, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'm just asking the question. I could put a little question mark at the end of the video title, maybe. You know, I mean, really, it is just like, why did they decide to stick by this? I don't know. I guess he's going to watch the video, though.
Might think you can get away with saying that. Thankfully, audiences are hopefully a little bit wiser these days, and he's not going to get away with saying that, because we're going to explain the issue here. And actually what happened, if you go and look at the video, not only does Dead Wing Dork show various blurred images at different points in the video, which are nondescript. You can't I didn't, you know, I wasn't going to sit there and fucking pore over the images and try and reverse search them and shit, to be honest. So I've got no idea what the images actually are, but they're blurred images nonetheless of human, like, sort of silhouettes and stuff.
What? Well, yeah, those are in the document already censored. There's a whole section in the video that's people posting images of real children on the site, and none of it is, that we can see in the document anyway, none of it is, like, you know, naked kids or some shit, but it's a little fucking weird that people on this website are posting images of children, yeah. Real children, even if they are clothed. Yeah, technically nothing wrong. Again, they're just clothed images of kids. It's not technically anything too crazy. It's just, like, morally kind of disgusting that these people have these images on that type of website, I guess, but okay.
And also featured the URL of the website at the top of this document. It's like on a Google Doc, so the document title, like, moves down as he scrolls. It follows, like, the camera down, like the screen share down. So it's at the top of the page the entire time is the URL of this website that's not been shut down. He knows it's active. Okay. So he's just right. It's a banner ad. Let's be honest. Let's be totally real with what's going on.
A banner ad
on here. I tweeted about this earlier. I was like,
yeah, I saw his tweet about it. It was written in such a fucking, you know, kind of way. I mean, he is British, so I guess it's understandable. But I guess it's a banner ad. Well, again, the videos that are re-uploaded, though, haven't had a problem. I wouldn't call it a That's a weird way of looking at it. I mean, again, I'm not drawing attention to the name of the site. I'm not like, go here and whatever. I also specified don't interact with these people also. Like, I do the fucking epic cool YouTuber thing of going, yeah, don't talk to these people. Do not engage in any way. There were people in the comments that were posting docs of people that are on the site. And I was like, it was a bit of a shit show. Yeah, I mean, but it's gonna raise a lot of people's fucking blood pressure when they see that shit. Again, I'm not sure how I'm expected to, like, expose a website like that saying what it's called. You know, that seems strange. I mean, it seems like it would be kind of sensationalist if I made a video and I just didn't say what the site was. That would be more Mama Max, wouldn't it? If I just made a video and I'm like, there is a website, I won't say what it is, I won't try to direct, like, nobody, like, I mean, you know, if I don't say what it is, are people going to be able to do anything about it? Are they going to be able to report the stuff that's on there? Are they going to be able to, you know, report the people that are talking to children? There's a whole segment in there where a guy named Daddy is speaking to people that are, according to their bios anyway, are underage. And yeah, he's talking about all sorts of shit. You could call it roleplay, but is it not a fucking problem that site has roleplay between adults and children that's of that nature? I don't know. Again, I guess it's fair. Maybe I shouldn't mention... I mean, I didn't even mention the site more than, like, once or twice. Sure, I guess the URL is there, but I don't know how I'm supposed to expose the website, though, if I don't say the name of it, though.
Most people take sponsorships for banner ads, but Dolan Dark is doing it for free, because I guess he just loves the product that much. That's all I can interpret, obviously using his...
Mm-hmm. See, this is what I mean. It's like, Nicholas DiOrio's like, oh, if they keep it civil, and it's like, you're accusing me of being a grifting pedophile. You're accusing me of... You're literally saying that I'm just a fan of that website or something. That's what you're implying here. So, yeah, eat shit. What do you... No.
His logic.
I'm not talking to this person. This is... No, thank you.
His logic here. He just must love this product so much.
Yeah, great logic. Yeah, I guess if you're a 70 IQ, knuckle-dragging, mouth-breathing retard, that is the result that you would come to, sure. Why didn't you put on Strange Odyssey while you were talking, man? Come on, you could have some background music going. User's Paradise, what are you doing?
Sorry, not Dolan Dark. Jesus Christ, why do these retards have the same name? Deadwing Dork.
Who did you call me?
Using his logic here.
Did he call me Dolan Dark?
I must love this product so much.
Huh?
Sorry, not Dolan Dark. Jesus Christ, why do these retards have the same name? Deadwing Dork.
Well, I don't know. I don't think I knew about Dolan Dark when I picked that name like 10 years ago or something. Also, it's based on an album I like, and I have a dead wing, sir. That's ableist. He's being so disableist. I can't fucking rightly believe this. I'm shitting my britches right now.
Deadwing Dork just loves the product so much that he's decided to run banner ads for it. Deadwing Dork, Deadwing Dork.
Right.
Deadwing Dork. Holy fuck. We'll call him Claw.
Say my name 3 times and I appear, Queeman. Maybe that's why I found your stream.
On Twitter's Claw, okay, because he's got one arm.
Hmm.
But this guy's a complete fucking idiot, man.
Right.
This is the biggest moron I've ever seen, and we gotta watch his video about it.
So funny, yesterday I was watching Synthetic Man, and he... Just unrelated to anything, I was just reminded of yesterday when I was watching Synthetic Man, and he kept seeing things in the Fallout show that he didn't understand, and going, huh, the showrunners are stupid, what a bunch of fucking idiots, I'm smarter than them. Yeah. Unrelated to anything, I randomly thought about that stream I did yesterday, yeah.
We're gonna look at some of his absolute dense tweets. Because this guy is so dumb.
Mm-hmm.
And he's done this for years, by the way.
I don't know why he's front-loading this with insults. I don't know why he's, like, poisoning the well in this way. Like, you know, not to toot my own horn, but you'll see this video here where I'm talking about Mama Max, and at the beginning of it, I try my best to be charitable to Mama Max, who obviously was doing things that were, I mean, let's be real with ourselves here. He was doing things that are a lot more insane than whatever I'm fucking doing. You can notice some overlap there, and that's fine, but did you watch his fucking weirdo brainwasher influencers shit? Yeah, the guy's an unhinged maniac. So I go into that, I'm like, yeah, I think he made good content at one point in time, but I just don't really like it anymore. It's a little too, like, try-hard spooky for me. And yeah, pretty quickly I wind up saying that it's, like, really insufferable to watch his video, but, I mean... It's very strange to just front-load this with, he sucks! He's so stupid! He's an idiot! Like, the video's right here. Can't you watch the video and say these things while you're showing people my video? You have to, like, poison the well like that? That just seems dishonest.
Done this for years.
Like, the video that you're about to click on, and spoilers, he will. It basically goes over all the information that he's going over now, except without him calling me a retarded idiot the whole time. So, it's like, you could just react to that video instead of spending, like, all this time just kind of, you know, calling me names or whatever. Have I called Queeman any names in the stream? I'm the mad one, right? Have I called him any names? I called him British. I guess that's worse than anything he called me.
Pretended. I've seen so many times where he's like, oh, think of the kids, I'm protecting kids, I'm exposing pedos.
Mm-hmm.
That's his bit. He always does that fucking stupid shit.
Do I?
I've seen him do it many times.
Many such cases, right?
So it's not surprising to me at all.
When have I done it before? Well, I mean, yeah, there's other times when I've looked at streams like that, sure. Or, like websites or whatever. So, again, I have to come back to this guy apparently likes Mr. Girl. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Mr. Girl is described as having good family values by this gentleman. So, just for a second here, I'm gonna go grab a drink. Because I'm very, very mad. I'm hopping mad right now. I'm gonna go grab a drink, and I'm just gonna play for you a video from my channel here. I will be right back. This is, here, just enjoy this. I'll be right back. And, just enjoy this.
Hi, Cuties. So, if you're not familiar, Cuties is a film that Netflix...
Oh, this is Mr. Girl, by the way. This is Queeman's friend, Mr. Girl.
Children. That's why I ended up watching this movie. This film does try to make you sexually aroused by 11-year-olds. It's a good movie. Definitely better than most movies. There are probably thousands of people masturbating to this film as we speak. Hi, Cuties. Yeah, as far as, like, sexy music videos go, it's not bad. They're pretty hot, shaking their booties. That's the whole point of the movie. Pretty hot. It's a solid film. You're supposed to be sitting there thinking, they're pretty hot. Look at the blonde one. That's the whole point of the movie. Really good movie. Definitely better than most movies. Now, is it exploitative? Yes.
Yes.
That's the whole point of the movie.
These kids are 11, so they don't really understand shaking their booties. Hi, Cuties. They're pretty hot.
Look at the blonde one.
Look
Now,
at her.
is it exploitative? Yes.
I'm sorry, am I allowed to show this,
Hot.
Look at...
So am I allowed to show this censored image of this, girl that was doing sexual poses in this, Netflix movie that Queeman's favorite person, Mr. Girl, apparently really liked and found sexually appealing? I'm sorry, I don't know if this is, further emboldening pedophiles or something. My bad.
the blonde one.
Now, is it exploitative? Yes. Hot. I kept thinking about if I had a daughter, whether I would let her be in this movie. I guess I would say yes. There are probably thousands of people masturbating to this film as we speak.
I guess I would say yes.
You can say whatever you want about me, it's not my fault. These kids are hot. I've never seen child porn, but I haven't.
And that's a video from Deadwing Dork over here, famous hater of women and minorities, Deadwing Dork. He made this video. So, I know, I saw the person saying, bro is just lying. I know, Mr. Girl is not his favorite person. This guy's calling me someone who sympathizes with the pedophiles, though. So, like, I don't know, I guess it's fucking fair game, isn't it, chat member? I don't know. I mean, he's gonna call, maybe I'm wrong. Now I'll take it back entirely. If I get to the Mr. Girl segment and it turns out that I was misinformed. Well, but that's later. That'll come later. You know, I'm sure he has criticisms of Mr. Girl. But according to what I heard anyway, might be wrong. I will eat my words if I'm wrong. Supposedly Mr. Girl has good family values. That's just... Well, that's what I heard! Anyways. I know, I'm bashing opinions, I know.
Type of guy to me, he starts spurging out and accusing people of siding with pedophiles when he doesn't get his way. Does not surprise me whatsoever. So we're going to take a look at the video and then read some of the tweets. I'm just going to find his...
I guess to be fair, you know, I say poisoning the well. It's like I did that with the Wendigoon video. Yeah. I'm trying to be neutral to the guy here, right? Like, I'm not trying to be, like, too overwhelmingly, like, aggrieved by the fact that this guy's being a retard, but, yeah, I mean, I suppose I did that with the, In Praise of Shadows video, talking about Wendigoon. Yeah, I guess that's fair. However, that video is a lot longer than this one. I mean, that video, it's like, it kind of needs setting the stage a little bit. And, I don't know. I mean, it just does seem like a little bit. If I will say, if I've done that sort of thing before, where I'm about to talk about someone and then I just kind of call them names a whole bunch, I shouldn't probably do that, because I remember when I first started doing these kinds of videos, it was like, go in with an open mind. You know, I know about Onision, but let's pretend we don't know anything about Onision and watch his videos. So yeah, no, I mean, if I do that, I will say, this guy being a cunt to me has made me recognize that, you know what, maybe I should check myself before I be a cunt to other people. Yeah.
Twitter on my other monitor. Oh, alright, here we go.
This is a fun little update video to inform people that YouTube has finally gotten back to me regarding the Rad Queer Hell Site video, which was taken down from my channel a few weeks ago. They asked for a link to the video, and I gave it to them, and they told me that it would take a couple of days to decide. And well, also, I want to point out here, too, there's another thing that isn't brought up by this guy at all, which is... Sorry, I gotta make sure I'm not fucking disconnecting my mic again. There's another thing that isn't brought up by this guy at all, though, which is that if you look at this thumbnail, I mean, you can see how, like, politically militant these weirdos are, where it's like having sex with children is a moral imperative, you know, all this "you're so valid" shit, make it painful and slimy to disagree with their ideas, you know? We are a child love advocate, all of this shit. And so there is another element, which is that these people are, in some fashion, trying to affect change with their beliefs. I mean, you can call it, like, RP, I guess, all you want. RP, you can call it that, I guess. But they are trying to, you know, make, they have, in their own words, they seem to want to, like, change society's view of pedophiles and all of this shit. So, I don't know, talking about this hotbed of weirdos that are trying to politically fucking... Because that's a whole other element of the video, too, that he didn't even bring up, is the whole rad queer part. He brings that up in briefly, but the fact that, yeah, this website is a bunch of fucking weirdos that glom onto the transgender, you know, gay rights bullshit, and they're just like, yeah, and us too! With their fucking pedo flags and shit. I mean, that's a whole other thing. There's multiple layers to this video. The idea that I'm just pulling a Mama Max is like, it's completely misinformed if you didn't watch the actual thing, or even really read my tweets, I guess. Because I make it very clear, even in this video, I'm like, there are multiple reasons why this is a problem. It's not just this child element, it's the fact that YouTube has decided to stand by, you know, video being mass flagged, with clear proof that it's been mass flagged. There is this just general element of, like, we need to stop accepting these people, you know, these heckin' valid sweeties that pretend that fucking dead animals is like a sexuality that needs to be honored and respected. There's a lot of depth to my 70 IQ knuckle-dragging video. Maybe you should have watched it.
ago. They asked for a link to the video, and I gave it to them, and they told me that it would take a couple of days to decide.
No, we're not getting a Papa Max. We're getting Papa Pedro. He's that was my cyberpunk character. So Papa Pedro. He. In fact, I have a picture of him. Hang on, I gotta show you Papa Pedro. I should have started. You know what? I forgot. I was gonna start the stream with a little bit of Papa Pedro. There's like 6 people that are going to get this joke, even. But Papa Pedro. He stops predators with his Leviathan katana, and he looks good while doing it. God damn it! This is Papa Pedro, and this is me now. See, he's got the Leviathan katana. AI. I just was like, make me a Latin American man named Pedro with medium length wavy hair and a beard, like Mama Max. But we got a new enemy in town, Clem! Oh!
We have a new enemy in town.
Welcome. Yeah, I like that the YouTube logo is correct. Unfortunately, he has both hands. I didn't think to make him, like, hook-handed or whatever. But this is Papa Pedro. This is me now. In fact, let me just... There we go. Fair use, Pedro.
And then several days later, I found out from another.
By the way, his name is Pedro Hunter. Just so you know, he is a Pedro Hunter, the pedo hunter. That's his name.
YouTube person that I spoke to that probably shouldn't be the case. I guess they hoped that I would give up or forget about it or something. They finally did respond with an ultimate decision. And yeah, believe it or not, YouTube.
Like, look how dude.
What's the problem?
I think they were hoping that I would give up or forget or something. Look, dude, they have a process. It's a fucking corporation. Once your appeal is processed, they're going to give you a response. You got your response, and now you just don't like what the response was.
Except you missed the part where I said I spoke to another YouTuber who, at least from this other person, told me, yeah, in all my experience, their experience, they'd never had a situation like this where the site takes several days to make a decision. And again... Why did it take them so many days when I go, hey, the video was taken down, here's the proof of these people going out of their way to, like, flag it because they don't like that I'm talking about them? If I'm running banner ads for this guy's whole logic doesn't even make any fucking sense. If I'm supposedly, like, advertising these people, and I'm running banner ads for this website, as he claims, then why in the fuck... Are they so mad that I'm taking down the video? Is this just supposed to be like, am I in on it with them is the idea? Like, they're also, like, we all conspired in a group, basically, right? And we were like, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pretend to expose this site, and then you guys are going to take it down, and then I'm going to get mad at you guys. Like, this doesn't make any fucking sense. This is, the level of conspiratorial shit that I guess implies... is ridiculous. I mean, no, okay, this is going off the rails.
Even though it's perfectly reasonable.
Decided to stand by their decision that my video exposing a website filled with child predators is against the rules of child safety guidelines on YouTube.
And, yeah, I mean, that's the thing, too, is the strange irony of being hit with a child safety violation on your video that's exposing pedophiles. I suppose you could argue that it links the site, but, the site is not supposedly... this is the problem with this guy's argument, is that the logical loopholes that he's falling into is, like, So I'm linking the site, and that's a problem, and that's why the video was taken down, right? But okay, so the site's not actually hosting anything illegal, it's just all RP, so there's no reason for me to talk about it. So why was it taken down if the site that I'm supposedly hosting a banner ad to has nothing bad on it at all? Then what the fuck is the problem? I don't understand. We've kind of worked ourselves into a corner here, haven't we?
I included...
Yeah, because, like, he can't... Does he not
We're not taking Queeman seriously, necessarily, but, I've never actually, in the years that I've done this, I've never had somebody, do a stream on me calling me a piece of shit grifter or whatever, so it's a fun new experience, and, I mean, I've said before that I basically never get real criticism, it's always just people calling me gay or whatever, so, I mean, I'm open to it, I suppose I haven't really heard a lot here so far. There's been a few things. Yeah, I mean, again, I suppose I could handle it better. Maybe I named the video poorly. It doesn't make it very clear necessarily that it's just in this instance. I'm implying that they have, in this scenario, in this specific situation, they have sided with the Predators. Not like generally, not like they made a statement saying, we support whatever. No, you know, maybe, yeah. I mean, so there's some points that I'm like, yeah, maybe I could have changed this up, tightened up the graphics on level 2 a little bit, sure. Level 3,
I included.
Yeah, because like he can't. Does he not realize? Do you think he genuinely doesn't realize, or do you think this is completely dishonest? I think this is completely dishonest.
Well, this is why I don't want to. This is the other reason why I don't want to debate this guy and do an epic debate bro thing, is because, like I said before, I think at the end of the day, we both just think the other person is like a dishonest, lying grifter. It's like, you look like you kind of just want to glom onto my thing for attention and views, which I'm now giving you. So you're welcome. And you think that I'm doing that, so, I mean, like, I don't know, we're at an impasse, basically. I think we both just disagree with each other, you know?
I think this is completely cynical. I don't think this guy actually thinks this. I think it's a complete grift.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, I think you're doing a complete grift. You've got a tip goal on your screen right now. Hopefully your stream calling me a grifter can get you to $100, bro. Hope so.
This Dolan guy sounds like a fucking hero. I mean, Deadwing. Yeah, I don't believe he's this dumb. I can't believe it, that someone would be this stupid. One look at that.
Me neither, man.
Video. One look at that video.
Mm-hmm.
And you can tell. You can look at it and go, oh yeah, I can see a few reasons why YouTube might think this is a child safety problem.
Okay, so why are the re-uploads not being taken down? If it's a child safety problem, you'd think that the re-uploads would catch it, right? Like the content bot thing that YouTube has would catch it, right? No, you're showing. He's right now showing the proof of these people being like, reporting abuse does work. I mean, what is the implication that these aren't actually pedophiles on the website? I guess because I like blurred out the names, you don't see that this one is at map something. Like one of their ad is a map website. I tried to protect the predators for YouTube's sensibilities, you know, so I blurred out the names, you know, because I was like, okay, maybe the at whatever is like a problem, but I mean that's just their usernames. I guess you could argue maybe this is just not a real tweet from these actual pedophiles. And I'm just, or like, not tweet, but whatever, post. Maybe it's not that clear that that's, but then I did do a stream where I looked through a whole bunch more stuff posted by this individual, and they are a map, and they have, like, websites about being a map, and fucking how they're never gonna get caught because they're super careful, and they live in Germany, or whatever. So... yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. There you go. Maybe I did not make it clear enough that this was one of these types of people that was. Well, but no, because now there's this post down here that says that guy's vids just cringe me. I remember I just looked to video if we had any screenshot of me, and I don't think there was any screenshot of he. But I mean, that implies that these are the people on that site, right? Doesn't that say everything that needs to be said? I mean, he's calling me a grifter and saying I'm lying and yada yada, but you're not even engaging with the thing that's on the screen right now, dude.
Oh yeah, I can see a few reasons why YouTube might think this is a child safety problem. Yeah, I can think of a few reasons. I can see immediately a few problems. So why is he getting on video and pretending that they're siding with pedophiles? Crazy.
Because they did decide to not listen to any of the reason that I presented and just keep the video down. Yeah, they did that. I mean, in this specific scenario, yes, they sided with the predators. They did that. They have... that I've showed the proof that the predators are the ones... you're showing it right now. Oh, I'm crazy! What a stupid... Guys, Deadwing Duck is a retard! He says as the proof goes by and he doesn't notice it. Amazing.
Several images that proved that, at least to my estimation, I would say they prove more or less that
listen, you can hear he is a map reader, by the way.
People on that website are proudly flagging me for apparently...
Hang on. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. Oh god. I rolled over... Okay. I rolled over my PS... Okay, that's a problem. Oh yeah, I like knocked over the fucking... Oh good. That's no good. Alright. That was almost a whole situation. Problem resolved. Okay. The microphone is still in order. Now, what's happening?
That, at least to my estimation, I would say they prove more or less that
Listen, you can hear he is a mouth breather, by the way.
So, instead of acknowledging the thing that I'm saying about how there's proof on the screen right now, he's just calling me a mouth breather. Well, I don't think that's true necessarily, but alright, that's an interesting tactic to take in this scenario. I suppose he doesn't have any real... I guess he doesn't really have any rebuttal to the actual proof of the mass flagging predators, I guess. Like, this is kind of inconvenient for his claim of me being a grifter, I suppose.
People on that website are proudly flagging me for, apparently, my video is the one that's a danger to child safety, not them. YouTube saw this and allegedly took several days to make their decision, and their decision was still to side with these predators. Like, I understand...
Side with these predators. Dude, people need to stop pretending that mass flags actually work.
What? This is... Excuse me, retard? What do you mean? What do you mean, retard? Hey, retard. Hey, dumb retard. Hey, stupid fucking dumbass retard. Hey, I got my video taken down by mass flagging. Hey, dumb retard. Hey! Also, think before you sleep, I suppose. I also bring that up later, but, I mean, whatever, I guess. It's fine.
Even in the case of Mr. Girl, right? Mr. Girl was banned.
Hey, Aiden. Yes, the Keffels Wiggler. I guess it's an ironic Keffels Wiggler. I'm not sure.
For a YouTube video.
Sorry, what happened?
People need to stop pretending that mass flags actually work. Even in the case of Mr. Girl, right? Mr. Girl was...
We're getting into Mr. Girl, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be exciting. Don't make me play the video again. Don't make me go get another Coca-Cola.
Was banned for a YouTube video that was initially reported, taken down, reinstated by YouTube, and then years later, mass flagged by groypers, and then banned again.
Groypers.
But then...
So, here's the thing, right? I believe I mischaracterized Mr. Girl years ago when I looked at him on my video. I said that he was like an ultra-feminist liberal type who's, you know, one of those, you know, he's like a, whatever, bread tuber type. That's kind of what I thought he was. And I realize now that it's more that he's, just a big-time, like, I don't know, he's just a big-time debate bro, epic Voshian contrarian type who wants to be, like, who wants attention, basically. I don't even know if he really has politics, Mr. Girl. So, it's interesting when he says his video got taken down by groypers, because they're like right-wingers, right? They're like Trump people, sort of. I'm just like, what, was Mr. Girl not... I guess they didn't like him? Okay, I guess. He never... Like, ultimately, he struck me as someone who was kind of somewhat neutral in his politics, just shotgun bullshit to piss off everyone, basically. I think Mr. Girl's still around. I don't know. People have wanted me to do Mr. Girl updates, and it's like, he's one where I'm like, I don't really want to give him attention, though.
Mr. Girl unbanned.
Oh, the Nick Fuentes group. Oh, fun fact, this guy follows Nick Fuentes. Just a rant. You know, here's the thing. When we were doing the podcast yesterday, we were in our break, and I was like, oh, this is happening, and Bane started looking at the guy's Twitter, and he's like, oh, he follows Nick Fuentes, and I was like, come on, I don't want to do the insane piece of shit thing where I'm just like, he follows Donut Operator, a gun-crazed, very far-right YouTuber. You know, it's like, whatever. I follow Ian Miles Chong because it's funny. So, I mean, it's whatever, but I guess if he's bringing up groypers, it's worth noting that apparently Nick Fuentes is a follow.
And then Mr. Girl rebanned very quickly after for child safety violations.
I like the person in chat who's like the biggest mouth breather possible. I'm literally just like, yeah, I don't really want to be like insane piece of shit. I don't want to be IPOS and just like, you know, demonize someone for their associations. And then the guy's like, oh, okay, it's IPOS. Dude, I don't know. I guess if you don't believe me, that's fine. That's whatever. But like, I don't know. I follow lots of people that are crazy and stupid. I don't think it's I don't really think it's a big deal. I just think it's kind of funny because when we return to the podcast on a cold open, Bane just goes, "If you follow Nick Fuentes, you're probably a pedophile," and you know, I disavow. But hey, that's Bane.
So even in that case, it was not about the mass flagging. Now you can argue whether the child safety thing is valid in that situation. I don't think it is personally, but
okay, he's kind of speeding along now. I gotta slow him back down.
Not about the mass.
So, Mr. Girl got mass flagged, right?
Flagging. Now you can argue whether the child safety thing is valid in that situation. I don't think it is personally.
So I'm assuming we're talking about his video that I just showed clips of, the Hi Cuties video. Is that right? The video where he says that little kids are sexy? I mean, again, I guess that's a free speech thing, but it's just, you understand how it like it's very unfortunate. You're now forcing me to do the thing that Mama Max did. I'm sorry to have to add another layer to the similarities. Here you go. Here's some more ammo. It's a little weird that it seems like you keep siding with any opportunity you can to sweep for pedophiles. It's a little fucking weird. You know, I'm not saying Leviathans are coming for you. I'm just saying Leviathans are in the area. That's all I'm saying.
But it was not because of the mass flagging that he stayed banned. It was a decision, a deliberate decision by Google, by you.
Also, random little extra thing. When I went into his stream yesterday, and I saw this happening live, I was just gonna leave a little hello with the smiley face in the comments, or in the chat. But the chat was unfortunately sub only. So, unfortunately, I was not able to say anything, and it seemed to be quite the little hug box there. Well, thankfully my chat allows people to speak their minds, so, you know.
YouTube. To keep that ban. To keep that content gone.
Cold single Leviathans in your area! Click here now!
So, the idea that it's just, oh, YouTube, listen to these mass flagging predators. No, that's not what happened, dude. There were reports that came in. Obviously, that led to increased scrutiny. But YouTube still manually...
He's literally doing the Noah Samson response, too. I mean, that's obvious if you know about Noah Samson. But he's literally doing the whole, mass flagging doesn't even work, bro. Actually, he's doing the... This is so... What do you gain by claiming this? I don't understand what you are gaining by acting like a cunt like this. I don't understand what you're, like, deriving as I don't know, I guess clout. I guess I'm giving you the attention, sure, but like mass flagging... Oh, I almost got in trouble there. Mass flagging clearly does work. Because it happened here. It's just like when Think Before You Sleep thing happened with Noah Samson. He was like, oh, but mass flagging doesn't... It just kind of comes across like you're being, like, dishonest just so that you can, like, I guess push my buttons. Here's your you know? I mean, there you go.
They looked at that decision, and they looked at it and they said, oh yeah, actually this should be banned. This does violate our policies. This is a problem. It's not just siding with them. And it's very obvious why they would make that decision.
Happy Pride Month, everybody.
Yeah.
And
why is it obvious? It's really not obvious, though, like, because he doesn't have the dislikes enabled. So he doesn't see that the overwhelming support is with me. I mean, I guess it's fair. A lot of people were supporting Mama Max. That doesn't mean that I'm right, but if it's so obvious, wouldn't a lot more people be down-thumbing the video and being like, wait a minute. If that's so obvious, I mean, it really does feel like a Dunning-Kruger type of situation where this guy is... I guess he thinks he's... I mean... What is the... Hang on. I'm gonna see if I can find it, because I keep bringing it up. I think I might need to put this on the soundboard. Let me see here. Oh, god damn it. No, I'm not gonna be able to find it. What a shame. What a shame. No, it's not happening. There's a famous clip where Richard Spencer tells Sargon that you're not as smart as you think you are. And I just, it's the one thing that Richard Spencer or Sargon have ever... Well, no, Sargon also tried to get Trump to tweet about Gamergate. That was pretty funny. Yeah, okay. That was the only... Okay, he also had that whole UKIP implosion. Okay, Sargon is pretty funny in general, but not Richard Spencer.
Their decision was still to side with these predators. Like, I understand that it's a bit of a Mama Max thing. The optics of it are not lost on me, right? It's just that Mama Max, we know that he just faked all of his videos. Yeah,
The issue with Pick a Side wasn't he was faking it. It was actually exactly this. He had a video taken down for totally legitimate reasons, for having nudity in it or something. And then he spurged out.
He had videos taken down for legit reasons, but also it didn't matter in the end because it was all bullshit. Yeah, he did other things wrong too, but I guess my point... maybe that's a fair criticism, sure. He did do a lot of other stuff wrong too. And I'm just kind of focusing on the fact that at the end of the day, it was revealed that all of his shit was just a grift, ultimately. For him, it was. I guess that's a valid point. He did mishandle the whole situation, but I don't believe that my video did anything, against the rules in the same way that his did, and I have proof that it's been mass flagged. Nothing was wrong with the video before those people started mass flagging it, and now the video's down. The video was fully monetized for the first day, and then demonetized, but still, getting ads and whatever for the next, couple weeks. And then they start flagging it, and SpaghettiOs, it's down. But mass flagging doesn't work or anything, it's fine. Just increased scrutiny. No, I guess showing the name... Again, I can't see how I can expose the website without showing the fucking name of the website, though. That's kind of a necessary evil, isn't it? I don't see... It would be extremely exploitative of me if I did a stream and I was just like, there is a website where this is happening and there is nothing... You can't, report it or anything. You can't do... It's just... Don't worry about it. Just believe me. There's totally a real website that's doing this. I don't know, I need to say that the website is a thing, don't I? I don't see how it's going to expose them necessarily if I don't say the name of it. And they aren't even... I don't know, I was going to make an argument about the mass flagging people, but it's kind of irrelevant. Their whole thing is that I'm exposing their leader, is what's weird, too. It's not even that I'm talking about their website. It's that I'm talking about the person that runs the website, who, they are, I guess, trying to run interference for, or something. Again, mostly irrelevant, but it's just a funny little weird distinction that they don't really seem to be mad necessarily about the site being talked about, mostly just that I'm being a bully to their glorious reader.
And said YouTube was siding with predators. It's the exact same... He's doing the exact same thing.
We've got confirmation from the people on...
No, Super Chat Man, I'm not going to call this guy who's alleging that I'm a pedophile grifter. Frankly, it's beneath me. This is, I'm gonna get through this segment and move on to trash and probably not think about this ever again. Different trash. No, I'm saying all that I need to say. For a more real response... No, it's not going to, do anything. We're not going to reach any kind of... agreement because, inherently, I think he is doing this for attention because he sees that I am getting attention for what's going on and he, wants some of that for himself. So I'm happy to let you suckle on my undercarriage a little bit and get some views. Get some views and some use. Yeah, he thinks I'm a grifter. I think he's a grifter. He thinks I'm being dishonest. I think he's being dishonest. He thinks I'm doing this to advertise for pedophiles. I think he's doing this to sweep for pedophiles. Not much headway is probably going to be made in that discussion, I would say. It probably would not lead to much other than two people just being mean to each other, and you know, there's no need for that. That's what Twitter's for.
The site that it's real. The reason they want it down is because it's real. I even made a joke in the video that haha just fiction warning, because that's what they say on
that dude, you can say haha just fiction warning, but if you're promoting the site, they're still gonna have an issue with that, dude.
Okay, but the site's not a problem, right, dude? You said the site isn't a problem and there's no reason to talk about it, and it's okay. The site's cool. It's all just fiction. It's all just RP. There's nothing illegal on the site, right? So why does it matter even? If that's your complaint, why is that even a problem according to you? His logic just doesn't make sense.
Stupid site, and
the stuff is still there.
That did not deter them. Surprise, surprise. So yeah, this is a very real situation, and not only is it a hotbed of predators on the internet, but they are actively talking.
So here is a shot of two people talking about how they can groom children. This person uses the serious tag, which, I mean, I don't know if that's an ironic serious tag, but I think these people take tone indicators pretty seriously, so that's probably a real question of how to groom children. This person makes kind of a joke, it looks like, where they're, you know, I want to play the Left 4 Dead with them on co-op, but that also, you know, is kind of how it happens too. You could argue, I guess, that this is just role play of two people role-playing a discussion of, but that sounds like such a fucking cop-out. Like, you could just say anything is role-play. I was just role-playing that murder plan to kill my wife. It's just role-play. Come on, it was just a little bit of role-play, officer. Like, at a certain point, I don't know how much that really still functions.
To children, if the people on the site can be believed.
Yeah, ISIS was just role-playing.
That's an important caveat, too. Listen, he's very... Oh, man. He's super slippery with this stuff, because...
I'm a slippery little snake.
There probably aren't that many kids on that fucking site. Real.
Why do you think that? I mean, this is another thing. It's like, at the end of the day, I mean, if I was to, like, talk to this guy on a stream, it's like, how do you know? Do you have inside information that those people aren't kids? I don't. I'm willing to operate under the assumption that there are people on that site that might be getting victimized, and he doesn't seem to be willing to operate under that assumption. What does that say? I don't know.
There probably aren't. It probably is a lot of roleplayers.
Probably! It's most probably. Yeah, what if one of them is real, though? What if there's one person on that site that's being, like, victimized, though? What if spreading the word that people like this are out there? That's the thing, too. It's not even just about this site. That's a part of it, sure, and it would be great if that site got taken down. But it's also, maybe we need to make sure that young trans kids and fucking whatever, like, LGBT kids are not being, you know, swayed into these weirdo communities by a bunch of heckin' valids telling them that they're, you know, everything they do is beautiful and wonderful, and trying to get them onto bathtub HRT, Mr. Keffel's icon. You know, this is all overlap with the Keffels thing, it feels like. Is this guy trying to run interference for, like, a Keffels sort of thing? I mean, is this little icon ironic? I don't know.
It's still a dangerous situation because it is so fucking ripe for abuse.
Yeah, happy Pride Month.
But just because his evidence for these people being underage is just that they say they're underage on this.
It's just that they said they were. That's stupid. Why would you listen to that? Again, I mean, it's possible that most of them are. I'm not denying that, like, probably at least some of them are, right? But I'm just saying, I'm operating thinking, okay, what if one of them isn't? And he is willing to, I guess, just say, no, they probably aren't. It's nobody. It's probably nobody. Most likely, probably.
Forum.
I don't know. I don't agree with that.
That's his evidence. That's the evidence he uses to say these people are underage.
Yeah, not many children implies that there are still some. So he's okay with some children being, you know, groomed on this weirdo website. Just, you know, I'm just being an asshole for talking about it like it's more than a few, I guess. My bad. I should have made it, legitimately, maybe I should have made it more clear that it's probably, well, okay, I have said in other streams that it seems to me like some of the people are a little bit over the top playing up the fact that they're underage. Maybe I didn't include that in this video, though, and I should have. Yeah, that's actually a fair point. You know, all jokes aside, I probably should have made it more clear that there is a pretty good likelihood that a lot of the people on this site are, in fact, just RPing, just pretending to be children. But, again, what if one of them isn't, though? That's the thing. What if there's one that isn't? And And it's like, I've seen people in the comments talking about, like, oh yeah, I've encountered AAMs in the wild. Like, this is a concept that exists, whether or not some of these people might be RPing, whatever. The whole minor attracted person and adult attracted minor thing. I like that implies that minors aren't people. That's actually, I just realized that. But the adult attracted minor thing, it's a real thing. So this is kind of just, you know, spreading awareness, if anything. It's Pride Month. It's spreading awareness about an issue in the community, in the LGBTQ community. So there's a few reasons why this video should be still up, but, okay, sure.
He's not got any identities or any, like, confirmed, like, anything that you can cross-reference. It's just, it is always just, oh, look, here's a post where they say this is their age.
Yeah? When someone tells you who they are,
Believe them.
you know, take a word. Listen, my heroes on YouTube are Mama Max and Insane Piece of Shit, and I will take their lessons. God damn it!
It's just not very good evidence.
I suppose it's possible that some of those alleged children are actually, you know, feds or randos trying to bait people, but...
or, you know, people engaging in a sort of roleplay fetish thing, like they're describing. Many of them are.
At least someone is leaving because I guess it's cringe to respond to this person. Again, I'm having a good time. This is the problem too. Is anybody that watches my channel and they don't know that I'm always screaming and yelling like George Costanza. You know, I remember the same... It's funny, actually, the overlap between this guy's community and the pedophiles on that website, because when they found my video, they were also like, haha, he's so mad, haha, this is so funny. Yeah. No, I'm just kind of always a little bit animated. That's the thing that you'll learn. Since I don't sound like I'm falling asleep on a stream like this dude, even though there was one time last year when I did, in fact, fall asleep on a stream. That did happen. Yeah, again, it's like we've got, and then you've got shit like this, and this is one that I included, and I don't even know what to think about this one. I haven't drawn much attention to this before, but like, this is such a confusing fucking post. So unrelated to this video, but this post that is claiming that they are age fluid between 11 and 13, but also they're a map and an AAM, so are they an underage map, and are they pretending to be a child? I don't understand this post at all, man. The stuff on this fucking site. Man. I mean, and then there's stuff that I only know because of this video, like Pro C. God. Oh, and Homestuck. Yeah. I only know about Homestuck because I looked at this pedo site filled with rapists.
One of them is a real...
Yeah, a lot of them say age fluid. Look at this one. Intro post. Where we are age fluid, typically 11 to 13.
Mm-hmm.
They're not saying they're underage.
Yeah, it's almost like it's a full website filled with insane people. Also, I'm pretty sure...
alleged children are
alleged
actually,
children.
You know, feds or randos trying to bait people, but...
I literally say this in the video! How am I grifting?! I'm just lying. I'm just dishonest. Is the thing. It's just a grift. Is the fun part about it. Even though I'm directly stating that there's probably a lot of people on the site pretending to be children, who aren't really, who might be feds or just like whatever predator poacher kind of shit. But we're gonna go. He's gonna ignore the part where I say that so that he can catch me on a gotcha where he's like, "Oh, look at this post he's showing. Oh, so this probably isn't a kid." Yeah, great point, genius.
Yeah,
what a fucking brain trust on this fucking stream.
Say age fluid. Look at this one. Intro post where we are age fluid, typically 11 to 13.
Yeah, I guess the allegedly. You know, hang on. There we go.
They're not saying they're underage.
Mm-hmm.
They're not actually. This person's not actually underage.
Yeah, he's, like, not really paying too much attention. It seems like he's just kind of going with his narrative, and, like, even though I'm taught, like, I'm explaining this in the thing, he thinks he's owning me by addressing the thing that I'm actively talking about in the video. Great job, dude. Wow. I didn't realize it was this easy to be a drama channel. You're so good at this.
It's very unlike. I mean, obviously, I don't know, but that is incredibly. It's incredibly unlikely to me that this person is underage.
Adult attracted minor, then I really don't understand what the hell YouTube's decision was here. Is it the optics of the thing that it's June, it's Pride Month? I'm not the one that made the site political, I'm just showing the site. That's what the site is. I can't make the site not be what the site is. Every single person that I looked at on that site has some manner of—
Yeah, the guy doesn't seem... I hate to be so rude. I do. Because I wanted to be neutral. I know the guy's being a dickhead to me, but I wanted to be more neutral. But it's just, I'm sorry. The guy seems like a fucking idiot. I'm bringing up points, and it's like he's not able to, I guess, engage with what I'm saying. Like, maybe I'm pause-andying. Hang on. Are you going to say anything about...
Look, and then trans age 12.
No, he's just focusing on, haha, they're probably not children. Yeah, can we acknowledge the, like, political reality of this? No? Is that too far beyond you? Are you not able to? I thought you were, like, talking to Brianna Wu on fucking streams and stuff. You're not able to do that, huh? Okay. Can't we talk about the political element of this and how that might have factored into YouTube's decision? You wanna pretend that's not a thing? Alright then. Okay, cool.
Site is. I can't make the site not be what the site is. Every single person that I looked at on that site has some manner of
Look, and then trans age 12. Like, look.
pronouns in bio.
It's just bad evidence, too.
Or pride flags.
It's just crazy.
Like,
this whole thing.
There's no way you are spurging out this hard. Why wouldn't I? The guy's calling me a pedophile grifter. He's saying that I'm advertising for these people on the site. Yeah, it's a little bit fucking annoying, but he's also a retard. And everything is me spurging out just me proving that he's wrong and saying that everything he's saying is wrong. I'm sorry to inform you of this, but no.
He is.
I know you've never watched my stream before. I'm aware, but that's not what this is. I'm easily able to identify like, I'm trying to be fair too. It's like, okay, yeah, sure, I could have been more clear maybe about certain things when the title of the video is maybe a little sensational, but in this scenario, it felt like it was, a good call. I'm trying to find where he's got good arguments. I'm not sure if where I've missed the great arguments that he supposedly had. Nick Diorio was like, oh, he's got some good criticisms about why he's annoyed. Why is he annoyed? Because he's stupid? Is he annoyed because he's stupid? Is that the problem? Because that seems to be the problem, is that he's a fucking idiot. That's the problem. He's an idiot. He is not paying attention to the things that I'm saying, and he just wants to push his little bullshit narrative. So, yeah, I guess that's an unfortunate situation for him to be in.
Maxing.
Again, if people I'm Mama Maxing, good God. It's not like I was one of the first people to discuss Mama Max in his whole implosion or anything. He's not willing to engage with half of my points. He's not willing to engage with anything in this video other than the shit he's already saying, which I've already addressed. Yes, I pointed out there are probably some people that are pretending to be children on this fucking thing. I don't know what he wants from me. One of them might not be. What do you want?
Trans age 12. Like, look.
Pronouns in bio.
It's just bad evidence, too.
Or pride flags.
It's just crazy.
I don't know what his argument is that I am... So, the best version of his argument, as I can understand it, is essentially that I am like Mama Max in the sense that I had my video taken down for proper reasons, according to him. Like Mama Max, who had, like, his naked ass in the video or something, and then he started complaining YouTube took it down because he was trying to out predators. But the difference is he had, like, nudity in his video. He's talking about a situation where Mama Max had nudity in his video. The thing that I'm accused of doing that's, like, illegal or whatever is exposing the name of the website that I'm talking about. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to talk about this website and expose it without saying the fucking name of the site. I don't know how that works. I don't know what I'm expected to say about this site other than just, there are pedophiles online! Wow. Great. Like, what is the point of the video if I can't draw attention to the fact that the site is filled with, that there's a hotbed of people that are trying to groom children and trying to make it socially acceptable to do so? I'm trying to be fair and neutral here, and I really am. I'm trying to understand what his argument is. But it's like, the best I can figure is that it's like, okay, well, maybe YouTube removed it because, like, they feel that I shouldn't mention the name of the site, but, like, I can't, I just don't agree with that. Like, that's a big part of my whole point, too, is that, I mean, I don't really care, like, I don't know, YouTube can tell me what their decision is, and that's fine, and I'm saying their decision is wrong. There's a fundamental misunderstanding here. I get that they made their decision, and I get that all of that, but their decision is wrong, and they only arrived at that conclusion because of mass flagging, which he's claiming isn't a thing, also. Okay, this is just so confusing. I'm just trying to, like, understand what he's getting at, and it's just like he's coming at this with an existing narrative. He's not really watching he's got it on, but he's not really paying attention.
It's just bad evidence too.
Why is it bad? Why? Because you say it's bad?
Crazy. Like this whole thing.
Yeah, it's crazy. The site is filled with crazy people. What do you want it to be, like, down to earth?
It's just Mama Maxing. He's full-blown Mama Maxing.
Why is it Mama Max? Why is it Mama Max? I understand it looks similar, but you apparently don't recognize the things that don't look similar about it.
It's so pathetic.
It's very easy to say Mama Max when you ignore the fact that the website exists. I don't get it. That's so pathetic, though.
It's so weak.
It's weak.
Very much want to push the social upheaval of pedophilia acceptance.
I mean, like, you know, hey, could I have, I don't know, contacted those fucking, like, what was I supposed to do in this scenario? Is his suggestion that I, like, try to, because there were children on that site who had their, like, Discord IDs or whatever, and I blurred all of that out. But was I supposed to contact them and be like, hey, are you really underage? Asking for a friend. Was that the... I mean, then they would just say yes again, and it would just be their word against whatever. Why can't we take their word for it? I guess because it's an RP site, I guess, but it's clearly not all RP. I mean, this isn't RP, this is someone's real political opinions. In fact, there's one that I show from the same user, this is Alyssa or whatever, the fucking Alex Jones person, the witch in the cafe. This person has a whole rant that they go on about all of this fucking normativist proclamations, blah, 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 all that, like, you know, trying to make, it's real arguments, it's not role play. I mean, some of it certainly is, but I'm not really talking about the parts that are. That's the thing, too. He's trying to get off on this with being, oh, well, it's just role play. It's just, you know, the site is just filled with people role playing. Well, is it? Because I'm really not focusing on the people that are role playing. I showed for a second the guy who said fiction warning, and then he goes off about how he wants to fuck kids. But this isn't, like, fiction warning. None of this is, like, funny RP. There are some on there, but that's not what I'm choosing to highlight here, because it's not important, really. Whatever, some people are RPing some creepy shit. You know, it's distasteful, but it's fine. You know, it's, like, free speech, whatever. But this is, like, this is people's political beliefs, and people trying to affect change, and people, of course, speaking with children, alleged children, that they may be. You know, on here. And again, I just don't see why we can't believe that at least one of the people that's on this site might be underage. They're not probably all underage, but some of them might be.
This is a group of predators that are going after not just children, but they are predating on the LGBTQ community itself by essentially parasitically leeching onto this community and cry bullying.
Yeah, and Deadwing Dork's gonna stop it. Yeah, Deadwing Dork's gonna get rid of the pedos. Yeah, he's gonna save the LGBTGGs.
About transphobia.
Okay.
Anytime you point out that...
So his problem is that I'm his problem does seem to be that I'm talking about it. He seems to... He comes across as being kind of, like, I don't know, jealous or something? I don't know why you would be. This is not a desirable position to be in. The new Mama Max. I really wouldn't recommend it. But... Yeah, nobody else really is talking about it, though. I mean, there's a lot of people that are... And if you try to, they, you know, call you a Nazi or something. So it's like... Yeah, I mean, I am. I don't know. His problem is just... he's gonna do that? I mean, okay. Alright, I'm sorry you disagree. It's fine.
They're, you know, not valid.
I can handle your opinion.
Not exactly the same as...
If you're role-playing as a pedo, you're probably pedo, not gonna lie. Probably, I agree.
Mm-hmm. So he is like... I mean, he is, like, sweeping for pedophiles by his own, like, estimation here. I mean, I know that's not what he's trying to do. It is more about my content and my handling of things, I understand, but it looks... You know, it looks a little weird. I don't know. I mean, I agree. Maybe, hey, maybe I did not... Again, maybe I have not handled it that well, but again, they don't make it really clear how best you're supposed to do this sort of thing when you don't think, like... So YouTube gives you a decision and you feel that it's wrong and you're, what, just supposed to live with it? That's it? You don't say anything more about it? It's clearly a completely incorrect decision, and you've demonstrated how it's going to be, how they, you know, took down the video because of false flagging and all this. You demonstrated that all this, and nothing. I mean, I don't know. I am just I'm awestruck at what his problem is here.
But if you're role-playing, that doesn't mean...
He's like trying to stick up for... I mean, I get it. It's about me being Le Mama Max. I understand. It's so epic cool that I'm... Like, I'm sorry Mama Max ruined fucking this type of thing for everybody. He poisoned the well. Yeah, it's a shame. But, it's... What's funny, too, is when I did the original stream that this whole thing originated from, like, it was back in January. That was when Mama Max was still imploding. That was when all of that drama was happening, and there are actually references in the stream to, like, yeah, why is Mama Max not talking about this? Why is he making up a bunch of bullshit, fake, like, accusation shit, a bunch of Leviathans are coming nonsense? Why is he making all this up when there's a site like this where people are, like, talking to children, allegedly? Again, it might not all be true, but if even one person on there is talking to a real child, and he's saying that they're probably pedophiles, so it's like, it's weird that you're so much angrier with me in this scenario. Like, it's weird that he's barely paid any, like, attention to, I don't know, the site itself. It's like that, I guess it goes without saying, to be fair, like, pedophile's bad, sure, but, it's okay, I mean, it's fine. I'm not above criticism, so sure, maybe I've mishandled it. I just don't think, based on what he's saying here, it doesn't seem, I don't know. But a little bit.
Actively molesting children, right?
Mm-hmm. They might be pedophiles, but even though... So they might be so according to him, these are concessions he's made so far. The people on the site are probably, in fact, really pedophiles, and also, some of the people that are saying they're children are probably children. Well, what's the problem then?
There would have to also be children there.
What?
On that site.
For them to be.
There would have to also be children there.
Which you've admitted some of them might be. You've said, in as many words, you've said some of them might be children. And that's also what I said. You and I have the same, we agree. Some of them might be. It's just you don't seem to care that some of them might be, and I do. I mean... I'm sorry that it's cringe to now because of Mama Max, but, like, yeah, it seems pretty bad. I mean, again, I also want to be, I also don't want to, you know, I want to be cards on the table about this. I am also doing this because these people pissed me off. And they were, like, haha, he's upset about this. Now he says he's not going to do any more streams. It's like, okay, well, you know what? Maybe your little false flagging thing is full of shit. How about that? Maybe that's, you know, maybe go fuck yourselves. You know, I'm fine with admitting that, because it's like, whatever. It's it's being re-uploaded. But yeah, admittedly, this did become personal when they started trying to get funny about it. And, well, when they false flagged me. Well, that's the thing, too. When the video first went down, I thought it was just YouTube's silly mistake. And that's one thing. But then when I got the proof that these people are, like, mass flagging videos about them, it's like, okay, well, yeah, fuck you. I mean, I'm not gonna necessarily want to stand around for that. I'm probably gonna have an issue with that. Yeah.
That's be happening. Not just pedophiles.
Mm-hmm.
Being an adult.
So he's... and fair, it's like a free speech thing. Like, yeah, pedophiles existing is not inherently a problem. I've said that before, too. Well, I mean, maybe it's a problem, but it's not inherently a crime or anything. People just talking about things, too. But he is just steamrolling past everything else, though, so...
Who wants to have sex with another consenting adult, or even being an adult who wants to express their gender in a different way than, you know, the sex that they were assigned. Those are very different things than wanting to have sex with children and animals and dead people.
And this is it, too. It's not just about the site or any individual on there. It's this mindset. It's this also, like, we have to snuff this mindset out of this, like, everything's valid. Biastophile means rape sexual, by the way. Everything is valid. You are heckin' valid and beautiful, and you deserve a happy life because you want to hurt children and you're attracted to rape. You know, like, maybe we don't need this kind of acceptance. That's another element. I mean, again, and he doesn't really seem to want to engage with that necessarily.
And there's like sexuals on this website. I don't see how anyone could.
Yeah, this is the problem too. I censor out the word rape so egregiously that it winds up not being clear what I'm even saying. And the video got immediately demonetized too, which I get. I mean, it's, you know, not exact. Well, I mean, I've got other videos about similar subject matter that are monetized, so I don't know.
Find this okay.
I guess. Yeah, no, this guy is monomaxing. There's no way he's this stupid.
Super mama. There's no way I'm this stupid. Well, I'll have you know I'm quite stupid, sir. You misunderestimate me grievously.
Way than, you know, the sex that they were assigned. Those are very different things than wanting to have sex with children and animals and dead people and there's like sexuals on this website. I don't see how anyone could find this okay. I guess we horseshoe theoried a little too close to the sun and we wound up making a part of radical leftist queer ideology. Great job, guys. Good.
I don't know what he means by we end up horseshoeing a little too hard.
Yeah, I'm sure you don't know what
been a lot of that sort of stuff in like the queer ideology academia as far back as it really goes. I mean,
I suppose it's just it hasn't been accepted for a long time, and now people. Admittedly, that is true. I'll give him that one. When Chud Logic watched it on stream, because he watched the video on stream. Shoutouts to Chud, who couldn't make it through the video, by the way. Chud Logic, who this guy watches, who didn't seem to have a problem with the video when he was watching it, or noticed that it was, I don't know, a banner ad for pedophiles or anything, but he pointed out this whole thing about how the origins, because actually there was a comment on the video that was about we thought it was from the creator of the website. We thought it was from the admin of that site. I'm not sure if it necessarily was, but it was from somebody on the site, most likely. And it was somebody that was like, what are you really doing with this video? Are you harming trans kids? Are you really protecting them? Maybe you should read Queer Theory. And I didn't really know what Queer Theory was, but then Chud Logic started talking about it. And yeah, apparently the origins of a lot of the fucking pride movement unfortunately seem to be tied to like boy love shit. So I guess that's fair. It's just that for a long time that was buried and now it is kind of coming back around. And I'm not really even talking about like the pedo stuff necessarily. I'm talking about the, 10 years ago everybody was rape culture. I got raped by traffic cones in GTA, and now there's like lefty people on this website who are apparently rape sexual, and that's valid, So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think that's a fair point. I mean, I guess he's got a point too. It's like, yeah, the unfortunate thing, and I wouldn't deny that too. It seems the unfortunate element of this is that there are origins of this going back a ways in the the queer community or whatever, and most people don't really want to hear about it. It's very uncomfortable to listen to, but yeah, early people in the movement were all about boys' love and shit, and I think the vast majority of people are not on board for that, but they sure were for a while there. They sure were marching in pride parades until the fucking 90s or something, so that's pretty embarrassing.
In like the queer ideology academia as far back as it really goes. I mean, there's that queer Jeopardy, queer theory Jeopardy video, isn't there?
Good job. If this was a decision made for the optics of the scenario, then it's a frankly ridiculous decision, and I will not stop talking about this until they force me to.
If he hasn't addressed the part of that is that I keep mentioning, the optics thing. He hasn't really addressed that. That it obviously might look a little fucking touchy for YouTube, you know, I don't know, in Pride Month, having this video that's about how, literally about transgender grifter, Freudian slip, transgender groomer fucking pedophiles. Like, of course that doesn't look great, does it, right? So it's like, are they gonna reinstate the video? No, at this point in time, I think I have a few reasons to think why they might not want that video to be reinstated, you know?
You suddenly see my channel disappear in the next couple days, then you know what happened. Now, I was
Thanks
not
to
trying
Kate.
to raise
Kate with the 5 gift memberships, thank you very much. Thank you very
a
much.
huge thing about this. I wanted...
Do you think if he didn't include the website's name and sends pictures, the video would still be up? I imagine so.
No, I don't believe it would still be up, because again, there was another fucking video from months ago that they were trying to mass flag. I think the only reason that one, because it also says the name of the site and everything, I'm pretty sure the only reason that one is still up probably is because the guy's channel is a lot smaller and it didn't get as much attention. So it probably didn't get as many, you know, reports. Would the video still be up if no, it's clear that it was mass flagged. I mean, and the thing is, if it wasn't that, they would have had some other reason, right? Like, oh, they mass flagged it, and YouTube looks at it, oh, well, you know, you said child rape too many times, video gone. Like, whatever the reasoning is, that's my point, is whatever the reasoning is, it's pretty much not good enough. I don't know. I don't know if this guy did watch the original video. I think he saw my tweets about it, but I don't know if he actually saw the video. Maybe he did.
Maybe if I don't know how, I haven't watched the full thing, so I don't know how gratuitous.
Oh, hello, Queeman. Welcome to the chat. Yeah, I wasn't able to type in your chat yesterday, but welcome. You're more than welcome to speak your mind here.
His descriptions of like the RP stuff.
Again, for the record, I'm not really interested in doing an epic debate, because it appears that we both just think the other person is a lying, dishonest grifter who's trying to sweep for pedophiles or something. So I mean, not really much dialogue to necessarily have, you know. I don't know. It's okay that we disagree, right? Like, it's fine. I'm not gonna start fucking like, I'm not, it's fine. You don't need to like me, whatever. That's cool. I don't care, really. I mean, it's very stupid, the reasons why you don't. I mean, this seems kind of dumb, honestly, but yeah, it's okay.
So it could be the case that he engaged in some gratuitous description of child sex or something, in which case that would be possibly a problem for YouTube too.
I read words that were on the site, and again, the re-uploads of the video are not being taken down. Weird. But I read words that are on the site, yes. I mean, I thought it was all roleplay. What's the problem?
For the optics of the scenario, then it's a frankly ridiculous decision, and I will not stop talking about this until they force me to. If you suddenly see my channel disappear in the next couple days, then you know what happened. Now, I was not trying to raise a huge thing about this. I wanted YouTube to act. I didn't want to be the guy who immediately goes to the big YouTuber. It's frankly cringe. But I gave it like over a week.
This whole thing is cringe, bro. You're embarrassing yourself right now.
I am, I know. It's very unfortunate.
And they have decided to maintain their decision, so at this point,
I'm the new Mama Max, it's very unfortunate.
academics, please respond. Anybody who has a YouTube channel of any size that sees this, please ask YouTube why in the they decided to protect the child predators. My video is...
I'll give you that. Maybe that's a little too sensational. Maybe that's a little too far. I mean, but that is I'll give you that maybe I was just a little, because I made this the morning that I saw that and I immediately started working on it. So it's possible that I was, a little heated. I can admit that. That's fine. But I do still think that in this scenario, yes, they did seem to, if they did, according to them, they did a thorough review of this video and everything, and I showed them the proof of these people saying that, make sure you go send reports, repeated reports do work eventually, things like that. And so if they did do this allegedly deep, thorough investigation of my fucking video, then would not they have seen that and been like, oh, yeah, this is clearly a fucking, I don't know. It does kind of feel in this instance, I'm not saying they're operated by sex criminals, I'm not saying YouTube is a hotbed of whatever, I'm just saying, I don't know, it's a little strange. It's a little strange that in this instance, I mean, I don't believe that it's because they're protecting pedophiles. I believe that it's because they think that I think that it's because they think it's optically bad for fucking, like, Pride Month or something. I think that it's timing. I think that the other guy's video didn't get taken down because that was, like, April and his channel was a lot smaller, but mine got more traction, and right when I start being like, hey, can you reinstate this? It's like, probably not, and so I don't know. Maybe that isn't what it is, but they aren't being very clear about what it is. And I will say this, when they told me, when the video got taken down originally, the specific time that was linked was 12 minutes and 47 seconds in. So I thought when I clicked on it, like, okay, child safety violation, maybe was this when I was reading one of those really bad posts? No, it was one of the posts from the admin of the website just talking about, like, life with their family or something, which is inherently creepy because of the site that it is, but it wasn't anything particularly egregious. There was no images of anything on the screen. They gave me an exact timestamp, and yeah, I mean, I don't know what the fuck. That is another element that that kind of stuck in my craw a little bit too, that I didn't understand. And again, at first I did think that it was some sort of just a mistake on YouTube's behalf, and I'm like, it's fine. But when I found out that it was a mass flagging thing from these people that are like, haha, fuck him, it's, well, but haha, fuck you a little bit. I would really prefer you not do that, I mean, I don't know. Again, I'm not suggesting that I acted perfectly in this scenario, not by any stretch, but I did do my best to not be an insane Mama Max attention whore from the outset. I asked YouTube for help, I waited for their response, I tried to make it clear with as much proof as I could on Twitter of like, hey, this is the people that you're like, these are the people that got this video taken down. All the reports you got were from these people, and, yeah, eventually that was, not, eventually they made their decision, and I disagree very strongly with it. I think that it's not helpful. I think that it's, this video generates a conversation that, would be important, I think, for some people to hear, whether it's me or someone else. Again, I don't really give a fuck if it's my, I'd like my video to be back up because they kind of made it personal. Ultimately, when I tag these other fucking channels, I'll give you this too. Maybe I'm not clear enough that that's what I want. I should maybe make that more clear on Twitter, perhaps, but it really isn't about, please make my video more popular. It is about, like, why are these people silencing anyone that tries to talk about them? Why are they trying to silence dissent? And can we get more eyes on this fucking hotbed of weirdos? Can we get it investigated, maybe? Because supposedly it's been reported. Supposedly they've been trying to send fucking police reports about this shit for months. And when you see the stuff that's on there, it's like, well, there's people supposedly talking to children. I don't know what the police would do if they go and, I guess, again, like, specifically contact everybody and they're just like, are you a child? I guess. I mean, I'm not exactly sure of how that would all go, but it just seems like, yeah, I mean, something needs to be done, right? I mean, are they, I don't know. Am I not allowed to be upset? I don't know.
Yeah, they're protecting child predators. Dude, they're protecting kids from your retarded decision-making.
What kids? I mean, you think that kids are not on this... You think that there's some kids that might be real on this website. Let's be clear about that. But you think that there's probably not kids on the Fediverse. Well, there's probably not a lot of fucking kids watching my video either. I mean, I'm specifically telling people not to go there or engage with these people in any way. So, I don't know. I'm doing what I can, right? You know?
Is all that's happening.
It seems like you just don't want me to mention it at all. I don't know what version of the video you would have me make where I don't say the name of the site. I don't show anything that's disgusting that's happening on the site. Like, what was the video supposed to be with my retarded decision making? Like, what was that? What happened? What was wrong about the video? So egregiously wrong that I named the site? Why? How am I going to expose the site if it's not named? I don't get it.
No one's protecting child predators. They're protecting children from you, dude. You put out a video saying, hey, if you're like a kid that's fucked in the head and wants to do something really stupid right now, oh, go to this website. You're literally inviting.
I acknowledge that that's possibly a, you know, that's maybe a negative, you know. Yeah, if you talk, again, if you go on if the news talks about a bank robbery and someone sees that report and says, you know what, I should try robbing a bank, is that really, like, the fault of the people that reported on the situation? Or is that, I can't control everybody, and, like, why is this the fucking crux of every drama on YouTube now, is, like, apparently every YouTuber is supposed to meticulously fucking... Like, what was I supposed to do? Talk to every follower, every thousands of viewers that watch my video, and I'm supposed to go, oh, hey, are you a child? Are you a child? What the fuck? Like, yeah, there's gonna be people that find it, sure. That's an unfortunate negative consequence of, you know, exposing a site. That's, you know, it's a cognito hazard situation. By knowing about it, you've already, like, exposed it. It's already been given attention. So, I don't know.
You're putting a huge spotlight saying, hey, look, this is a great place to go if you're, like, a fucked up person who wants to either hurt kids or is some fucked up kid that's gonna...
This is a weird way of looking at it. Again, I don't think it's entirely wrong. Sure, there's a small chance of something like that happening, but... That's your takeaway, though, is that it's going to be... That's the far more likely... like, you know... that's far more likely than just, you know, people reporting it, you know, people looking at it and maybe learning that they should avoid people that act all fucking, you know, super heckin' pro-contact, rad queer, whatever. Yeah, sure, there's a small possibility that by exposing a thing, it might have a negative, you know, repercussion or whatever, but I don't really think that's... I mean, that's not really the main outcome, is it? I don't know.
Put themselves in that situation.
That's inventing a supposed hypothetical scenario where that happens, and I mean, that's not very likely, is it? It doesn't really seem that likely.
Well, the thing is that pedos already have a site to flock to. Like, I'm sure it's not fucking hard for an adult pedo to find this stuff. I would imagine.
Mm-hmm. I would imagine.
It's probably easier than finding a lot of fucking CSAM content, I would guess, given this shit's on the ClearNet, right?
This site is on the ClearNet, and it links to that stuff too. I mean, right? I mean, there's people on there that are like, hey, follow me on whatever for my cool art about, like, this and that, you know? So, I mean, yeah, it's a hotbed of fucking people that are... It really does sound like I'm just supposed to have not talked about it at all, I guess. I'm getting kind of tired of this. He's just kind of going in circles. He's got, like, 1 point.
He's going to be using...
Well, this is kind of a new point, but, like...
fucking YouTube and shit like that. They're likely to see that
This is a really weird point. I can concede that, I guess, maybe, it just seems like a very small chance. It's a very... I mean, yeah, in a hypothetical scenario where some kid happens to see the video and maybe anything could happen, dude, right?
That URL.
Well, he's saying URL, too, as if it's like... I'm just saying the name of the site. Like, the site name is the URL. I don't know. Again, I can't fathom what version of video he thinks... like, he's against the idea of exposing children, I guess, because Mama Max poisoned the well. Or, exposing children? Yeah, something like that. He's against the idea of exposing pedophiles. Because Mama Max poisoned the well on that super hard. And, you know, like, I don't know what version of the video I could have made that would have been exposing the site and what they're doing and the person that runs the site. It says the name of the person that's running the site. And not, I guess, like, lead people to it. I mean, that is gonna kind of happen. I don't know.
And that's when the situation becomes, like, seriously dangerous. So that's why I want to focus on that aspect of it.
I get
because
that,
you're
yeah.
like introducing this
on that, yeah.
to a whole bunch of new people.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't know what fucking effect that's going to have. But you're just going out there without taking it... We'll get to this, but without even reporting it to the authorities. Like, he has not been in contact with the FBI or anything like that about this, apparently.
I'm just a YouTuber. If I'm like Mama Max, I mean, like, no, I'm not trying to be all fucking... We're gonna do this! I'm not... That's not the point. It's... First of all, you've mischaracterized what the video even is. Because I don't think he recognizes what the video is. I mean... Also, yeah, the person in chat that's had to get banned called Anti-Pedos Seething. Oh, that's a great look. Yeah, I guess, I mean, I'm not happy as an anti-pedophile. Not exactly great couple weeks. Yeah, no, I would agree. I mean, I'm always seething. Yeah, that's just the way I am. But, yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, it seems like it's a very minor possibility, no pun intended. A minor...
Not been in contact with the FBI or anything like that.
But, like, I'm not... It's more about starting the conversation about what is going on there. It's about... If people want to do that, if they want to do that with the information that provided, fine, sure. That's not my prerogative. I'm just delivering the information that, hey, this is a horrible site. Hey, this site is a terrible pile of shit. Discuss. Hey, isn't this horribly disgusting? Discuss.
About this, apparently. You're putting this thing out that... To fuck knows who? To fuck knows who? And then what happens? Yeah, okay, I'll pull this up quick.
Then what happens is they mass flagged me and the video got taken down.
Yeah, I'll pull up my tweet.
Once again, the video was totally fine until like moments after, because those posts are timestamped too. The ones where they're like, hey, the video let's make sure we report the video, blah, blah, blah. Those posts are timestamped and it's like, right around the time the video gets taken down, right? So, like, I mean, I don't know. It kind of seems like one thing leads to the other a little bit.
Do this. Oh, I'm on stop. Currently have a full...
Mama Max meltdown after YouTube gave him a child safety strike for a video in which he prominently featured the URL of a site promoting and soliciting group. He seems to admit he hasn't even reported the site to... That's not the point. I mean, it should be reported. That's not my job. I'm not the cops. I'm not the, like, what? If people want to do that, great, sure. I'm just talking about, it's like a journalistic fucking thing. It's like, this is a site that's out there. You should be aware of it. You should not, you know, I mean, it's worrying to see stuff like that because it's very clear that they're trying to... It goes beyond just the website. It's clear. I mean, it's like, it's emblematic of the whole situation. Of this push to, I guess, normalize this shit. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's multiple conversations to be had there. There's also now the element of this false flagging thing. There's a lot. There's also the talk about, like, okay, yeah, most of what's on the site, admittedly, is role-playing and shit, and it's just people pretending to be, like, haha, you know, like, what was the one? It was, like, two people, oh, don't be gentle with her, we can make another one, that kind of thing. Yeah, that's just roleplay, right? It's like, you can't really arrest people for that sort of thing. I understand that. But also, the document has been reported a bunch. Why would I? First of all, I'm not American. The person that runs the site is American. So it's like it would be an international thing. Yeah. But the person that made the document says that the site has been reported, like, countless times since, like, November at least. So all I'm trying to do is get eyes on the thing. If your problem literally just is that I am trying to expose the site, I mean, but, like, that's I guess your version of it is I'm advertising it, but no, I mean, I guess that's a difference of perspective, right? I'm exposing the fact that it exists. I censored all the minors' names. I censored anything that needed censoring, except the name of the fucking site, because how else am I supposed to talk about it? I get that you want to have another Mama Max thing that gets you some, like, you know, some attention. And there you go, I'm giving it to you. Enjoy. But it's not really... It's not the same scenario, and I don't know, like, you seem to be able to... This is the thing that seems dishonest about what you're doing, is it seems to be that you can recognize the elements of this that are similar to Mama Max, which, sure, there are some. You're not able to seemingly recognize, or you're ignoring all of the parts that are very different from Mama Max. I mean, and I'm not saying that I did everything right here, but, like, you are seemingly just... Yeah, it seems like you're just exclusively focusing on the stuff that happens to be able to spin this in a way that makes me look bad. Which, I mean, is cool for you, I suppose. But... No, I mean, there's a lot of... It's pretty clear. I mean, this is just a very confusing situation for me. I don't know. This is... Because I've never really had somebody do this, like, epic, cool takedown stream of me. And, you know, I'm trying to... There's certainly some... There's some arguments he's made that are valid. Absolutely. I think I have maybe been a little overdramatic about it. Sure. I'm also... I was acting in it, heatedly, whatever. Probably, I could have maybe been a little more tactical about things, sure. Or maybe could make it more clear that I'm not suggesting that YouTube is fully protecting pedophiles. That's not really my point. But it's, I don't know, man. I'm trying to find there's a couple of arguments. Like, again, I saw the Nick Diorio tweet. He's like, he's making some arguments about why he's annoyed. There are some that are fine. Yeah, sure. There's a couple that I'm able to say, yeah, maybe I've been a little overzealous on Twitter. Yeah, that's fair. And sure. But I just don't think that saying the name of the site to expose the site and get people talking about it and get eyes on it, and maybe get more reports sent to it, and maybe get, something going on here is not... You seem to be focusing on the possibility that someone might be a victim because of the video. I'm focusing more on the fact that I think that it might at least spread awareness to fucking avoid this, stop making this fucking rhetoric seem like it's acceptable. Stop running interference for it. People that see that and they just go, oh, it's transphobic. You can't, he just hates us. He's a bigot, blah, 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 whenever somebody talks about it. So there's a lot of stuff in that video it's not all one thing. Mama Max's thing, because that's what you're doing. You're trying, if you view this as a Mama Max meltdown, and you spin it that way, then yeah, I guess it sounds that way, I suppose, but if you actually watch the video and you have a brain cell, just even one, you'll probably be able to tell, you know, you'll probably be able to tell, like, that it's not just about just the site. The site is center to the thing, but it's about the conversation that surrounds the site. It's about, you know, the type of rhetoric used on the site and how similar it is to certain other types of rhetoric that are often seen. And I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like a difference of opinion. It's fine if you think I'm, like, lying. I don't really care. Again, you don't have to like me, whatever. I think we're almost done with this, though. We're approaching next trash. Don't worry.
So this is what
I think it's around the hour mark. He kind of backs off. So right, he goes through the tweet here. Maybe you should contact the FBI. Maybe they will do something about that website. I mean, again, people have. I've spoken with the person that made the doc, or one of them, who said that they have been reporting, multiple people have been reporting that site for months. So, what was it going to help if I did? Like, what? The only thing that I have that can do anything is bring more views and bring more fucking, like, attention to this horrible website filled with awful people. That's the only thing I can really do. My FBI report is not really going to have any more weight than any of the other ones that have been sent and apparently have done, you know, nothing has happened about it. Allegedly, the person that's, like, the webmaster, not the admin of the instance, but, like, the webmaster of the thing, apparently is pretty shady about removing content. You know, like, if you come to him and you're like, hey, there's illegal stuff on this site, and he'll go like, I question how you found this. But okay, I'll try to remove it. Like, it seems as though potentially the webmaster of the site is also, you know, doing some, there's like legal loophole shit going on. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. Would it have been good if I also reported it? I suppose. I guess it couldn't have hurt. I don't think it would have done a whole lot of fucking difference. Like, me making a report. What matters is a bunch of people making a report. What matters is tons of people seeing the video or other people's video about the topic and making reports about the website. That's what will get it done. You know what I'm gonna do? What I'm gonna do after the stream? I'm gonna make another series of tweets, and I'm gonna try to be a little more clear. I'm gonna be like, I don't care if it's like the video being reinstated thing is somewhat a personal thing, somewhat like I'm just pissed off because they took my thing down, but also like it's a thing about like mass flagging, false flagging. It's whatever this guy wants to say. It's pretty clear that that's what happened. Apparently, it's cringe to point out that mass flagging happens when you clearly see people like admitting to doing it. I think He's done with watching my update video, by the way, so he's going to miss the part where I say that there's a pattern of YouTube doing this sort of thing. When I talk about YouTube protecting predators or whatever, again, it's not like they're fucking secretly working with the pedos. No, it's that they think that in some way that calling them out is somehow like not acceptable content on YouTube, and that's the problem. Because it's like, where else am I going to put it? People are like, oh, you should put it on an alt-text site like Rumble. Oh, yeah. Yeah, all the fucking change in the world is going to happen when I put it on Rumble. That's really going to make all the difference, yeah. No, it's YouTube or nothing, pretty much. I mean, it's YouTube or nothing. It's YouTube or nothing. I guess I could... And, like, the thing is now is, I mean, maybe I'll do it. You know what? Maybe I'll try re-editing the video and just re-uploading it. They will mass flag it again, and if they do, I guess then I'm proven right? Like, I can... Yeah, maybe I'll take down the video, I'll be like... Or I'll remove... I'll take down the... I don't know, the name, I guess? I guess? Like, he wants people to contact the FBI and report it, but he doesn't want the name to be said by people. So, I don't get it. Do we want the site taken down or don't we? Am I supposed to report it, or is it, like, cringe for people to know the name of the site? Is that bad? Because that's the idea, is that they find it, and then maybe a lot of people report it. And I alone can't do much. Yeah, even though I have a tremendous penis. I alone cannot do much. But the weight of several fucking people that watch the video and pour in and decide to start reporting it to the FBI. That's where it, like, really starts to come in play. And so he jumps here. I'm doing to him what he did to me, because he, you know, I could go through the whole segment here, but I'm just getting a little tired of this. I have a very funny next video that I want to watch that's also going to be kind of adjacent silly drama. Not related to me, but just I think it's going to be funny. It's a video about Kiwi Farms that's been making the rounds, and it does not look like people have been appreciating it. But I'm going to skip around in his stream a little bit, because he did that to me. He skipped past my video here, and I don't think... Does he continue? Oh, he does. He does. He keeps watching it. Okay. Never mind, actually, because I do know... Oh, he does! He gets all the way to the end! Good for him! Okay, I take it back. He does seem to get all the way to the end. I remember when I came in, it was during... It was when he started looking at my stream. Yeah, it's like in 20 minutes or so, he starts looking at my stream where I was like... like a couple of days after the strike or something, and I was like reacting live, and I was just pissed off. Yeah, I mean, I want to see what he says here. So there's the copyright school thing. I want to see... Let me see here. Okay, so I want to see what he says about the Illymation think before you sleep thing.
Lagging videos. Sniper Wolf was their first, you know, precedent.
This is a mistake I made. I put this in here, and only when I uploaded it did I realize, oh, fuck, yeah, the Sniper Wolf thing wasn't, like, mass flagging. That was, like, well, that was even worse, really, what she did. Was worse than, like, mass flagging him. She just, like, showed up to his house to intimidate him. This is a mistake for me to include this one. That's, I realized when it was premiering, I was like, no, that's not the same thing. That's wrong.
But
it is another thing where YouTube didn't make the right call. This is my problem, too, is he seems to expect me to just lay down and take it when YouTube makes a very bad call. It's like, well, YouTube does this all the time, dude. YouTube did this with Jack's Films. YouTube barely fucking did anything about Sniper Wolf doxing his house and to millions of Instagram people. He had to, like, leave. He had to, like, move his fucking entire fucking premises. You know? And YouTube doesn't seem... They gave her, like, a slap on the wrist. She was, like, demonetized for a week or something. It was ridiculous. They do this kind of thing all the time. And they also... well, they did it briefly with Think Before You Sleep, but then when he did what I'm trying to do here and made some fucking noise about it, they brought it back. He probably had the same situation where his video got taken down by mass flagging by a bunch of fucking people. It didn't deserve it because cyberbullying was not a thing that happened in that fucking video, and that's what they apparently took down his video for. So he probably appealed it, got it rejected, and then made a fucking noise about it, and now it's back on YouTube. Now it's back on YouTube. They reinstated that one because he did this. YouTube has, and I say this in the video, YouTube has essentially inculcated a system where the only way to actually get these kinds of horrible mistake rulings overturned is to make a fuss about it on Twitter. Because they do this all the time. You can call it Mama Maxing, but it's not Mama Maxing to me because I'm more focused on all of the other scenarios where there's been people that have randomly had their videos taken down. Child predator, whatever the video is. And it'll be a copyright thing, or it'll be this thing with Jack's Films. And YouTube just either does nothing, or they fucking just, you know, they make the wrong call. And that's a very common thing for them. So this sort of bootlicker idea of I have to just, like, lay down and take it when YouTube makes a fucked up wrong decision. No, I'm sorry. I don't agree. I mean, I'm perhaps have been overzealous in how I portrayed the scenario, but it did feel to me at the time that YouTube in that scenario, when I present them information that the predators are the ones, the people on that site are the ones that flagged the video and got it taken down, it kind of seems like they sided with them. It seems like if they are claiming to have done a thorough review and looked at all of the evidence, then it seems like they've decided, yes, these people have reported him, but we agree with them. These people that are child molesters or whatever, we agree with them that the video should be taken down. However you want to cut it, if you think it's right that they have sided with them, that seems to be what happened. If they're claiming that they made a thorough... And I don't think that it's because they're pedotube. I think I did retweet somebody that was saying that, but that was just funny. you could maybe, I don't know. I don't think that they're like Mama Max was operating from this idea that that YouTube was protecting pedophiles because they're secretly, I don't know, in bed with them or something. He had this whole weird ARG fucking like fiction world where the predators were running the fucking whatever. I don't know. It seems pretty different to me. I mean, this reaction isn't just because of the child thing, it's because of everything else.
And now this, I guess, is another one. Yeah, so I mean, there's so many ways that you can slice this fucking thing. You can look at it as...
No, there's one way, and it's you're a complete fucking dipshit moron grifter. Honestly,
That's the one way you can slice it, apparently.
I hesitate to call him a moron, because I can't believe that he believes this. I just cannot.
Well, I can't believe that you're unironically acting like saying the name of a website is a criminal offense or something, dude. I mean, yeah, this is why I'm not debating you on stream, because this would be pointless. Because it sounds like we both can't believe the other person is actually this fucking stupid, and the difference is you're demonstrating your stupidity pretty fucking readily. You've made a ton of arguments in this stream that make no sense, that contradict other things that you've said. You seem to be willing to acknowledge that there are probably some kids on that site, but apparently it's still a problem for me to mention it. You think that I'm supposed to report it and it's horrible and that's fair, but apparently trying to spread the news about it so that people do talk about it and report it is wrong. I mean, this is just backwards logic. I mean, I see that. I guess I guess it's there's been some good points, but a lot of this is just kind of nonsense.
There is no way anyone is this dumb.
You know,
I agree.
Weirdos infiltrating the LGBT. You can look at it as weirdos trying to fucking groom your kids.
He also cut me off here where I was. Well,
you can look at
pause,
it as
Andy.
YouTube deciding that it's okay to remove a video for completely erroneous reasons. YouTube also kind of sided with the whole Illymation mass flagging thing against that Think Before You Sleep.
I'm pretty sure there was a specific reason why that was taken down too, no?
No, there wasn't, because she said on Tumblr that it was cyberbullying, and so they took it down. It wasn't cyberbullying. I've seen the video. It was misrepresenting her, and it was stupid, and it was kind of a dumb asshole video, and he was being kind of a retard, but that wasn't cyberbullying. He was even complimenting her and saying she's attractive, she just maybe doesn't dress that well, which could be viewed maybe as rude, but it's not cyberbullying. So no, there was no reason for this one to be taken down. The guy's video was terrible, and you can think my video was stupid and terrible or whatever, but no, I would say in this, especially in this scenario, maybe mine is uncomfortable or whatever for fucking YouTube to have. Alright. This one, no, I don't like this video very much, but this is not a scenario. They should not have kept this video. And they did reinstate the video.
Wasn't there a specific reason to do like doxing or something? There was like a specific...
Oh my god, why don't you learn things? How about you involve yourself in the drama sphere, drama channel? How about you learn about these things? Oh, was it doxing? Yeah, it was almost like you're doing. It was the same retard-ass argument that Noah Samson made, that apparently the, like, 1% of fucking people that might see the video, the nano percentage of people that might see it and decide to be an asshole or decide whatever, some crazy guy that watches the video, apparently that's my responsibility or something. Apparently. That's what Noah Samson said about this guy. That he didn't dox anyone, but apparently the people in the comments were mean. I think Soy Jack doxed this woman, and they just, like, pinned it on Think Before You Sleep because they were probably trying to be epic funny, you know? So, no, why don't you inform yourself?
Violation of one of those videos?
She didn't get doxed by his community. Well, okay, doxed by his community, though, what does that mean? One guy that watches her? Some rando that decides to take credit for it. Like, it's a very bad argument. It's like the thing about the RP thing, where it's like, okay, so I guess I shouldn't take it seriously when I, like, where do you draw the line on that? The Christchurch shooting, is that PewDiePie's fault? No, probably not. I mean, is it the internet's fault? Is it Al Gore's fault? How far up the fucking pipeline does this go? His community, okay. Sure. what type of person was that person in his community? Are they part of a sub-community? I mean, I don't know. It's a very weird argument, his community doxed her. No, some people did, and they said that they liked his channel, and that seemed like it was probably done. If you've been on the internet for a few years, it looks pretty well like it was done for, you know, like, our guy kind of thing, like they wanted to stir the pot. That's what it looks like. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, probably there was some people in his audience that are fucking crazy, sure. You know, sure. But he didn't make that, like, he didn't suggest that anyone dox her. He didn't hint that in any way. You know, the way this guy hinted that I'm a pedophile and a grifter. He didn't hint that in any way. He just made a video criticizing her fucking cartoon.
Too, and I mean, you could argue maybe there was some weird stuff that he said in that video, but apparently they were flagging it for cyberbullying, which is just really not the case in that video. YouTube did reinstate that one eventually, probably because they got publicly humiliated enough, which I guess is just the
It's nothing to do with dude.
only way to actually,
Good response.
like, effect any change on YouTube is to just, like, make enough of a commotion that they eventually...
I'm pretty sure there was some reason that the video was initially taken down. There was some violation.
I'm pretty sure, are you?
It may be that it was changed or that they rescinded it.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm pretty sure there was something that was more substantive than just being a little bit mean.
No, it wasn't. You don't know what you're talking about. I did a whole stream about this. She didn't watch the video. A friend of hers told her that the video was cyberbullying her. So she told everybody on her Tumblr to go and harass the guy. Well, okay, not harass. To go and send reports to the guy. In fact, she specified, don't say anything to him. Just try to mass flag his channel and get the video taken down. But don't say anything to him. We wouldn't want to hurt his feelings with mean words. That's what happened. She did that on her Tumblr. It was a small Tumblr. You could argue that it wasn't a huge thing because it was just a few, like, 1,000 or a couple hundred people or whatever that followed her on the Tumblr. But yeah, she told her community on there. You're talking about Think Before You Sleep's community doxed Illymation. Well, no, Illymation literally told her community to mass flag Think Before You Sleep. There's your little lesson about that whole drama. I gotta stop saying scenario. I don't know why I'm a fucking this is like a new one for me. I've noticed in the last like few weeks. I'm like I keep saying the word scenario. I just keep like dropping that into. I don't know why.
Before you sleep.
Okay, he's looking it up. Okay.
Right.
Right. Cool stream, dude.
is to be a bit...
Did you see the problem here?
This...
They reinstate... Yeah.
So he goes silent for like a minute.
YouTube removed it for cyberbullying and then reinstated it. Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't in the video. So yeah, that's why they reinstated it, obviously.
What do you mean? What? YouTube removed it for cyberbullying and then reinstated it. Right. Yeah. So in my situation, YouTube would have removed my video for child safety and then reinstated it, hypothetically. What are you saying? Is this just dead air?
She did get doxxed.
Uh-huh, okay.
So YouTube removed it for cyberbullying.
But he didn't send anybody to dox her, though. He didn't.
Reinstated it. Yeah, okay.
I'm sure the people in chat are like, why is he getting so hung up on the... Because for whatever reason, the Illymation to Think Before You Sleep thing just pisses me off. Especially Noah Samson's weird response, which is basically this guy's response to me also. So, I mean, it's a whole fucking cascading... It
wasn't in the video. So yeah, that's why they reinstated.
I don't know why that one makes me mauled so much. That one drama, it's like so annoying to... I think it's because I hate both of the videos. Like, her fat acceptance video was... like terrible and whiny, and then his video about it was just stupid and misrepresenting her. It wasn't cyberbullying though, and he didn't tell anyone to dox her, so it was it was another incorrect call by YouTube, essentially. He's basically like he's he's going live and explaining going through the thought process of what I'm talking about. Yeah, YouTube fucks up sometimes. And he also pause-andied me right when I was explaining. I forget which video it even was, but it was like a year or two ago. Mudahar made this video where I guess a video of his got taken down or something, and he made the joke, sort of the joke, but you know, it always kind of stuck with me, where he said, like, YouTube has a humiliation fetish. And if you try to get your videos, like, if you try to get any support on the website, you try to go through their chat bot, you try to DM them, nothing will happen. And the only way that you actually get any fucking thing done is by adding a bunch of big YouTubers so that people notice what's happening. That's the way it is. That's the way it always is. And I wanted to avoid that as long as possible, but, you know, that is ultimately the solution. That's the way people do things on YouTube, because they've made it that way. Because when they fuck up, the only option is to publicly shame them for their terrible decision until they go, oh, right, that was a bad choice, sorry. That's the way YouTube seems to want things to be. It's been like this for years.
Obviously.
Anyway, think before you sleep.
They didn't reinstate yours because it did have an actual violation in the video.
Well, this is such a bad argument, man. They reinstated his because he got some eyes on it and it became a thing, and then they saw it and recognized that it didn't have anything wrong with the video. That's what I'm trying to do now. You know, this would be like in that situation just going, well, they're not going to bring the video back because it had illegal content in it. They took it down for a reason, right? YouTube only ever does things that are right and just, and everything YouTube does is correct. Come on, dude. Like, I know your channel is like small, whatever. Maybe you're kind of new. This will happen to you. Give it some time. You will be cynicized by the YouTube machine. And you will have videos from years ago removed because some guy eventually found out that you were making fun of him drinking his own piss and decided, you know what? I think I own the copyright to this entire video now. And my only recourse in that situation usually is to sue them, you know, or something like that. YouTube's got a lot of fucking problems. And they always have, whether it's terms and services guideline shit that is constantly changing and shifting, by the way, or it's copyright shit. You know, no shortage of times when YouTube has made the wrong decision to look at this and just say, well, but this time it was the right one, though. I don't know, dude. You could probably argue that all of the other situations where something like this has happened, like Dark Viper AU taking down fucking Chud Logic's video talking about him, where he's mostly just talking about him, and it's like 3 times longer than the guy's original video. Yeah, fucking bullshit. I don't know. This just keeps happening. Why would you act like YouTube never makes any mistakes in their decision making? No, I'm sorry. I don't believe that's. Again, the big crime that I committed in this video that he's saying I shouldn't have made this video, it's horrible, they took it down for a reason, is saying the name of the site that I'm exposing. I don't agree, dude. I'm sorry. That's stupid. Almost done.
See the problem here?
No.
This is what they've forced people to have to do, is to be a big asshole about it and be the attention seeker. They've literally...
Yay! Dogs Eating Dogs 6 is now mainstream internet drama! Oh, yeah, I love to see, you love to see it. You just love to see it.
Seriously, are you normal? This is an extreme, mega killer rant. No story, no motive, no reason, and no background check. I'm about to say some super harsh things.
Slurs!
He created a system where Mama Maxes have to exist because you can't get any other change.
Yo, SOK has a new video? Oh, dude. Dude, perfect timing, because we're almost done with this. Perfect timing.
Affected in any other fashion. Like,
there's a new... What is it? What is it? It's not the Skibbity toilet video, is it?
Yes, you can. You can appeal.
pensions.
I did appeal. That's the point, dumbass. They rejected the appeal in 2 minutes. Of course it wasn't a real fucking appeal. The appeal is a lie. The appeal is bullshit. It's not real. They don't do anything. You appeal it, and then you just hope and pray, and then, okay, that's not true. Actually, it's usually a lie. I did have the one time a couple years ago. I had the urine therapy video again, and that one got taken down for, like, age. It was, like, inappropriate content or something. And I appealed it, and that one actually did. They took the time. They took, like, a day, or it was, like, an hour or two, I think, actually. And they did actually reinstate. That one was only, like, a 20-minute video. You know, so it was like, okay, they probably actually watched the video. And I explained myself. I was like, this video, you know, is trying to explain... This video is trying to expose the urine therapy community as a bunch of fucking weirdos who are trying to grift families into, you know, making their dying loved ones drink piss at the end of their life, and that's going to heal them or something. And YouTube, apparently, you know, they actually listened to that one. It just seems that a lot of the time the appeal system is kind of bullshit, because I have also had other scenarios. God, I used the word again. God damn it. I've had other situations. That's just the replacement word. I don't know if that's better. Where YouTube has taken something down, and it's been the same thing. And I've heard it from countless other fucking people where they allegedly, you know, you appeal it, and they supposedly look at it, and they will reject the appeal of, like, an hour-long video in about 3 minutes, you know? And it's like, acting like, oh, but you appealed it, so what's the problem? No, dude, that's not, come on.
They've literally...
That's just dishonest. It just comes across as dishonest.
Created a system where...
Like, this is what I'm saying, is we both have come to a place where we think that the other person is just being dishonest. I don't think you can be so dumb as to act like YouTube is always infallible and never makes a wrong call. And you apparently think I can't be so dumb as to expose the name of the website I'm exposing. I don't know. I mean, again, you've got some good points here. I don't want to be completely a dickhead. You've got some. There's been some. I agree that I've been a little overzealous with things, and, you know, frankly, I'm going to make a tweet after the stream. I'm going to be like, hey, just gonna say this, you know, I want to make it clear YouTube's probably not, like, I want to, you know, put it into words, basically what I'm saying now, that this is more of, like, a recurring pattern of types of behavior that YouTube does in regards to moderation and videos being removed. Yeah, I think that I could maybe make that clear. I think I don't really want to go with this narrative that they're protecting pedophiles. I do think in this scenario, God damn it! In this instance, I do believe that they did, specifically side with the people that took down my video, which happened to be mass flagging predators. I still kind of think the video title is correct, you know, but, like, yeah, I agree that I've probably been a little overzealous, a little bit overly heated and dramatic about it. That's fair. That's a fair critique. It's just that a lot of this comes across as I shouldn't have spoken about the site, and it's like, again, it's like a cognito hazard. It's like I am in danger by even, the problem is that I've even acknowledged that it exists is the issue. I mean, it's just a fundamental disagreement where you seem to think that that's inherently a bad thing, and I seem to think that hopefully, I have, like, a more hopeful, positive outlook of hopefully this will draw, like, more reports to the fucking thing, right? So, I mean, it is kind of just a difference of opinion, really.
Maxes have to exist because you can't get any other change effected in any other fashion by, you know, appealing the fucking video decision, by asking them on Twitter. They just won't do anything most of the time.
They aren't doing anything. Yeah, because most of the content they remove is content they actually want removed.
That's such a fucking... You're such a bootlicker. I hate to sound like the other guy, but dude... Fascist bootlicker, very far-right YouTuber. Dude, that's not true, and you know that. You know that. There's hundreds of examples of people getting videos taken down by Quantum TV, by whoever, and whatever person, Keffels, whoever doesn't want you talking about them on the internet. You're just being dishonest, acting like, oh, YouTube only gets rid of videos that are offending. No, dude, that's not true. It's fair if you think that my video is offending. That's an opinion you can have. You're allowed to think that. I disagree, and I feel that YouTube has made a very bad decision here.
Yeah, no shit. And they've got a very good reason to want your content removed that I think many people would agree with.
Overwhelmingly, most people do not agree. No.
Video decision by asking them on Twitter. They just won't do anything most of the time. In my entire
Overwhelmingly, most people are not agreeing with this decision. I don't know what he means. Most people would agree with. Most people who watch the video are disgusted by that site and want it to be exposed, you know? It's a very small minority. Again, he's kind of backing me into the corner where I have to do the other Mama Max thing, where it's like, yeah, I mean, the only people that are, you know, like, against this video being up so far are you and the pedophiles on that site. That's all I'm saying. I'm not making any connections, but it's weird.
On YouTube, I've had one scenario where they actually reinstated a video after...
I hate, by the way, that he's not signed in, and he's getting, apparently, recommended on my video a critical drinker upload. That's unfortunate.
Taking it down for being, I don't know, too NSFW or something. And then, like, 3 months later, it got falsely copyright struck anyway. So...
Oh, simpleton. Okay, I guess we'll just skip to this bit, alright? We'll go through some of the tweets as we're going through this video, alright? Okay, guys, I've got to show you this, alright? So,
9 cents.
Pedophiles on the site. YouTube's seen proof of this. It's moist critical.
Yeah, apparently he doesn't like critical or something. By the way, apparently some people... I saw briefly his chat yesterday. Someone was upset that I've got a lot of pushback because I said one single tweet. I made one tweet saying, you know, I've been watching Shoe on Head again lately. That's it. That's what I said. Apparently that's the problem. But again, I guess this guy does... He's something of a Mr. Girl simp to some extent, so maybe that makes sense.
So Chud, Turkey Tom, Mutaha, and Charlie.
Right. Okay. I mean, I think
pick a side.
I didn't say pick a side, though. I mean, it's not really... I don't know. He watches the rest of the video, and, yeah, here's Mama Max. And this is what I said. Mama Max, like, don't let the fact that Mama Max was a fucking bullshit grift artist make it, you know, poison the well for anybody that's ever talking about this kind of stuff on the internet, because it is happening. And people are going to try to expose it, and not fucking everybody is Mama Max. You can watch, you can see, like, this is too, like, apparently I'm Mama Max. Everything Mama Max did was false and was fake, and his whole thing was an empire of lies, and all of his videos were bullshit. Supposedly, the problem here is that I linked to this site, right? So, inherently that means that the site is real, and that, you know, it's automatically a completely different situation than Mama Max. I mean, you could say my response is similar. Yeah, there's overlaps there. There's some things that don't overlap, too, but you've kind of ignored a lot of that. No, I mean, there's a lot of people that have been doing content like this for a long time that aren't Mama Max, too. I mean, I don't know. And I was one of the first people that was critical of Mama Max. I mean, again, I made a whole fucking stream, a whole edit, you know, big popular video that I made like 6 months ago talking about Mama Max and the God cult and how insane it was and how all of his shit was, you know, yeah, like I did like fucking a bunch of Mama Max streams. It's not like I'm unaware of, like, and that's why I bring it up. It's like people seem to think, oh, he brought it. He's mentioning Mama Max. How you know, of course he wants us to think of it. No, I mean, I talked about Mama Max. Of course I'm going to mention it. It would be extremely ridiculous for me to not mention Mama Max in a scenario like this. God damn it! I said it again. Holy shit! What's wrong with me? Come on. In a moment. That's similar to Mama Max, for a lot of reasons. Yeah, with pedophiles and videos being removed and everything, there's inherently an overlap there. I think it would be very silly for me to not at least mention that You're right. I don't know. Maybe I'm lampshading it. I don't know.
And then Mama Max kind of imploded. Let's not let Mama Max, as stupid as he is, sour us on the reality that YouTube is significantly worse. Yeah, so YouTube, pretty fucking stupid. I hope you...
No, not at all. Not at all. YouTube is way, way smarter than you, bro.
Okay. Again, YouTube has done nothing wrong. Nothing YouTube does is wrong. Let's see him Let's see him watch me play bass. This looks cool.
But
Yeah, this comment. Don't pay attention to the... Oh yeah, you're the one that super chatted me earlier too, and I do appreciate you being civil in the super chat. You asked me a reasonable question, and I answered and I appreciate that. But this is dickish, though. I mean, yeah, of course I am showing you the similarities. I talked about Mama Max, dumbass. Of course I'm showing you the similarities. Why would I not mention that there's similarities to Of course I am gonna bring that up.
you sort of see what I mean.
What
This
do
is
you
why
mean?
I say he's a mouth breather.
Oh, I'm a mouth breather.
You sort of see what I mean.
Here I am perfectly playing a Beatles song on bass with one hand, and I'm a mouth breather. Okay, good. Okay, good.
I'll leave
That's
it
cool.
here, but you...
Oh, you don't want to play the song? Come on. It's a nice Beatles song. It's my favorite. It's the best. You know, it's fair to say I don't have a chin, though. I mean, look at this fucking shit. What is going on here? This angle is not working for me. This chin, yeah. The no chin, I mean, I do, but, like, this, I can see why you'd say that. This, look at this fucking face. This is a terrible chin, yeah. Like, the jawline. I really need one of those masculine women video game jawlines. I need a Mark Kern lady jawline. I need a Joanna Dark, Perfect Dark reboot jawline. It's not happening for me. It's unfortunate. Come on, play the song. Oh, at least play one of the other ones that's not copyrighted. Oh. Okay. Right. Shoe on head. Again, I said something once about shoe on head, so that's bad. Anyways, he starts watching my stream from like a week or two ago. I think this is when I jumped in. This was from like 9 days ago. It was, yeah, at one point he calls me, this is weird, too, where is it? Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. No, not happening. There's a part here where he calls me a hypocrite for talking about IPOS. I swear to God, I'm defaulting to wanting to call him insane piece of shit now. It's actually it's overtaken me calling him In Praise of Shadows. That's his real name, but insane piece of shit actually just kind of rolls off the tongue better a little bit. Even better than IPOS. It really goes out there good. I guess I'm a hypocrite for talking about that situation. I don't know. But I think I'm good here. You know, again, it's fine if... Queeman, I don't know if you're still in chat. It's fine if you disagree with me. I disagree with a lot of what you said. And I think it's okay. I think it's okay that two people disagree. That's fine. You are entitled to your opinion, and that's okay. I do think that you've misrepresented me somewhat. But, you know, hey, whatever. You know, there was a comment I said last night in my Discord. I was like, it kind of almost... He's calling me a grifter. It almost sounds borderline slanderous, but I'm not a gigantic F slur, so I'm not gonna probably... I don't know, man. Whatever. It's fine. Yeah, I'm a grifter. I'm a shifter. I'm a big time snifter. Yeah. So that's the little drama there. I appreciate people popping in for that. We're gonna be doing nonsense now. We're gonna be doing trash. I guess I gotta see if Super Origami Kingdom. I gotta see if they apparently had a video premiering. Yo! Dude. Okay. Dude. How old? Okay, we're like a few minutes late. That's all right. We're a couple minutes into it. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. I guess I should. Well, I guess I should do some super chats. I'll knock these super chats out. Before we get into the meat of the garbage, the good quality, the quality beans. So yeah, There is a video I wanted to look at in a little bit too that is I mentioned it's like a takedown piece on kiwi farms. It's pretty. I only saw a little, but it does not look like it's being received particularly well. You know, Kiwi Farms, not a perfect website, but I wonder what they'll say in the video. It might be kind of funny. T minus how long until transphobia is brought up? It's not all those dead people that Kiwi Farms murdered. That's gonna come up too. You know, we're gonna keep it simple and keep it safe, keep it secret, keep it safe. Little Persona music, that's fine. So 2 months membership from Lo-Fi Sentai, finally playing the Yakuza series based on how you and others talk about it. I'm halfway through Kiwami 2 and I'm loving them all so far. Hype for the show. Yes, I'm looking forward to the show. I think it's going to be pretty good. It looks promising at this stage of the game. Yeah, no, Tylenol, thank you. That is the video that is... You spoiled it. Thank you so much. Fuck you. You spoiled it. They are talking about Skibidi Toilet. It's very exciting. This is a long anticipated video. Let me see here. $2. Yeah, no, the TV show looks pretty good. It looks promising. The director seems like he knows what he's doing. The actor was in Kamen Rider before and apparently has a gigantic penis. I'm hoping for the best. It's Japanese language. It's not going to be some weird Hollywoodization of Yakuza, so that's probably for the fucking best. $2 from HG Cartoons. Grift me, daddy. Ooh woo. Another thing is the Grifter. It's like Grifter is like for money, right? I'm very open about just give me money. It's not. I mean, I guess if you don't like pedophiles, that's a part. It's not necessarily going to go to stopping pedophiles. Just give me money. I appreciate it. I'm not trying to obfuscate it at all. I would like to buy more Hamburger Helper to eat. I think this would be a nice thing. £5 from Sparrow. Oh, okay, sure. See? Thank you. That's the grift. Yeah, it's the honesty, please give me money grift. It's e-begging, is what it is. $2 from Ed Boy. It's all I have, sir. Please don't grift me anymore. All right, I'll let you off easy this time. $5 from Emily Elizabeth. I'm from down under. So late night stream for me. Slay. Well, I plan to slay. We're pretty girl bossing right now. $5 from Tungsten. Here you go, Grift King. Hell yeah. $2 from Drastic Badger. Good morning, Claw. Good morning, Chrono. $10 from Oni. Was gonna use this for SSG's Patreon, but if you... I forgot he has a Patreon. Wow. Yeah, that guy is collecting revenue off of his... his rareware videos. Okay. That's awesome. Let me see here. $2 from HG McCartoons. I am deeply sorry for my previous super chat. What was the previous super chat? Grift me, daddy, ooh woo. Right. Yeah, no, I don't. That just kind of washes over me at this point, but thanks for reminding me that should have pissed me off. Yeah, thank you for apologizing. $5 from Clint Ficus. I listened to a clip comp of the Synthetic Man God of War. The Sangi would definitely rise if you decide to cover it. Can't escape the nonsense. Well, I know that he, defends Loli or something. Oh, yeah, we missed the whole Mr. Girl part, by the way. I don't know. Watch his video if you want. There's a part at the end where he brings up Mr. Girl and he says he has good family values or something. I'm good. We're moving along. We're too far into this now. It's fine. You're allowed to like Mr. Girl. I'm allowed to say that's cringe. Whatever. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misrepresenting you now. Maybe you totally don't like it. You're just taking out a I just heard some people say that's what they heard you say. I don't know if that's true, but yeah. Let me see here. Can't escape the nonsense. Yeah, no, apparently he, it was like, speaking of nonsense and Loli, Mr. Girl. No, yeah, he apparently brings up LoliCon in the Tears of the Kingdom video I'm gonna watch it with Bane and Tristan. Cause I felt bad. I started the Synthetic Man stream and I was just like, oh yeah, I guess I did say I was gonna do this stream with Bane and Tristan and now I'm just not, so... that was unfortunate. But yeah, we got some more stuff we can look at. God of War. I'd like to see it with Gabe as well. He doesn't know anything about the guy, but yeah, he loves God of War. So, $5 from Car. Boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I watch Claw streams on company time. I don't know if that's a song I should have been singing along with, but thank you. Yes, you know, a lot of people apparently do watch me at work, and it's like, I'm glad that you have a job that allows you to do that. Just don't let the headphones pop out. $2 from Simpleton. What sets you apart from Mama Max? Lots of things. I mean, again, the fact that the video itself is not fake, right? That's the main thing. I mean, I kind of focus on that, but also I did try to handle things differently. I tried to go about things in the appropriate way, and my last recourse was what I have seen other people do countless times, not Mama Max, but plenty, well, him too, but plenty of other people. And Mudahar, one of the biggest YouTubers on the site, has basically endorsed this type of behavior and saying, yeah, if YouTube fucks up and they take down your video and I mean, at least I feel that it was not for the right reason, the only real way you can do anything to get any kind of fucking attention, like any kind of change made, is to contact YouTube. Or is to, like, make a big stink about it on Twitter and contact big YouTubers, basically. And, I will say I probably should have, like, DM'd some people and talked about it first, you know, maybe formulated. I could have asked some experts, you know, academics, please respond. That's another thing I'd say I can criticize myself on. I probably, again, acting rashly or whatever. But I did try to go about it in the sort of appropriate channels at first, you know. I tried to, oh, thanks, Aiden. 5 certified sickos. Yo. Thank you very much. I think that was 5, not sure. But, yeah, no, I tried to go about it. It really is like a last recourse thing. It's like, you think I'm grifting, and that's fair. I mean, maybe not you, but, like, Queeman does. And that's fair. It's fine. You can. I don't, though. I am genuinely, like, I want this video back. And part of it is, I admit, part of it is just me being a little petty. It's like, you decided to, like, poke at me and be all like, haha, we took your video down, haha. So now you can go fuck yourself, you know? But, no, like, I do believe that it should be back up. I think that it's a video, in my opinion, and it's fine to disagree, I think in my opinion it's a video that's attempting to do some good and starting some kind of conversation and maybe directing more reports to that site. But, yeah, no, I mean, I tried to do that and it did not do anything. And when I do, like, I get that if you view it as a grift, then yeah, like it's just like a fundamental difference of opinion. Basically, it's like you view it that way, that's fine. But I am doing this because I think that I'm justified in doing this, and so like, yeah, I want the video back up. It's a video that I think should be. I think it should be up, basically. Yeah. And so I'm different in my opinion because I did not immediately begin by like trying to, well, first of all, I specified in my stream yesterday, I think, I said, like, do not send this to YouTubers that would not have any business talking about this. Anthony Fantano doesn't need this. Fucking, you know, Kit Boga doesn't need this, right? Like, a lot of people on the internet do not necessarily need this. A lot of people on the internet do not need to see this. They don't need to comment on this. It's not their purview. I'm not trying to guilt people into talking about it. I think it would be nice if some of those YouTubers did, but I also understand if they view it as a thing they can't optically get behind because of Mama Max or because of just that's not the type of thing they want to do on their channel. That's fine. I'm not trying to shame or guilt people in that way. So there's a few reasons. There's just a few reasons why I feel like I'm not quite the same. There is overlap. I'm the first to admit that. Absolutely. But it's not, I don't know, I think the dissimilarities outweigh the similarities, I guess. But thank you for asking. I do appreciate your super chats, by the way, because I think you are a Queeman viewer, but it's been very, he seems like a bit of a jackass, but, but like, I don't know, because like Nick was like, he's making reasonable points. It just seemed like he was just calling me a liar the whole time. I don't know what there was a few, absolutely a few. But a lot of it was just, I'm gonna say it, a lot of it was bad faith. He did, but these super chats are in good faith. Thank you for asking. I appreciate being given the opportunity to answer that question. Thank you. $5 from Lo-Fi Sentai. Your streams are the grifts that keep on giving. Oh, you know it. I'm grifting you with the thing that I told you I was gonna watch on the stream, don't you know? $8 from Sloopy MP. Found out a board game reviewer I used to watch is currently in jail for excessive amounts of cheese pizza. Who? If you're still here, that was 3 hours ago, but please, academics, please, if you know, that's also in my vocabulary now. If you're on the Discord or whatever, if you're still here, drop $2 or something and let me know what that is. I'm sorry, the chat's moving so fast I won't be able to see if you're gay. But, yeah, no, that's interesting. $2 from Dinty from DM Beef Stew. You see, the pedophile, RPing is just for goofs. Well, no, I mean, he acknowledges that most of them are probably really pedophiles. They just, you know, I mean, and yeah, like, the RP stuff, admittedly, you can't really do anything about that. That's free speech. And I say at the end of the thing, it's like, yeah, unfortunate that free speech cuts both ways, doesn't it? It's like, it really makes you want to restrict people's free speech when you see shit like that. We shouldn't, but, boy, does that ever fucking, boy, a video like that, not good. $5 from Ranma Satome. My last week of work before I'm laid off for the summer vacation. I'll finally get to watch on a regular basis. Anyway, who's this cheeky little bastard? That's nothing. $10 from Frenchy French. Funds for a new mic. Yeah, I was smuckling real hard there. Cause it's not even the mic. Well, the mic does kind of suck too. But I don't think I have I just don't have the settings. It's been fun. This is one thing you can criticize me for, and it's annoying, but I can't argue. Yeah, 5 years, haven't figured out the audio settings. Still sounds like shit. I don't know if I ever will. It's crazy. But now the problem is, yeah, the mic cord is like disconnecting from the thing. $5 from Simpleton, again with the question that I answered earlier. Thank you for the super chat. $5 from Theodore Hodbor. Worst case, they're all pretending to be a pedo hive full of kids, which, no way you cut it, is still very fucking weird. I mean, it's weird, but yeah, if they are, I'll pretend. Board Game Brawl, not too much to see on the channel. Okay, thanks, Sloop. Well, I'll take a look, maybe. Board Game Brawl. I'll look into it. Yeah, I mean, if it is, like, I agree on the free speech thing. If it turned out, and it just happened to be the case that everybody saying that they're a minor on the site is lying, which I really don't believe, because you can excuse it as all just RP, but, like, I don't believe that, because, like, a lot of them are just giving their real political opinions and debating with antis, you know, anti-CP, or anti-pedo people, anti-contact, whatever. And they're debating with these people. So, like, is it a role-play debate? I just don't believe that. And you'll see minors who are supposed to be 16 years old who are debating this kind of shit with people. I don't think that's role-play debates. That's probably, I mean, maybe they're pretending to be 16, maybe. But I'm just saying, if even one of them isn't. And he acknowledges maybe some might be. I said something like that. Like, that's the problem. That's the problem. I don't like that is an opportunity. I don't like that is that is a thing that's happening. That, you know, I think that if I have the opportunity to call it out, basically, I will. If I have the opportunity to say this website and this type of dialogue, this rhetoric, this bullshit, rad queer, everyone's fucking valid, touch dead people and dogs all you want, shit. Yeah, nip it in the bud, stop it, end it. Fuck it, stop it. Yeah, no, there's a few reasons. $5 from Day Drunk Paralegal. YouTube took your video down, yet Zooier Than Thou is still up with recent videos. I hate it. Yeah, Zooier Than Thou, a podcast that talks about how to, like, rape animals and spreads normalization of it and acceptance of fucking animals and stuff. They're still fine. That site's still fine. That site's just fine. That YouTube channel is just fine. You know, I guess, yeah, I mean, it's free speech or something, I suppose. It's just free tutorials. I guess it is fair, it's free speech, but I don't see how, I don't know. It's just, it kind of starts to seem like a pattern is the thing. You'd be silly not to recognize a bit of a pattern. I don't know. And I don't think it's because of anything nefarious. I think it's, you know, don't attribute to malice what can be chalked up to stupidity. I think YouTube just sucks and makes bad decisions. And they do it for the purposes of, we don't want to make a scene, or, like, whatever, you know. And they've done this for years, so this is just another thing like that. $5 from Godforsaken Cryptid. If this site is fictional, why would the users go out of their way to get rid of it? Hashtag believe in claw, hashtag, please don't do the hashtags. I don't need the please, no thank you.
If people start doing the hashtags, I will jump off the Grand Canyon. No, thank you. I don't need the hashtags. That is not necessary. I was watching another video that was going over some document related to, like, the Lady Emily Chugga Conroy thing. And they were, like, doing this, we believe in Chugga! It was like, oh god. Just embarrassing. But thank you. Yeah, if it's all fictional and, you know, if I don't know, again, there seems to be, like, some kind of counter loop of, like, conspiracy is the idea of, like, I'm trying to promote the site as a banner ad, and then they take it down and I make a bigger deal about it by talking about, I guess, something? I don't know, it's kind of confusing. $10 from Fembro. I like how we magically live in a world where mass false flagging just never works, and this was a totally valid flag. That's what I'm saying, like, if the channel suddenly, if more shit happens, I mean, you know no, mass flagging definitely never works, guys. No, I mean, it's literally the Noah Samson argument that we all criticized for just being, like, the slimiest shit, where it's like, you can... I'll give Queeman this, it seems like he's more willing to just say, yeah, I think the video was bad, and it's like, alright, if you believe that, that's fine. I don't know if you even watched it necessarily, he might have said it in chat, I'm too busy reading these to look at chat right now, but, yeah, it's fine to think that, I guess, but, like, I don't know, it just felt, especially with that video where he was trying to excuse the Illymation thing, it just felt like you could, like, Queeman is at least trying to justify it as I deserved it, and that's fine. Noah Samson, though, he could have just been like, you know, oh, Illymation, yeah, she acted rashly, she shouldn't have, you know, called for a mass flagging, that was wrong, but what his fan base did was, you know, blah, blah, blah. He could have justified it and made it seem, you know, reasonable, but instead he, actually, mass flagging isn't even real, bro. Like, come on, dude, fuck off. The guy's video got taken down. What do you mean it isn't real? What do you mean? As a concept? There's no concept of people telling a group of people to go flag a video. That's not, what is that? What do you call that? You don't want to call it mass flagging. You can call it something else if you want. 417 from Exiled Postman, 417,000 subscribers. 4,017, rather, subscribers. That's what this is about. Yeah, I mean, 4.117. I'm reading that completely wrong. Good for me. That's what this is all about. I mean, again, like, I think me and him kind of both look at it as, like, it seems like you're looking for attention, and I just think my reason for... yeah, I am. I do. I'm literally...
This user is also the attention seeker.
Literally, that's what YouTube kind of makes people do, isn't it? Again, that's what we, like, apparently have to do. Yeah, so, like, I mean, yeah, but he, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. $2 from Boredom is a hell of a drug. Queeman a hater, he doesn't like Mr. Girl, unironic. Okay, alright. Well, okay, I heard somebody say something about him. I just think it's funny. It seemed he was also bringing up Mr. Girl and being like, bro, Mr. Girl, yeah, he got his videos taken down, he shouldn't have, blah, blah, blah. It seemed a little bit, like, sweepy for Mr. Girl, but I'm willing, okay, maybe he's not really, I might have been out of context, that's fine. It was still funny that I got to play that Mr. Girl compilation, though, that's fun. $5 from LinkFan007, my ex-boyfriend subscribed to Mr. Girl, what does that tell you? Also, I love your vid you made of this, it's so damn funny, this dude is gross. I mean, which video, the new update or whatever? Yeah, I mean, I try to make it funny, too, that's the thing, it's like, it's a disgusting situation, but... scenario, even. But, I try my best to at least make it, like, palatable for people to fucking listen to and have some jokes in it or something. Clem has become a member, thank you very much.
This user...
$2 from Clem, something tells me this guy is a brainlet. Well, I don't know, I mean, I just don't think he wanted to, like, really respond to a lot of what I was saying in the video, or I'd say things and then he would say the same thing and act like it was a gotcha or something. $2 from Ron Masatome. Let's read the Grifter creepypasta. God, I remember that. They didn't even know what a Grifter was back then, apparently. Because people thought it was like a... I don't know, like, someone who would, like, serial kill you with, like, a fucking... Didn't he have a hook hand, even? Oh, maybe I am the Grifter. Damn. But yeah, it was something like that. It was some kind of serial killer creepypasta type of thing. And,
Everybody, I remember people pointing out, that's not what a grifter is, dude. Why is this thing called the grifter? This isn't what it... What? $5 from Jay for my brother in Christ. His little avatar is the Keffels Wiggler. I know KF stole the Wiggler thing, but Keffels was the one who debuted it. Who debuted it. I mean, it's probably ironic or whatever. I don't know. It's fine. $2 from EG Productions. It depends on the Leviathan. Sargon, right? I wouldn't even send Leviathans to come for you. I wouldn't. That's a quote from Sargon too. He was very flustered at the time. 10 euros from AHedgeman. Couldn't find a tip link, so I assume that's it. Tip link? I don't know. You mean for me? I don't know. It's a super chats. $2 from Patrick's A Based Life. Stop being a mass flagget complainer and call Queeman. Well, that's funny. I do like that. It's very funny. But, no, I just don't think it's, I don't think it's worth anything. And we don't agree with each other, and that's fine. We don't need to. I don't know. What is gonna be done? I have no need to, like, convince him. Again, I'm not trying to, like, guilt him into fucking whatever. I don't need to convince people. They can think differently. I mean, that's fine. And some of his points are valid. I've already said that, so, I mean, I don't know. I don't think there's much... we just disagree, and that's fine. I don't know. Like, you want content, you want to see people scream at each other or something. That could be maybe something, but no, I just don't think it's... that's what is going to be accomplished. We're probably going to walk out of that both feeling the same way, if I had to guess. That's how most of these debates go. I have wanted to start doing debate-type stuff, you know, opening up the stream to people, talking about subjects and stuff like that. You know, maybe someday. I just, not on, I don't know, on this subject, I just don't think, we disagree, so it's like, it's whatever. We don't need to agree. It's fine. $10 from Philip Sturgill. So far, this guy's entire argument is bad faith ad hominem and irrational. You want to be careful on the BF word. You just want to be careful. At least you can back your argument with evidence and reason. You'd completely obliterate him in a legitimate debate. Well, I don't know. It's neither here nor there, really. Again, I don't think... What obliterate? I mean, like... You can watch the videos, whatever. You can make up your own mind. I don't need to... You know, I've said my piece, basically. I'm still saying my piece. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like his argument makes a lot of sense to me, anyway. I mean, I am kind of confused. That's the one thing I would want to talk to him about in a debate or something, would be, like, just being fucking confused about, like, his circular logic that, like, contradicts itself, I guess. But, I mean, other than that, I don't know. It's what's done is done. It's fine. He can not like me. That's okay. He can call me a grifter. But I would much rather look at trash at this point. The Skibbity toilet video awaits us all. So I'm going to read a few more of these. I'm going to catch up to about where I stopped the segment, and, let me see here. $10 from The Strangler. You stole my Leviathan joke, Claw! Take the $10 anyway! You know, I appreciate it. The best decision I've ever made with my 70 IQ knuckle-dragging brain was, mouth-breathing, too, was naming my Mama Max Papa Pedro sword, his epic cool guy katana that he uses to kill predators. I named it the Leviathan. So every time he swoops into... They're never predators, too. That's the joke of it, is that, like, the actual people in the campaign that we were going after were... Well, I think they did ultimately, they wound up being, like, They sold drugs to kids or something. But... Papa Pedro was like, the children! And every time he'd slice off a dude's head or whatever, he'd, you know, Leviathans! I'm really getting into the tabletop. It's been fun. That campaign's over, though. We did a whole Jet Set Radio escape from, we did a 9/11, so that was cool. Justice, you know, never forget 810. And then we did a whole, like, Jet Set Radio escape from the city. And we had Jet Set Radio music playing, too. What was great, we started the campaign with all this, like, hard fucking industrial shit. And then the last session, we're just like, you know what? Let's do the Jet Set Radio soundtrack on the bot. Yeah, okay. And it completely changed the tone of the thing. It was great. Let me see here. Vector Equinox with 5 months membership. It's time for everyone's favorite game show, Lying or Stupid! Yeah! Carton of Bread has become a member. Thank you very much. This user $5 from Free Willy Nilly. Clawfather Queeman is in the chat, and he is big mad. I saw a little bit of that. Again, I'll remind you, I tried to be in his chat yesterday just to say hello, but his chat was sub only, so you're welcome, Queeman. You can talk freely in my chat. $2 from HG Mick Cartoons. Yakumza Infinite Sangi. And what? Alright. Infinity of Sangis, absolutely. 10 months membership from Sticky Wiki. Seconds after the brain-broken subject of the stream enters chat, a bunch of spammers happen. Weird. I don't know, man. I mean, hey, again, I welcome it. I wanted to say, I didn't even want to say anything cross. It was literally just gonna be hello with a little smiley face. That was gonna be all I said. Because I was busy with a podcast when I saw the stream, so I couldn't really, stick around or anything. But, the stream of the chat was sub only. I couldn't do that. It's, I actually like free speech and care for that, so I'm just saying. $5 from Ghost of Myrna. Funny how spammers only show up when the crumpet arrives in chat. Queeman is bot thought confirmed. Not a good look, governor. I mean, I don't know. It might be fans of his or whatever. It's fine. I mean, again, thank you to the mods for shutting down. What was the one? I think there was a bot called Anti-Pedos Seething. So thanks for shutting down that one. I'd say that one's not a very good look. $5 from Mike Kreutzberg. Bear and Bear Associates. Please definitely debate this goober like he's asking. I want all the fun here to come to an immediate screeching halt. Exactly. It would just turn into something else would be screeching. It would just be a lot of screaming. It would be a lot of, Nick DiOrio was like, just try to keep it civil. He literally implied that I was advertising the website because I'm, a pedophile. No, I have no interest in keeping things civil with this guy. I think he's whatever. It's fine. He can think what he wants, but no, this is far beneath me, I feel. $20 from Sergeant Snowball. First time dono, been listening for years, thank you very much. Got a new job, so time to support my favorite user. I appreciate it. I hope you've been enjoying for years. Congrats on the job. I hope that continues to work out for you. Please make sure that they do not find out you listen to me out in the workplace. That would be for the best. $10 from Asmodeus the Clown. Hey, Papa Bear, been enjoying watching old videos while painting minis. Be aware that this user has been spamming your chat all stream. Love you. Yeah, I've seen some of that. Again, thank you to the mods. Appreciate it. I mean, I say free speech is allowed, but not if you're spamming. And I decide where the spam is. That's right. Bad faith, motherfucker. But no, there was some, definitely. Definitely saw some of that. $10 from Amusen. Thank you very much, by the way, Asmodeus. Amusen. What he's doing is called a straw man argument, where he hangs his whole argument on a completely unlikely scenario and expects you to defend your position against him. The whole thing about it might draw someone underage to the site. I'm not even going to defend. Yeah, it might. I just think that's extremely unlikely, and the likelihood of that is outweighed by the chances of more eyes getting on it and reporting it to the FBI and shit. Or whatever, Interpol. I mean, I don't even know if it would be FBI. But, yeah, that's, let me see here. Fembro, with $10. Thank you, by the way, Amusen. Queeman has got you there. You didn't go out of your way to file an FBI report in private. You just blasted the site in front of tens of thousands of people to do it for you. Shame. I mean, again, I feel like there is I don't disagree that there is a small, very small chance, in my opinion. Maybe it could be bigger, possibly. I will admit there was somebody who started watching my upload of that video in the chat who said something about being like, I don't know, 16, and we got rid of that real fucking quick. So like, hey, I was underage on the internet too at one point in time. I'm not gonna fucking pretend like, you're 15 and you're not gonna get curious about some wacky shit, but it's like, I don't know, the likelihood of that really, I don't know, being a huge fucking, it's like, is that really the ultimate takeaway? I don't know. I think that, yeah, tens of thousands of people who probably did maybe report the site or something, or, whatever, or at least found out that something like this is happening, and that, you know, the next time... This is the thing, too. The reason why that video finally came out when it did was because this whole year we've been seeing people who remind me a lot of people on that site. That stream was earlier in the year. That was like January. And then we found Birdie and all of these people that are like, you know, the teenage YouTube internet drama sector of people that were like, I don't know, what was the Birdie video? She had screen caps from like 7 years ago when she was 12 and she claimed that she was being groomed by a 14-year-old. And it's like, her entire thing, oh, sorry, I'm using the wrong pronoun. It's it. Birdie is an it. It reminded me a whole lot of the stuff that I saw on that website. And it was just like, wow, is this like a thing? Are there people that are like this? Are there a lot of young, like, hypersexual fucking teens that are being predated on sites like this? And because, yeah, without context, too, I mean, you don't see that stream. You don't see all of the user streams where I'm seeing these people that are, like, 19 that have been fucking in sexual, weird online communities for, like, 10 years or whatever. Maybe not that long, but for a while, you know? And, yeah, that's been unfortunately has been a recurring theme of this year, is just seeing a bunch of fucking people where it's like, wow, this really reminds me of those AAM people on that fucking site. And it's like, maybe, I don't know, if we talk about it, you know, maybe that's going to, make somebody look at it at least and say, wow, that's cringe, and then not be a pedophile. You know what I mean? Like, maybe, I don't know. $5 from Edgelord Leon. It takes a special kind of regard to not only misspell the spice cumin, but also use it as your username. I don't know if that's what he was going for, but maybe. £2 from me. Get Sniper Wolf on this. Bro is crazy. Bro retarded. Yeah, I really wish I did have some of those Jax film Sniper Wolf clips of, like, on the bus! Those would be great on the soundboard, I know. Total ripoff, but it would be great. $5 from Aurelius. Dynamite Gals, rise up. It's almost time. $5 from Jack, and I believe this might be the Jack who, it might be the Jack who made the document, as a matter of fact. Hey, Claude, just warning you that users on the site are once again trying to mass flag your channel and other re-uploads of the stream. Yeah, again, if the channel suddenly fucking disappears soon, apparently it was fully within YouTube's rights to do it. That's what Queeman has taught us today. If my entire channel disappears because these people are doing this, yeah, I mean, you know, apparently those are completely valid, legitimate flags for my channel, yeah. I mean, something I've learned is a possibility. I guess, hey, if I need to be the fucking martyr and get my channel taken down for you know, any fucking movement to happen, I prefer it not be that way. I would really prefer, but I don't know. That's pretty slimy. Again, it's very confusing too, because I'm just trying to, you know, hey, I thought they were proud pedophiles. I'm just trying to preach their message of love and tolerance. You know, hey, what's the problem? I'm advertising their site, after all. You know, Queeman is really, like, the best. He's like the best arguments they could have, actually. It's like, yeah, what do you mean? I'm advertising the site, dude. Yeah, no, totally. You know, according to him, that's what I'm doing, so they really shouldn't be upset with me. I'm on the level, according to him. So, yeah, I don't know, it's very you know, I'll have to get involved with my secret deep cover pedophile Skype cabal and ask them what's going on there. That's very confusing. $10 from the Mac and Maz show. That guy is a mouth breather. Hope the video gets reinstated. You always put good work into your streams. This guy is just sad. Well, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna be honest, the stream did not seem very good. I mean, I've got dead air sometimes, but he'd go silent for like a minute. He'd barely engage with the things happening in the video. I mean, chat was sub-only. It was very, they're not sending their best. And 14 Czar from Tylenol Interlude. Can we watch SOK? They're talking about Skibbity Toilet. They certainly are, chat member. They certainly are. And that will be it for the Super Chats for now. Thank you to everybody. We will be continuing with hot fucking garbage now. And, yeah, our favorites. If you're new here, one of our favorite YouTubers is back with a brand new video. It's a 15-minute and 57-second video. And they are back, everybody. They are back.
They will return. The reunion is at hand.
Skibbity toilet. Deep social commentary or dumb shitpost cringe. The brand new video from Super Origami Universe. They've rebranded from Super Origami Kingdom. They're now much more global. Hell, beyond that even. Super Origami Universe. And, yeah, I mean, if you don't know about Super Origami Kingdom,
This user.
that's all you need to know, really. Let's watch. I'm so excited to learn about Skibbity Toilet from Dogs Eating Dog 6 and Friends. This is going to be great. Hell yeah. So this has been a long-awaited video. We've waited fucking months. He said months ago that he was doing a video about Skibbity Toilet. It's finally time.
Disclaimer, all clips used in this video fall under fair use and
Really, you reading the whole disclaimer?
all characters, photos, clips, and music shown are not owned by me or by the Super Origami universe unless stated otherwise.
It's a good disclaimer, I guess. Yeah.
And warning, this video contains some mentions and depictions of sensitive materials
Maybe they've increased their production values. Maybe this is good.
such as violence, gore,
He's not screaming like me. You know, he's acting very level-headed right now. Well, he's not. He could be screaming this warning at
strong
us.
profanity, and toilet humor. Viewer discretion is advised.
We gonna get some adult humor, penis hell?
However, do not harass the user who made those
User!
particular memes,
Hang on.
no matter how
I gotta get rid of the allegedly. We're no longer alleging things against Dogs Eating Dog 6. This is just how it appears. Also, we gotta get rid of the Papa Pedro. That's fine. We don't need Papa Pedro anymore. Thank you, Papa Pedro, for your service. Go slice some leviathans.
bad it is, because if you do, then you're really adding fuel to the fire.
Enjoy this video.
To the town we go. Oh, it's a short version. God damn it! We heard almost the whole thing. What a shame.
We analyse whether the series is deep or not, and we see what kind of show this truly is.
Ah! God, it's so loud. Yeah, it's like the Top Gear theme, but more importantly, it's Jessica by the Allman Brothers Band. Really fun bass line. I don't know why that's the Top Gear theme, but I guess that's also the Super Origami Universe theme. I don't know why that's what they chose. Weird choice. Jesus Christ.
Smoke, they pitch back.
I'm gonna have to turn this down, because his voice isn't that loud in this fucking thing. He's just mixed it horribly. Relatable.
In 2023,
Yeah, listen to this. It's quiet again. It's just the music is too loud.
a new video series began to take over the internet in a seemingly instant
Bottom
passive
gear.
way.
Welcome, Jack. Welcome. We're watching some proper user drama now. Well, not drama, but content.
A decisive hit that has begged the question as to where it is deep or dumb.
Where it is deep or dumb. Come on. Was this written by text-to-speech or speech-to-text? Did you flubbed the word weather?
Some would call it genius. Others would call it simple entertainment. And some outright reject it. All of this internet chatter over a head in a toilet.
So this is gonna be a real video that teaches us the real, history and maybe the lore of Skibbity Toilet, everybody. I hope you're fucking excited. You know, I've had people in chat that think they're funny and they're like, can you watch Skibbity Toilet? We are. It's happening. It's real. Skibbity Real 2024. Nip, nip.
At some point in 2023, a Gary's Mod animator called Da Fuck Boom uploaded the first episode of Skibbity Toilet. Was it good or interesting?
So for those of you that don't know, by the way, the Super Origami Kingdom that we're watching this video, or universe, sorry, who made this video, it consists of this British man, Dogs Eating Dog 6, but he had a bunch of other fucking people, and maybe they're gonna come up soon. But there was a huge falling out. There was a lot of drama with Super Origami Kingdom universe. Universe, nay kingdom. And a lot of the members left or got kicked out. I think Jason Gomez left, and so did Tamatoa. Tamatoa was a groomer. Astro Boy and Jason Gomez, I think they both got booted for their anime Josue Catboy Me video. And so, yeah, I mean, whatever remains of Super Origami Universe now is put together this video. They've limped to the finish line with this hot fuckness.
Insert good show. No. It was just a
I mean, maybe Jason's still involved. I heard he left, but I might be, maybe, I don't know. There's a lot of names that supposedly left or got kicked or whatever.
Disgusting.
It's hard to keep track.
Half-Life 2 in a toilet singing skibbity bop bop. Yes, yes. What a waste. This video is completely pointless, disturbing, and has no real plot.
Yeah, you know, frankly, I mean, you know, if you want to be really serious about it, frankly...
No story, no motive, no reason, and no background check.
I mean, this is just unthinkable.
Alright, you guys, I'm gonna go every point of...
What the fuck is happening? Who is you? What is this? Who? What?
Why? Skibbity Toilet is a goddamn god-awful toilet humor shit hell.
Goddamn god-awful toilet humor shit hell. We've graduated from penis hell, ladies and gentlemen. Hell yeah. Penis hell! If this is Dogs Eating Dogs 6, or if this is a new user, but he's doing a very different voice. It kind of sounds like Dead 6.
A damn god-awful toilet humor shit hell.
That's the point. It was a joke. It referenced to a video that used to be on this channel, but not anymore. Oh. Oh. So it's a joke. Wait, are they telling us? Wait, so the reference... Okay, I'm confused. He's talking about his own channel? Okay. Let us begin. Alright. I think that was a specific reference to adult humor penis hell. I think that was. I don't think that happened spontaneously. Alright, it is kind of, like, I haven't heard this part of the song, I don't think. You always hear, like, the first part, but when it just turns into, I'm a Barbie girl in the middle of this, that's alright. God damn it, damn it! It's a Siva gunner? Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
What meaning can we derive from a series of videos with creepy heads in toilets singing and scatting? Nothing!
Well, there are heads in toilets and they're scatting, so I mean, there's a connection there.
What are we, as the audience, supposed to get out of seeing this absolute brain-rotting bullshit? Are we supposed to...
Oh, the mic's doing the thing again!
Are we supposed to find this funny? Are there...
Okay, hang on. Hold the fort. Why does it keep doing the thing? I wasn't even touching it. Wasn't even touching it.
Deeper meanings? No!
No!
Does go into an epic war against various people with electronics for heads later on with hints and bits of lore, but good luck figuring it out and piecing it together. It's just scatting toilets fighting against people with electronics for heads. Are we supposed to laugh at this or find it badass? Hell if I know! This show is...
Badass? Are you... Why would you... Okay. Well, I guess it's a whole war. I mean, I suppose. It's probably supposed to be funny, but people do get into this.
And it's better if the show just gets forgotten. This show has no meaning, no story, no reason to exist, and no intelligence whatsoever.
70 IQ knuckle-dragging skibbity toilet. We've talked before about how Origami Kingdom is not very good at doing criticism. Like, their critiques often seem to just be like, you know, I don't like it, this is disgusting, things like that. This seems like it's you know, going in a better direction. I mean, it's identifying certain things. This feels like a video that I could potentially watch, hypothetically. You know, I don't know. It's not so bad. Someone said this is lame even for this user. I disagree. I think this seems like a quality step up. It's lame in terms of cringe, I guess, a little bit. But I'm happy to see the glow up from Origami Universe, frankly.
Why the fuck do the toilet heads look and move like that? It just makes me go, nope, fuck that! I know these faces are from Half-Life 2, but why in God's name are the animations for them so broken and janky? Half-Life 2 is known for having great facial animations for the time, so the animation for them being this broken has to be intentional. It is probably for a comedic effect, but it just comes...
What, does he... I'll probably pause Andy it, but maybe he's going to talk about... I mean, yeah, there used to be very similar Gmod videos that were the same type of thing with, like, the distorted faces. That's not a new thing. In fact, it was probably a reference to that, you know, in the first place, and, like, little kids cottoned onto it, and they didn't know it, you know, anything about Gmod fucking shitposts back in the day, but, yeah, I mean, it all kind of dates back to that.
Across as creepy instead of funny. It makes
He's
looking
scared
at
of
screen
Skibbity
pretty
Toilet,
hard
yeah.
If you are sensitive to creepy, distorted faces. The G-Toilet, the one with the G-Man's face, is even harder to look at. It's all just too weird to look at. Now, before we go to point 3, we also...
So this is just Dogs Eating Dogs 6, then. This is supposedly Origami Universe, but it seems to just be him. I guess they used to do videos that were just one person, mainly. But I don't know, you click on a video on this channel, I was expecting it was going to be an adult humor crossover penis toilet humor hell. It's just Dogs Eating Dogs. I mean, no one's ever been disappointed that they just got a little Dogs Eating Dogs 6, I know, but like, I don't know, I was hoping to see some of the others.
A counterpoint that might be interesting. While it isn't clear to all, some Skibbity Toilet enjoyers interpret the show as a social commentary on the rise of shorter form content, or
Skibbity likers rise up!
TikTok and YouTube shorts taking over from more traditional and longer form media, such as film and television. The Skibbity Toilets can be seen as representing the newer, shorter and quicker forms of content, while the cameraman, TV man, or
what is this song? This is good.
speaker men represent the more traditional, longer, and more complex forms of content.
You know, if Dogs Eating Dogs sees this, you guys gotta make a video about Paper Mario next. That's your next thing. You gotta do it. I mean, you don't have to listen to me, but like, in my opinion, I think that should be your next thing, because there was the 1,000-Year Door. I've been playing it. It's really good. I know you guys are all into Origami King, but, you know, maybe talk about the better ones first, and then, you know, eventually you can get to Origami King, and maybe I can hear you out. I mean, you could do a whole series about it, or do one big video, the whole Paper Mario series. That would be really good for you guys. No one else would be more qualified to talk about Paper Mario than the Super Origami Universe. I'm surprised they don't already have one. Really.
Content. Amidst the rise of TikTok, the television and film industry,
1,000-Year Mid!
YouTubers have struggled to compete with the popularity of shitposts and lame TikToks, trying hard to keep their traction and...
Oh, Pizza Tower. Pizza Tower Mod. That's what the song's from. It's a good choice. I don't think Dogs Eating Dogs 6 is like the main guy who edited the video, though, so whoever's put together the video, I guess, has some good tastes. I remember the anime Catboy whatever, that video, this user video with Astro Boy. That one had some really good music too. It was horribly mixed, and it was like drowning out the voices, but it was like really solid Mega Man X tunes and stuff. It was great. So some of these guys have some fucking decent video game banger music taste, you know.
So whether this was the creator's intention or not is anyone's guess.
Deltarune?
It is also well animated, well directed, and well framed. It is impressive how almost...
Wait, I'm confused. Is it Deltarune or is it Pizza Tower? I don't know, but maybe it's both.
The episode...
They're both cancer.
...done with one take. And this was made by one person, using Gary's mod? This is really impressive considering the circumstances. The actual facial animations on the Skibidi toilets may be creepy and janky.
Yeah, pizza rune.
But the actual body animations of the cameramen are well done. The animation really does sell the action and do them justice. You can truly feel the scale of this war.
Yeah, there's really good animations in this. You gotta give Skibidi Toilet some props where it deserves them, I suppose. Really good animations here with the toilets and there's like fighting happening, and I mean, it's clear that the facial animations are on purpose, and that's, you know, they made them look that way, and they're actually good animators, but it just looks bad on purpose, you know.
It said war is around toilets with creepy
this is pretty
heads
good.
and people with electronics for heads.
I mean, I still don't get the fucking point, and we're halfway through this video. It's probably going to explain the point toward the end, or like what they view the point of Skibidi to be. But I mean, hey, you know, the animation's not bad.
Work of the scale does deserve to be
There's
commended
effort, yeah.
and appreciated.
He is a little bit too quiet. I mean, I feel bad because I said that he was screaming too much, and I guess he took it to heart, which is for the best. Like, he was screaming so loud that it felt like he was gonna be like giving himself some kind of heart problem or something. Like, it felt like unhealthy screaming when he was yelling at Peter Griffin or whatever. I mean, you know.
Seriously, are you normal?
You know, it's a far cry from that. It used to be a lot more animated.
People keep saying that there is some plot to Skibidi Toilet. What plot?
Metal Gear, but good.
Escalating arms race between the two factions. There is some lore.
Is that not just life?
And continuity in the series, but it's not too
Maybe this is just meant to represent the culture war.
interesting to follow. And generally, it's just an excuse to have creepy heads in toilets fight against people with electronics for heads. What's supposed to be an epic war doesn't give us much reason to be invested, as there is no actual plot. No matter how good the action
Maybe the plot is too deep for Dogs Eating Dog 6 to understand it.
is, if there's no reason to have us invested like a plot, it may as well be a little kid banging together his action figures.
Okay, but I raise you the rebuttal that the new Godzilla Kong movie is the most successful Godzilla Kong movie, or whatever, in that universe. So the one that has, at this point, been apparently the most smash figures together movie, like, ever made, from what I've heard, is the most successful one. So, I mean, people seem to want that, at least, you know.
Now, before we punish the Skibidi toilets, let's go over
Oh my god, is there gonna be a punishment
Point number
compilation?
1. The show is dumb and meaningless. Point number 2. Janky animation and creepy faces. Counterpoint. The show is, possibly, a clever satire with great
This is
action.
an interesting video where he's doing, like, point, counterpoint. He's trying to... Okay. It's not a terrible video. I mean, it's kind of meandering. It's not really, like... I don't know, we're, like, halfway through. He might get to a real point eventually. It's not terrible, though. It seems to be put together reasonably well. Everybody in chat is fucking shell-shocked because he's not screaming like a retard. He's just talking. It's just a normal video, really.
Scenes. And point number 3.
Although he is going to do a punishment compilation for the Skibidis, so, like, maybe we're speaking too soon. I don't know.
Paper-thin plot.
Oh, fuck.
And now...
Well, bud, let's watch Chicken Nugget.
Is that in the real song? What? Are those the Twin Towers? By the way, did you guys know? Okay, fun fact. Fun fact time, everybody. Fun fact time. Last night I looked up games released on 9/11, like throughout history. Like, historically, the date 9/11. And Battlefield 3 came out on 9/11 in September 12th. Or in September 11th, 2012. I'm going to say that right. It's surprising that a game that was all about terrorism didn't get any kind of, like, pushback because it came out on, you know, the day. But more importantly, the PS2 game Portal Runner, which is, like, I think the last of the 3DO Army Men games. Portal Runner came out on September 11th, 2001. As did another game called Fargate for the PC. It's like a it's like a TPS or something. No, it's a real-time strategy. It's an RTS. Portal Runner is a great game that sucks. I love it. It's terrible. And it makes so much sense that it came out on... It fits so well that that game came out on September 11th, 2001. If you've never seen it, look up gameplay from the game Portal Runner for the PS2. As I say, it sucks. I love it. But yeah, just a little fun fact. There's a couple of games released on the day that you'll never forget that those games were released when they were released, you know? That's a fact you will remember forever.
Skibidi Toilet is everywhere. You can't escape it. It shows up on your recommended section. You find the original videos. You find
Well, maybe you do. I'm not afflicted by terminal skibidyism.
Stolen re-uploads. You find content farmers taking advantage of it. You find stolen reposts on TikTok. You see it being talked about everywhere you go.
Oh my
For
god.
God's sake, there's even bootleg merch and an honest-to-God official mobile game. And it doesn't even end there.
Oh my
it
god.
even showed up on Nickelodeon. That's right. Motherfucking Nickelodeon.
Well, it's very popular, sure, that, you know, fads happen.
Showed this shite on their channel.
Well, I will say it's kind of funny because I remember we looked into a community of users who were, we looked into a community of users who were, some of them were, like, kids, but some of them were adults, obviously. As the users tend to do, they intermingle. And it was like people that were afraid of toilets, and they were like raiding toilets, and they were like, I don't know, it was toilet review discussion channels about toilets, because as far as we can tell, people saw Skibidi and they got a little bit interested. So there's now people that are like interested in toilets. Maybe it could be just a whole generation of plumbers, you know? You know, say what you will about Skibidi Toilet, but in like 20 years, you know, the plumbing's gonna be real good, alright?
At one point, albeit with altered music.
We are not resorting to that.
You just can't escape this meme show.
Yeah, they were fascinated by flushing things down public toilets. That was the thing. And there were people that were like, no, you can't do that. That's cringe. I'm gonna tell your mom. It was a very strange community. And yeah, it was adults and kids, and it seemed to trace back to Skibidi Toilet. So, I mean, showing a bunch of children a bunch of weird fucking toilet shit as, I don't know, it might do something. They might be, I've heard people be literally scared of toilets because of Skibidi. So, I mean, it's possible.
And this can
guard our descendants.
Get overbearing to the point that you get burnt out of Skibidi Toilet, regardless if you liked it to begin with or not. Now, as Skibidi Toilet is a shitpost, and both toilets and shitposting have shit in common, I sentence the Skibidi Toilets to be shat on by the great mighty Pooh!
Oh. So we've got a reference to...
The hell was that?
Anybody ever play Conker's Bad Fur Day? Alright. I mean, it's a pretty good reference. Is that one of them doing this? Is this one of them playing a Skibidi? Are they acting as Skibidis, or is this just like existing footage? It might be something that already exists. It looks like Daniel Larson. Oh my god, guys, this is gonna be the epic crap battle of history.
Me, 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 me.
Is this just gonna be the song?
I am the great mighty Pooh, and I'm going to throw my shit at you. A huge supply of tea comes from my chocolate stuffing.
This is a lot of effort, though. I mean, they animated him into this world and everything. Like, we gotta give him some fucking credit for this, don't we? This is pretty good. I don't think it was Dead Six who, like, edited it, but who's Who is responsible for this? If you like Skibbity Toilet, then we're okay with it and we can tolerate your opinion. It does not saying who edited this. Maybe it will at the end. Maybe it was Dogs Eating Dogs 6. This is a step up for their content.
How about some scat, you little twat?
Maybe he did. Like, I kind of don't think he did, though. I think we will find out it was a multi-man production because I remember hearing a few months ago that it wasn't Dogs Eating Dogs 6 who wrote the script for this video. So, unfortunately, all of the words you've heard him say, maybe the reason he's not angry anymore is because he doesn't feel passion for what he's saying anymore. It's written by, like, Chad Thundercock or something. One of them who's named Chad, I think, is the one who wrote it. And so it stands to reason that someone else edited it, too. That's right, the Kestrel. This video was disappointingly competent. I mean, like, I would have loved for it to be, like, stupid and funny, but, like, it's also... Congratulations to them for making a video that seems like a real legitimate video talking about Skibbity Toilet that people could watch, and more or less, it's a little cringe. I mean, there's still some evidence that it's, you know, there's still a little bit, but it's, you know, it's a pretty, overall, it's a pretty good video that does what it needs to do. It says, and it's got a lot of effort put into the punishment compilation, which is what you want out of a Dogs Eating Dogs 6 video, is a good punishment compilation.
Do you really think you'll survive in here? You don't seem to know which creek you're in. Sweet corn is the only thing that makes it through my rear. How do you think I keep this lovely grin?
And this is a really great reference. I'm actually enjoying this because, like, yeah, it's Skibbity Toilet. You know what? Throw the great mighty poo at him. That's actually pretty good. I like that.
Have some more caviar.
I'm proud. Kino! Is this a mashup? What else is it mashing up? Because it might be an orchestral version that someone else made, but it is more orchestrated than the original N64 version, for sure. Okay, who is adding in the whoa? Who's doing the fucking metal, like, throat singing or whatever? That's based. I love it. Absolute cinema! Soy Floor Joel? Oh.
Now I'm really getting rather...
This is like the end of the Super Mega Death Christ AVGN video. Fuckers! Fuckers! This is turning into that. This is great.
I don't like a niggly...
There's so much more of this left. Look how much of the... There's so much more left.
Tickly shitty little tag nut. When I've knocked you out with all my bab, I'm going to take your head and ram it off my butt. My butt. That's right, my butt. My butt. My butt!
My mouth was open.
That's like kind of funny too. Damn, it's not even entirely cringe. This is good.
Flawless victory. Have some more caviar.
Flawless victory for Dogs Eating Dogs 6 and team. This is a banger video. I was on the fence. I was like, it's okay, it's alright, it's like a 6 out of... No man, this is a fucking great video. Damn. Love it!
Now, I already gave my reasons as to
We're
why
still
I don't
going!
like Skibbity Toilet, but I also said what people can find good about it.
This is like the end of the Lord of the Rings. The fucking Sauron is defeated, but we're going back to the Shire.
I still do not like the show, but I did manage to handle things.
Peak meeting peak!
And I still gave the show the benefit of the doubt. It's okay if you do or do not like Skibbity Toilet. I'm just showing why I personally do not like it.
I can respect your opinion, Yin Yin!
With that said, I still strive to be even calmer as time goes on.
This user is also
not
opinion basher.
He isn't! He's not bashing the opinions!
A work in progress, but I promise that I will get calmer, even if I will still have some bouts of rage from time to time. Thank you for watching my video on Skibbity Toilet, and I've come to make an announcement. This channel is getting a rebrand!
Right?
We are now the Super Origami Universe!
Hell yeah!
We have new faces here such as Hydra Spectre, Crypto Kitten, and G-Star.
Mm-hmm. Do you now? Well, we better, we better make the rounds, I suppose. I think I've looked at Hydra Spectre. Let's see here. I've done that. Crypto Kitten Official. There's a few of these. What the fuck is this? Crypto Kitty? Crypto Kitten Dubs? No. I'm not sure who... What? Crypto Kitten. All one word. There's Crypto Kitten Official, and it's not... Okay. It's got 7 subs. I don't think that's it. There's Crypto Kitty. Crypto Kittens. Whoever it is not... really not a big channel. But the funny thing is, they could all be Crypto Kitten. All of these, as far as I'm concerned. We've got Crypto Kitten Official. I guess this is crypto news. That makes sense. Crypto Kittens. It's Gotcha Life bullshit, but it's from 5 years ago. And that almost makes sense, but it's from 5 years ago. Crypto Kitten. It's a Halloween meme compilation, but it's from 5 years ago. That would be... I could see that being the person. Crypto Kitty Dubs. I mean, it's dubs. It's stupid bullshit. That could be them. Crypto Kitty on Twitter. Not... I don't know which one it is. Alright, we're not going to be able to find that one. Alright. Well, whoever it is, hopefully they have great contributions to the thing. G-Star. Oh, I think it's this person. Okay. Yeah, it's this. Okay, well, we found one. We found one. So this person has 21 subscribers and 6 videos. G-Star. And I'm not sure. React and review. Dogs Eating Dogs 6's Origami King Musical Act 1. Okay. Let me finish this video first. Hang on.
We are proud of this new rebrand as we are actively trying to help the channel grow and improve. Please check out what we will soon have in store. Ciao! May the stars shine down on you.
You know what? At this point in time, I would be willing to do an official collaboration with them. They've cleaned up their act. They're doing real content. They're doing fucking a video that made me actually... I mean, it was somewhat... The cringe was part of it, though. It was, like, baked into it, though. That was this... It was utilizing its own cringe for good. That's what that video was. Like, it knew that it was a little fucking silly to have, like, the Great and Mighty Pooh show up and do a punishment compilation on Skibbity Toilet. But it was so dumb that it worked. It's like, it's optimizing its stupidness. Listen, I'll do a voice. Let me play a rant Sona. I'll do it. Please, listen. Listen. I don't know if I'm on the level to deserve such a thing from them at this point in time. I don't know. You know, I'm like, oh yeah, please, no. I don't think I even deserve it yet. They've done so much here, you know, and I just, you know, No. I have to earn my right to maybe be in a Super Origami Universe video in the future. I have to do that. I don't know how, but I'm gonna do that. I'm not worthy yet. I'm just not worthy. After what we've seen, I'm just not worthy. I'm just not worthy. I can't do it. So don't be deceived by the fact that it has no meaning whatsoever other than to get you addicted to the latest dumb thing and rot your brain. That's all we can say, really, but whatever. Well, okay, I will give them this critique. It doesn't seem like they've looked that deeply into Skibidi Toilet, because it is about things. People have come along with, like, ideas for what exactly it's saying, and there are some critiques of, like, how it's some kind of a commentary on fucking whatever. I don't know, capitalism, probably. It's usually capitalism. And so, you know, I don't know if he analyzed it that thoroughly, but I mean, at least certainly on the surface level, it definitely seems like a bunch of dumb bullshit. Yeah. Is that literally Joel? Deltarune, Conquer, Angry Birds Space, Mega Man 7 Remake, huh. I think that might have actually been... Dude, he actually edited it! Peak meeting, peak 6. He fucking did it. He edited it? I thought he had someone else edit it. It was a dual script, so he did write some of it. I was wrong. It was him and Hydraspector. Oh, well, we'll have to take a look at a little bit of Hydraspector. I know I've looked at them before, but that's got to happen again here. Hang on. Hydraspector. Let's do it. How is it spelled? It's two words. Okay. Oh good god. Hydraspector. Okay, well this is alright. There's a lot of things called Hydraspector, isn't there? Okay, I think it's this person. 226 subs. Yeah, I remember this.
To you, making it up to yourself and hinder yourself, but it's now all in the past. You managed to build up the strength to seek advice, even from someone like me, who's probably just as broken as you. You managed to find the courage to make new friends, learn new things, and find yourself amidst all the wounds of the past.
I think we determined that this guy was, probably trolling, because his channel is, Shadow giving advice on how to heal from childhood trauma. Sonic tells you to never give up. You know, I guess there's some other stuff here that maybe, there's some stuff that's not silly. Final Fantasy person. You know. Sure. Does that mean Dead 6 is the one that picked all those songs? He's got some taste! He says this is jabroni mic bait.
My penis is satisfactory. I love my penis.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. We need Shadow to do one of those videos. Alright, so, editing software, you know, plans for rants. He's gonna do Velma. It's gonna be him and Nail. Jurassic, Chad, and a secret person. Okay. Mortal Kombat, Annihilation, and then Megamind, and... Alright, so they've got some stuff. They're making new content, guys. And we're gonna be along for the ride for Skibidi Dogs Eating 6, Toilet 6. It's great. It's so great. I mean, as long as the pedophiles, you know, don't do anything to my channel or whatever. You know, whatever. But, Skibidi Dog Toilet 6 is here, and he's got some rants coming, and it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. So that was a very exciting video. Peak meeting peak, frankly. I did not expect it to be nearly that good, It was competent. I feel like it's a little bit of a shallow critique. I don't think it went too deep into what might really be going on in Skibidi Toilet. I think there is probably some kind of... it's for the best that he didn't go into some media literacy thing about, like, fucking capitalism. Let's be real. Maybe we should be thanking our lucky stars that he just didn't go bread tube. I think it maybe that's for the best, you know? Maybe sometimes the shit show is just shit, you know? So they're gonna watch Velma so we don't have to, so that's exciting. And that's gonna be a whole multi-user stream. Apparently, so that's awesome. Alright, Super Origami Universe, very exciting stuff. We got this G-Star person here, which I don't know what... oh, okay, it's a person... okay, so they've got a series that reads creepypasta. You got one with Jeff the Killer, Tails Doll. Okay. Fan fiction dumpster diving. An intro and then a reaction thing for Dogs Eating Dog 6's Origami Kingdom, Origami King musical thing that he does. Yeah, okay. Let me see here. What's going on? Okay. Yeah, we have a video here. I mean, Hydra Spectre, that person, that's fine. That's enough of the Dogs Eating Dog 6 universe for now. We have a video here that I think will be very exciting for people. I told people about this earlier, and it seems like it could really be something. I told people to save it last night, just in case, because it seems like the video might be one that will eventually get taken down. It's called The Most Toxic Site on the Video. On the video? The most toxic site on the internet. Good for me. And he's burning alive here, the Kiwi Farms logo. This is a channel. And yeah, the down thumb's not so great here. Not really agreeing with him overwhelmingly here, but, you know, hey, Kiwi Farms, again, not a perfect website. They got some problems, you know, not the best. You can make some critiques about them, sure. I don't know. This might be a bad video, though. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe this'll, you know, make us all hate the evil doxing, harassment, transphobes, or whatever.
Kiwi Farms is an internet forum launched in the late 2000s as a place for people to congregate and facilitate targeted harassment
You really did not want to make this the video that you make where you sound like this, man. I'm sorry. This is not a good...
campaigns on various online figures and users.
This is unfortunate.
Over the years,
what's that?
Harassment campaigns on various online figures and users.
This
Over the years, Kiwi Farms has built...
Is Chris Chan a user? Is that? I guess so.
Built up a reputation as being one of the most ruthless, illegal, and most of all toxic corners all across the web.
Oh, this is gonna be a quality video.
Being the spawning ground of numerous coordinated online attacks that have legit...
Is that really? Oh, God. Oh, boy. Oh, dear. This is not gonna be good, is it? Oh, dear. Did Frank Hassel and fucking... what's his name? Was that a key? I don't think that was really... maybe it was. Keffels definitely wasn't, though. So
ruthless, illegal, and most of all toxic corners all across the web, repeatedly being the spawning ground of numerous coordinated online attacks that have legitimately ruined a multitude of people's lives and
what types of people? I mean, that didn't happen for her, but what types of people?
Has even claimed the lives of many others.
Yeah, you know, we're 30 seconds in and we've already heard about the thousands of dead trans people that Kiwi Farm steps on every day. What a shame.
Often being literally blocked for usage by countless service providers, it's safe to say Kiwi Farms has been one of the most, if not the...
Look at all of the effort, though. There's a lot of effort in the video. I mean, he's got an army of Kiwis here. Look at this. He's trying.
Most malicious forum anywhere on the internet. And today we're going to be covering how a site solely dedicated to online harassment has come to be one of the most prominent hate-brewing spaces anywhere online in recent memory. As well as covering some of the site's most infamous and dedicated
to harassment. I mean, I guess if you want to view this, the fucking goalposts of harassment have shifted so greatly over time, you know, where harassment is now harassment is now they retweeted me. Like, that's literally, I've seen people be like, you're bringing too much attention to this person. You are endangering their life. You know, that's harassment now. You retweet someone, it's harassment, you know, so, I don't know, maybe, I guess. Depending on your definition, I suppose.
The incidents that have left people's lives forever in shambles.
They're bothering Ethan Ralph. He's not a hootin' and a hollerin' about this one.
Strap in, as this is undoubtedly going to be a rough ride through the utter darkest depths of online degeneracy. Viewer discretion is advised.
Wait, so Kiwi Farms is the darkest depths of degeneracy, not the people they look at? Oh.
Kiwi Farms, originally known as Quickie, started as a child class to another prominent internet forum called 8chan by one of the...
What is he... Did he chat GPT this? What is he saying?
Kiwi Farms, originally known as Quickie, started as a child class to another prominent internet forum called 8chan by...
A child class to another prominent forum called 8chan by. You sound like English is your first language. What's going on, buddy?
One of the sites...
are we, you know, should I be making fun of this video? Is this a little, you know, I don't know,
administrators named Joshua Connor Moon, often...
Joshua Connor Moon.
Yeah, I don't even think that's true. He's saying it's an offshoot of 8chan. I don't think that's true, is it?
Referred to
I've never heard that before. Maybe this is some groundbreaking info I didn't know about.
By the Kiwi Farms community. Joshua is openly...
People are saying it's just wrong history. It doesn't sound right, because I knew about 8chan back in, like, 2014 or something. It was the whole Gamergate thing. I don't remember this being affiliated with that, really.
Affiliated with the alt-right and has had a long history of trouble with law enforcement, which more or less sums up the majority of Kiwi Farms users, although admittedly...
The majority of what?
Referred to as null by the Kiwi Farms community. Joshua is openly affiliated with the alt-right and...
Okay. Is this another...
He knows when to go.
Is this another one? Guys, Queeman follows Nick Fuentes. It's all over. Oh, is this another one? Like, it's just, really? Is it just another guilt by association? I mean, this is your first, like, there's things you can say about this guy, too, and you're going with he associates with the alt-right as, like, your first thing. His associations, not any of the things he's actually said or done, I guess. Alright, very strange. That seems to be just a real... Like, it's like the first tactic a lot of people go with, apparently.
And has had a long history of trouble with law enforcement, which more or less sums up the majority of Kiwi Farms users.
So the majority of Kiwi Farms users associate with the alt-right and have a troubled history with law enforcement. This is what he's saying. Oh boy. This is a good video, isn't it? The thing is we're so early on in the video. It's just, we just started. It's such a... And there's so much more to go, too!
So, admittedly, this isn't entirely true, as there are definitely blatant exceptions, which I will get into later. But
yeah, Elon Musk and Jordan Peterson, my favorite users from Kiwi Farms, right? Okay.
Even from its jump, Kiwi Farms was always meant to be a place for trolling and harassment. Originally created as a means to go after a particular webcomic artist I'm sure many of you have heard of.
Say Christine, say she, do it.
Now infamous Christian Weston Chandler. Chris Chan is easily the most notorious as well as most well-documented lolcow ever, and his very existence...
How can you be so fucking transphobic? You disgust me. You disgust me. She is a beautiful CPU blue heart goddess, dimension leader Jesus figure who... is now also Magi-chan or something. I don't know the lore. It's too confusing at this point, but how dare you?
would be the birth of
You fuck!
as we know it today.
He's dead naming her!
Now, I'm not going to go into detail on the story of Chris Chan, as he's already...
Somebody's 100%ing it on the AI. I mean, that's an easy way to make these videos now, isn't it? I mean, shit. Like, I did a thing once where it was an AI, it was like, write me a Dogs Eating Dogs 6 video about I forget what it was, the Mario movie or something. And he did that. It did that, and it sounded... Well, I didn't say dogs eating, I said like a screaming rant video from a man-child or something. And it was basically a Dogs Eating Dogs 6 script about opinions and whatever. Maybe this is just that. It's pretty easy to do that, right?
Legitimately, maybe the most documented person in history. But over the years of his constant, unforgiving trolling that can only be described as maybe the single biggest case of gang...
I'm like genuinely surprised that he's not going with the she, narrative with Chris. I mean, again, I don't personally, in my opinion, to say it again, there is personally, I believe there's enough evidence either way. You could kind of make the argument that it was always kind of going to happen with Chris. I could see the arguments there. Personally, I believe that he was convinced by a group of people online that this, I don't know. I don't think he's sound of mind to even know what the fuck he's doing. He thinks he's Jesus too, so it's like, I don't know. But I am surprised. Like, usually people who would be talking about Keffels being harassed by kiwi farms would not do that. I'm surprised.
Stalking ever, all on a man who is by definition retarded. No one would genuinely become disgusted with—
Whoa, dude, I'm retarded. How can you say that about my people?
What he had amassed on Quickie as a website, virtualizing an echo chamber of malevolent individuals grouped together with the sole intent to ruin someone's life. With a change of heart, Noel further decided to rebrand the Quickie into Kiwi Farms in 2014. Distancing itself from just being a hub.
Wasn't it a thing where Chris Chan referred to it as the Kiwi Farms because he misspoke the name Quickie Forums or whatever? And so he called... I remember hearing that's what it was. I think that... I didn't even hear that. Maybe it's just that's always made sense to me as like, oh, that... Obviously, that's where that name came from, right? But I don't know.
Hub to troll Chris Chan into more so being a broad hub to troll a variety of
That's what it was?
Here,
yeah,
the forum would begin to expand its range of harassment to many other internet users, usually...
Again, harassment is just... People throw that around. There's harassment, sure. I'm sure there's people on that site that are... Again... People do these generalizations, and you're supposed to be like, no, nobody has ever harassed any... No, I'm sure there's some. So, what's your point? Like,
holding no punches with no means of coercion being left off.
There's probably people on Twitter that do that. There's a lot of shit that goes on Facebook or whatever that no one talks about, but oh, it happens on Kiwi Farms. This is a problem, No. Subtitles? No, thank you.
Many of the site's users have explicitly said that the end goal is to make their targets commit suicide with. The site even going into celebration on the many times this was successful. The site even...
Can we see some proof of that, or are you just not going to show that?
Having a live counter that displays just how many people the site has killed over the...
What? Is that real? Is that a joke that they have, maybe, and this guy's taking it seriously? Or is that just a total lie? I mean, I've not been there for, like, a while, but I don't remember them having that. That sounds like a lie.
Years being put on show for everyone to see. Kiwi Farms has been known to flood targets with barrages of online harassment.
Yeah, the counter is 0. Maybe that's why I missed it. The counter was 0. It's not a very bumpin' fucking counter, maybe.
And it doesn't just stop there, with the forum's users frequently torment...
Supposedly I don't know how many people he's claiming fucking Kiwi Farms has harassed to suicide or whatever. Bullying can lead to suicide. I don't know what he's doing, but... as to my knowledge, it's like 3 or 4 that are claimed. And most of them, it's been found out that it's actually like a complete fucking manipulative, like someone came along and just, oh yeah, she totally hated Kiwi Farms, yeah. And the actual suicide note is like totally different. There's been some talk of that, but also, yeah, I mean, I just don't think that's, I mean... There's like a few people. One of them I remember is this guy
Bew. Guy, I don't know, person. This person, Bew, who used to be, I believe they were the designer of a BSNES. It was the name of it, I think. It was an emulator for the SNES that was extremely accurate. And this person, Bew, was like a known weirdo in the emulation community, kind of an odd individual to speak to, who was kind of fucking full of themselves. Long story short, a decade later or whatever, I fucking hear about Bew again, because Bew is one of the new supposed deaths attributed to Kiwi Farms. And I think that one was heavily disputed, too, that person might have just faked their death like a James Somerton thing, and just to blame Kiwi Farms or something. I don't know. But, yeah, that was another one, was just it's like, who's gonna do this? Probably someone who's notoriously like a fucking weirdo on the internet. I mean, I guess you could say that's bullying people with mental health issues or something. Well, some of them do a lot of fucking weird things, though. I mean, I don't know, bullying, too. It's like, is it just you're stupid and gay? Is that the bullying? I guess that's bullying, I suppose. It's not nice, you know. But, like, no one can make you kill yourself. You know? I mean, it's... Whenever it's like, they made him do it. Did they? Really? They drove him to it. Were they the only factor in that? Really? I don't know. And even then, most of the time when that's brought up, it seems to be called into question. This person's claiming that it's like fucking hundreds of victims, though.
Of online harassment, and it doesn't just stop there, with the forum's users frequently tormenting their victims in real life as well. Going as far as doxing, swatting, stalking, getting people fired at their jobs, and even physically assaulting the assailants of whom the forum victimizes. And it's not just anyone.
Squeal, little piggy! Does he not, I mean, like, I guess he's being objective by mentioning Ethan, Ralph, and Keffels in equal measure, but, like, the thing is, like, this whole narrative never works for these people. They always try to be, like, dishonest and, like, they're just harassing random people, and then if you look up who these people are, there's a good fucking reason why people are not happy with Keffels or Ethan Ralph, dude. Like, people are gonna talk about it. Do you just want them to not say it? Do you want them to congregate privately where there's not even any way to, like, look at it? By the way, this background is giving me a fucking headache, but I think it's better that it's on a public website rather than being in, like, a secret fucking cabal where, you know, like some shadowy shit. I think it's better that it's out in the open. You think you would prefer that? Like, this is literally just, how dare people have opinions about people? Fuck.
On either, the site's users purposely singling out people of whom are often mentally disabled or in some way neuroatypical, as well as
neuroatypical, everybody.
Jewish people, and especially
Jewish people. Oh, and especially
transgender,
especially the trans. You know, especially the trans are. Yeah, it's not good for they're very especially rude to the trans
individuals
and the Jews.
Being huge prey for the Kiwi farmers, with one of the biggest boards on the site being solely dedicated to trans people alone. The forum's
I mean, that's a critique I suppose you can make, sure.
Participants are also extremely equipped in the realm of finding out about anything and everything.
But it's also like, people are allowed to have that opinion, aren't they? They're allowed to, like, this is a free speech stream. People are allowed to have the opinion that, you know, whatever, trans people bad or whatever. Don't hurt people or be rude to them in public, but you're allowed to, like, think it and, like, say it. I don't know. People really want to, like, crack down on, I mean, I don't think it's a distasteful thing to think or talk about, sure. And I, you know, don't really agree with all of that, but it's like, people are allowed to talk about it. You know, I mean, I don't know. It literally is just, people shouldn't have the opinions that I think are wrong. And I mean, I also, you know, probably widely disagree with a lot of that stuff too, but, what do you, I mean, they're going to speak about it. Human beings will speak about these things. What do you want? You want it to be private where you can't keep an eye on them and, you know, shake your head the whole time?
Like the guy on the Epstein jet?
Could ever be to know about a particular person. There is genuinely some real FBI level documentation on some of the notable cases here, and the sheer amount of things that these people
Okay, but come on. Darkside Phil's really bad at video games, though. Like, that sucks. I mean, come on.
Are able to
Have you ever seen how bad he is at video games? Come on, dude.
Cover is honest.
Bad faith, disingenuous.
Astounding. When first launching Kiwi Farms, you'll find it's broken up into multiple different boards that all serve as different subsets of trolling vessels, although this isn't entirely the case, as there are plenty of more normal boards here. However, they are almost never as popular.
Yeah, come on, Oh boy, this guy's using some interesting imagery for his character here. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, the FBI really needs... I should write an FBI report about DSP's gaming ability. I think that would be funny.
By far the biggest one on the site being the lolcow board, which describes them as people with eccentric behavior who can be milked for entertainment. The site's first notable lolcow after being rebranded to Kiwi Farms in 2014, beside the obvious aforementioned Chris Chan, was a man named Justin RPG. An avid Pokemon fan and artist who was also romantically involved with a certain fictional dragon. In the grand scheme of things, Justin
was pretty lewd art of that dragon there.
Justin is a pretty unassuming character who just seemed to be a big fan of Pokemon.
Pretty unassuming character, has vocalized that he's into children, I think, on multiple occasions, but, you know, pretty unassuming. Generally speaking, in the grand scheme of things on that site, I'd say he is. He's pretty tame as they go, as they come. He's just kind of funny, mostly. I think he said something about kids. I don't know. It gets hard to keep track. But, yeah, no, I mean, overall, yeah, he's just kind of more funny than he is. There's horror cows. This is a long video, too. Damn, I feel like he's kind of already said what he needs to say,
albeit a very big fan, often making art of himself consuming multiple Pokemon's feces and other bodily fluids. He also was a vorophile, which just means he sexually liked the idea of being consumed by somebody else, which he would also fully broadcast in his drawings.
Oh dear.
Justin would post his artwork to multiple threads across the internet in the early 2010s, and
this video's pretty fucking racy, isn't it?
To his Asperger.
It's all censored, I guess. I mean, there's no bits or anything. It's just,
syndrome. He didn't really understand the social implications that sending such lewd media was uncalled for on, say, just a regular Pokemon card trading site. This would feed trolls to a certain extent.
So now he's just giving us the, like, history of Justin RPG? Okay. You know, there's a site that does that, actually.
But even greater than this, much the same as Chris Chan, Justin RPG would almost always respond to any trolls, making him the perfect first candidate for Kiwi Farms to document. As Justin was really a perfect...
Is that the first shot we've seen of actual people talking on Kiwi Farms? I think it's all been, like the threads, titles, and stuff like that. We're 6 minutes in and finally got a shot of, like, people speaking on the site. All these claims about the people on the site and everything, and what do we actually see here?
First candidate for Kiwi Farms to document.
Maybe a Pokemon finally ate him. Christ, Chris's music was funnier. Justin's stuff is creepy and perverse. Wow, these monsters speaking very mild opinions and criticisms about Justin RPG. Thanks for showing. I love that when they do this, they usually show a screenshot like this that's, like, completely contradicting their entire, like, they're evil monsters, and they show it, and it's just some people talking. It's nothing. They're not even, you can't even find people that, like, was there nobody in the thread that was saying anything, like, sus? This was the best you got?
As Justin was really a perfect target people could continuously milk laughs from. A thread for Justin would be created in the new...
Surprised that Justin RPG doesn't have a thread yet. He's one of my personal favorite lolcows, blah blah blah. Okay, I love each other. This is all perfectly fine. None of this is kill him. None of this is like death threats or anything. Or doxing, or it's just, he's funny. Isn't this guy kind of funny, guys? Wow, monsters, depraved.
newly established locale image board on Kiwi Farms, and from there, the rest is history.
See, this guy just needs to learn to love each other.
Kiwi farmers would troll and harass both him and his single mother until Justin had to purposely remove himself from the internet, with many people thinking he had actually killed himself, although...
Yeah, there's like at least one N-word per thread. You could probably find at least that. Come on.
This probably
if you're gonna like to take him out of context or whatever, you gotta do it right.
The case. But I only bring Justin up as, aside from being the first real locale of the site, his interaction with Kiwi Farms is actually...
I like how every time I see this image of... I'm pretty sure this is Joshua Connor Moon, right?
Joshua Connor Moon.
I'm pretty sure that's him. It looks so much like Malcolm in the Middle, though. I always think that's Malcolm in the Middle.
It is actually extremely tame compared to many others over the years. On the other side of the coin, arguably the most persecuted person in Kiwi Farms history, coming from the Stitch board, which specifies in its harassment of trans people, is Keffels. In many regards, seeming as almost the antithesis to Kiwi Farms as a whole. Even for how much Chris Chan has endured through the years due to trolls, there at least was a semblance of...
We're getting into Keffels, everybody. It's gonna be real. Okay, Keffels is here. Alright.
Passion people had towards him, with various users often legitimately helping
Keffels is the most persecuted individual on Earth, everybody.
him in dire situations, even sending him generous donations that would be the only way Chris stayed afloat.
Almighty Loli says this didn't age well. Look at when this came out. I would agree! They shouldn't have shipped this milk spoiled! This is crazy!
At certain points. But with Keffels, there has been absolutely no mercy, with only a landslide of hatred and provocation that's unquestionably ruined their lives. Keffels is best
Yeah, it's really bad for Keffels, I agree.
As a
not looking good.
Twitch streamer who is also an ex-politician and an ex-corn star that, now that I'm writing this down,
Corn star. This is the mind we're dealing with.
Is a very bizarre
comment. Oh, don't you use the... No! Any character but Usopp! What's wrong with you?
But Keffels was born in 1994 in Ontario, Canada, and realizing that they were trans at a young age, started transitioning in their early teens, even getting gender reassignment surgery in Thailand by the
Wow, I feel like Keffels would not be happy that you're showing this. I don't think I've ever even seen this. It's like you're doing Kiwi Farms' job for them, but calling them losers while you do it. Wow. Good job!
In their early teens, even getting gender reassignment surgery in Thailand by the age of 18. After attending the University of Western Toronto, they would then try their hand in...
Is that Death Grips in the background? Alright,
Canadian politics, running in two separate...
Oh my god. Oh my god. What does this mean? Why does it say Hassan? Why does it say Hassan, chat? What's going on? Why does it say Hassan Piker, chat? Why is Hassan involved? God damn it!
Races under the Communist Party, but ended up losing both times. So instead, they decided they would become a trans...
Listen to the music, chat.
rights activists of sorts, which they were significantly more successful in. Keffels would eventually join Twitch in 2020.
It's subtle, but it's there.
At first just doing regular...
It hurts me. It's hurting me so bad. This video is hurting me.
Gaming streams, but would eventually switch over to doing more political-oriented content after a wave of anti-trans legislation was passed in America. And this change in content made Keffels become noticeably more...
Okay, I'm paying too much attention to this Persona 5 music. I have to go back. We have to go back, Kate!
Sorts which they were significantly more successful in. Keffels would eventually join Twitch in 2020, at first just doing regular gaming streams, but would eventually switch over to...
You know, who needs the Mutahar video? Maybe this video is gonna run interference for the Mutahar video. Maybe that's the idea.
Doing more political-oriented content after a wave of anti-trans legislation was passed...
Do you want to try that word again?
Political-oriented content after a wave of anti-trans legislation was...
You know, I remember hearing at one point in time, it was like a thing from, I think, the Red Hot Chili Peppers. They were talking about when they were recording an album, they had to be, like, perfect when they're playing their instruments. They gotta knuckle under and get good, you know? They can't make mistakes because they're in a fucking studio that costs, like, $1 million a fucking day to be in. This guy is not the Red Hot Chili Peppers. I kind of feel like he could have re-recorded that line. I don't know. I just feel like I would have, maybe.
passed in America. And this change in content made Keffals become noticeably more popular, gaining a pretty sizable viewer base because of it. And
We're not even up to the good stuff yet, guys.
Keffals being a left-leaning transgender communist, it would spark a thread to be opened about them on Kiwi Farms that now today contains close to 4,000 pages just in
they're talking about toxic legislation on Stitch Ditch over there. It's such a shame.
2 years. The thread originally starting partly for Keffals getting popular streamer Destiny banned from Twitch, but mostly because Kiwi farmers felt although Keffals was grooming their mostly underage fanbase both sexually and into becoming trans themselves.
Okay, Kiwi Farms felt this way. Why did they feel this way, sir? Can you explain it to us? Please tell us why.
At the time, in addition to being a popular streamer, Keffals had been heavily promoting and selling HRT and estrogen supplements.
DIY HRT, right. You know, they call this colloquially bathtub HRT for a reason, because you are actually supposed to make it and brew it in your tub. Which, I mean, like, okay, so let's imagine you're, like, say 14, you're buying trans estrogen stuff off the internet. You're supposed to fucking whip it around like a cauldron in your fucking bathtub. Do you clean the tub first? You probably would, right? I would assume so, like I would think too, but maybe a kid wouldn't. So if they don't, that's probably not good, right? But also, like, what if they do? What if they decide to clean it and they've sprinkled Comet all over the tub, but they're a stupid fucking 14-year-old, 15-year-old. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. So they just like, there's just like comet particles in their bathtub estrogen that no one is supervising the child while they're, you know, brewing it. I'm just saying, I'm surprised more people were not like, wait a second, more people didn't ask questions sooner.
Specifically Weird. Towards minors. Telling and teaching...
Yeah, cat hairs in the vials and stuff, right? The scum of the earth might call me a groomer for it, but if a minor approaches me and asks me how to transition, I will point them to resources to help them do it. I'm gonna transgender your children. Try to stop me, bitch. And I just don't understand. They can't decouple the fact that this person is trans from what this is saying. This is saying, hey, children... Come to me and I will help you through your childhood fucking set. Like, this is inherently, visibly, obviously creepy, isn't it? I just don't get how people can be so blind to that. It's wild.
Boys, how and where to buy DIY HRT medication behind their parents' backs. They also used to run an explicit Discord server called Catboy Ranch, which more or less was a place for young trans and gay men to talk to each other. Keffals, however...
This is really undercutting the claims that they're making. I mean, I guess that makes sense. You got to do that if you're going to make this type of video. He's not exactly going to represent them super honestly. I guess he's more or less recounting the situation, but it's not really going... Okay, why did they think that she... Okay, why did they think this? Oh, because of this and this information. You know, I mean, maybe we'll get into it.
Seems to have used this server more as a way to groom and, for a lack of a better word, brainwash boys into becoming transgender. With Keffals even sending individuals on the server of whom they favored branded collars for them to wear that marked...
So, so he's... Okay, fair play to DC1. He's making... He's explaining what's going on here. Like, it's not as one-sided as it sounds like it is. He is kind of getting into it. Like, I feel like you could watch this and still come away with it, come away from it being like, wow, Keffals is kind of a fucking weirdo. This is bizarre. So why is Kiwi Farms not allowed to talk about that?
Property of Catboy Ranch, all while they were still minors. So all this in combination accumulated...
Yeah, I guess he just doesn't care?
...into Keffals receiving their own thread on Kiwi Farms in 2022. But unlike most of the locales on Kiwi Farms, Keffals wouldn't just lie down...
So he's just completely uncritical of that, then. He's showing that, and he's just saying it like it's a normal thing and moving on, and that's... Oh, dear. Oh, that's no good. You're showing us stuff that's really suspicious, and you're just gonna move along from that? alright.
And take the scrutiny.
She's gonna take the scrutiny, everyone. She's taking Kiwi Farms to war. It's all over, lawbreakers.
Shortly after the initial harassment, Keffals would start a new Twitter thread to get Kiwi Farms taken off the internet, eventually morphing into the Drop Kiwi Farms hashtag. In retrospect, Keffals really wasn't in the wrong for starting a movement like this, only spouting legitimate facts about the site and how it spreads hate speech and engages in downright illegal activity.
Here is a shot of a thing that exists that may or may not be related to Kiwi Farms, I guess.
Valid reasons
Sure.
a site like this one's nature should be taken down.
Like, he's alleging that that's a thing they use. I don't know. I mean, I've never seen... All I can ever really say, like, I've seen some weird shit being said on there, but it's never been like, here's how we get his fucking bank account. Like, it's never something like that. That seems to get shut down pretty quick from what I mean, I've never encountered that. If that exists on the site at all, they seem to get rid of it pretty fucking fast. So, like, at no point have I been on Kiwi Farms and seen people just, like, doing any of this kind of stuff that he's claiming. I mean, it really is it's operating, you have to just have never been there. This is internet hate machine, basically. It's supposed to scare you away from ever going there.
But obviously, people who actually use Kiwi Farms would very much disagree with the movement to ban it, and this move on Keffals' part would only grow
counterpoints here. We're getting some the
hostility for them brewing on the site. Where on August 5th, 2022,
oh my goodness, sir, Aguest, come on, you watch your video before you... Legistration, Aguest. This is a violation, my man. I mean, I'm sorry. He's not really getting into Doxbin or whatever, is he? I mean, the other website Zero and all that. The one that, like, allegedly actually did the thing to Keffals that she claims that Kiwi Farms did to her. I mean, maybe we're not to that point yet. He might bring it up. He seems to be, like, bringing it up everything, but not really taking issue with half of it. It's weird.
First of many swattings due to Kiwi farmers. Here, Keffals would be forcefully taken into custody for a full 11 hours, having their apartment torn up and raided, as well as being dead-named by a...
You know, by the way, that he's calling Keffals they? Didn't Keffals get up in arms with Mutahar about calling her they in the tweet? Them? Bro, you're so transphobic. You're calling Chris-chan he, you're calling Keffals they. I mean, I'm on Shinigami Eyes, and I'm calling her she. What the hell's wrong with you, fuck-ass?
Authorities. This all started when various letters were mailed into Ontario authorities that claimed Keffals had been planning to commit a mass shooting in the upcoming days, which would immediately lead to police intervention. In the heat of the conflict, Keffals would also launch a GoFundMe campaign to further build a legal defense against Connor Moon and Kiwi Farms, as well as change residency to avoid further harassment, to which it was extremely successful, gaining well over $100,000 in donations. But while the fight to get the site banned was waging in Keffals' favor, the troll...
Oh, nice job, Aiden. You managed to skirt around the all-seeing eye of some rando who decided to blacklist you as a transphobe for years. I'm still pissed about that. That's so annoying to me. It's like, yeah, I kind of don't take anyone seriously if they're gonna... like, take that app that seriously or whatever. I mean, I occasionally get the comment that's like, oh, red name, disregard. It's like, alright, well, you seem like you'd be I don't think you would fucking fit in on my channel, and it's not because you're trans. It's like... yeah, but it still pisses me off. It's like, man, I'm really just labeled a monster because some guy decided that. Or some, I don't know, lady, whatever. Some person decided that.
Only worsened, with Keffals legitimately having to move out of the country to avoid being doxxed, which still didn't even prevent it from happening, with trolls still managing to find their address in multiple different countries.
Somehow managed to find her address when she told people that she was in Ireland. I mean, Ireland it's dense. It's so dense that, I mean, it is, I don't know. It is a surprise.
Eventually, the campaign to get Kiwi Farms taken down was actually successful, with Keffals directly contributing to the network Cloudflare dropping them, leading Kiwi Farms to shut down its service.
She literally told wow, this is really skirting over shit, isn't it? I mean, because I guess you just can't argue anything against her saying her buying a bunch of shit to live stream in public with her fucking GoFundMe money. Buying a ton of shit. And then telling people that she would be in the... Not even in the country. She, like, said she'd be, like, live streaming... IRL live streaming in a specific location there, right? In Dublin or whatever. There was, like, a chip truck or some shit. So she gave them... She wanted it to happen, dude. Why are you even bringing her up? You could just not bring Keffals up. This is so dishonest. Oh, this is a bad video. Why are people making so many bad videos this year? This is so funny. Like, it's like every other week there's some new retard. Arguably, I'm one of them. It's great. I'm happy to assist.
Well, at least for a little while. But in hindsight, even with Keffals doing a virtuous thing here, getting a net negative site closed at least temporarily.
Net negative site,
The whole
Why are they so negative, though? For all the reasons that you made up?
Situation isn't that black and white. As Keffals
Video of the week!
milked both this whole affair and their entire fanbase for every ounce they had, exploiting many people out of their hard-earned money in the process. The whole Kiwi farm situation brought monstrously more eyes onto Keffal than anything they ever had prior, getting immense support both from the mainstream media outlets and other content creators in their community.
Stop saying they. It's so triggering, dude.
So realizing this was a make-or-break moment, Keffals tried to drag the Kiwi Farms drama as far as they possibly could, purposely stroking the flame and antagonizing Kiwi Farm users. Literally engaging
Kiwi Farm users.
In
just the one.
Multiple back and forths with
all of the other farms were shut down that day, so it was just the single one only Kiwi farm.
Various online trolls.
I intentionally making myself a lightning rod so I could make Kiwi farms more vicious and attack me to the point where Cloudflare had no choice, because every time they attacked me, I publicized it. One of the things that I did intentionally for the success of the campaign.
So the argument people have, I think, with Keffals is that she was maybe dishonest in how she did this, but she was trying to, I guess, greater good fucking take down Kiwi farms because they're mean to trans people. So she just faked being harassed a whole bunch because, oh wait, hang on, what's going on? Oh no! No wait, that's the other one, hang on. Oh no! Yeah, she just like super made up a bunch of harassment and faked it all. And allegedly, according to some people I think that are kind of Keffals faithfuls, the idea I think is sort of like, well, I mean, she did it. She did fake it all and, like, basically asked to be harassed and doxxed and, like, swatted and whatever. Like, she told them their location and everything. But she did it so that they would reveal themselves so that, like, Cloudflare or whatever. I mean, even if that's true, they're, like, stronger than ever now, so that's retarded. But, I mean, yeah, I don't know. It didn't really work. I mean...
was make myself a lightning rod. I egged them on. I egged Kiwi Farms on. I wanted them to attack me. Because by doing that, I was able to show the world how fucking vile they are.
Even sometimes stooping...
Is it known that she faked the swatting? Because I know that she's, like, made stuff up in regards to what happened with the swatting, and he completely blew past all of that. Maybe that's still to come. But it's I think in the chronology of it, I think we're past it now. So she had like 3 different stories about how the video or how the doxing happened, or the swatting, I guess. But that did happen. Is it possible that she's the one that sent them the tip, right? Wait. Oh no, what's happening? Oh no! She's the one that totally made up the doxing completely 100% whole cloth and faked it all. And sent them the tip that was like, I am from Kiwi Farms, please. I am also a fan of Think Before You Sleep. Please dox Keffals. Like, that's right, correct? I mean, no, I was pretending to be like holding a gun or some shit. I'm gonna kill people. Yeah, I vaguely remember. So she totally made that up. Right. Right. So, but I think we're past that in this video now, so.
To their level, hiring private investigators just to dox harassers, all with funders' donations, as well as publicly admitting to not taking proper precautions on concealing their whereabouts, just so—
She lied about the gun in the face, and she lied about the misgendering, and she lied about the...
I don't know how many other things she lied about, but she lied about all of them!
It would lead to them getting—
Oh! He's actually bringing it up. Maybe the video's not that bad. Maybe it's not actually running super hardcore defense for Keffals. Maybe we're all speaking too soon. I think it would be maybe better to put these things, like, in order. Maybe this is still in order. I feel like this was earlier.
Proper precautions on concealing their as well as publicly admitting to not taking proper precautions on—
Yeah, people told her to stop blasting her fucking info everywhere, and she was like, "Don't tell me what to do," and banned them.
On concealing their whereabouts, just so it would lead to them getting harassed or doxxed, which would only produce more mainstream attention and bleed into further donations. Donations that would not even be used for the reasons donators had intended, pocketing by far the vast majority of the $100,000 of—
So, in other words, so it's amazing. This is such a bizarre video because he's not being that dishonest. I mean, I am speaking a little too soon. He is showing a lot of this. It's weird that we're not supposed to like Kiwi Farms, though, because it seems like this is just a website meant to document really fucking, like, shitty people. I don't know.
Oh, fun.
And maybe just, like, politely, like, well, not politely, but, like, you know, gently laugh at a couple of retards, like just an RPG or whatever, you know? People who are probably not that much of a threat. I think he said something about kids, but, like, it's just an RPG. He's probably not going to do anything, right? I don't know. Maybe he is. I don't know. He is a bit of a fucking weirdo. But the point is like, so far all that's been depicted is the people that they talk about are scumbags, or they're talking about people who are just slightly funny and they make, you know, a little bit of fun of them, and that's it. Why are we supposed to not like Kiwi Farms in this? It's not even that he's misrepresenting the people they talk— I mean, he's misrepresenting them, but he's not misrepresenting, like, super hard the thing. I mean, a bit, but even still, the information he's presenting about Keffals is like, why wouldn't people want to talk about this? What the fuck?
Is raised, taking lavish vacations all throughout Europe and paying out a full year's worth of rent in a luxury apartment, all on funders' dollars. And with this new expendable income, Keffals would spend much of it fueling a budding drug addict.
Why would people not want to talk about this? Holy shit!
Having been heavily using alcohol and benzos, even going on a full 8-day bender in which they snorted cocaine cut with methamphetamine.
This is like a joke video. You got all this info from Kiwi Farms, probably. And it's like, this is just like reading a KF thread about Keffals. Wow, thanks for giving me all the rundown on why she sucks.
In 2023. Needless to say, many spenders were pretty outraged with how their hard-earned money was being spent by Keffals. And while they were technically successful in getting Cloudflare to discontinue its business with Kiwi Farms, it would only be a momentary bump in the road for this site's existence.
This needs like a laugh track. You know the scene in the Last Jedi Plinkett video where it's him talking about how the movie's like a comedy of errors? And he just keeps going like, and then they crash that ship, and then this lady dies, and everything he says, it's like, ha ha, it's like a new laugh track clip. We need that throughout this. Every time he brings up something about, it's like, oh, and then she blew all the money on drugs, and then she got cut with meth, and oh, and then Kiwi Farms is doing better than ever, and oh no, oh dear, oh, what a shame, what a shame.
A new service provider shortly after, with Kiwi Farms being completely well up and running today. But while Keffals might be Kiwi Farms' biggest antagonist on the left, a man named Ethan Ralph would—
Oh my goodness, what are we talking— Oh, we're gonna hoot and holler, everyone! Oh, this is gonna be good.
Undoubtedly be their biggest nemesis on the right, for very different reasons. Ethan Ralph, referred to on Kiwi Farms as the Gunt due to his excessive amount of body fat, is a banned alt-right—
Bro, you've got uncensored slurs. What's wrong with this video? This is more— Okay, this is a joke video. He showed screenshots of Kiwi Farms.
and it was just people being reasonable and saying, haha, his music's not very good. What are we seeing in your video, dude? What are you doing? What are we doing? What are you doing?
American podcaster, best known for his podcast, The Kill Stream, and his long catalog of shit-faced rants against the haters and anyone on the left.
Mama gave me this shirt on the day
you know, props to the fiddly banjo music happening while he's, you know, plucking away for deliverance here. That's a good choice. We gotta give him that.
walk out of that fucking hellhole in Loudon fucking County, Virginia, after 8 long months in that fucking cell. Do you ever think any of you fucking cocksuckers can ever say a goddamn fucking word to me?
I mean, this is so bizarre. It's like you're condemning this website for making fun of these people, but now you've got this whole montage clip thing of how silly Ethan Ralph is, and I agree, he is. This is a good montage of what a dummy Ethan Ralph is. Well done. But like, why do you think people should not be allowed to speak about that publicly then? What the fuck?
You don't know hard time, bitch!
He started off initially as a respected mouthpiece for people involved with the alt-right, but due to his abundance of less than stellar memeable outbursts, is today more or less a bona fide locale.
Maybe the end of the video will be like, yeah, Kiwi Farms is toxic, and that's awesome! Fuck you! Yeah! Yeah! Eat shit, libs! You know, maybe that'll be what... I kind of don't think that's what's gonna happen.
For people to troll. In 2016, he played a prominent role in the whole Gamergate fiasco, doxing a game...
In 2016? Dude, irrelevant human being. Learn what happened. Come on.
In 2016, he played a prominent role in the whole Gamergate fiasco, doxing a game developer named Brianna Wu with...
Did he say
abundance? That's funny.
Led to Ethan being arrested. At first, he was praised by the fringe community in the alt-right, but due to his narcissism and a slew
I'm sure that maybe that happened in 2016, but he says 2016 Gamergate. No, that was like dead by then. Come on. It was 2014, dude.
Of internet and legal outbursts would quickly become a target of ridicule.
You need like a bingo for a video like this that's just like Gamergate mention, transphobia mention, doxing, harassment, which is not really harassment, downplaying someone who, as a victim, who actually really kind of deserved everything they got, you know.
Where Kiwi Farms would swoop in for some good old trolling. Where on January 18th of that same year, 2016, the original thread about Ethan would be made, although since then, there has been an entire board dedicated just to him. The original thread just going over some of his worst moments, and from there, Ethan, much...
Now you're actually showing 4chan, wow. Now you're actually showing KF, and I mean, it's like you got I mean, it's just his thread. It's not really anything so far. It's not really showing me them doxing him or anything. This is all information that I think was already retrieved from other sources, so they just posted here.
And from there, Ethan, much like many of the others I've mentioned previously, would always respond to the trolls.
Probably you that fucking doxed him, motherfucking lying, cock-sucking faggot, motherfucker!
Oh, dude, I love the Ralph mail. It's so good.
You want to all over me every fucking second? I can just scream over you too, you piece of shit, motherfucker!
Yeah, see, this is what would have happened if I debated that other guy, and I can't be sure which one of us this would have been.
Fucking running your mouth! I'll just keep hollering, you motherfucking piece of shit! Eat a fucking pop! Oh, yeah!
This is like a whole fucking funny meme montage of Ethan Ralph being a silly Billy, and it's like, are we... So you can make fun of him in your video, but like other people online, they can't have a website where they talk about these sorts of things? Why? I don't understand.
But Ralph isn't actually retarded or autistic like, say, Christian, instead fully realizing that feeding into the trolls will only drive engagement and put more money in his pocket. Views and attention
Number 50.
He's got that voice, I just realized.
Doesn't change whether people are there because they like you or because they hate you, and it's infinitely easier to get people to hate you. Upfrontly, being an internet tough guy with controversial views and funny outbursts is a legitimately lucrative strategy for building an online income, but especially in Ralph's case, it does have its downsides. Ethan Ralph has been physically assaulted too many times to count over his career, once even getting jumped twice in the same vacation in Portugal, of all places.
Not before you were little. Did it happen both times in Portugal? I didn't even realize that.
Okay.
Maybe I forgot. I don't know. This is great footage, though. Where'd you get this from?
You fat little gun shit. Yeah, that's right, bleeding. Look at you.
Fuck you, bitch.
Fast-star days, bitch.
Fuck you, bitch.
Sweet!
Even picking a...
Why are you making fun of this poor victim of the transgender bullying website Kiwi Farms? She's beautiful. I don't care what you say about Ifina.
Huge fight with the creator of Kiwi Farms himself, Joshua Connor Moon. Ralph hates Noel, as he sees him as representing everything that's happened to him because of Kiwi Farms, with the two frequently going back and forth with each other on Noel's podcast, Mad at the Internet.
Your days are numbered, and I'm gonna be there to piss on your fucking grave, bitch.
Okay. Is there anything else?
So while Ralph does, as I mentioned earlier, have his very own board.
Why are you making Joshua Connor Moon? Why are you making him seem like a funny Chad? I thought you don't like this site. This is a joke. This is a meme video. This is a meme video. This is bait. Come on. Why would you show me a clip of him being funny? What is wrong with you?
And I'm gonna be there to piss on your fucking grave, bitch.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there anything else?
But while Ralph does, as I mentioned earlier, have his very own board on Kiwi Farms, he could very much qualify to...
Why is he showing us Keffel's L's and Joshua Connor Moon? Why is he showing us Josh's dubs? What is that about? Why are you... This is such a... It's not only not that dishonest, actually. It's actually really in favor of Kiwi Farms. This is so weird.
Fit under one of the boards that I find the most interesting, simply called Death Fat. Now, there is a subsection to Kiwi Farms called Lolcow Saloon.
Yeah, I am fat, so I don't like this.
Which is specifically targeted for lolcows.
Now, hang on. I wonder if this will get into the fact that the Lolcow Salon is like... Wait, did he say saloon?
There is a subsection to Kiwi Farms called Lolcow Saloon.
That's all I'm gonna say on the matter. I wonder if he's gonna get into the fact that this is like exclusively women that use this section of the site, because that's well, maybe not the Stitch Ditch section, but beauty parlor and girl talk, I guess, at least those are. There's a lot of ladies in that section, from what I understand.
Which is specifically targeted for lolcows a female demographic who would enjoy trolling. Contrary to what many seem to believe, men are not the only ones who can be toxic on the internet, with Kiwi Farms having a plenty active female user base as well.
Yay! Equality!
With them often being much more toxic than the men.
This is true!
Death fats are individuals who are so morbidly obese that there's an obvious visual indicator that their weight will be the death of them. Believe it or not, there is a pretty...
Wow, that sounds like a lot of ludicrous people. It's I bet there's a website where people would make fun of people like that, and in that
popular sub...
You know what that guy said I was doing for the pedophile website? I think that's what this guy's doing. He's like, this is supposedly like condemning Kiwi Farms, but shit, I don't know, man. You're really making a good case. This is an advertisement for Kiwi Farms. Did Joshua Connor Moon, did he pay for this?
Genre on YouTube and other platforms like TikTok, where morbidly obese women showcase their lives and what they eat in a day, often also fizzling in with mukbang content. These types of content creators have a generally female audience that usually falls into one of two categories. Group A are women who are dieting, who watch others eat large portions of their favorite
dying with a T
dishes as a way to vicariously feed their cravings. Then Group B are usually thin.
Maybe this is like a joke video where the at the end of it he gets like red pilled, and he's just like, "Wow, actually, I can kind of see why this site exists. Yeah, the site's pretty good actually. All right, end of video."
even anorexic women who come to make fun of and troll these creators, which I think you could assume what category Kiwi Farms users fall under. Death Fats is a forum that showcases some of the most milkable lolcows that fit this description, and has even led into some real-life serious situations. One of the most popular lolcows on this board, having close to 9,000 pages just on one of their threads, is...
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing I will say about KF is, they will pick some people who... is this Foodie Beauty? I think this is Foodie Beauty. They will pick some fucking people who... Foodie Beauty is pretty interesting. But there's threads on people on that site that just aren't that entertaining, and I don't know where the fun is supposed to be located. I don't know. Maybe they were funny at some point, but I'll read them and I'm like, man, not super... I don't know, it's just like really basic drama, or like... He makes cringe art. Okay, you know. I mean, there's gotta be... We need more than that now, you know?
Named Chantel Sorrell, better known online as Foodie Beauty. Chantel is a morbidly obese mukbang YouTuber, and he's
mukbang
one of the most interesting cases on this particular board, as she actually consistently tries to make efforts to lose her excess fat, but in one way or another always fails due to her own self-destructive accord. Over the course of her channel, she has made dozens of statements.
So once again, we're just getting like a history lesson about Foodie Beauty and learning all about her various antics, I guess, and that's cool.
Claiming that she was going to begin to take her health more seriously, but always quickly walks this back, with her gorging on outrageous amounts of food, sometimes even just hours after saying this. Then when fans mention this repeated behavior, Chantel has a huge meltdown, scolding her fans for at all holding her accountable. This whole continual...
Wow, she sounds like somebody who would probably have a lot of dialogue about them. Wow.
Loop of starting a diet, failing, then breaking down has been dubbed by Kiwi Farms the Chantel cycle, and has left many of her viewers frustrated with her inability of ever following through with anything. But not all of her fans, as separate from the two types of mostly female viewers who watch this type of content I mentioned earlier, there's a small minority of men who enjoy Chantel's content for completely different reasons, called feeders. A feeder is a usually...
This is going into so much detail. Are we gonna learn about how Josh is a feeder? But this is going into so much detail. Wow.
Skinny man who was aroused by much larger women.
Did he say frustrated? No, he did not. He did not say frustrated. This is gonna make me so butt frustrated.
Failing, then breaking down has been dubbed by Kiwi Farms the Chantel cycle, and has left many of her viewers frustrated with her
low IQ individual. I'm sorry, it's a 70 IQ knuckle dragging mouth breather, you know?
Inability of ever following through with anything. But not all of her fans, as separate from the two types of mostly female viewers who watch this type of content I mentioned earlier, there's a small minority of
so fucking frustrated. God damn it.
Men who enjoy Chantel's content for completely...
I'll read the comments at the end if I remember.
...different reasons, called feeders. A feeder is a usually skinny man who was aroused by much larger women, enjoying the idea of feeding their woman so much to the point of complete immobility. With Chantel's content aligning with this fantasy to a T, many viewers of hers are men who are watching with a very different intent than she had anticipated, frequently leaving lovely comments. Regardless, admittedly, Chantel's misfortunes are more often than not of her own fruition, but trolls have done a sizable amount to egg on her downward spiral. With Chantel having a tendency to overshare on a lot of details, especially regarding her...
My man, you didn't even need to include a large segment about Chantel. I don't know why you even included this. This is ultimately irrelevant to Kiwi Farms. It's ultimately not even relevant. You could have omitted this whole part. It's like the fucking Wendigoon part of the conservative horror movies video. It's not even fucking related, frankly. But you chose to keep it in, and you chose to include... Oh, you chose to include frustrated and...
having a tendency to overshare on a lot of details, especially regarding her...
Fucking especially!
Her love life.
He was like, you know, we're looking for another girl to fool around with. You know, we want to try having a threesome. She's bisexual. Naturally, I woke up to the...
Claw Papa, this is bait. Listen!
Listen!
If it's bait, it's really good. This is a great video if it's bait. This could be a really, really bad video, but it's so funny. It's like it's in a... it's one of those fucking paradoxes. It's like the, what do you call it? The one with the box. The cat in the box. That one. You know? It's like we don't know if we don't know if this video is horrible or really, really good yet. It's hard to tell. It's really hard to tell.
Feeling of having to be sick. I don't even know where the bathroom is. So I ran like through the little hall. It comes out both ends. The barf goes projectile all over. The poop goes all over their floor.
Which has led to ample ammunition for trolls to harass her and her numerous lovers. She's continuously spoken out against her detractors.
It's just like this entire video is, there are a lot of reasons why people like to make fun of people on the internet. Anyway, Kiwi Farms is bad.
But this more so just fuels the flame, if anything, with her never taking any accountability or following through with anything she says, ever. But as Chantel may be eating herself into an early grave, in all fairness, this pales in comparison to the many people Kiwi Farms has directly contributed towards their abrupt end. Now,
okay, now we're really getting into it, guys. The bodies are piling up, Josh!
I know I gave a warning at the start of the video, but I think it's appropriate to give another caution here. I'm about to be discussing some darker subject matters.
Someone says the highest praise I can muster. Honestly, I agree. This is like a goddamn Johnny Test episode. It's, yeah. It's right on that line, isn't it? Yeah.
Downright despicable action, so if that's not the kind of headspace you want to be in right now, I could totally understand clicking off the video. But with Kiwi Farms having the reputation it does today, it's really no surprise that the website has direct correlations to multiple real-life tragedies.
I know this is whataboutism. I know. However, my question remains. What about the fucking people that Kiwi Farms has, like, helped to put in jail? What about the, like, zoophile fuckers that are in prison now, in part because of stuff that Kiwi Farms users did? I don't know, it seems there's, like, active attempts to do things to stop criminals on that site. But people only ever discuss the hypothetical, possible, maybe someone died, possibly. Kiwi Farms might have made them want to kill them, maybe. Yeah? Well, maybe they were a criminal that was gonna go to jail. I don't know.
With users really going above and beyond to get people to commit, even invoking very creative strategies like mass reporting posts someone makes about their mental health, just to ensure that people around them don't see it and never reach out to help them. The first serious case of this started in 2013, where a campaign against a transgender game developer named Chloe Segal was...
Oh my god, I remember Chloe Segal. This was 10 years ago. I mean, that's before then, even. She came up, she was, like, raised as a specter over fucking Gamergate for some reason. I remember people just bringing her up, and it's like, what? What? No? What? Who's this lady? What's going on?
Created. Chloe is best known for their development of the popular indie horror game titled Homesick, in which it had been praised as being one of the best games of the year it came out. The harassment against them started when it was uncovered the crowdfunding raised for Segal to deal with a metal poisoning infection from a near-fatal car accident was in fact actually being used so that Segal could have gender reassignment surgery.
There's a distinct pattern in this video, dude. There's like a really clear pattern where he just keeps fucking showing like people doing horrible things or dishonest things that would warrant comment or discussion in some way, and then acting like you shouldn't talk about it. I don't get it.
After this, Segal was barraged with ruthless online harassment, with trolls going as far to make sure Segal would never be able to work with any employment companies ever again.
I don't know the whole story of this. I'm out of the loop on this person. I'm familiar, but I'm not really aware. So I'm not going to be able to call it on all of the things that might be not totally accurate here. But I mean, he's pretty open about all of the misdeeds that a lot of these people fucking do, though. And it's like I'm already like, yeah, I mean, at least people probably don't like this woman, right? Like, they probably have things to say about her that are not positive, right? And that's because of actions she did. So why Why is it toxic? Why is the Kiwi Farms toxic?
And after years of online harassment that crippled their income and a slew of mental health crises, in 2018, Seagal would go into a Portland, Oregon park and light themselves on fire, leaving nothing behind but a final death note that read as follows. My death cannot be silent, and it has to be loud and political. My entire life, my experience, my education has led up to this moment. I can only expect trauma and death for my existence. After this fatal incident, Joshua...
That's the... Oh, right. So which part of that said Kiwi Farms?
Connor Moon, along with other Kiwi Farms users, went into celebration in a since-deleted YouTube...
Yeah, that's probably in poor taste, I guess, but sounds like she was not necessarily a great person. I mean, it's unfortunate, you know, I don't know, but like, whatever.
Dream. Kiwi farmers mocked and lamented over Seagal's passing.
It's maybe like the worst thing so far about Kiwi Farms is they were mean to someone after they killed themselves. Yeah, distasteful, I suppose, but whatever ultimately is. I guess is it toxic? I suppose, but it was also like 10 years ago, wasn't it?
Some users even increasing the kill count on their user pages.
What does that mean? He mentioned that before too. I don't know what he means. I've never seen that before. Maybe that happened like a decade ago. I don't remember a kill count. And he means like some users are increasing it. Maybe it was like a meme on the site, like some people had it in their bio or something, like a little kill counter as a joke. But like, did they kill... The suicide note, that person just seemed to be mentally ill, and the suicide note was like, alright, this is politics, whatever. It didn't name Kiwi Farms, it didn't name anybody, it wasn't really all that fucking, I don't know. Why are we attributing this to Kiwi Farms? Just because they're the ones that were documenting the dishonest things that she was doing?
Has since come out to claim zero responsibility for leading to what would
we got the Josh Mom pick. They always use the Josh Mom pick. Keffels love that one.
Eventually happened with Seagal. Kiwi Farms has also been involved in harassing another non-binary game developer.
Oh my god, not another one.
To the
another non-binary hit the World Trade Center.
Point of you know what. David Kirk-Ginder, better known online under the pseudonym Near, was a
I think this was the guy, Bew/Near. He was also known, he or they, non-binary, I'm not sure. Person named David who has an avatar that looks like this. Oh, fuck, what did I just do? Good for me. Where was I? We were past Chantal. We had Near, alright. Yeah, Near, this guy is the one. He's the one I described earlier. He was a known weirdo in the emulation, like, retro gaming community. Back, like, a decade ago on 4chan in, like, VG, or what, not VG, VR retro games, and other boards. I guess VG maybe, some emulation general or whatever, but, yeah, weirdo emulator guy who made the most accurate SNES emulator. And allegedly the emulator, it was so great, he was really fucking full of himself for this emulator that it was really full of himself. Apparently it was the only emulator that could play a game. It was a Japanese only golfing game for the fucking Super Famicom, and it was the only emulator that could accurately play that game. And he was very proud, and like other emulators weren't shit. It was really, you know, it was Tismo internet drama about emulators. But again, 10 years later or something, I learned, I mean, I don't think it was that long, but it was a while later, I learned that apparently this person has persisted as an internet lolcow to some extent, and supposedly their death is the fault of
under the pseudonym Near was a Japanese programmer, best known for his development of Hygen.
What do you mean Japanese?
Pseudonym Near was
Japanese?
A Japanese programmer.
What do you mean?
Kirk-Ginder,
yes, the Japanese.
Better known online under the pseudonym
David, a known Japanese name.
Near was a Japanese programmer, best known for his development of Hygen, the very first emulator for the Nintendo library to reach 100% compatibility. Near, on top of identifying as non-binary, was also autistic, which made for the perfect suitor
So, was Nier Japanese then?
For Kiwi Farms to harass. Nier, having had struggled socially his whole life, was used to being bullied, but the extent to which Kiwi Farms went to make their life miserable far surpassed anything an in-person bully could ever do.
Sounds like they're very effective.
Nier received various death
I joke, there's all just jokes.
threats that even appear to at times be more than just threats, with them and their friends and family being doxxed and harassed on numerous occasions. They would also be constant.
I mean, is there proof that it's Kiwi Farm? It's always just this, like, this understood thing that, oh, it had to have been Kiwi Farms. He did not mention Doxbin, by the way, when the Keffel segment was happening. Didn't mention that. Didn't mention anything in relation to how that wasn't even the fucking site that, like, I think he might have brought it up. He might have brought up something, but he did not mention the site or website 0 or anything, which is interesting. But yeah, it's this understood thing that Kiwi Farms just has to be. Bew was never doxxed. The thread just said, oh, I guess this guy is weird, kinda, and then he showed up and said, hey guys, I guess some of your criticisms are true. What? Bew was never doxxed. Okay, so this is just all lies? Okay, weird. Weird. Yeah, weird. I mean, he's not showing any fucking, like, images of the website, so, that's what I'm saying. It's this assumed thing that, oh, at Kiwi Farms, they had to have done it. Where's the proof, though? Is it just, do we just have to listen and believe?
Goaded into committing by Kiwi Farms users, which to the average person wouldn't be anything more than empty coercion, but keep in mind, to a severely depressed autistic individual, it's a little different. I could only just tolerate it with heavy depression when it was 4chan, but Kiwi Farms has made the
So this is tweets made by Nier or Bew or whatever. And I mean, again, I think if I remember correctly, and maybe chat can fill me in, Drac seems to know what's going on. This person, wasn't there some speculation that their death never even happened, their supposed suicide? I'm feeling like he's probably not going to mention it in the video. The supposed suicide, I'm not sure that it ever actually happened.
Orders of magnitude worse, which just goes to show just how much farther Kiwi Farms is willing to push the envelope to make sure their victims never recover. Nier themselves and the few
confirmed dead recently. Oh, so maybe it did finally happen, but apparently, yeah, I mean, confirmed dead as of back then, or like as of recently. Maybe it did happen. I mean,
people around them all agreed that Kiwi Farms harassment was what ultimately amounted to their untimely
got confirmed
passing.
He's dead.
In all of this real-life death and harassment that has sprung to life because of the nature of Kiwi Farms has made it a
constant. Most of it came out recently, but this was like a couple years ago. So yeah, I mean, people ran with that narrative. I mean, maybe it's possible that, I mean, it's an unwell person. I mean, that's eventually, even if that's all true, that, I mean, you don't really know if they're, like, at blame for that, just because they're documented. I will say, there seems to be less about the guy that's, like, but no, because that person said that that's not how the thread was at all. This sounds very suspicious.
An uphill battle for Kiwi Farms to stay legally.
Thank you to Nathan for the 5 gift memberships. Look at that fucking shit. Thank you very much.
As I had already talked about previously in
please enjoy your this user emotes and other emotes. There's a Claw Chef. Enjoy it.
2022, Kiwi Farms was dropped by Cloudflare, with the service provider calling the site an imminent threat to human life. With this very public termination, and seeing how Kiwi Farms was in hot water with media scrutiny at the time, other of the
stalker website
site's middleware providers such as HCAPTCHA also withdrew their support for keeping Kiwi Farms open. Here, Kiwi Farms would be completely inaccessible for a full 24 hours before Null would link up with a new Russian service provider called DDoS Guard. Although they would only provide their utilities for legitimately less than 24 hours before cutting ties with the site. Null claims that at this time, late 2022, Kiwi Farms was quote-unquote under an organized attack, and this was most certainly true. Much the same as the herd mentality harassment Kiwi Farms has plenty subjugated, they were now facing the exact same opposing resistance.
You've illustrated in this video that Kiwi Farms has been documenting crazy people who do weird, dishonest, insane things. Yeah, no fucking shit, they've got enemies. So, like, what's your point?
Since then, Kiwi Farms has been basically blacklisted from any at least conventional service
10K.
provider, but even despite this, has still seemingly managed to find a comfortable home on the internet. With Noel building his own DDoS protection and functioning under the service provider Vanwatech, who has no problem working with controversial websites, providing services for both 4chan and the Daily Stormer. And to conclude this video, I feel I must ask the question, should Kiwi Farms be banned from the internet? Is a site of this one's nature a doubtless abomination,
A doubtless abomination.
accumulated by all the worst aspects of online culture, or is it a constitutional right all internet users are entitled to?
Yeah, constitutional right of what country? Null's not even in America anymore.
Even with a question this
It's
way,
not about constitution, it's about basic fucking, I mean, it is in the US, I guess, but it's just, yeah, people should be allowed to talk about things on the internet. What's your fucking problem? What's your problem? Yeah, some people on the site, if anything, maybe the moderation needs to be a little tighter, I don't know. But people deserve a place where they can fucking speak about this shit, or else they're going to go into weird little private fucking discords, and it's probably going to be a lot worse there because they, you know, will probably know that they can just get away with saying more shit because fewer people will see it, and probably get away with things like, you know, doxing and harassing and all that sort of stuff that he's talking about here. It's better for a site like KF to exist to quarantine this type of person at the very least, even if you don't agree with anything they're doing. You want them on a site like that where you can fucking keep tabs on them at least, rather than being off in their own weird little fucking groups, right? If you think they're all dangerous, evil people, toxic, then you probably don't want them to be like, you know, in little splinter cells, hiding in a cave in Uzbekistan. You probably don't want that. I think that's where Josh is right now.
Nuance that really can't be answered in certainty. I'd like to at least give my thoughts on if a website such as this one should be accessible to the public. I see a lot of Kiwi Farms defenders saying that by law, Kiwi Farms has the right to exist, as it doesn't technically legally mend any jurisdiction. Believe it or not, things such as doxing are actually completely legal, and on paper, Kiwi Farms is a law-abiding website. But I feel though simply looking at this entirely from that perspective is just being blatantly ignorant to what actually goes on there. Everything I've covered—
Yeah, well, I mean, I feel like looking at this video from your perspective is blatantly ignorant. You know, I feel like looking at this video where you have explicitly explained why Kiwi Farms is a website that people would probably be fucking using. You've shown crazy retards being crazy. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Don't you like laughing at Ethan Ralph? Wouldn't it be nice if there's a place you can go, you know, basically what I'm saying is that fucking Kiwi Farms is the YMCA for laughing at retards.
In this video shows plenty of things these users do are not at all morally or rationally justifiable, and more importantly, not lawful. And this is to say, how much can we really blame Null and Kiwi Farms as a whole for the actions of its individual users? Sites like Twitter and Discord have more than their fair share of toxicity that also bleed into real-world disasters. Should we outright ban these spaces as well?
Obviously not.
Where we need to make a direct distinction between what a site like Twitter is trying to accomplish and a site like Kiwi Farms is trying to accomplish. For how hateful and fear-mongering modern Twitter may be, at the end of the day, its intentions are not explicitly malintended. It's just a free space.
Not explicitly. I think there's much worse shit being said on Twitter openly. There's people on Twitter that will get, because there's less moderation on Twitter. You don't have an individual guy coming along and taking down your thing. It's just like fucking reported, and maybe it gets caught up in the machine and it gets, you know, you get suspended or something. Kiwi Farms is a forum where you're going to have a person come along and go, oh, this comment is breaking the law, let's get rid of this. In fact, I just yesterday looked on a stream, I watched Pamperchew has an update where he is a necrozoophile. He fucks dead animals. He cuts open the stomach of a rabbit and fucks it. Allegedly, that's him. If it's not him, his defense that it isn't him is that it's just his favorite video ever. It's not that it's him. It's that it's his favorite video, and he just has it saved. But But that was on Kiwi Farms, and there was an explicit part. Maybe I can find it here, actually. I'm going to look here in the... where is it? It was a couple days ago now. It was not yesterday. It was the day before yesterday. We had some fucking... Yeah, we had some Kiwi Farms related stuff. And I'm going to show this again. Not the full info. I mean, whatever. He's been found on a Telegram group to be posting weird videos that, yeah, that's basically the whole story. However, there is this picture, which I will show here. This is a screenshot from Kiwi Farms. And this is someone on Kiwi Farms saying that they can't post information that they have because it would be illegal. That they cannot share this video that Pamperchew shared to this Telegram because if they do, it would be against the rules of Kiwi Farms and it would be illegal. And they're saying, if you can find a way that this isn't illegal or against the rules, I'll do it. But I can't, and so I won't. So, I mean, this is just one such user. But, I mean, I think that says a lot. To me, that says a lot. That's one such user. It seems like they're fucking following the rules. They want to talk about people, and they don't want to break the fucking law while they do it.
That gives people the opportunity to say whatever they'd like online. Whereas from its inception, Kiwi Farms has always and will always be strictly dedicated to the harassment and trollment of various figures. Kiwi Farms is undoubtedly centered around spreading hatred as its pivotal role in the online ecosystem. Is this
Yeah, Kiwi Farms is open about the fact that it laughs at stupid people. Twitter is supposedly a website that's just anybody could use it. It's just, you know, that's the difference too. You go on Kiwi Farms, and at least everybody's got common enemies, you know, sort of thing. It's like, you know, you go into a thread, it's like you're not going to be fighting about your fucking politics or whatever. You go on Twitter and you just say, I liked the new Doctor Who episode, and you just get inundated with retards, you know? So, I mean, hey, I don't know. Who's really the most toxic?
Really the type of site we want to have up and running. Candidly banning a site such as this one would be a full picture good overall move. But at the same time, this is also an incredibly slippery slope. I mean, there are plenty of websites...
Okay, what the fuck is trollment? What the fuck?
Twitter is trying to accomplish, and a site like Kiwi Farms is trying to accomplish. For how hateful and fear-mongering modern Twitter may be, at the end of the day, its intentions are not explicitly malintended. It's just a free space that gives people the opportunity to say whatever they'd like online. Whereas from its inception,
Maybe I said trollment.
Farms has always and will always be strictly dedicated to the harassment and trollment of various figures.
Trollment. He did. It's either trollment or troublement. That's not a word. What is this? What do you mean, trollment?
And will always be strictly dedicated to the harassment and trollment of various figures.
Trollment?
Kiwi Farms is undoubtedly centered
around... Cool new word, Aguest! Thank you!
...around spreading hatred as its pivotal role in the online ecosystem. Is this really the type of site we want to have up and running? Candidly banning a site such as this one would be a full picture good overall move. But at the same time, this is also an incredibly slippery slope. I mean, there are plenty of websites that teeter on the edge of having similar...
But it really... Somebody made a good point, too. It's like, on Kiwi Farms, you can't usually, unless they go to you on Kiwi Farms, you can't interact with the person on Kiwi Farms. You can laugh at them, you can comment privately with your friends on there about how, you know, whatever, well, publicly, but, you know, on that site. But on Twitter or something, you can go out of your way to just be a dick to someone on Twitter. Like, directly. How is that not worse? I don't get how that's not worse. Oh, it's worse because you can't see it and you don't know what's happening. Yeah, okay.
Intentions. How will we decide if these websites are banned or not? It's literally impossible to entirely wipe hate away from the internet, and if Kiwi Farms were to be banned tomorrow, its users would only migrate onto other platforms.
Yeah.
I think Kiwi Farms inhibits a very dark area of human nature and is a place any sane person should utterly avoid.
Dude, you spent the whole video showing me crazy, insane retards, and now you're telling me don't go to the site that has more of them. This is a joke. This has to be a joke, dude. This is a masterful troll. Good job.
By all means necessary. But banning the site isn't going to stop people's tendency to love to see
I don't know if he said troll meant chat. Settle down.
Train wreck. Hell, all my most popular videos, including this one, are all derived from negativity. People love to see it. You would not have clicked on this video if I had titled it the nicest website on the internet. Who
So you clickbaited people. That's what you did? You clickbaited people? Is that what you're telling us?
fucking cares about that website? Seeing the highest of highs of somebody or something is not nearly as entertaining as seeing the lowest of lows.
This is IPOS, guys. This is IPOS. He's like salty. I think he wants attention.
And until that changes, I don't see toxicity
Were we baited? Yeah, I guess were we misled? I think so.
Ever leaving the internet, and banning Kiwi farms is pretty much futile in stopping the greater issue. But that's about gonna wrap up the video, guys. If you did enjoy, remember to leave a like.
What an outrageous video. That's great. The trollment and whatnot. Sure. The trollment. Okay, that's... that box is not open yet. We still don't know. Schrodinger's cat, I'm not sure if that I don't know. I don't know if this video is based or cringe. Is it keck or is it cringe? I don't know. It's hard to tell. I think it's both. It's a little bit of both. It's just like the Skibbity Toilet video. It's like right down the middle. Alright, well, let's see here. What else do I got? I kind of want to keep going for a little bit. You know what? Here's another funny video that'll be really great for this stream. This stream so far, I think this will fit in perfectly. I've been saving this one. It's going to be great. So a little while ago, we watched a video about... oh god, where was it? Come on, I watched it. Come on. Okay. I watched a video a little while ago. It was from this user called Clapped Seal. And it's a furry who talks about furry stuff. And they had a video about how the furries are an emergent sub-minority with something. It was emergent sub-minority with some sort of characteristics, I think was what it was called. So furries, originally this title is Are Furries a Minority? That was what it was called. But then there's also this video here about the terrible state of anti-furry journalism. And I think this is where he starts feuding with Turkey Tom or something. This guy got into it with Turkey Tom, and it was embarrassing. If you remember, this is the guy who has the, cub art little Rantsona PNG tuber character. But then he also shows up on camera and he's got a balaclava on and looks like a bank robber. So, interesting channel.
Nothing in the world is more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity. This passage can be found in a 1963 book, Strength to Love, authored by none other than Martin Luther King. He wrote of a dichotomy between people's intentions
Martin Luther King here in the furry video.
and the reality of their actions. A conflation that manifests in agony, brought by
slight dislike, not super... Not a bunch, you know?
Those incapable of thorough understanding, those who are ignorant. And how in all of this, despite the agony, they know not what they do, they walk in blindness.
For those that don't remember or weren't here last time, his video about Are Furries a Minority, not only did it bring up the Holocaust out of nowhere with no rhyme or reason, but it later gave trigger warnings for some other innocuous thing that I completely forget. That got a trigger warning, not the Holocaust. So here he is talking about MLK. exciting stuff.
Following the theme of religion that is set by the book, MLK relates this to Jesus in the act of crucifixion. The men who cried, "Crucify him," were not bad men, but rather blind men, acting through pure ignorance that their cries were well informed, but alas, they were blind. A blindness that plagues the modern day. Some believe that attacks towards groups favor the world that they live in. They prevent damage to children and the safety of...
Can't wait for the furry Rantsona to show up on screen and just be like, "Hi, everybody!" Like fucking Barney. That's because you know what's gonna happen. I mean, currently we're in, like, the Doomer intro, I guess.
For animals. Consider our media, which generates a substantial volume of information from which we consume. In the modern age, media has become ingrained into everyday life. Day in and day out, we consume media from all directions. And
nobody understands what the fuck is going on.
In the midst of all this information stands an emerging and...
have somehow both too much and too little media literacy at the same time.
Indispensable,
sometimes from the same people,
piece of the journalistic puzzle: social media, fastly becoming a crucial tool in modern communication and thus journalism. Never before has communication been so widely accessible for anyone to access and share information across the world. It is without doubt that social media has become an increasingly important factor in modern journalism. Born today is a generation of journalists generating free videos of content.
Oh my god, oh no. Oh, journalists, everybody, like Noah Samson. Good god.
Fully independent and freely guided by their own...
Don't put CoffeeZilla there.
Visions. Now, with the press...
Don't Noah Samson, CoffeeZilla, you know, journalists.
With an upload button, anyone can become the source of information, inadvertently assigning themselves...
CoffeeZilla he deserves to, but putting him next to Noah Samson? What the fuck?
Journalist. How grateful we should be to live in a world with access to such content. We should revel in having our voices heard and the platforms to express them. At the heart and soul of wisdom is our ability of communication, and social media has established itself as a powerful weapon in this battle against ignorance. An age of YouTube journalism. Well, what a cute little story. And
why are you a bank robber, man? Why did you think this was a good idea?
And for the foreseeable future, it appears things are going to stay this way. But with every H-bomber guy, there's about 50 James Summertons, both working on...
Oh, God. Okay, look, I liked the video that he made. It was mostly good. I get it. It was a good video. The weird political angle he took with Internet Historian was completely unnecessary and poisoned his own well. But, you know, the rest of it was a good video. But, boy, these motherfuckers need to settle down with the fucking H-bomber guy. This is embarrassing. They think that if you think someone else's thoughts that you're a plagiarist now. It's getting to be fucking ridiculous.
The label of video essayist, or in Summerton's case, was working under the label. Hey guys, quick editor's note here. About 90% of this video had been made before any suspicion regarding James Summerton's life. And although it appears James Summerton is still alive, any comments made are in reference to his content and channel, not the person. Thank you. A label which holds a general amount of prestige, where the creators...
reminder that Kiwi Farms harasses people to suicide, by the way, not H killed a guy, definitely never.
Meticulously take the time
at least that guy's, he's not dead, he's just gaping his asshole.
Create stories or churn out lazy content that is very obvious in its short production time. Both examples are trusted to create truthful and well-informed opinions that won't leave the viewer misinformed. Working under the label of video essayist is working under a strict level of professionalism. In a perfect world, the content we consume would contain a whole list of requirements to provide both sides of the story and to provide fitting conclusions or moral lessons, and to simply not lie or hide information straight to your face. However, that isn't exactly...
There was a video I saw posted recently and I thought it might have been funny, but I started watching it and it was a little too dry. It had a positive like ratio, maybe it was good. It was a video called something like YouTube video essays are lying to you. There's one that's also like media reviewers are lying to you, and that one's really stupid. That one Harmful looked at, but I saw this one pop up and I watched a little, and yeah, that one seemed like, I mean, I guess that's that one seemed a little more normal. he started talking about, like, I don't know if anyone else saw it. He started talking about, like, the natives and how they got, like, pushed into reservations and yada, yada, yada. And I think the idea that he was going on, that he was going with there was, like, maybe some of the facts that he was presenting were inaccurate or misleading or something. And I feel like that's a thing that you can talk about, definitely. It's just that he put Noah Samson next to CoffeeZilla, so he is an example of that type of... He is an example of someone who's pretty dishonest and disingenuous, just like Ethan is online, just like fucking Nick is not green, all of those types of fucking people. Not all of them, but a lot of them seem to be very dishonest, and so to put him there is weird. I mean, there's a lot of people. I mean, PragerU. I mean, again, we've just done a bunch of anti-woke fucking streams where we look at people who admit that they've just never watched Doctor Who, but they're super mad about Doctor Who. It's cringe. It's just cringe.
The world that we live in. In fact,
so it's something worth talking about, but I don't know if I trust this guy's opinion on it.
in a lot of the content that we love, short or long, information is continuously stepped on and forgotten. Content that is treated as video first, information... well, never really. Companies or creators which employ the work of automated tools or mass employees to churn out a large volume of content are otherwise known as content mills. Their purpose is to oversaturate the algorithm of so much media that they are bound to hit at least
So
one.
he's calling out Turkey Tom, I believe, in this, or some other channels, I guess, are content mills.
A prominent component of these content mills on the YouTube landscape can be seen within DramaTube, the most sad and desolate corner of the internet. Drama channels with hundreds of thousands of subscribers can pump out videos on specific topics so quickly and so passively that the algorithm is certain to pick them up. It doesn't matter if one of the videos only...
I mean, so do other people, you know? I mean, so it's like, what do you mean? I know that's... but, like... everyone, whatever, it's all the game, isn't it? You play the YouTube algorithm game. That's what people do. You're doing this. Your video is also expecting people to click on it and everything. I mean, it's just it's clickable kind of stuff. I mean, he's talking about how it's low effort. I mean, okay, but I mean, shit, you reference Noah Samson. He's pretty fucking low effort, dude. I don't know.
Get 6,000...
effort is kind of... we watched a video a minute ago that was like really over edited. Sometimes effort, you don't need so much effort sometimes, you know?
views because the next one can get 2 million. There's no detailed analysis or thought out pieces of work. It's unscripted, uninspired slop.
Before we get into this absolute insanity, if you guys don't mind, go ahead and subscribe to the channel.
Oh, this is the channel. Oh.
Super close to 100K.
Who the fuck would watch this?
I'm trying to hit it by the end of August, so if you guys could just simply contribute to the cause.
Oh my god.
And subscribe. That would be literally, I kid you not, the most insane thing ever. Like, seriously,
oh my god.
It is content for the machine and not for human beings.
Well, maybe he's got a point. Maybe we do need to gas the humans and all furries should reign supreme. I think that's what he's getting at.
That is the method relied on by a number of channels masquerading as drama content. A repeating cycle of reacting to the latest, greatest, spicy drama whilst adding little to no new.
He really doesn't like this one guy. He's not... Usually in this scenario... Oh, gosh. Goodness gracious me. It's fitting, though. Usually in a situation, though, like this... I mean... You would flash a bunch of different YouTubers that are like this. I mean, you could show fucking, whatever, Diesel Patches could probably fit into this. You know, there's lots of people that fit and generally as, you know, this sort of thing. You know, general drama channel kind of deal is kind of low effort-ish, but people are usually there for the personality and what they have to say. So, I mean, that's an element of it, but whatever. I mean, that's beside the point. It's weird that he's just focusing on this one guy.
I can't help but...
Did this guy make a... Oh, I just noticed the title. Maybe he's mad about this guy calling out PNG tubers. Oh! Yeah, this is the PNG tuber icon, by the way, I guess. We got Balaclava Bank Robber Racist, and then, Furry Uwu Baka. character, right.
Comment on how covering stories has transformed into more of a commodity, served to capitalize on drama by simply regurgitating what you read online, then doing nothing on top of that. Perhaps mainstream media has played a role in diluting the journalistic scene.
Yeah, I guess it's just, I mean, I did say scenario again. I guess it's just another Kino video. This has been a stream of great takes and Kino. You know, I like that we had a little palate cleanse of Skibidi Toilet Origami Universe. Now we've been front and back loaded with just some real stuff today.
Opting to stay centrist so vehemently
some real genuine human beings today.
It doesn't have a brain to give its own ideas. On DramaTube, you're not learning about a story, its effects, and what we can do going forward. You're listening to a dramatized horror plot. Turkey Tom is an entertainment channel.
Uh-oh.
He makes compilations of dramas that he pays other people to write, voices the scripts they make, then pays an editor to cobble them together into hour-long videos.
I mean, this is one of those things where it's like a difference of opinion kind of deal, I guess. It's like you can look at it as a content mill, but if the videos are good and people like them and they're like well researched or whatever, and sometimes there's misses from my understanding, but like I don't know what the problem necessarily is. Content mill would be, this is like 1 or 2 people. This is a small operation. You're thinking about like Watch Mojo or something. I wouldn't call like a couple of people running a YouTube channel be a content mill, at least not like this. Maybe if it was like Sonic Finger Family bullshit, I don't know, but not this.
And he does this on a weekly basis. On his second channel, a daily basis. They are not evidence to use towards groups of people. They are entertainment spearheaded by an edgy 21-year-old who thinks the N-word is quirky and funny. Or
I mean, people have their opinions, and that's fine, but it's almost like that element of Turkey Tom's personality is like a filter for certain types of people. And it's historically never been a black person, to my knowledge. It's always someone like this, who's like just offended on behalf of someone else or something. It's just interesting. I've heard it like multiple times, the N-word thing. Turkey Tom, N-word. Oh my god, said the N-word 6 years ago, fool. Multiple times. It's always from people like IPOS or this guy.
Even forbid-based. When Turkey Tom makes a video about a furry's allegations, he's not—
Alright, someone in chat is black and doesn't care for it. That's fair. That's fair. However, it is funny that, I mean, it does seem to be like, I mean, it's like an easy first and obvious thing that you can criticize him for, which is like, it's almost like, it's like bait, almost. I think that's why Destiny does it, too.
Talking about—
It's like, don't look at, I guess, with Destiny, it might be like, don't look at all of the fucking Kiwi Farms threads about me. Just get mad at the fact that I said the N-word on Twitter. Maybe that's it. I don't know. I don't know what the reason is. It's just edgy, maybe. Hey, I can't pretend I'm like personally offended myself, but this is not my cup of tea necessarily.
Furries.
I don't think he does that in his videos, though. Really? I mean, it's certainly at least not on YouTube, and I don't know.
Talking about a person. He's not providing insight into how to prevent further allegations or how comments about zoophilia are used to misinform audiences on what furries actually are.
He's not fucking couching for zoophiles. He's not running defense for zoophiles, basically, and furries. He's informing people about the fucking Key-rah the Wolf situation. We're calling out Cecil McFly here, too. Or I guess this is him calling out... I guess this is Turkey Tom mentioning Cecil McFly. Alright, based. But Turkey Tom's bad for talking about zoophiles, everybody. This is anti-furry journalism is the thing. Because it's not doing enough to inform you that all furries aren't like this, I guess. Maybe it respects the audience enough to assume that, maybe they won't make wide, sweeping generalizations, but hey, I mean, everyone does that now, so why not?
He's talking about a person. He's not providing insight into how to prevent further allegations or how comments about zoophilia are used to misinform audiences on what furries actually are. He's reading your story.
Oh my god, Deadwing Dork sucks? Who's that guy? Alright, well... That's
that's where
mean.
the video ends. They cannot and should not be.
I do suck. You see, the thing is, I've been trying really hard to play the song "Sometime World" on bass. It's a real fucking finger slapper. It's hard. I mean, it's just difficult to get. And then the real problem is I play Rocksmith, and it fucks up with the Rocksmith file. It crashes every time I use it. So that sucks, but ultimately it is a failing on my behalf. I do suck, that's true.
Used as viable reasons to hate a particular group, yet they...
So we're shitting on zoophiles, that's a problem. I guess I'm also bad because I've done that. It's bad to... There really are these people. I mean, this is what I mean. This is like the people that think that what I'm talking about in that video that got removed is transphobia or something. It's like... Talking about something existing is not a crime. I don't know, like, hey, this happened. What is that? I'm sorry that some rando, like, you put that into the world, okay? Some rando might find it, I guess. Some rando might see this fucking video and go, oh, yeah, furries, all bad, all of them, literally all of them. Is that the video's fault? Does the video say that ever? No, it's just reporting. I don't think so. It's just reporting on fucking zoophiles. He probably, if I had to guess, he probably even does go like, now, of course, this doesn't represent everybody, because that seems like a pretty obvious thing, but even if he doesn't, it's like, that's pretty obvious. You should know that that doesn't represent everybody. We're now working from the conclusion of, the base conclusion of, like, yeah, everybody is going to just fucking make wide and insane sweeping generalizations about entire groups of people, and they're going to do that, and we work from that premise and we work backwards, you know? And it's like, that's probably, I don't like that. I don't think we should assume that people are going to do that. They shouldn't do that. They do. Everyone now does just make insane generalizations about everyone they don't like, usually. And even if you think you're not guilty of it, I'm guilty of it, you're all guilty of it, we all do it. We all do it. And it sucks. It should stop, really. Yeah, I mean, this is... I don't believe that Turkey Tom's video is really doing that, though, I mean, necessarily. If people interpret it in that way, I guess that's unfortunate, but it's not really doing that. I don't know.
Insight into how to prevent further allegations or how comments about zoophilia...
He needs to fucking... Oh, Turkey Tom, why didn't you report it? Why didn't you report the zoophiles to the FBI? Come on, man. Yeah, it's awful. He doesn't want to provide... This is like Ethan is online talking about the Predators and being like, he doesn't provide... What was it? It was, Alex Rosen doesn't provide therapy for the Predators. He just wants to put them in jail with the cops. Ugh. It's like, yeah, Turkey Tom isn't fucking dropping the furry outreach hotline in his videos. I guess that sucks. That's his B.
Are used to misinform audiences on what furries actually are. He's reading your story, and that's where the video ends. They cannot and should not be used as viable reasons to hate a particular group, yet they often are. When you publicize content purely focused around drama and...
Yeah, he did say preventing further accusations or allegations instead of preventing further crimes. You know? It's like, I get it. I mean, some people are called that. But it seems kind of suspicious. It just seems like... I don't know, you're not even really addressing that zoophilia. I get that it seems obvious. God, this synchronizes so fucking weirdly well with that first segment of the stream. It seems so fucking obvious that, like, zoophilia is bad, I guess. But... yeah, you're not really... by not really mentioning it that much, it kind of seems like you just have a problem with this guy for talking about it being, happening. You're saying, oh, you're not talking about how to prevent future accusations. What do you mean accusations? You mean if people getting called zoophiles because they do weird things with animals? Or you know, do you mean people... I guess false allegations is probably what he means. I think charitably, I assume what he's getting at is sort of like, you know, Turkey Tom's video is going to lead to people looking at a guy who is a furry, who has a dog, and assuming that that guy has to be molesting the dog. And that is stupid, but again, you can't, whatever, so some dumb people, oh no, somebody found my video and wasn't conditioned on what to think, uh-oh. Shock and horror, no!
Had nothing else while simultaneously posing as
Yeah, Cord Kitty, another, like, degenerate weirdo freak that's a furry who, like, touches kids or some wacky shit, I don't know. Another one you probably shouldn't be running interference for here, man.
I'm not bigoted, I just hate everyone equally persona. The audience you attract sways towards a certain direction. You can say that he isn't responsible for how his viewers interpret the groups he talks about.
He isn't.
And they can come to their own conclusions, but the truth is that people don't. You simply cannot expect audience to hear about a topic, then try their best to learn about both sides.
This is an awful video, man. You have basically just said that you need to be propagandized to. That's the only way that you can make a video, is to be told what to think. This is what you're saying. This is what your argument is. Awful video. Oh my god.
In their own time. If you're choosing to ignore the
You need to be told specifically what to think and how to feel about every video you watch, or else you might have the wrong opinion! And we can't have that.
Consequences of the story you're talking about in videos supposedly giving the full story, then you're not actually giving the full story. You're forgetting to apply
both sides in a thing with zoophiles. That's right, that's cool.
to their own conclusions, but the truth is that people don't. You simply cannot expect audience to hear about a topic, then try their best to learn about both sides in their own time. If you're choosing to ignore the consequences,
You can't expect... It's unfortunate that people won't do that. But no, I very much do expect people to fucking, you know, not have to be instructed how to feel in my videos. In fact, I've gone out of my way to try and minimize that. Back in the old days when I used to edit videos, I would fill them with memes and just, like, reaction images all the time. And looking back, it's like, this is over... It's like a laugh track in a sitcom. It's over-directing people how to feel. Like... alright, viewer, this is your emotion that you're expected to feel looking at this. Like, no, I don't really want to do that. I want people to be able to come to their own fucking conclusion when they look at things. I don't see why that's a problem, dude.
consequences of the story you're talking about in videos supposedly giving the full story, then you're not actually giving the full story. You're forgetting to apply the real example to a full context. That is...
What do you mean, bro, it was 1 year ago? No, I mean like 5 years ago or something, when I made fucking like the K video or something. And it was just constant fucking reaction images. I still do some, but, like, it's a lot less than it was. And I try to, you know, it's for important punctuative moments.
A requirement in any school essay, at least here in knockoff Australia. Omitting those details fosters negative hate whether that was your intention or not. But YouTubers often don't include this because they either want to stay centrist, they don't care, or because they're too lazy. Great, so when talking about an individual...
Oh yeah, this is the user, by the way.
You should make it abundantly clear it is an individual you are talking about, not a group. And then you should back up that story with an adequate amount of well-researched information appropriate for the form of coverage. Problem solved, now we know.
What do you mean, though? That sounds very subjective, because in most people's opinion, I think they would watch those videos about the zoophile leaks, like the zoosadist leaks, and they would, you know, those were pretty well researched generally. Maybe there were some things left out, but I think it was, most of what you needed to know was in there, you know? I mean, it sounds like it's a goalpost shift thing. It does. I mean, the first point where he's like, point out that it's not a, you know, it's a minority of people, whatever. But you do that and they don't listen. I stand as fucking testament to that. When I made my video that got removed, and immediately I saw people posting comments that were like, why don't you say that all trans people aren't bad, though, because it seems like your comments hate them. And I'm like, I say it in the first 5 minutes, 4 minutes even, in the first 4 minutes of that video, multiple times. I'm like, this doesn't represent everybody. It's a small minority of people. I literally say almost those exact words. Literally almost. You're goddamn right. So it doesn't even really fucking matter if you say it. People just won't listen, or they'll pretend you didn't say it, or they'll say you didn't say it hard enough. So really that is another goalpost shifty kind of fucking claim, that he wants all the channels to abide by this, and it's like, okay, but they probably do, or if they did, you just find a new fucking reason to have a problem with them. Let's be real here.
Exactly what to look out for. But just because you're talking about an entire fandom doesn't mean you're exactly doing it well. For one, content mills may create a lazy short videos, but that doesn't—
He really hates pointless. What is wrong with pointless? I mean, I don't know who he sounded really annoying, but I mean, this seems like directed harassment toward pointless, dude.
Exempt long videos from being equally misleading. Let's bring up a name from before that—
Whoa.
Nothing in the world—
That sucks. Alright, hang on. We're like done with— James Somerton is here now. Hang on. James of Telos. Oh, that's why you— I see.
seems well educated. It's actually made by a compulsive and manipulative liar. James Somerton has become internet—
Stand with Grums. Dude. The theme of the day is to not support grifters. That's the theme.
hate boy #1 after a deliberate and disgusting mishandling of his position as a creator.
Stand with feeling like they should make Joanna Dark look slightly less— just a little bit less man-jaw. And also thinking that Grums is a grifter who's just trying— what was the tweet he made that was like,
I didn't ask to be part of the culture war, but I was drafted into it like all of you. They should have left me alone.
Dude. That's just cringe, come on.
In short, Somerton was caught blatantly stealing from other writers to an egregious extent. An entire channel was corrupted by plagiarism, built off the backs of far more talented writers in his field. Pictured here is a diagram—
Guys, James Somerton, furries, why are we talking about— this is your brain on H-Bomb, dude!
from H-Bomber's video showcasing the pure
He's not gonna fuck you, dude! H-Bomb's not gonna fucking pick you!
magnitude of Somerton's plagiarism in one video. All the text that is highlighted is a plagiarized copy of some other writing.
Someone's asking for an— and for my supper, I'll be having 2 yum-yums. Here's your supper, pal.
It sounded sinister there. That was a sinister one.
Authors' names are listed here in respective coloring. James couldn't simply stop here. Lightning wanted to strike—
Thank you for repackaging— Thank you for slightly rewording and repackaging H-Bomber guy's whole thing about James Somerton. What? I think there's a word for that.
In the same place. Video upon video upon video. Amounting into one of the most egregious and infamous cases of internet plagiarism to be recently uncovered. That alone is enough to topple a person's career. And it did. H-Bomber guy alone was able to—
Yeah, Alyssa McConty is also a dumb cunt. I mean, I don't know what to— people don't want me to be a centrist because they think it means not having opinions. No, it means having opinions about everything. Always having opinions. And everyone's always mad about them. Yeah!
accomplished it.
I love the meme that being like a more center-aligned person is like a cop-out. Like you're— he just doesn't want to get hate from either side, so he's trying to— No, dude, the easy method is to be a lefty online, dude. I don't know who's pretending otherwise. Like, come on, man. You want to make money and make a bunch of fucking people, like, pretend to like you online for clout, you know? Like, there's one easy path to that, and it ain't centrism.
And he did it by focusing on—
maybe right-wing grifting, too. I mean, sure, hey.
plagiarism side of the story. But what's equally important in my eyes is not just the source of his information, it's the bullshit he says. When deviating from his sources or in an attempt to cover up the forms of plagiarism, James creates his own errors. Blatant falsehoods about key events, people in history—
Oh my god, I literally don't give a shit. I liked H-Bomber guy's video, even if people like you are cringe. I don't need to re-watch your fucking H-Bomber guy's video. Okay, misinformation equals ignorance. Something. Fox News is here now. Did he even talk about furries? Did this guy ever even— No, he didn't. He just talked about, like, gay stuff. And lied a whole bunch. Right, yeah. So where's the fucking— why is that even relevant, you fucking H-bomb brain?
Certain details that may stand contrary to their intended point or the story that they are trying to get across. In classic journalism, Fox News is a present example of this, taking a case and presenting only one side of the story.
Speaking of grifters, here's Tucker Carlson.
Side that sways towards their political belief.
His name is— it's amazing he got popular with a name that is just a little bit hard for people to say. I mean, Tucker Carlson, I guess if you focus, But it feels like one that's a bit of a fucking bramble of a name. Maybe I'm just retarded. I'm willing to accept that I'm retarded. It's
For example, if you were trying to convince an audience the shooter
Alpha.
of a black teenager was acting in self-defense, then you would try and hide any argument that goes against this narrative. Instead of publishing evidence that the shooter willingly pursued the victim, aggressively stalked and engaged a confrontation.
This is terrible content summer, people. I mean, like, we're talking about furries, and now we're on to Trayvon Martin. He's gonna probably bring up the Holocaust again. This guy might also be baiting for attention. This is great, this whole stream.
Before inevitably shooting and fatally wounding them, they would rather opt to publish evidence that the victim had a history of weed and violence in school. They had weed in their system at the time of the event. The teenager had a physical reaction to the shooter and some...
Well, it's not even like In Praise of Shadows was the first guy doing this. There was the fucking... There was the, what was it? There was the Illymation situation. There was the fucking Noah Samson video with that. But there was stuff before that, too. There was another fucking, Lex Updog allegation hitting the Pentagon. Like... It's just been like non-stop, week after week, funny videos. It's great.
Subsequent injuries to the knuckles or position over the shooter. Any piece of evidence that could allow them to traverse the narrative of self-defense. The excuse here being what's called the Stand Your Ground laws, which allows exemption from punishment when deadly force is applied if it can be reasonably explained as defense. A more than outdated system, especially for the time. A simple...
Dude, I can't deal with the fucking these people. Come on. Especially again. What the fuck are we doing? Especially again!
We're gonna take a little break.
Especially. Again with the fucking especially! I can't deal with this fucking shit.
Just a brief little break. It's just gonna be a brief little break. Fuck you.
You know, it's been a long day, a long stream, and you know, watching stuff like this, there's a lot of stuff we've watched today that's been pretty trying, pretty annoying. There's been some bright moments, there's been some wonderful moments amidst all the crap. But you know, this video is especially bad, I gotta say. I got a Red Bull here, and I think this is gonna help carry me through the rest of it. We're still so early. This is nearly an hour-long video, people.
And as defense. A more than outdated system, especially for the time. A simple search through the Fox News official archives finds article after article that reports these largely insignificant points, with the purpose of oversaturating the viewer with arguments in support of the shooter. If all you consume are arguments that side a certain party, then it doesn't matter how many articles of theirs you read, you're always going to come out misinformed. This bias by omission demonstrates the power that media holds by which information they share with the viewer and in what manner. This video by YouTuber Biasly shows further examples on Fox News specifically, also providing articles from alternative news sources to run as a comparison. This
We're speeding it up!
Displays the contrast on how a story may be presented and how it could be interpreted.
My favorite thing now is to speed them up and then call them speds because they're sped up.
We as humans are all susceptible to bias. It is an unescapable constant which hinders our ability to communicate factually. YouTube isn't an exception
Get a load of how sped he is.
By any means, nor is the rest of the internet, although it is conscientious stupidity which prevents our ability to grow from this. Even when we are confronted with contrasting information, this flaw manifests in hundreds of creators creating content about...
Someone in chat is just waiting for him to say the word negative because the way that he says it is... It's pretty good.
people and groups without the
he seems like a bit of an anger person.
Here to research or consider the consequences of their phrasing. Those who lie or misinform their audiences, all whilst pretending to be addressing the issues that they made up. This video is about Jax, in a video that you may have seen unwillingly inserted into your YouTube algorithm. Jax is a YouTuber whose name is shared by two of the most anger-inducing creations on the internet, but they are also known for their video essays and investigative journalism. Their videos have gained a considerable amount of attention, causing them to recently surpass 5 million views on their channel. A considerable portion of this viewership comes from a collection of videos.
Oh, it's this one. Oh, this is the one that I was going to show on stream, everybody. Yeah, this is the channel. The person goes undercover on Twitter as a 15-year-old furry. Maybe this guy's going to expose how fake this video is or something. But yeah, I watched like 10 minutes of it and I was like, this is something I should probably do on stream at some point. Because within 10 minutes, you're already into people trying to get fucking sexual. And in, like, the first kid was another underage person who was into, like, zoophilia or something. And they had friends that were adults that were into zoophilia. So it already starts off bad, and it only just gets worse. And I only watched a little of it, but that's part 2. Oh, yeah, this is confusing. This is part 1, but it's not related. It's part 1 of the series, I guess. This is part 2. They really shouldn't have named it this way, but I guess maybe this is all fake. He's gonna pull the rug out from under Jax here. All right.
Causing them to recently surpass 5 million views on their channel. A considerable portion of this viewership comes from a collection of videos about furries or groups closely adjacent to them. Not that it matters, the videos are made to heavily reference and include the fandom into its discussions. Those videos are a bit of a divergence from the norm, as in the intro to his trans furry video he says,
although I mostly stick to broader topics on this channel,
such as, the entire furry fandom. The mark of any good journalist is summarizing a broad topic into a 10-minute video. That's not a bad sign or anything. And when using the furry fandom as a benchmark for a video subject, you have to break it down into separate categories. The fandom is massive, we're talking millions of people, so boiling down any issue into one select problem doesn't cover the wide scope of everything that happens.
A lot of people are getting real fucking uppity on YouTube this year. That's what it is it's you keep seeing people that think that they're like more entitled to fucking, they're like, oh, my videos are just so much better than yours, and most of the time they're wrong. Like insane piece of shit whose video was mostly just him standing in an ugly costume in front of a stupid background. But great production values there, but he was still being all uppity about it. It's like, yeah, I mean, your video is kind of a generic video. I don't know how much you're doing. This is just, you're like furry Vosh or something. This isn't great.
Perhaps what my videos lately fail to explain is that furries do indeed have a multitude of problems, certainly given the size and age of the fandom. Problems which are regularly exercised by many inhabitants over repeated instances. But the topic raised in this video, the furry fandom is doomed, here's why, is not on an individual scale, it is one on plurality. Furries don't simply define your Key-rah the Wolves or Hypnotist Sapphos of the world, it defines a community, a large and increasingly sized group which far exceeds those individual.
How many times do we have to talk about this? It's because of people like you, fucker. You're the problem. Because when... What do you think happens? People look at furries, they see a bunch of fucking freaks. And then when, people call out the freak bullshit, people like you show up and go, hey, stop calling out all of our freaky bullshit! Why do you think you look like freaks? You're not helping, dude!
Cases. That is the primary target of critique that underlines the video I'm about to cover. Keep that in mind when learning about the points he makes.
With the multiple problems the community has,
you're going to learn that very quickly this video relies heavily on observational analysis, which is by no means an invalid method of collecting data. It can be fairly effective in granting a general understanding of a given topic, one that you can build upon through further research. Here Jax observes the rate of NSFW material with the result that there is a 50% probability of finding some pornographic material in the first 4 results. This is something that he elaborates on mere minutes later.
It is incredibly unfortunate that half the time you look up furry on Twitter and scroll down about 4 posts, you see some form of porn. It's the sign of a broken and sex-obsessed community that very quickly will lead to its downfall.
Quite the claim. Let's check that validity.
Oh god, this guy's gonna be all actually. Dude, don't pretend the furries aren't fucking... Don't pretend it isn't Caligula out there, you fuck. What are you doing here?
Now, I tried this on 3 different accounts. My main Twitter account, a brand new account.
Oh my god, this whole section of the video is about to be about how furries totally aren't a bunch of sex fiends, you guys.
And another...
Dude, I've met like 2 that aren't! Come on!
Brand new account on my new school laptop, which I just brought. Now, I found no difference in my account, so I believe these results accurately reflect what you would find by searching furry on Twitter. In all 3 instances, I struggled to find one.
Yeah, Aiden's gonna fucking hate this video. You are, aren't you? Because this is all statistics. This is lies, damn lies, and more lies. That's what this is.
The graphic material on my feed, I found a decent amount of what you may call risque material, along the lines of enlarged areas or parts of the body with no actual visible nudity. I'm sure many could argue that they could be natural body proportions.
You're gonna act like that's not inherently sexual in some way, or that children involved in this... Oh god, Summerton is up here again. For fuck's sakes! You're gonna argue that that's not immediately accessible to a lot of people when they... That seems to be the... Like, a lot of the image of these people in public. He's scrolling through here. What are we seeing as he's, like, trying to disprove
on
this?
Twitter. In all 3 instances,
In all 3 instances, I didn't find anything weird and sexual. And the thing is, it's where you're like desensitized.
Struggled to find pornographic material on my feed. I found a decent...
It's like, first of all, for one thing, pornographic material is very subjective. I look at this guy's fucking avatar and it reminds me of a bunch of weird furry cub porn bullshit that a lot of weird freaks have as avatars and shit. Not making any claims, but... Then you see stuff
Twitter.
like...
In all 3 instances, I struggled to
anatomy, that's fine.
Pornographic
fursuit, kind of bad fursuit, but whatever.
Material on my...
Then you get an art like this, and it's like, I don't know, man. It's not inherently sexual. It isn't. It truly isn't. But the furry community has been so poisoned by the weird sexuality that's just unstoppable and rampant throughout the community that I look at this, it's not inherently sexual, but it's yiffy. It feels like a sex thing. It seems kind of fucking weird. I don't like it. I shouldn't have that response, but that's the response that I have. Maybe his argument is that I've been misled, and the response that I have in that way is not, it's like that's the fault of the media, maybe. But I don't fucking know, dude. I've been on Fur Affinity. I've done the goddamn research, and I've been there, and I know that there are moderators on Fur Affinity and admins and shit that have been accused of some fucked up stuff. So there's that. But you go on the biggest, like, furry porn website in the world, and what do you get on the top page on the banner? It's a bunch of fucking smiling, happy fucking cartoon characters. What do you think that image is like? What do you think that... Why do you think that seems creepy? I don't know.
Feed. I found a decent amount of what you may call risque material, along the lines of enlarged...
Yeah, there's nothing... I guess is this risque? I mean, I guess she's dressed, but it's like, it's sexual, yeah.
Enlarged areas or...
Furry things started out sexually. I don't know why people like this have to pretend it's not sexual. Just admit that it is, but not everyone is, or whatever, or like something. Like, I don't know why you're, like, lying. Yeah, we know how furry community started with a bunch of cartoonist people drawing fucking weird, sexy porn of like cartoon rabbits and shit. And that was in like the 70s. And then they made like comics. They made like Felix the Cat or whatever the fuck, Fritz the Cat. And all that shit, and that morphed into this whole thing. So it started sexy, and it has continued sexy. And god damn it, those animals are so sexy.
Parts of the body with no actual visible nudity. I'm sure many could argue that they could be natural body proportions. Either way, they very much teeter on the edge of what I would call not safe for work. More importantly, I didn't come up with the same results as Jax. In fact, I got more anti-furry posts than suggestive ones. Even Ruben Sim, who I'm surprised does not have me blocked yet. Now, I admit that this is purely observational. I am by no means calling Jax a liar here. I truly believe that he got those results. In fact, he's right. You cannot make this sort of thing up, but you can definitely misrepresent it. Say, for example, you wanted to compare these results to other similar groups. The rate of erotic anime material I found through a simple search...
Yeah, anime is also a fucking weird community of freaks. As someone who is... that's the thing. I'm not a furry, despite what the bear persona leads on. I'm really not, but... I am increasingly more of an anime person, so yeah, I mean, I get it. I understand the overgeneralizations. You look at, this fucking cringe anime losers. It's like, come on, man. Come on, man. I swear I'm watching Boku no Pico for the plot, man. I swear! And, But yeah, no, I mean, anime is another one that's overgeneralized because there are a lot of fucking freaky weirdos in the community and people want to seem to downplay it or, you know, argue something else. I don't know. It's like, yeah, they can both be true. This is a bit of whataboutism here. We gotta call that out. That's one of those Reddit that's one of those debate bro words, the whataboutism. You gotta call that out. Because we don't like that. We don't like that.
Vastly outweighed that of furry. This is the issue with data like this. Even when it is accurate, you are misinforming your audience by failing to compare it to a wider context. This was not the full story, and presenting it as such is not good journalism. Jax critiques the availability of porn on an app available for 13-year-olds. This is something that I can
I guess he's acting like things don't exist in a vacuum, so that's fair. I mean, but he's just talking about furries. He's not talking about anime. Maybe that's the next video, you know? Maybe he doesn't want to give away the fucking ghost for the next video.
actually agree with. Despite being rated 17+ on the App Store, anyone over the age of 13 can create an account on Twitter. I don't think teenagers should freely be allowed on an app alongside pornographic material, even if that content doesn't naturally appear on one's timeline. This could be a possible child safety issue that could be more ethically integrated into the platform. But what's more important is not the source of this material, it's actually the platform. You correctly identified that there is pornographic material on Twitter, but notice
Twitter's bad, but furries as a whole, they've started out as a sexual thing, they've continued sexually, and there's people in chat being like, well, so what's the problem? The problem is they want to make it acceptable for a bunch of fucking, like, children to be involved in that. The problem is the whole, like, you know, oh, it's fine for everybody. You got 14-year-old furries. That's the video he's talking about here. The Jax video he's discussing is one that's about a 15-year-old furry that they pretended to be on Twitter. And people started DMing them, and that was their experience with that. Yeah, that's the problem. It's that it's once again, I'm Mama Maxing. I'm gonna Mama Max so hard, I'm gonna Mama Max my fucking pants. It's gonna be crazy. The children that are in the furry community. There's like this argument that it's not a fucking sexual thing, and I'm like, no, it's a little weird that this is being pushed. It has overlaps with the entire fucking, like, the bathtub HRT. Again, there's weird... Everything harmonizes. This is what I'm saying. It's every stream has this weird synchronicity harmony type of thing. They all seem to, like... sing out in unison at the end. It's great.
Where this issue is Twitter, not furries. Twitter is a notoriously terrible place for the collection of data and the regulation of illegal activity. Twitter has repeatedly proven that it cannot regulate material or...
This is whataboutism, because it's one of those things where you pivot to another argument where it's like, yeah, I can agree Twitter's bad, I guess. I mean, yeah, I don't like Twitter's stupid, sure. There's a lot of problems with it, but that's not relevant really to the furry community. This is just an unrelated thing that he's kind of saying because I guess he thinks this is going to get us on his side or something.
Accounts that contain unethical or even illegal content. For example, when a group of furries band together to try and report accounts run by zoophiles, their attempts regularly fall short. A stereotype...
What do you mean I'm wrong about anime? I like anime, but there's a lot of weird shit going on in the anime community. And these homies here to police it. There's a lot of shit going on. There's a normalization of some weird stuff and yada yada. I don't know. I'm not going full bread tube. It's been a long stream. I'm tired. But there's a lot of weird shit going on with the anime community. And I mean, that's fine. You know, some of it's okay. And some of it is, you know, acceptable. There is, like, cultural whatever differences. I'm not saying it needs to be woked. I'm just saying that, like, yeah, I mean, recognition that, like, some of the, like, weird lolly shit that's in a lot of anime, some of the, I don't know, I mean, there's stuff going on that is, and I mean, anime in general is kind of hypersexualized, but for both sexes, really, I mean, male and female, you got, yeah, you know, you got a lot of cheesecake in anime. I mean, it would be pretty dishonest to act as if anime is just, like, I don't know, like, offensive to women or something, like, oh, all the big anime titty girls, oh, it's harmful, like, no, I mean, it's all sexy fucking anime men, too, I mean, they all do it, so, I mean, it is a very, but, I mean, it's also, like, anime inherently is kind of like a very, I don't know, yeah, I think anime kind of dates back in some fashion to, like, erotica, too, doesn't it? Not fully. Not entirely, but I don't know. I think there's some argument to be made. I don't think it's as bad as furries, even. But it's bad. It's not great. I mean...
Furries often come under fire for as protected by one of the largest social medias in the world. Now, this could be in part due to the lax laws on bestiality in several states and big-name countries, where bestiality is not encouraged but won't result in any severe punishment.
Yeah, that's also because of weirdos like you who can't get on the fucking picture of zoophiles are bad, or you think that it's just like... Like, this is one thing I've learned. You'd think that all of this kind of shit would, like... Deadwing Dork's been red-pilled. I've seen stuff like that in recent streams. It's like, no, if anything, I'm recognizing that my belief that, you know, it's sufficient to just assume that everyone agrees that racism and, like, sexism is bad. Not exactly, I guess, because, no, I mean, it seems a little weird. Like, you're willing to just, everything is wrong about everyone discussing zoophiles on the internet, but... Not really saying a lot to downplay the zoophiles. It's a little strange. I don't know.
Perhaps if we were to provide solutions to this issue, we would look at the legality and regulation of that form of material rather than the stereotyped groups which have no real statistical correlation. By your own words, you like to approach topics from a broad perspective. In this...
Oh yeah, no, Pixar MILFs. No, I mean, sex sells. That's just a fact, yeah.
Sense, it would be more productive to focus on these aspects and less individualized examples, which is exactly why I find it strange to include tweets from accounts with less than 400 followers and 9 likes on their tweet.
Because maybe it's just an average person. I don't know. Maybe this is just some random person that they found. You see this sort of thing and it really just comes across like I'm just confused why he's trying to make an argument for this person being like a bad example for furries, and I'm not really getting why. Because he doesn't have enough followers? You needed a furry celebrity? This is a random furry. What's your fucking deal?
It's incredibly misleading and narrow-minded to, in a video about an entire community, show tweets from small accounts, even if they show extreme problems. In a video about a worldwide issue, you choose to focus on a specific, already hated community, and
yeah, that's a minor talking. That's horrible. It's monstrous.
In doing so, you provide small, localized examples. That is misleading. It's misleading because you're setting the scene with this information, and in doing so, provoking an emotional reaction for the viewer which you transition into other topics. More specific...
Maybe his opinion is that. Maybe his opinion is leading the video in a certain direction. He's allowed to have an opinion.
Specifically, the concept of online relationships and how they work within the fandom. Now, I'll stop to mention that online relationships will always come with an increased risk of safety and difficulty. So let's allow Jax to explain his views on online relationships.
This kind of behavior manifests itself in what I call a porn relationship or a sex-driven relationship, where most often you'll have two furries that meet each other online, will literally never meet each other in real life. They live, one lives in France and one lives in fucking Texas. And what results is a relationship that is striving so hard for sexual contact as any normal relationship should, but it will literally never reach that.
At this point, I'm concerned about your ideals in a relationship. Relationships don't need to strive really hard to have sex. Sex is an intimate act that can be reserved for quite a long time.
God, I really just do not like his little cutesy fucking avatar. His avatar perfectly stands to as an example of what I mean, where it's like, inherently the avatar shouldn't make me disgusted, right? But because of the fucking things that I've seen and the horrors that occur in the furry community and seem to just get swept under the fucking rug, yeah, this avatar makes me think that I shouldn't look you up on fucking Ink Bunny or whatever, you know?
Depending on the relationship. If a couple chooses to hold out on sex, they can do that. In fact, it's quite common. In an online context, there are a multitude of ways that one can achieve sexual gratification. Many of them I can't...
They just want to have sex. They just want to have sex. I mean, I think if you're a heterosexual relationship or even any kind of relationship that is not friendship or asexual or whatever, sex is ultimately a goal there, right? If you're like dating, if you're in any way intimate, you'd think that would happen, but it doesn't. That's weird. It's a little weird.
Name in a YouTube video, although one obvious solution would be to visit each other. We know that this is possible by the very next tweet shown on screen, where a nervous individual is thankful that they get to attend a con with the boyfriend they're traveling with. The actual reason that this tweet is shown is to flash this text on screen saying, quote, literally the only people who talk about their girlfriends/boyfriends regularly are bragging that they have one IRL. Will be talked about more in the pride section. Now, the only case where I imagine this would be an issue is codependency. Otherwise, just ignore the tweet if it's making you feel subconscious. What does this have to do with furries exactly, or the point that you were just making?
I don't know either. What?
Name in a YouTube video, although one obvious solution would
I'm so confused about this one.
be to visit each other. We know that this is possible by the very next tweet shown on screen. We're nervous.
So someone meets up my yin BF. I don't know what that means. Someone's meeting up with someone.
This individual is thankful that they get to attend a con with the boyfriend they're traveling with. The actual reason that this tweet is shown is to flash this text on screen saying, quote, literally the only people who talk about their girlfriends/boyfriends regularly are bragging that they have one IRL. Will be talked about more in the Pride section.
Okay, I'm confused, but sure. Ah, fuck. God damn it. That's okay. Argument 1, lust. We were right around here.
And that this tweet is shown is to flash this text on screen saying, quote, literally more making, but annoying isn't exactly a crime, and you have the freedom to just ignore the tweet and move on. Putting that aside and going back to the point which this was initially about before he tangented off, that people who lack physical intimacy will build up a relationship reliant on porn.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, Chad, I agree.
It is becoming more insufferable.
This is a bad video.
One is flawed and even disproven in many of your examples. Case in point,
There's a reason why so many marriages and relationships fail because of lack of sexual activity, and this is a perfect example of how that actually works even on the online sphere.
this excerpt is taken from the article Top 10 Reasons Why Marriages Fail, from the website marriage.com. In reason 7, the one from Jax's video, we see the line that he highlighted. Ignoring your partner's sexual needs is being called the #1 reason of divorce in recent times. However, reading just a few lines up states, this can be from a lack of physical or emotional intimacy, and it isn't always about sex. Utah State University, a more esteemed publication than marriage.com, agrees that whilst there are some positives to pornography in relationships, they are greatly outweighed by the negatives. In a publication from HandWiki, they explore a more in-depth analysis on these positives. Couples who regularly consume pornography
This is so fucking frustrating.
together frequently report feeling closer to their partners, expressing more open communication, and feel more comfortable discussing sexual topics like fantasies and kinks. Overall, the findings on pornography consumption and the observed effects of pornography use on relationships are mixed and highly controversial. And to challenge that notion slightly, despite having both positives and
This
negatives,
guy's so fucking up his ass with this. He's so over-intellectual. Jesus Christ.
a reliance on porn in a relationship is nearly universally agreed on in science to have more negative effects than positives.
Educationism.
However, in the
I know,
context
you
of
love
an
it.
online relationship, if this use of pornography
What is he trying to say? I don't know. Ask Aiden. I'm sure she knows.
mitigated to a more casual extent, the negatives are almost completely
Hey, he said it! He said it! He said it!
In fact,
Oh, how can you say that? That's
suggest that
racist!
intimacy increases in couples who consume moderate levels of pornography. For a relationship founded on the internet, this is a well-known
Big talk, book learning type, like.
way of conveying sexual interest. I'd like to reiterate that this is not the only way you can do so, but some of you viewers are underage, so we'll save that conversation for when you're older. What this video fails to do is consider the alternative ways relationships can achieve sexual gratification, the priority of sexual gratification within a relationship, and that physical sex isn't a requirement to obtain sexual gratification.
I might have him a little bit too sped. I might need to unsped him. But this is, I don't know, this seems as though it's downplaying a little bit the, porn addiction gooner shit. It seems like it's doing that kind of, like, Ethan is online. Porn addiction isn't real. That's just right-wing propaganda. And something like that, I guess. I mean, as though it's not a weird... It seems a little... I don't know if this is the right word. Like, sociologically weird, maybe? Socially weird. It seems a little weird on, like, a humanity scale. That, yeah, there's, I don't know, there's just people that are... I don't know, the internet has led to some fucking wild stuff happening. We weren't ready for it.
In your own video, you show evidence
We jumped in head first and we are drowning.
that heavily discredits the arguments that you are making. I can only attribute this to sloppy journalism, or how else would you miss something like this? I agree that sex addiction is a real issue, one that needs apparent and increasing.
So he admits to possibly having minors in his audience while also saying Lamau's zoos with small numbers on Twitter don't count. Yeah, this is what I mean, where he's talking about how his audience might have some young people in it, and then he's pointing to tweets, and I mean, it seems like a general, like, downplaying of a certain type of thing. Like, it's weird, because it's doing the thing that he's accusing, like, the other furry journalists or whatever of doing. Anti-furry journalists. It's representing this scenario. And it's the right context for it. You're representing a scenario where there are people reporting on something, and then the people that are, you know, alleged to have done the thing that's being reported on. And you're not really talking a whole lot about how those people that are alleged to have done those things are really bad people and what they've done and the severity of their crimes and anything like that. Like, you're doing exactly what you're claiming that the journalists are doing to furries. It's just you're doing it in reverse. You're refusing to elaborate on something that would be a little bit inconvenient for you, I guess. And it's a little slimy.
Support, however, this is possibly the worst way that you could go about addressing it. I also agree that online relationships can be difficult to make work, although I'd argue that education into how to make them work is far more worth our time. In the future, we should look towards integrating technology rather than just forgetting about it. How do we improve online relationships in the future, not give a list of reasons as to why they don't work? So with that, how would Jax relate this to furries? Play the clip.
Oh, he really likes H killed a guy.
There's nothing there? Oh, he has nothing to say? Oh, I guess that's it then. Oh, I guess that's it then. The fault of online...
This guy really desperately wants to be the next, like, H-Bomber guy plagiarism video. He wants this to be the next one. Or, like, he wants some of that pie. It's so obvious, dude. I don't know. All your educationism and your big fancy fucking book learning words, just like IPOS. You think you're so smart, and then we look at the video and it's so obvious what it is.
Relationships being attributed to the furry fandom's doom is just simply hilarious. Online relationships exist outside of the fandom and are subject to equally tedious difficulties. This point feels irrelevant to furries entirely, as if furries were just an addition to the narrative to try and make it fit. I mean, you could replace the word furry with literally any other group and it would work the exact same. Those eagle-eyed viewers may have picked up on the format of this video. It sections the conversation about furries into 7 topics, each named after the 7 deadly sins. The arguments we just went over can all be found within the lust section of the video, and according to Jax, each subsequent sin is exponentially more severe. In gluttony, he says nothing. I'm not kidding, verbatim.
Yeah, the crooked rapist mask. I believe it was crooked in the last video, too.
He says,
"This is really the only one I can't say much for. I mean, I could obviously mention something like vor, but I mean, that doesn't really count because it's more in the line of lust over gluttony. However, something I will mention that's kind of in the vein of lust as well is overconsumption of pornography."
It's the same point as before, just worded more simply and even less directly applicable to furries. Again, I agree with porn addiction being a serious distraction and an issue among modern society, but this take feels like something from r/nofap. I apologize if I'm coming off as unprofessional by scrambling to find meaning to his words. I can't even disagree with many of the arguments he makes, but their relation to the entire subject of the video is baffling. Maybe the section on greed will help me come to terms.
Commissioning in the art world has been around for centuries. This is something that I'm not here to debate. I have no problem with you spending $30 or $100 to commission something.
I mean, I don't know why you had to bring up the fucking Holocaust in your video about furry minority group or whatever. Like, I mean, there's a lot, I mean, maybe you just don't understand what he's going for, I guess. I don't know.
The problem with the furry community in the sense of greed is people who commission a shit ton of art literally just to propagate their character and to propagate their personality. This is surprisingly common.
This is an interesting point. I too feel as though many people in the world find buying things a commodity without any real desire for their purchase. Buying things simply out of that consumerist lifestyle and to have more things. A lot of people turn to shopping as a coping mechanism to, in the most literal sense, fill a gap they have in their life with something physical. Unfortunately, the world at large is gripped with the struggle of a capitalist consumerist lifestyle. And today I learned that
this is what would red pill me, you know? It's like, it's not even like I disagree. I mean, you're right. Like, a lot of the time, I bring up capitalism. A lot of the time, what we're looking at, the problem is capitalism. It's like, why are things woke? I don't know, because it sells, because it pisses you people off, and then you buy it. Fuck you. Capitalism. That's what your problem is. But, you know, you hear this fucking furry rapist mask guy, and he's like, oh, capitalism! I just, man, they're gonna make me a libertarian. It's gonna happen.
Unfortunately, the world at large is gripped with the struggle of a capitalist consumerist lifestyle. And today I learned that furries invented that. Not only does this seldomly occur anywhere within the fandom, unless it is sending someone into financial hardship, you are free to do whatever you want with your money. Even if some disgustingly wealthy furry wanted to spend absurd amounts of money on commissions, I would rather see someone put thousands of dollars into independent artists than Apple products or Ralph fucking Lauren. The theory that you have identified here would be rampant consumerism. Brace yourself here, but that is completely separate to furries. In fact, judging by statistics showing furries' political leanings, furries would be more than willing to fight alongside you here. Capitalism isn't something that is heavily adored in furry spheres, although I'm not sure they would agree with you on this next.
But they But furries are like some of the most... Okay, so I take issue with that. Okay, he's claiming that furries... So there's it's true that there's the narrative that furries are like, a lot of them are communists or whatever. Like, that's true. There's a narrative of that, for sure. But there's also a stereotype of furries being, like, fucking rich. Like, loaded. You know? Like, what was it with Pamper Chew? He did some kind of Bitcoin farming or some shit, and he had quite a tidy sum. A lot of fucking furry people happen to just be extremely wealthy, like Mutahar. Extremely wealthy. And they're able to fund all of the wacky fucking furry porn and furry suits and all of that they want. Furry suits. That's what I just said. And that's maybe not true of every furry, for sure. Again, sweeping generalization. But that's another stereotype. And so to tell me that, I mean, I don't know. That is competing, isn't it? Are they all Hassan? Are they all champagne socialists? Is that what's going on?
Point.
However, as in the previous screenshot shown, there are a lot of people in this community that do nothing but plaster their character in every possible place to get their image out there. And while this wouldn't be a problem in the traditional sense, it becomes problematic when it clearly is out there to propagate their character, including get a following, rather than out of just natural desire to have, new material of your own character.
This is where I feel Jax fails to understand the general concept of furries. A central point to this fandom's existence is the concept of expression, using the version of yourself or an anthropomorphic character to express emotions and personalities that regular human bodies just cannot do. Expressing ourselves in all these different avenues is not to propagate a following, it is to express a character that better allows someone to be themselves. Inserting ourselves into things is done so we can socialize as that character.
Does it really help you be yourself, dude? Does it? I mean, that sounds like... It just always sounds like cope. It sounds like you live life with fucking training wheels on. Like, you can't just handle living in your existence, so you have to pretend to be a fucking furry or whatever. It's... I don't know. It's like, it kind of comes across that way. The way, if he's describing it that way, it's a little bit like, man, maybe... Maybe you don't want to describe it that way, because that implies that furries are like a bunch of fucking mentally unwell child brains, and you don't want that.
Just an alternative way of approaching socialization that is better suited for certain people. Notably, these people may have conditions that inhibit their social behavior, such as anxiety or autism. Thus, drawing or commissioning art of your character specifically is done often out of personal interest. I'm honestly not sure where you got the idea that it wasn't. In a seemingly difficult attempt to find reasons to support his arguments, Jax gets mad at other groups in the process. Bye. His section on sloth demonstrates this to me the most.
What I really want to highlight here is...
but it is an interesting dialogue, I guess, to have, where you look at this guy, he's a furry, he's got this creepy fucking little furry guy avatar, he's wearing a rapist fucking balaclava, and he's a furry, and he's making all these arguments that are not acknowledging the horrors of zoo sadism. He's doing all of this, and, he's got a cat. And I know a lot of people, myself included, the moment you see, run cat, that cat has seen things, leave that cat alone. What is it about, why, what has led us to this point? I wonder in his opinion. This is a guy I would talk to on a stream. It's like, in his opinion, what is it about furries? Is it the terrible journalism, I guess? That... We all think that, but I've seen this stuff. I've investigated it, quote-unquote, myself. I mean, I, if anything, contribute to the quote-unquote terrible journalism, quote-unquote, scenario. I don't know, I've seen that from my own wee eyes. So, what is it? I mean, it seems like it's a problem in the furry community that's led me to assume that cat should run the fuck away from this guy. I don't know. I think we all feel that way. It's interesting to ask why that is.
Lazy culture and introvert culture.
Anxiety is not just a personality trait. It can be a grueling and difficult battle to have what many deem so simple, a social life, and to often feel at peace. Jax puts up text saying, it seems that furries who are more introverted tend to borderline/outright fetishize being awkward and lazy because they think it's what bottoms do. The conflation here comes from the word fetishize. My interpretation interpretation here is making light of a tragic condition and in the process dismissing those who are truly affected by the condition. However, I may add by contrast, there is a prominent yet more silent...
Is that a Kingdom Hearts key on his pants? Is that what that is? I'm trying to look. It might just be a normal key, but I see key, I see autism, I assume Kingdom Hearts.
Alternative to this confidently mental ill phenomenon. It's those who are too timid to confront or even talk about their anxiety who aren't accounted for using observational research. You are by definition only accounting for what you see in front of you on a platform which promotes the most negative, most anger-provoking,
yay, an anger person,
and the worst examples. And when you parrot the increasingly popular idea that talking about...
Yeah, rest in peace to Comic Story, and I never watched him, but he seemed cool from what I've heard about him. It seems like a channel I would like if I did watch him. Fellow apparently died. His family, I guess, he's lived on by... He's survived by some people. His wife and kids, I think, and I believe they're going to continue making similar sort of content, you know. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Very unfortunate.
Or making light of your condition is morally wrong.
I always hate to see that happen to a YouTube person, even if I am not personally familiar. It's a shame.
Consumers of that narrative are far less likely to talk about their condition. Who decides the boundaries on what is fetishization and what is simply an expression of self? I doubt that Jax holds moral authority over this matter, so who does? No one. No one, that's the answer. It would be arrogant to assume that you know why a different person makes a piece of art or comments about their condition. And it follows quite an annoying and disturbing association between venting and attention seeking, which is often made with
oh my god.
This user is also the attention seeker.
Little consideration. Although following that, could the topic of conversation be the glorification of mental illness or treating these conditions like a quirky characteristic? It's a hard conversation to have, so in response I'm gonna ask you a question. To you and I, it is apparent that anxiety is a difficult and hard condition to have. Therefore, should people with anxiety be subject to eternally view their condition as negative? Anxiety doesn't simply
You really gotta find another word. Not positive, maybe even.
come about in someone's life and then leave.
Not that. Don't stop saying that.
In fact, many times it's influenced by biology and genetics, making it
We
consistent
don't want to hear you say negative no more.
throughout someone's life. At what stage during this process would we allow someone to make light of their condition or like fully come to terms with it? Step into the life of someone with anxiety. They don't just have anxiety, they essentially are anxiety. They are defined by it as it never fails to leave them. Should this hypothetical individual accept this fact and appreciate that they wouldn't be the same person?
Why is he sitting in a corner? Because it reminds me of the Patricia... I bet this guy loves Patricia Taxon. I'm just gonna make a statement. I assume this guy's a huge fan of Patricia Taxon, the person who made the video called On the Ethics of Boinking Animal People, in which she, for like an hour, talks about, or longer, 2 hours maybe, talks about, in a very disjointed and insane video essay, why it's acceptable for all of those allegations to have come out about how she's apparently into touching dogs, allegedly. But she's, like, for some reason still respected in this sort of H-bomb adjacent community, you know, the James Somerton Death Squad, as they refer to themselves. You know, and so it's very similar to that, where she was also just randomly seated in a fucking corner at one point, and it's like, why are you here? Why are you in like shorts? What's going on? Oh god.
Without this diagnosis? Or should they live in constant agony about what type of person they would be without it?
Oh, he's got anxiety, so he's in the corner. It's a stylistic choice.
Tell a person to feel a certain way or to tell them that they should dread the condition that they have, especially when this person and anxiety are indispensably linked. Telling them to despise this part of themselves is removing authority over their own emotions. They are no longer the author to their own story. After confronting these issues within yourself, the realization doesn't make it any easier to integrate into society. It's not a fetish to us, man. This shit sucks. And your concluding sentence
But it is a fetish to a lot of people, though. It is. And it does suck. I agree. But it is a fetish for a lot of people. Maybe not for everyone. I've met furries that it's not a fetish for them. They just like the art. They like, you know, they're part of the community, you know, and they also don't care for the weird shit. Or, you know, they're into the fetish shit. I'm not even against furries being into the fetish shit. Whatever. It's just the part where it's like, you know, dog rape shit and like children in the community and all of that, and then you try to talk about it and you get a guy like this claiming that you're not appropriately discussing the situation. Yeah, well, you're not appropriately discussing the zoophile shit that's happening either, dude. Like, what's going on there? Maybe he's got another video. I don't know. Maybe he probably does. He talks about this sort of thing. Maybe it's wrong to assume that he hasn't already discussed it. But, you know, it's like even in this video, if I'm just watching this one, I'm coming away from it feeling like you're being real soft on all of these claims of people that, like, having watched those videos about the Zeus Sadist leaks, yeah, you're coming away real fucking soft on those people. I don't know.
Signifies a crucial problem within your video.
I'm not here to say that if you're depressed or anxious that you need to get out more. That's not what I'm saying at all. However,
Yeah,
what
I
I
just need
am
to smile
saying is
more.
I encourage those who feel lonely or feel left out all the time to try and put yourself out there in the real world and see how you feel after that.
Okay, putting aside that you just did the same
touch grass
thing twice, this ignores the reality that people with anxiety
touch grass, not dogs.
do want to have in-person social relationships.
Is he also saying that every furry has anxiety? I don't know how true that is, even. I mean, and I pretty much, I mean, I'm not diagnosed, I guess, but I think I have anxiety, you know? I mean, I would say I do. A lot of people do, and they aren't furries, so that's not necessarily, it doesn't really go hand in hand, necessarily. You're just kind of assuming that a lot of people are furries because they have anxiety. That's not inherently the reason. Some people are furries because they like the art. Some people are furries because they genuinely are someone who believes that they are, like, akin to a dog or something, and they have some, like Patricia Taxon, you know. They've got some, they were, literally Patricia Taxon was trained with dog training techniques as a child, and now is a person who wants to touch dogs. Allegedly. Like, I don't know how that, I don't know, that's so weird how that works out, I don't know.
But that goal is hindered by the anxious mind. An important distinction to make is what differs between anxiously avoiding a social...
Someone says, I just think fox women are hot. That's fine. You know, that's fine. Just don't fuck a real fox. You know, you want to fuck Carmelita Fox from Sly Cooper? Have at it. That's the good fur right there. You go for the good furry. You know? You don't go for fucking, you don't go for just your dog. That's the thing.
Environment and lazily...
And you don't go for, like, Cream the Rabbit either while we're at
doing the same thing. Some of the most active, non-lazy people can do so in the comfort of their own social space. Anxious people are not lazy in avoiding social relationships. They have this mental condition that makes it a lot harder
to... Yeah, I mean, the crystal people are cringe, though.
Achieve. A person's environment is often a crucial role...
Like, whatever you do, don't be a cringy retard, and that's fine. If your waifu is crystal... You know, don't make it like a huge annoying part of your fucking identity, and you're probably gonna be fine. That's the thing. This is the same guy who made this argument about, like, furries being a minority because they're bullied and people hate them, and it's like, no, people are furries, and they happen to be the types of people a lot of the time who are also the type of people that get bullied. They probably would be bullied whether they're furries or not. Because, and it's, maybe there's some overlap with why that type of person wants to be a furry. Maybe. But, I mean, I don't know,
condition that makes it a lot harder to achieve. A person's environment is often a crucial role in aiding...
Every furry has anxiety.
...someone towards the adequate levels of social interaction. However, in the modern world, we are only now moving towards a society that adequates for those needs. Instead of encouraging people to be less lazy, as that is not realistic, I would encourage people to make use of their environment. For example, my life once consisted of a few things. Eat, sleep, drink, and wander around my local area. I made supreme use of the unlimited data I had on my phone for music and the little forests that are near my home. Now...
Oh boy. There was once a time in my life where I was miserable and depressed, and my life consisted of nothing other than eating, non-alcoholic drinking, sleeping, and wandering off into the forest where I can play with all the little critters. Listen. Just, all I'm saying is it's not painting a good, I don't know.
Nowhere during this time did I not deny the benefit of in-person social relationship. And in response, I reached out to friends and had them enter into my localized world. I had them come to me.
So he had friends, alright. Did they ever complain about the smell of the roadkill in the apartment?
Me, rather than me leaving my comfort area. I wasn't one for skating rinks or markets. I preferred Elliott Smith and trees. Our future efforts would...
Don't ruin Elliott Smith for me. God, we're ruining everything today.
Look towards towards incorporating anxiety into our world, rather than leave people with anxiety to try adapt to the present one. That is an unrealistic standard, and in fact, in one of your example tweets, you actually show a small idea of this. During both instances, the person still presumably has anxiety. However, the second panel shows how others could incorporate them into social conversation. We see that the two reactions are significantly different, and one of them is providing that person with the adequate amount of social interaction that is so important. Meanwhile, the first panel is less supportive and should be avoided. I understand that I'm analyzing a fucking furry comic here, but I feel like something should have clicked when you saw this. The person didn't magically remove their anxiety, they just had a world that was more fitted for them. It's not me.
What does this have to do with furry journalism?
Being lazy to ask for a world that's more
Chad, I'm as lost as you, I don't know!
inclusive like this. And another environment that can help so much is ironically the exact same one that Jax points blame at. Without question, the fandom has provided a multitude of ways towards socialization, including that which extends away from the online scene. In fact, I would argue that discriminatory practices are the only things that are drawing furries towards an online scene. Overall, I would call it disrespectful to phrase the topic as people just want to stay anxious and don't want to rid themselves of this struggle. That myth is...
No, they don't want that. It's just that by being a weirdo in a fursuit, you're probably limiting your ability to integrate into the real world. Like, yeah, you're in like training wheel fucking furry zone where, you know, everybody literally wears padding to interact with each other. I mean, it's not really, you're not really going to help your fucking anxiety long term by only interacting with people like that. I mean, maybe a little bit, but I don't know. Yeah.
Beyond destructive, and not a single person would want
So
to
much
have
talking.
this. There is no amount of sympathy in this world that counteracts the struggle. Another example which doesn't help this video's case is the bizarre inclusion of self-identification.
I would not be surprised if a significant majority of furries that self-identify as depressed or anxious all the time never really get out of the house and only interact with people online.
Adding this on during editing because I only just noticed this now, I also wouldn't be surprised if depressed people didn't leave their house often, as that's one of the most common signs of depression. I didn't think it would be hard to put two and two together there. I would call it strange to, in a video about furries, during a side tangent about anxiety, put up text dismissing people who self-identify. This text adds nothing and only tells me that Jax doesn't understand the process of self-identification, or even just expressing emotion under the...
Yeah, the process of going online and saying, I think I might have something wrong with me, and having 400,000 people. This is what leads people to a website like the fucking one in my video, you know? It's like, yeah, I don't know, why does that happen? Because you go online, you say something, and then people go and they DM you and they go, you're so valid. And they tell you about all the other things you probably have wrong with you, and then they tell you I think what the real problem here is that you're trans and you need to transition, and that's the real problem here. You know, that happens. I mean, that's an outlandish, perhaps an outlandish possibility. But in some respect, that sort of thing does happen. People get enabled with that kind of bullshit with, like, you know, you go in and you just say, oh, yeah, hi, Twitter, I think I might have anxiety. And people go, you know what, you also have AIDS! Like, that happens a lot. I don't know. It's not a great thing to do online. You know, self-identifying as whatever is, I mean, especially at a young age, these people have made, like, mental illness their whole personality. It's really unfortunate.
Guise of anxiety.
I think a mental illness is like a quirk from My Hero. It's very sad.
I don't think the suitable conclusion from this is to say that the furry fandom is doomed. Although apparently, according to Jax, the next...
No, a suitable conclusion from your video is that the furry community is doomed.
Addiction is the most largest contributor as to why. Wrath is a very destructive emotion. It invokes extreme anger manifesting in cruel, harsh consequences. To Jax, this manifests in a divided and split community separated by growing extremism. In explaining how, he references a few communities he claims this has happened to already, notably the LGBT, maybe they're doomed as well. In furries, however, the mixed and diversity of political beliefs and opinions is what will eventually lead to its downfall.
This is what I believe to be one of the major reasons why the furry community will fall apart, is just factionalization. There are literally socialist furries, communist furries, fascist furries, anarchist furries, everything, and that's just politics. There's furries that believe in certain economic policies and dislike anyone who believes in opposite economic policies, social policies, any of that. There's a reason why the furry community of 15 years ago was so much more stable and normal than the furry community of today. Although, yeah, you could say it was a bit more quirky and less mainstream. There's a lot less weird shit going on in it because it was so much smaller and everybody had a high level of trust within each other. It was an actual community and not just a...
There wasn't really less weird shit going on, it's just it was less talked about and there was less social media coverage of it, so... You heard about it less, you know, it was happening. It was just happening behind closed doors. Back in the day, you'd have fucking Pamper Chew balloon rubbing parties at FurCon 2008 or whatever, and his grandma's there watching the whole time. I saw that video, goddammit. It's not quite the way I'm describing it, but it's lost media now, as far as I know.
Massive conglomerate of a bunch of different types of people.
Tackling those points in reverse order, the fandom about 2 to 3 decades ago was in fact notoriously not very well held together. It actually faced one of the largest forms of internal conflict the fandom has ever seen. This period was known as the Burned Furs, and was a movement originating in the late 90s. Much like the divide proposed by Jax, this movement was based in politics. Not from
I remember something about this from the Frederick Knudsen video.
Within the fandom, rather by the reputation from the general public. A reputation consistent of a number of sexual paraphilias falsely connotated from the general public. A reputation consistent of a number of sexual...
Jesus Christ. What's going on? So this guy is extremely happy to be on the news.
Paraphilias falsely connotated to the fandom.
Jeff the Killer. It's Black Jeff the Killer.
My own, there was a sort of revolt against these given stereotypes. A group of furries who were tired of having their stories authored by some media-driven lie. In a narrative so grotesque, it began ruining job opportunities to those who identified as furries. An individual known online as Squid was subject to this effect. Denied application to her job as a direct result of her history.
Not Squid.
A digital portfolio of furry art. This in itself is horrible. I feel deep pity to being denied such a position for reasoning as asinine as furry art. However, the direction of her retaliation was met with some controversial opinions. Indeed, influenced by her employees' refusal and encouraged by those sharing her philosophies, Squid and a small group of individuals formed and organized Burned Furs. Sparing you the breakdown of their full manifesto, reserving that conversation for another day, the bulk of this manifesto boiled down to the central idea that there were too many sexual deviant furries that were tainting the image of
Jamal the Driller. Sure. Name my band, B.
The fandom. As a result, we should forcibly remove any of what they determine as socially unacceptable behaviors. On paper, this can seem sensible, although in practice excludes many what we would deem today as socially justifiable. Whereas initial spark points of zoophilia were nearly universally agreeable, later clauses began to feel unnecessary. Plushophilia, fursuit sex, furry-empathy, even vegan.
Okay, especially the vegans could fuck off. You're not winning anybody's fucking favor by being a vegan, dude. But plushophiles, yeah. I gotta be honest. I gotta say, I think the image of furries as a community is not being assisted particularly by the plush fuckers. Not really. You know, because this is the pipeline. It's the weird, crazy fetish pipeline, and it starts with just furry, and then it's plushophiles. And you know what was brought up a lot on that that website? Plushophiles. Brought up in the same breath as biastophiles and pedosadists, and plushophiles was also frequently brought up. So, I mean, it's one thing after the other, and one thing gets boring, and then you move on to the next. And, you know, it's like, yeah, maybe these people have some ideas. I don't know, maybe they should have been listened to.
Or at least the expectation of it for the true furry experience. A belief that was perhaps more notable during the time than today. What's more important than the brief part on forced veganism is the overrepresentation of innocuous practices, such as furry-empathy. A majority of this manifesto is caught up on the overindulges of the furry fandom. As Squid describes the long-held notion that furries secretly wish they were animals. This perspective ignores any religious or spiritual connections that go into furry-empathy. Overall, writing under the misunderstood assumption that this practice is both wrong or has any direct connotation with the fandom, for which it is neither. As expected both for the time period and the effect to cleanse the fandom of socially unacceptable behaviors, the LGBT, who have been long dehumanized for being abhuman, made its way into the categories of socially unacceptable. And despite initial denial from Squid responding to accusations of homophobia, it couldn't take away from the degrading,
It just reminds me of the shit with the fucking LGBT community, where it's like they had to fucking wait years to cast out the boy love sector. And nowadays you got people going, well, hang on, maybe that's just being a little too judgmental. No, dude. No, these Burned Furs sound like they got some right ideas. Maybe they weren't all on the money. I don't know. Maybe some of it was a little off. But, like, yeah, they basically just wanted, like, furry art to be, and furry paraphernalia and stuff to be not necessarily tied to sexuality, which it now pretty much is. They should have been listened to. There would have still been, you know, a place for it, I'm sure. But people would have been able to freely be like, yeah, you know, I just fucking love Bugs Bunny, dude. I've wanted to be an anthro rabbit my whole life. And not feel, like, embarrassed, you know? It would be great. It would be great for them.
Humanizing and misinformed official manifesto. Lumping annoying vegans alongside zoophilia didn't communicate well with audiences. And before the groups
You mean LGBT getting dragged again? It's true. I mean, they had to. It was like the 90s before they stopped marching NAMBLA and Pride parades. It's just real. What do you want from me?
Dispersal in 2001, there were a number of rival and associate groups. This included Freezing Furs, Furry Peace, and as a result, Improved Anthropomorphics, which was a rebranded Burn Furs founded later in 2005. It wasn't associated with the old group, but governed by the same morals. Essentially, it's a copycat. This is all to say that ethics conversations about—
Welcome, I do. I want to be an anthro rabbit. It's so bad. It's real.
Furry fandom became heated and political. This for a moment posed a significant area of conflict within the fandom, failing to realize that discriminatory practices came from outsider stereotyping, spurred on by media-infused panic. In fact, the scenario feels oddly reminiscent of how Jax proposes his arguments, founded on extreme, aggrandized stories springboarded into harsh conclusions, accusing furries of holding responsibility over innocuous things such as—
Reminder that this is all talking about a video where, okay, he's talking about the furry community is doomed. It's weird to me that he's talking about that video, because I didn't watch that video from this guy Jax. I didn't watch it. I don't know what he says in that video outside of what's been represented here, but what I did watch some of was the one where he goes undercover as a Twitter 15-year-old furry. Why are you not bringing up that video where there's a lot of fucking weird shit going on? Are you gonna just pretend that that's, like, not a thing? Like, because if he did talk about that video, it would be pretty— I didn't even watch more than, like, 10 minutes of it, and it was already like, man, why are furries like this? You know? And, I don't know. I mean, it's weird that he would pick this video. Again, I haven't watched it. Maybe he's also misrepresenting this one, but, like, talk about that video. That's the journalism, quote-unquote. That's the one where he's, like, doing boots on the Twitter ground journalism, you know? And he's going out there and he's pretending to be 15 and talking to these fucking people. And, why are you not, like, confronting anything in that video? You're just pointing out this other one where you just basically disagree with his opinion or something. Or you say that he's, like, misrepresenting. I mean, okay, sure, but there's a whole other video you can talk about from the same guy that's, like, real journalism, and it doesn't seem to just be some guy's opinion. It's like, I went undercover as a child, pretending to be a child in fucking furry Twitter and got bamboozled with insane shit. That's a fair video to make, but he's not really calling too much attention to that. He mentioned it. I thought for a little while that that's what we were looking at. No, it's a whole other video, and I'm like, what? Why, dude? Watch that one. Is it harder to respond to that one because there's more examples of furries being fucking crazy? I don't know. It's weird.
Online relationships or art commissioning. Unlike Squid, Jax does not account for the change in history or any other historical instance of division within furries. In doing so, he falsely frames modern furry culture as more divided than it's ever been. A bold and highly contestable statement. Furthermore, the implication—
Someone says burn furs were just, they not like us. They not like us. I mean, that's what it sounds like.
of this division harbor some questions. For if a group is so large that it begins to form subgroups of differing social and political leanings, does this negatively affect the
I know it's just a word. He's just a Kiwi. It's just the way, you know, we went from Kiwi farms to this guy.
Larger group in any way.
Right.
On an interpersonal level, political disagreement can result in broken friendships and conflict. But on a holistic level, the diversity can benefit a group. In the pursuit of progression and innovation, approaching topics with—
Yeah, I'm gonna try being limb fluid. That's a good idea, chat member. I'll just, you know, why stop at 4? I'm gonna be like Dr. Octopus. That's my fucking gambit. You know, limb fluid, everybody. I'm gonna be Dr. Octopus. It's gonna be great. Yeah, I don't know. Did he mention something about age fluid? I must have missed that. Did I overlook something where he was entertaining age fluidity? Jesus Christ.
Diverse minds provide—
This is why I made that fucking video, because it's people like this. It's a slippery goddamn slope. Age fluid. It's all downhill from here.
perspectives. For example, in a 2004 study from Stanford University about the effects of racial diversity on complex thinking in college students, lead researcher Anthony Lysing-Antonio identified that students possess increased integrative complexity and cognitive awareness in environments of diverse political opinion. In other words, a diversity opinion jolted the cognitive activity towards resolution. Disagreement progressed innovation. A diversity of opinions is by all accounts...
He thinks he's so smart. It's so frustrating, because you know he's... It's another one of these people where it's like, you can read as many books and learn as many big words as you want, but you just come across as kind of unaware of how you are perceived, basically. It's like, I mean, you come across as obviously kind of running interference for some weird shit and kind of distracting and trying to change the fucking conversation, and it's like, you're so intellectual, but you didn't see that people... Maybe you knew people would disagree with them, but like, man... it's not a great video, man.
It's healthy for any community striving to achieve innovation and progression. Framing this through the lens of extremist examples is unrealistic fear-mongering. It does not discount any advantage obtained through differences in opinion. In general, the community of furry is not to connect people of...
Yeah, it is. I'm sorry. It's only when I talk that the stream's interesting. I know. I'm great. I mean, it's just because, like, when I talk, you know, I'm not just... fucking I'm not just rambling fucking, you know, like statistics buzzwords at you. I'm not trying, it insists upon itself. We get it, dude. You've read a book before. I can see that. That's awesome.
Categories, rather to unite them under one shared characteristic. Diversity of opinion is not only expected, but in many ways...
Are we gonna call furries a minority again? Is that gonna happen?
Encouraged. That way, the true connection through anthropomorphics is made. Again, in an attempt to comment on the community, I believe Jax fails to comprehend the basic values of the fandom itself. A continuous theme throughout the video and transitioning into the next section, pride.
For a single individual can lead an entire portion of a community to collapse, or to end up fighting within itself because of pride or envy.
I like Keffels.
Ask, if this were true, where do we see this behavior? Would individuals such as Key-rah the Wolf not be graphic enough to constitute collapsing a community? To understand why this isn't the case and understand why this didn't
maybe it did
actually happen, we'll have to establish two definitions.
Maybe Key-rah the Wolf was real fucking bad for you guys.
Fanbase for Key-rah the Wolf specifically did suffer immense fracturing, as would be expected. However, the furry community at its core is not a mere fanbase. There is no central body or group to worship. It is a group founded on a phenomenon abundant in human history, an expression intrinsic within society. For this reason, singular entities wouldn't have a significant effect on the community as a whole.
I mean, people fucking like animals, dude, but that's neither here nor there when it comes to the people that are, you know, jerking off in fucking fursuits and rubbing balloons on their taint. You know, that's unrelated to the Egyptian fucking birdmen or whatever.
In this case, pride is usually attached to some of the quote-unquote popufurs in the community, the ones who stream for a living, the ones who characters are their entire personality on Twitter.
For those struggling to read the layered text, Jax writes, this is very clearly saying, look at me, people are mad at me for being me, but also I have a lot of followers and it's stressful, woe is me.
What is this tweet
attached to some of the quote-unquote popufurs in the community.
People always want more followers, and it's 6.4k, and from what I've experienced, it's annoying because you get in trouble for shit like being a femboy. Get in trouble. Get in trouble? With who? Just don't read it, retard. What do you mean?
The ones who stream for a living, the ones who characters are their entire personality on Twitter.
For those struggling to read the layered text, Jax writes, this is very clearly saying, look at me, people are mad at me for being me, but also I have a lot of followers and it's stressful, woe is me. The flaw in this being the exact point this original tweet was trying to make, that people will create asinine, unnecessary reasons to be mad or upset at you over nothing. That is something demonstrated by...
But it's all subjective shit. I mean, this guy could, and I'm not saying he is, not accusing, but it's like, this feels like the type of person that shows up on that fucking website. I keep saying it. It's this type of fucking argumentative fucking, like, I'm right because I read 17,000 books to rationalize my stupid nonsense. It's like, yeah, I mean, the people that you're talking about that are like fucking dogs or something are also gonna shift the fucking goalposts and be like, well, that's not a real reason to be mad at me. You're just mad at me for silly bullshit, like... No, I mean, yeah, I guess being a femboy, that's not, you don't need to, I mean, who gives a shit? You just block that guy, I guess, but, This is not really a great argument. I mean, this is why that video needs to be on YouTube, because I've already talked about it. Hey, would be great if you could look at it on my channel. This type of fucking person that tries to worm their way in with this type of fucking rhetoric that's like, oh, but, it's all valid, and, no, dude. No, man. No, you gotta have some fucking shame somewhere.
Asinine, unnecessary...
Sometimes people aren't getting into trouble for asinine reasons. Sometimes it's real reasons, and then people come along and say, oh, it's just silly reasons. They don't understand that me and my partner are in love, and the partner's a goldfish. And, you know, love involves bondage gear with the goldfish, and it's like, it's enough already.
Reasons to be
it's enough.
mad or upset at you over nothing. That is something
Over
demonstrated
nothing.
by Jax himself when he misinterprets the tweet to mock the person, followed by examples of unimportant, irrelevant, tame tweets of a person saying their puppy, shown for the purpose of belittling them, framing this tweet of a person barking as evidence for why the community is doomed. Your exact behavior here is what the very tweets you show are critiquing, making a giant issue out of seemingly nothing.
And this kind of narcissism can be brought about from a point of flash fame, where someone plays a character, a bunch of people on Twitter notice, and they immediately get popular, so they further embody that character, and it creates a negative feedback loop wherein the person running the account gradually loses a sense of self.
Personal expression online is by no means decided.
Loses a sense of self. Well, go outside. I'm fascinated by, like, how fucked we are. Like, the guy's talking about furries are doomed. No, I mean, dude, go bigger. Go bigger. People are like, oh my god, I'm losing my sense of reality because I've developed Twitter followers for being a furry. That's a you problem, man. I'm sorry. That's just your, I mean, I'm sorry, you probably got some issues, but like, dude, that's no one's fault, but like, that's on you, man. I'm sorry.
By other people. Jax here has no authority to comment on how these people portray themselves online, or how their real-life identity correlates to this expression. It would be incorrect to assume that you know the personalities of Twitter users outside the platform. And thinking about the situation holistically, I don't consider tweeting about being a puppy to be high on my list of priorities. Regardless if this person...
That's the problem, dipshit.
...acts completely...
Look at your avatar. Of course you don't fucking think
differently outside of their account. Posing like a dog on Twitter doesn't amount to something negative for this person or signify any sort of downfall. By no means do I consider pride to be unimportant as an issue to our modern world, particularly with the rise of internet culture and stardom making it far easier for someone to become famous. Fame can create some...
People should be proud of various things, you know? There's a lot of things they should be proud of. Although, the thing is, aren't you born gay? Here's my question. If you're not allowed to be proud of the country you're born in, and that's like nationalist, I don't know. I mean, but that's fine. That's fine. I understand it though. I get it. It's like it's a whole thing. It's a whole movement. I get it, and it's like that's fair. But there needs to be shame too sometimes, though. I mean, that's the problem, is that we've lost the ability to shame people. We can't look at somebody fucking a dog and say it's bad without some guy like this making a video that goes like, well, but not all furries. Like, yeah, I know, but what about that furry? Fucker?
Pretty ugly behaviors. This is shown on my channel and in this video again and again, and to sound like a broken record, has no correlation to the furry fandom. Despite my repeated rebuttal, no doubt becoming tiring for many of you, it is a rebuttal I find myself returning to over and over again during this video. Nothing exemplifies this more than the last section about envy. Even though I disagree with many of the arguments present in his video, I find myself understanding an equal amount all the same. During envy, Jax explains the concept of pseudo-sexual relationships, a concept conceived by Jax to describe groups who are bound together by their shared sexual interest in one another, in which he highlights the dangers of entering a relationship under the guise of needing to be in one, either from desperation or to spite those who have what you want. Anyone who was decently present during school would have observed this form of relationship. In fact, it's fairly common that you yourself felt this desire from witnessing others be happy in relationships. Overall, it can be a dangerous game, leading to an environment of vulnerability set up by desperation. This is true. I cannot disagree anywhere within this argument, and
Okay, yeah, I think that sounds pretty bad. I would also say that sounds like an issue in furries, but I don't think that he thinks that that's an issue with furries necessarily. I mean, maybe
echo Jax's statement on heeding caution about this envy. However, there's always a however, during the entire envy section, he mentions furries by name once, accusing gay furries specifically of festering the largest density of these types of relationships. How does Jax know this information? Does he show evidence for his claims? He tells us that he'll get into why that is later in the video. Furries are never mentioned again. I have no words to describe such a lack of research and frivolously generating claims as anything but lazy. The lack.
Okay, well, but like, so this is bad though, because look at this though, right now, right here. The furry community is doomed. Here's why. 2 years ago, 136,000 views. He picked this video to talk about. What he didn't pick to talk about was this video behind it that he, as you can see, started watching, probably got about as far as I did, maybe a lot, maybe even less. Stopped watching it, and realized he didn't want to address that one. He realized he wanted to address this 2-year-old video instead of this 1-year-old video that has far fewer views, maybe because he felt like he had a better chance of defeating this guy's facts and logic or something. Yeah, if he tried to respond to this actual video with the 1.1 million views here, this one's a lot harder, I think, for him to like reason with. This is the one where it is like a child. It is a fake child on the internet and being approached by a bunch of fucking insane people. In fact, maybe we need to watch that next.
Of any attempt to discover well-informed research at all relevant to the topic, as well as the creator's tendency to stray away from the object of discussion. It all speaks to a pre-established confirmation bias. In their own words, they found much of this evidence via observational understanding. Therefore, it should warrant suspicion on where those ideas are coming from and any preconceived notions they may exhibit. As I have shown many times on this channel, internet coverage of furries is not often made with an informational perspective, rather fetishized entertainment supporting anti-
So let's look at some of his videos here.
And any preconceived notions they may exhibit. As I have shown,
Consequences of Key-rah the Wolf, Fursuit Bigotry, Quite Drama, alright, Coyote Lovely, right,
many times on this channel, internet coverage of
Hypnotist Sappho, so he talks about these things, but I'm curious, I mean, he talks about them. We're seeing how he talks about this whole situation in this video. If he's talking about Hypnotist Sappho, is he going to just do the whole video being like, well, I'm not all furries, not all furry. Is that the whole thing? Maybe not. I mean, somebody in chat said that they used to follow this guy. I don't know if you're still here. Did you watch the videos where he's calling out other, like, creepy fucker zoophile furries and stuff? And, like, what was that like? I mean, was he being fair in those? What would you say? Does anybody know? I mean, I don't... maybe we'll watch something like that another time. I kind of want to watch that Jax video that he didn't watch instead, but...
furries is not often made with an informational perspective, rather fetishized entertainment supporting anti-furry rhetoric. Consumption of these stories can lead the consumer to mischaracterize furries based on the repeated worst individuals who occupy it. If you were to create a video...
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of true. I mean, the way he says that, I mean, I can't deny, again, it's like you expose these type of fucking people, and some people are gonna, you know, they're going to assume that you are talking about every single furry that exists, and it's just not necessarily the case. And even if you say, like I did in that video that got taken down, I tried to say this doesn't represent everybody that's, like, affected in this type of community. But people still didn't listen to that, and they just went, transphobia, like, you know. So, I mean, even if you try and you do your best, and if you try too hard, then it comes across as, like, counterproductive. It comes across as ironic. The fucking thing I've been doing, the please God, whatever you do, don't report these people, you know. Yeah, you know, the video is, it's not a great video. Oh, good God. Who the fuck? Oh, go away. Go away. It's not a great video, but I do think, you know, that's true. I mean, some people are going to be inclined to look at a video like that, you know, talks about zoophiles or whatever, and they're going to assume the worst, and it's not really. I mean, he says early in the video that you need to tell people what to think. Essentially, he says that people are not going to ever do their own research or come to their own conclusion. They're just going to make generalizations based on what you tell them, which is maybe cynical. It might be true. I mean, it seems fucking cynical, though. I don't want to live in that world. I want people to be allowed to fucking think freely for themselves or whatever, you know. But I would say overall, this video, we're almost at the end of it. You know, we'll hear him out for the last couple minutes here. Overall, I would say this video, it's been okay. I mean, it's been pretty bad, you know, but like, he's got a lot of, it's been an okay, pretty bad video, you know. It's been as okay of a bad video as you can get. It's sort of it's leaning on inoffensive, but it seems pretty slimy. It seems like I kind of get where he's coming from. I do. But I also, it seems pretty slimy, and it seems like he's kind of protecting, but it does seem like his channel maybe also discusses that sort of thing as well. It seems, yeah, I mean, it's an okay, terrible video.
In favor of this narrative.
It's not as bad as the Kiwi Farms video. That was a quality terrible video.
By structuring it,
this one's just okay.
Based on every one of the deadly sins, you would need to find information that supports those arguments. However, the information recovered here is so hastily put together, it tells me that they were only found to support preconceived ideas, resulting in sloppy, irrelevant, or even missing work in the case of gluttony. I recognize that Jax doesn't support any hate towards furries. In fact, I do believe that he wants the best from this video, and in calling out
Yeah, and I mean, he's trying to call out furries, but, you know, and this video, the problem with it is that it's got, you know, it's got a lot of buzzwords, it's got a lot of statistics, it's got a lot of educationism, as is the word, I guess. It's got a lot of that. It's got a lot of appeals to, you know, look at me, I am so smart, SMRT. But the problem is, it's got
no story, no motive, no reason, and no background checks.
And that's the real problem.
Result in change.
This is a warning, not a hate letter.
Whilst I appreciate the attempt to regulate hate, Jax, you cannot simply feign ignorance that this video doesn't support misconceptions, that it doesn't make unnecessary generalizations, or is inadvertently telling people to be ashamed of this community. But stripping back those details is still trying to do something. It was an attempt to showcase issues about the world even if they were poorly misworded. It tried to teach
It's so bizarre to me, though, that you've chosen to talk about that video, because again, that very channel has another video. This is, well, almost over. It's fine. I get the gist. It turns out we won't hear him out completely. Fuck that. No, but I get the gist again. I mean, I wouldn't say actually. It's not very good. It's not okay. This video. I mean, when I say okay, it's like, you know, it's a so-so. It's not as bad as they come. This isn't zooier than thou. You know, but it's a slippery slope thing. It does annoy me quite a bit. It does annoy me. It feels very misrepresentative. The main thing that I don't like at this point in time is the fact that it represents this guy's video that was older than the newer one that easily has a better fucking point to make. And we're gonna watch that now. This is a video, it's a 53-minute video from Jax, and it's an interesting one. This is gonna be a little React Andy fucking shit. This is an interesting one. We became a 15-year-old furry on Twitter. Twitter Files, Part 2. Now, Part 1 isn't even related to this. But Part 2 it's the series, it's Episode 2, basically. But yeah, this is the video. This is the one that that he did not watch. Now, his voice is a little bit annoying, but this is the one that that other channel did not watch. He talked about it, I think, briefly. It looks like he watched a little bit of it. Apparently, I watched more of it than he did. But he talked about it very briefly, and then he moved on to another older one that I guess was easier for him to make some arguments against. I would argue that this video is pretty bad, unless he faked all of this, which I suppose could be true. It's possible this is all just like a Mama Max type of, you know, fictionalized fucking RP, you know, thing. But, you know, I think it's perfectly... Nothing that I saw so far when I watched part of this video seemed like unreasonable to believe as a possibility. This is, again, we became a 15-year-old furry on Twitter. Twitter Files, part 2.
Before this video begins, by now you may have noticed that it is ungodly long, and I promise you...
It's only 53 minutes, dude. What year do you think this is?
Everything in this video has a purpose. But in order to save my sanity, and hopefully yours too, the editing will be pretty minimal in a lot of areas other than just screenshots. So feel free to tune out of the video and listen in the background. I promise you, you're not going to be missing much visually. You might remember at the end of the last video
that downplayed it and said it doesn't count, huh?
A little code that I left. It was just Morse code, right? With a strange word at the beginning. Well, essentially, it was a Caesar cipher translated into Morse code. And once you actually figured it out, you get the result, Ebigen on Twitter. Now, a lot of people actually figured this out, but didn't quite understand what I meant by it. But today, that all changes. Also, be sure to join my Discord if you enjoy this
You made a cool epic ARG. It's a little cringe.
kind of content. Now, to get us
I'm
out...
irony poisoned on the ARGs is the problem. It's sometimes, you know, I would think it's cool. There's like a Skate 4 ARG when it was Halo 2 and they made I Heart Bees or whatever. That was cool. I can't do the ARGs now, man. It's just embarrassing.
Out of the way before I really start getting into the content of the video, who is Ebigen? What is this account? Why am I bringing to you a random 15-year-old furry account on Twitter? Well, the thing is that what I just said was wrong. This account, if you haven't figured it out already, was made by me and other friends, obviously. The idea was thought up by all of us around October of 2021, and we figured, let's just see what happens. Let's see how far we can...
I mean, this does feel like it's Mama Max adjacent. That was around the time that his whole fucking tizzy was happening. So, yeah, this may be adjacent to that, I don't know.
Yeah, and it wasn't originally a Sting account, but it ended up turning into one as we gradually went deeper and deeper into this. And our experiment worked. We had over 1,000 followers by the end of December. It was ridiculous how quickly we grew through various different methods of just following other people, as well as just making pretty mediocre art. Playing the character is so important to having an account like this, and like I said, it clearly worked. If you're wondering who made the art, it wasn't me, but out of the person who made its wishes, I'm not going to reveal who they are. But seriously, the amount of things that we discovered through the DMs of this account by talking to people is ridiculous. It shows a fundamental core problem within the furry community that a lot of you who disagreed with me on my furry community video a couple months ago will be seriously proven wrong by the thing.
Yeah, I guess that's the one that got some pushback. Maybe he started making the video talking about that one and then this came out, but that video was from like a couple months ago, so... I mean, Clapped Seal's video was just from a few months ago. This is from like a year back. The other one now says 2 years ago. I mean, it feels like he could have made a video in quicker time than that. I don't know. I guess that was the one that caused some stir, but this is the one that really took off. And I mean, it's interesting because what does he just say here?
It shows a fundamental furry community video a couple months ago will be seriously proven wrong by the...
Proven wrong. So in other words, it sounds like the things that were said in that video that the other guy had problems with, maybe this is gonna be the proof of the yeah, maybe you should have watched this video, I don't know.
Things that we discovered in this video. And if you came from the Ebigen account where I'm gonna post this video, hello, nice to meet you. My name is Jax. This video is in no way meant to be derogatory or hateful towards furries. I am not targeting you guys for a reason. Also, anyone in this featured will furries. I am not targeting you guys for a reason.
Right,
also,
okay.
Anyone in this featured will be censored as I'm not trying to create any witch hunts, which I know some people will want to do for no reason. Now, without further ado, I'm gonna get into some of the children in the fandom.
No, it's not Jack's films, it's just one of Jax's films.
That we actually interact with.
It's also not Big Jack films.
Under 18. It is showing clear evidence of a mental health crisis among many young furries that just isn't being addressed, which leads to the internal rotting of this entire fandom.
A chicken and egg thing. Are they mentally insane? Are they, you know, do they have a mental health crisis, you know, and they're furries? Or, like, I don't know. It's which one leads to the other? I don't know.
Any of these kids...
Is being a furry driving people insane, or is being insane driving people a furry?
Of whom are as young as 14, often show signs of high promiscuity, over-sexualization, and overexposure to adult content from a very young age. And yes, you'll definitely see that as we get into these DMs. Keep in mind though, this account was also meant to be an underage furry. We pose ourselves as 15 years old. And of course, any minor, as you'll see, that tried to make advances towards us, we of course rejected. We're not trying to get into that shit. But that age will definitely come into play as we get...
I mean, I will say, when I heard that when I was watching this the first time, I was like, okay, I guess we just have to believe you on that one. This whole thing, I mean, there is an element of, it's like the predator poacher people, where it is like, I guess you just have to trust that that person, I don't know, maybe isn't up to something, but yeah, okay, it's fine, it's fine. You gotta get the story somehow, right?
The section that talks about the various groomers who contacted us later in the video. One more quick thing, actually, before we go ahead, is that I didn't write most of the DMs for this account. It was actually by someone else who is more familiar with the community, who was on the project, that wrote most of these DMs. Just know that about 99% of them were not from me. Right, these accounts will be going in roughly, I guess, order of severity in terms of, you know, mental health problems and other issues that are clearly being presented here.
Yeah, Japanese, absolutely. We're about to get to a new segment, and
it's probably A minor.
Number 1 even.
So this first account, we actually introduced ourselves first, saying hiya with this guy saying, how are you? I'm actually the same age as you. And then we just kind of talk a little bit, and he goes into how he's playing pinball for whatever reason. I don't know. He shows us his Sona with really disgustingly large paws, but I'm going to censor out most of it. But we actually found out later on, and you'll see this, that this kid was following zoophiles and was actually being called one himself. So then we asked him, are you doing anything weird? I don't know, just
so this is in order of severity of mental health or whatever, and so the first person we're looking at is someone who is a minor who is friends, apparently, with, like, zoophiles and shit. This is... I like all these little skibbity-oh-ohs with the fucking eyebrows, too. That's great.
People DM'd me saying you were following some weird people. I just want to know what happened because I don't know them. I don't know if it's real or not, or if they're just lying. I'm at work, but a lot of people follow me, okay? I can't control every single person, I'm busy. As long as weird people don't interact with me,
Yeah, wait, at work? A minor at work? I mean, young people do work jobs. I mean, I don't know. Is that child labor? Don't like 16-year-olds have jobs and shit at fucking McDonald's or whatever? I don't know, that's a little, I mean, maybe, I don't know.
Fine, I won't block them.
I don't know where they're located either.
They interact with me. I do love them, which is a
Taco
weird thing to say. Do block them. And then we said, okay, just making sure. I don't know, I've never really talked to anyone weird like that, so I don't really know. Would you tell me if you were really and I wasn't judgmental? He said, probably, but I don't really trust anyone currently because a lot of my friends have said stuff like that and have never followed through with it and not being judgmental. Which, like, is really weird in terms of the fact that we're alluding to zoophilia of all things.
Yeah, we're into zoophilia in minor number 1.
And he's saying these things. And we said...
Alleged minor. Again, this whole thing has an air of Mama Max about it. Again, we move in fucking waves. This whole stream. It's great. This started apparently in, like, 2021. So, I mean, that was around the era when that pick a side shit was happening. I mean, it might be, but, I mean, I don't know. I'm willing to believe this is something. It's possible this is all just kind of fabricated, though. I mean, that's definitely worth considering as we go ahead here.
It's okay. I think I have a lot of problematic friends. At least it's what people say. I worry about I'm also a problem. And, of course, he says you aren't, and then we just kind of continue talking. So then later on, we ask... What happened with all the stuff, though, if you don't mind me asking? Was it bad?
I'm glad he's not doing all the oh-woes himself.
And he said, what do you mean? And I said, the stuff with people calling you a zoo is not true, right? And he said, it's not true. My friend is one, yes, but that does not mean I am one.
It's just that my friend is one, and I'm cool with it because my friend is one. It's not like I would ever... wind up being an adult-attracted minor zoophile or anything. That's crazy.
I would never be one, but my friend just wanted me to host the space while they were away doing something, so that's why they made me a co-host, and that's the only reason I was in it. I'm going to bed. Good night. No clue what he's talking about with this.
It's like, I hope this guy in this... I hope Jax just made this all up, frankly, because it does get worse. I mean...
But it's very, very clear that... This kid is in constant interaction with a zoophile, at least at the time of making this. And remember, this kid's 15 years old. And the fact that he's interacting with the zoo...
Yeah, dude, the rage bait YouTube videos. Well, now we're not doing that. Now we're learning about furries. We're watching some investigative furry journalism. It's great.
File likely means that he is one himself to some degree, but doesn't want to talk about it. I'm not fully going to jump to conclusions, even though I just did, but the fact that this kid is getting somewhat defensive and dismissive when we bring this up really shows that there's something weird going on here. And if that was the case, it would very likely be...
Yeah, the whole, I have a friend, like, that's like the oldest fucking trick in the book, isn't it?
...be the result of grooming by this person that he's interacting with. It is very common for a child who is in a relationship with an adult online to pretend like they're really good friends and to do everything to justify the fact that they are just friends, even though most of them do a terrible job of doing this.
Well, he's not even really addressing that part of it. I mean, like, yeah, I mean... I don't know, I'm just saying it's a... It's just my friend. Here's minor number 2.
Next account, though, is seemingly on the opposite side of the coin. This kid is 14 years old and discusses in depth the people who he interacts with in some cases, which both times show him interacting with adults over the age of 18 who draw NSFW art, sort of alluding to what I was talking about last video. It just kind of goes to show there are a lot of kids who will go out of their way to find these kinds of people. So we start out the conversation here where he actually contacted us first saying hello, and we said hi, and we exchanged conversations a little bit. He asked who made the art presented here, and of course the other character I will get into in the next section, and we said it was us. And as we scroll down, he's just talking about commissioning and whatever, and then we say, also I have a question if you don't mind me asking. And he says, sure, you can ask me anything. And we say, well, I don't know if it's rude to ask, but how old are you if you don't mind us asking? And we did this to most people just to kind of get a grasp on their maturity and how old they were and, you know, how they'd behave. So he said 7 days until he's 15, and he asked us, and we said we're 15, and we said, and you're into the AD drone account. AD.
All of these fucking stupid emoji things are annoying.
Meaning after dark
Very
in this
annoying.
case, which usually involves not safe for work
Ooh,
material.
bonanza,
He said,
yeah.
it's not an AD account with like a sweating face. This is my main. And we said, no, I mean Talon, not yours. Talon is an NSFW artist in the community. This kind of really goes to show, though, that a lot of kids who claim they don't watch pornography really do, and they actively seek it out. And while I'm not going to go out of my way to say that this is entirely problematic, it goes to show that...
Not problematic!
There's a lot of...
I really need to sample the he's a problem and just put that on the soundboard.
Secrets being held in this community that no one talks about, and everyone just kind of takes everything at face value, leading to just a culture of one-sided and two-faced people. He then sends pictures of him actually talking to this artist, saying hi, with him kind of exchanging a little bit, and then saying, can I be your...
So this is the fucking, what, 13, 14-year-old or something talking to a furry sex artist? It's really interesting that Clap Seal didn't decide to go after this video. He went after the other one where the guy was just giving his opinion about furries. Here's the one where the guy gives some kind of proof. I mean, it might be fake. You could at least just talk about it and argue that it's fake, I guess. But, like, I don't know. I mean, I'm willing to believe it. It seems real enough. It doesn't seem that, I mean, like, I don't know. It wouldn't be like, you couldn't bring this to a court of law, right? Like, it's not proof of a crime. But it's proof enough if it, you know, I'm willing to believe that furries are kind of fucked up. I don't know. Maybe that's my bias. I guess maybe it is.
Drone. From asking around, it seems like a drone is basically a sexual hypnosis thing where you're basically beholden to someone else. It's some weird fetish shit. No idea really what it is, but I think that's what it revolves around. And then giving a little face with the artist, who again is over 18, saying, if you'd like, then sure, with a little squiggly sign, which, if you're unaware, kind of implies a sexual connotation to things.
Kind of involves a sexual connotation.
We can do more than just talk. Baby, we get nasty, nasty. Your body's too bootylicious for me, babe.
With the minor responding, well, I really want to be one, they are cool. And then he says, then you're welcome to be one, :3. Now, to be 100% honest, I am 90% sure the artist did not know this kid was underage, as the kid
the sex swirly, I know.
explicitly told us. Who knows if he was lying or not. But he did the same thing to another artist who is very popular, who actually knew he was 14. Now, after consulting with someone who actually knows this guy somehow, from what I've determined is that there are two stories here, and I am going to believe the artist on this one for the most part, where he says that he banned this kid from everything and has completely cut off contact once he found out the kid was 15. But if you read what the kid was saying, he was almost implying that they were chatting and that they were both engaging in weird conversations. Not gonna jump to conclusions at all, but more so to apply this to the rest of the fandom, that there is so much going on behind the scenes that we just don't know about and we will never know about, even if it's harmless.
And it's bad enough when it's on main and you see it, but you know that these people are DMing each other and stuff. And, yeah, and all it takes really is one person to go, hey, there's a cool website you can go to, 14-year-old, whatever. It's sickening. It's pretty sickening, and I mean, it's not a problem that you can just say, well, get the cops involved in something like this. Like what? It's like randos on Twitter, But it's something that you can accurately. If any of this is real, it comes across as pretty fucking bad. Yeah, the furry community is. It's not everybody. Obviously, it's not everybody, but it's another one of these fucking communities that's easily infiltratable by sex weirdos. And that seems to be the case here. And people don't seem to want to really talk about it that much. And when they do, they seem to try to, downplay it a little bit and all that sort of thing. And it's enough. It's enough.
And then, even though we are a real person, without seeing what we even look like and only talking to us for like 15 minutes on a few days, he says, hey, I can't hold this forever. You are very cute. Bro doesn't know anything about us, and although I am not one to play with emotions, this is really crazy. We made no advances towards this kid.
Made no advances, and they don't know their appearance, I would assume. That doesn't... It's just it's a fake account. There's probably not going to have an image of anybody. It's probably just the furry avatar or whatever. So it is this, I remember doing this kind of thing when I was, 10, sort of. Not this, but it's sort of, crushes on internet forum people or whatever, and just you don't know what they look like. It's just their fucking Sonic avatar or fucking shit, whatever. I remember this kind of thing back then when you're a lot younger, but this is, I don't know, man.
And this is not the only example of a kid who is clearly in a mental health crisis seeking relief.
It's not even just, that's the thing, too. It's somebody who's desperately seeking some kind of fucking attention from somebody in their lives. And of course there's gonna be weird sex freak people that show up and just hey there, I'm friendly, you can talk to me, you can tell me everything, I won't judge you, smiley face. And they don't fucking know yet that they can't fucking talk to that weirdo. Maybe some of them do, but this is the problem. A lot of these people, why are people becoming furries? Is it anxiety? It's a lot of reasons. Then I think the fourth one here, we're about to get to section number 3, and
probably A minor.
But the fourth one after section 3 here is, I think it's a really sad one. So I don't remember section 3, but I watched more of this than I thought. I got to number 5 or something before I was all right, I gotta do this one for the stream, and we're finally doing it. But section 3, I don't remember. Section 4, it's a sad one. Just be prepared.
Relationship security.
Again, but remember the whole time, this might be, this might not be this might not be real. This might all just be some kind of fictionalized fucking stuff made up for attention. I don't know. That's a possibility. I don't know. A lot of people are saying that it seems very, possible that this is something that happened. The account probably exists or existed, and there's probably proof of that. I would be interested to know. I'm going to be operating under the belief that this is real. So, I'm open to the possibility that it might have been fabricated or sensationalized in some way, but, I don't know. It's maybe it's an interesting question. It's is it my bias that's making me say I believe furries would do this kind of shit? Maybe it is. What has led me to fucking that conclusion, though?
In order to feel secure within themselves.
They
Moving
not like
on, though,
this
we
user.
actually see
They
an
not
account
like
that
this
echoes
user.
to the previous video, which in this case is sort of an adult-attracted minor. In his bio, he...
Well, first of all,
He's a molester. He's a child molester.
It's not good. It's not good.
He says, gay, new to NSFW, go easy on me, 18 with a winky face. And I'm sure you can figure out what that means. Anyways, getting into the chat, he says, to us first, quick question, well, two, pronouns and sex. And we responded, I'm he, him, and a male, why do you ask? And he said, just because I'm 15 as well and wanted to talk.
Oh yeah, this one was also sad. It's a fucking kid drinking, and it's like another person desperately trying to reach out to someone that will like give them attention. The fourth one is like the fucking peak of that, though.
Also a little drunk, and that's besides the point. I'm he, him, male, and gay as fuck. And said, how are you? And we didn't respond. He said, alrighty then. Afterwards, he apologizes for yesterday, saying that he got a bottle of Bailey's and got carried away. And that was after we asked, why were you drunk? And later on, he responded, do you not like people who drink or something? And we said, no, I was just curious.
Yeah, it's a little bit pathetic, isn't it? I mean, and it's sad, and it's very sad to see someone in whatever state they are in their life, they're drawn to be a fucking furry. Good God. And they're also drawn to drink and, like, I don't know, trauma dump on fucking random people on Twitter that they barely know. It's so sad.
And then the conversation continues on. Later on, we say, sorry, I was off Twitter for
Fed?
a minute.
I mean...
I wanted to ask you what it's like to drink. I've never drank before.
I guess it could be. It's possible that it could be.
I wouldn't know,
But if this person's allegedly a 15-year-old, I mean, this fake Twitter account that this Jax person made, I mean, would it be a Fed? I mean, maybe they're trying to feel him out and see if they're secretly actually an adult. Maybe. But I don't know if this is ostensibly supposed to be two 15-year-olds talking to each other, right? So I don't know if a Fed would do something like this necessarily. Some of the other ones, we're gonna get into some. I think around number 5, it starts to get away from minors and get into other types of people that are contacting this user.
Always been scared of it. Remember, these are two 15-year-olds talking to each other.
Trying to bait a child?
It's fine, really. It's fun alone or with people.
Yeah, someone says this is more common than you'd think. Yeah, I mean, I don't. That's the thing is like I don't know. It's not hard to believe this. I don't know what fucking social bias is making me think that of furry people and that sort of just people on Twitter that are like this. This generation of this genre of humans. I mean, I have no trouble believing this. This is what I'm saying before, like, this doesn't seem so outlandish that it's like, oh, this has to be faked, I don't believe that. No, I mean, it's just a sad guy.
It's only bad if you're scared of it, but the worst, you get a hangover, which is rare at 15. That's totally not true. And then we said, why would you want to drink at such a young age? And he said, are you in America? Because it's fairly normal in the UK, which actually I think is kind of true. So we say, yeah, I am. I guess I'm more scared because a lot of my family members drink and become mean or creepy when they do. He said, yeah, it's a pretty big difference in drinking culture. And then the conversation just...
the UK chads finally win one.
...gradually fizzles out.
Scared of drinking.
Even if drinking culture in the UK is different, and I'm sure many viewers from the UK can attest to that, it is still not okay for a 15-year-old to be drinking bottles of vodka just because it feels nice and it makes you feel good. He actually talks about how drinking, quote, makes him horny, which is a really fucking weird thing to say in a conversation that's not even remotely sexual at all. After this, though, we just kind of move on to this really sad display.
This one's very unfortunate. This is like, like I say, this is sort of the pinnacle of the whole fucking thing. Like, when we talk about these people that are just seemingly very desperate for... Again, it's this validation thing. It's this everybody needs to be valid. It's this bullshit. People are desperate, and I'm not, I say this bullshit, but it's like, it's unfortunate for them. It doesn't invalidate their fucking, it doesn't invalidate their, struggles in life. It's just, it's bullshit. It's unfortunate that they, like this whole furry fucking thing and everything, and a lot of people that are driven down this kind of fucking path, they wind up being you know, a little bit fucking, they wind up being a little strange, you know, and so, I mean, not every furry is an insane fucking crazy person, but, and so, yeah, I mean, I don't know, it's just, this is, it's very sad, and this is about to be this is about the worst that it kind of gets for depression.
Of emotional despair coming from a 16-year-old boy in the furry fandom. It really is unfortunate how this came to be, but this guy tried so hard to be in a relationship with us and talked about his many home life problems and problems he's experienced himself in the fandom.
And, you know, this is like, again, it's not an individual that has even, you talk about like parasocial relationships, it's not even a person that has like a public presence, they're not making videos or anything, it's just some random person on Twitter with no selfies or anything, I mean, and they're just like going, oh man, oh, I love you, and I mean...
So this started off after, I believe...
I'm spoilering it, but man...
A tweet or a picture we made in October where he said, you want pets? And we said, yes, wag's tail, whatever, and a bunch of other weird roleplay stuff. Of course, it never got inappropriate. And he later...
Didn't it? See, this is the problem, though, is you make a video like this, and again, it's like, we just have to kind of take your fucking word for that, don't we? I mean, does he ever release the logs? Probably not, you know, maybe. But that's, it's weird. I mean, I guess you kind of got to go along with it if you want. Again, I mean, you got to do it. I mean, if you're going to try to get the information, it's like, but it is weird. I don't know.
It says, and I'm not 100% sure if this is roleplay or not, but I'm pretty sure that this is this kid's real name. He says his mom got his first name from a porn novel, and that she never, quote, really cared about.
At this point, the problem is we need to just take this guy's word for it that nothing else weird and suspicious happened, which, I mean, it probably didn't, but maybe, I don't know. We don't know. However, the information presented it's sad. I mean, it is. The mom, according to this person, she got his name from a porn novel. Like, that's like a very sad minor key version of the Curb Your Enthusiasm intro. Like, damn, that's just unfortunate.
Him. And he sometimes hates
Do better!
Because of her. And seeing this really breaks my heart, because this is a human being who is clearly, provided this is real, in a household that is destructive to his mental health. He then, literally on the same day, roughly, of talking to us, sends us pictures of himself. Then, he gradually starts to make advances, saying, you're cute, sexy even.
See, this is starting to get concerning about this video, is because we're not seeing what you say. I want to see what I look like? Sure. Why not say no? Do you need to see what they look like? Is that necessary? It's a little weird. And then maybe they ask, and what do you send them? Do you have pictures of... We're not seeing that part of this conversation. I don't know. There's elements of this that
Then, he gradually starts to make advances, saying, you're cute, sexy,
hi, Cecil.
Attractive if you're so inclined.
Cecil says that Aiden is just Cecil with a different haircut, you know? I've never seen them both at the same time. Well, I guess I am now, actually. Never mind, yeah.
And again, let me clarify.
I guess Clark Kent isn't Superman. This is crazy.
This kid is 16, and again, we never made advances towards him, and he did all of this himself, and we never actually entered a relationship with him.
Cecil, you missed your brief appearance in the video decrying people talking about Zoosadism. So, I'm sure that was very, I'm sure, maybe you've seen it. I don't know, it's great.
Thank God.
Great video.
After we pushed back, just to see what he would do, he later says, I know you don't want to talk to me, but we can just be friends. I'm sorry I made you uncomfortable. With us responding, no, it's okay, don't worry. Yes, friends is alright. Sorry if I don't reply much. I'm not the best about replying, and my parents enjoy taking my phone away. And he just says, oh, okay. Then, 5 days later, out of fucking nowhere, he says, the first sexy son of a bitch I fell in love with. Here I am with 60 days.
Damn, Cecil's making a video about Tim Wynn. That's gonna be disastrous for the furries, unfortunately. Apparently. You better make sure to say for like 10 minutes straight that you disavow that all furries are not like this. You gotta have, like, counter examples of good furries, like saving puppies and, like erecting barns or something. you know, it's the first thing that a furry's ever erected. You can figure if you can finish that one, but yeah, apparently that's what you need to do in order to save the fucking furry community. It's all over if you don't do it, Cecil.
He's left to ask you if you want to play a game sometime, or talk, or do something. And naturally, out of our own confusion, we said, what? And he said,
Tim Wynn was one of the zoo sadists, for the record.
I want to do something with you. And we...
So, yeah, this minor number 4 is calling him a sexy son of a bitch. Which is questionable. Why is he sexy? Maybe he does see this person's fucking avatar. I really am starting to wonder about this Jax video. I don't know. And it's interesting, too, because in the beginning of the video, he says this very specific thing about, and I want to point out, no, most of these messages weren't written by me. It was my friend. 99% weren't written by me. Uh-huh. Well, my friend... Right, my friend who is a zoophile. Absolutely, yeah.
Out of our own confusion, we said, what? And he said, I want to do something with you. And we said, no, what do you mean by first sexy son of a bitch? And he said, you're the first person I fell in love with. And we said, well, I'm flattered, but why? And he said, you're hot, kind, and everything you do is super cute, and I just had a crush on you.
Yeah, hot. It's like, did they show... No, I did not send 90% of the messages, especially to the minors. A friend of mine who wishes to remain nameless. No, we did not initiate conversation with anyone under the age of 18. We hardly did this at all, even with the adults. So the idea here is that, well, okay, but we really don't know that that's for serious. I mean, maybe. It's hard. Some of the times it looks like, you know, we can see what looks like the beginning of a conversation, but it's kind of hard to tell that. The one example of it happening was because my friend, who is very much a crusader against things like zoophilia, not that I blame him, initiated conversation for the sole purpose of ripping on that kid. I did not authorize, don't rip that kid. But never at any point were there romantic or sexual advances made towards any of the minors. Okay. Well, I mean, we're probably overreacting. I mean, we're all poisoned by the type of people. It's like, by nature of what he's looking at, I'm left to be kind of fucking skeptical of society at this point. The minors were showcased in this video number 3 here, to prove a point, and there's a reason all of their names are censored. If they happen to see this video, which some might have, only they know it's them. They can deal with that personal shame. Oh dear. Treat it as a learning experience. All in all, I definitely believe I should have been a bit more tactful with the section involving minors, but my point in that section still stands. Kids are opening themselves up too easily to strangers just because they are furries or because they have a cute fursona. That was the entire point in that section, not to expose some 15-year-old kid for making a dumb decision. Please watch the video and don't automatically assume the worst when it comes to dealing with minors in the furry community. Just because they aren't 18 doesn't mean they shouldn't be taught a lesson via example, which again is why I included that section in the video. So the whole thing here is yeah, I mean, that's basically what we've been saying. We do have to just kind of take his fucking word for it, and it is a little suspicious, but I guess I'm willing to, you know, hear it out. We're almost through with this segment anyway, but I'm just not sure about this. Like, it seems like there's maybe some unanswered questions. Let's just put it that way.
Even if you said you didn't want to, I still do, lol. Let me stress how ironically upsetting this is to see. This kid doesn't even know what we look like. He knows nothing about us. And that's nothing being held against him. But clearly he is...
Yeah, daily reminder to the chat to do better. Thank you.
...actively seeking a relationship with someone he doesn't know anything about. Which goes to kind of prove that a lot of minors in the furry community just kind of blindly wander into relationships without understanding how they should work. And regardless,
you know, it's funny because when I was watching this originally, I don't think I was nearly this skeptical of this when I was watching it. But now I'm seeing it, I'm like, well, you know, you're sexy son of a bitch. Now we could assume that's just very sad of this person to call someone they've never seen before, and they're just talking about their fursona or whatever. They're calling them sexy, or he just omits the part where they fucking send him a selfie of a 15-year-old or something. I mean, it's possible, right? I don't know, but it's you know, again, it is sad. Whatever's going on, it seems like someone who's very clingy, and I mean, again, you need to have somebody like this do this. I mean, I don't know. You got to kind of trust him. You know, it's like somebody has to be the one that's like the fucking canary in the coal mine, and just be like, "Yep, there's a lot of fucking shit down there. There's a lot of shit, and you're gonna have to get a little bit involved, aren't you?"
The fact that relationships are different for everyone. Clearly, trying to date someone you don't know anything about.
It's like you can't. It's like me. I can't talk about that site without mentioning the name of the fucking site. I can't expose them without fucking exposing them. This person is not able to really get information necessarily about this without, I guess, engaging with actual people in the community. I think we're almost done, though, with the minors. Again, number 5 here, I think, is where we start to get into some wacky shit.
Could be incredibly detrimental to your mental health, especially when relationships are the number one thing you participate in to seek better mental health. And without going too depth to this kid's private details, he talks about the fact that
whole work day. It's been a fun. I mean, I'm a little hungry, but whatever, it's fine.
His family just doesn't like him apparently, and that his parents want to kick him out. If you, the person in the DMs, are watching this video, just know that regardless if you're telling the truth or not, know that I hold no ill will towards you and that I understand where you are coming from with this. And I'm really just pointing out the kind of things that you're...
so he yaps for a bit. Let's go to part 1 wrap-up. This is more yap. The minors aren't okay. Weird adult. We're finally into the adults. Let's get to the adults here.
As a sort of precursor to this whole thing, let's
look... We got another section here, and it's not...
Probably A minor.
Look into an account that, although it wasn't explicitly sexual, it had a lot of weird underlying connotation with its speech. This guy, whose bio is age 20, I am a male and bisexual and dominant. I am taken by my beautiful wife.
I agree.
No RP, no kids, please.
Okay, so age 20, no kids, please. No RP, please.
He introduced himself.
Not really pedo, it says up there.
Hi.
But weird.
And we said hi again, and he said
it's
hi.
Not really a pedo, but so wait, hang on. So age 20, I am taken by my beautiful wife, lover boy. No kids, please. And they DM you? Is that okay?
How are you?
Huh?
And after talking for a little bit, we just kind of interact, and even though he said he was never talking with kids...
Probably not a real wife, chat member.
He said, both of us are awesome. And we said, yes. Did you want to talk, by the way? And he said, tell me about yourself. And we said, well, I'm a protogen, and I enjoy drawing, and I'm 15. That's about it. I'm kind of boring. And he said...
He needs to say more of the OOs, man. He's not doing the OOs.
Same here, buddy, except I'm 20. So, I know this one was short, but just kind of a precursor to what I'm going to show you later. It's just kind of odd overall.
Yeah, he's a certified lover boy, that's for sure.
Next is an example of an 18-year-old who had actually already been
You're the prince, and we're the prey.
Contact with us earlier, but this time it was on his After Dark account, where his bio says, "This is where I post and retweet stuff from me favorite artists. Though some is not safe for work, DMs open, 18, open to roleplay." So he opens to us first, saying hi, and we said, "Hi, isn't this just your alt account?" And he said, "Yes, my horny alt account." And we were like, okay, whatever. And then he engages in this weird role play where he says, "Noms your snoot." And we said, "Puts paws on your face to close mouth, only kissies, no eaties." And of course he ate that right up, saying, "But
Jesus Christ,
I like nomming things." And then we get down into very quickly where this guy decided to start ERPing with us.
I mean, arguably that was already ERP. Also, what are we looking at? Why is there like a weird, creepy sex monster on a fucking rocking chair in the dark? What is this? This is weird.
Talking about how he's in school
Resident
and giving
Evil?
us his email and his phone number. Talking about how he's in college and has night classes as well. Seriously, just generally weird things going on. But when I say you haven't seen anything yet, I mean it. Just hold on. This
this is possible. This is all made up, I guess, but this is really easily believable.
Same kid on his Twitter, after we made a suggestive post on purpose, responded to a tweet saying, "What is it with 15-year-olds and constantly being horny in public? No damn wonder this people hate furries." And this guy said, "Accurate."
So the kid? Is he a kid too?
Even though he was 18 and ERPing with us.
Okay, 18 and 15 is, it's not good. I mean, that's a little weird, yeah. It's illegal, basically, but it's like, it's 1816 is kind of the, you know, that's the Camden Gerard Davis Spencer age gap where he's a pedophile because they had a 2-year age difference and they were in high school together. 1815 though, that would be pretty fucking weird. Yeah. Yeah. But calling him a kid, I mean, I guess I don't know how old this person is. It's just it seems weird. You're trying to say they're a predator, and you're like, this kid. I'm like, did you get confused?
And then, in one of the most bizarre circumstances I've ever seen,
have you been streaming for 10 hours?
This guy decided to start ERPing with us on fucking Gmail. I have never heard of this happening in my life, but it happened here. Further still, though, we have bigger fish to fry.
Bigger fish.
This next subject immediately contacted us first, saying, you equals small and adorable. And after egging him on some, he decided to say, I'll kiss your cheek. Mind you, this guy's bio is just a gay furry cat, 19, I'm INTP, whatever that means, giving his Telegram and saying his DMs are
whatever that means
open, as well as having
what do you not know about the cringe-ass fucking personality test shit?
An 18+ account explicitly linked.
You're lucky.
And then not long after, he decides to say,
the Gmail RP, not the Gmail RP.
You right in the lips. So scrolling down, he decides to start asking us if we're a boy or a girl, and we say boy, and he starts calling us baby boy.
Damn girl, what's your pronouns?
Giving us a small kiss and saying, I go 9-9 now, and then we kind of egg him on in that way. So then he decides to say later that same day, licks your face. You taste like good boy. And we said, you munching me? And he said, yeah, because you taste yummy. And we said, what does good boy taste like? And he said, you.
Big boy.
So then, further egging him on, we said, nom's your paw. You taste like a good boy, too. Tastes like buttermilk frosting.
Good boy!
And then he said, buttermilk frosting? You're licking white stuff off of me? Immediately heading into the erotic roleplay part of this. And then we said, perhaps. Depends on what color it could be, blue or something, just to see how much he was willing to egg us on. Unless you want it to be white, we said. And he said, lewd.
Yeah, like, this is the thing. It's like, you say this maybe this could potentially be faked, but look at this. I mean, is this not believable? What part of this is unbelievable? I don't know. These feel like they're real fucking interactions with people. These feel like they're real interactions with sex fiends on Twitter. I mean, like, that's just happening, you know? It's so funny how much people act like something like Kiwi Farms is going to be the fucking death knell of humanity. And look at the stuff that goes on fucking Twitter. Jesus.
Perhaps. Not lewder than holding hand, though. And then he said, I'll lewd you. After that, he decides to continue this little conversation.
You know, I think it's about time, frankly. We've been too long without acknowledging... We've been too long without acknowledging the Sangi in the room. Oh, it's a Sangi. Sangi. Oh, it's so choppy. Sangi. Oh, God. Sangi, everyone.
Conversation on Telegram, which we'll now be going to just to see the rest of this conversation. So then, on Telegram, he decides to say immediately, I own you, stinky boy. And then he said, hi, sorry, I was asleep. And then it says, sits down and looks up at him, if you say so, master. And then, of course, he responded to that, knowing we were 15 years old, saying, I pick you up and place you in my lap, petting you.
There you go.
Kinky. And then asking us how our day was today. And then asking later, how did I become your master? Sending a Telegram sticker that is clearly of a sensual nature. And then we continue to egg him on, saying that you said you own me, etc., etc. And he started calling us baby boy again. Like, this guy's 19 years old. Pretending like...
19 and 15, you're starting to get into some real bad territory.
He hasn't been incredibly sexually provocative for the past many days. He decides to say, I can be lewd too.
People don't recognize these things are... They don't recognize they're bad, I guess, until, like, too late. And I mean, something like that. You know, you're in this furry... It's what I keep saying, where you're in this furry community. And, you know, everyone in this community, or whatever internet bullshit click community, is going to have just a lot of people in there that are... You know, you're going to have the 15-year-olds, you're going to have the 40-year-olds. And they're all going to be using the same lingo. They're going to be using the same memes, referencing the same things. They're all on the same level, basically. So you just wind up with these, like, mentally fucking acoustic 40-year-olds that don't recognize that they aren't essentially the same as a 15-year-old. Because they're terminally online, and when you're just digital life forms, it, you know, it's fucking desensitizes you, basically. I mean, or the guy's just an insane pedophile. But I'm just saying, this seems like a lot of the thing we see where it's like, you know, they're 19, they don't recognize they need to fucking stop doing this now. Oh god, Sonic Sega Gamer, he doesn't recognize he needs to stop being friends with 12-year-olds now. Uh-oh. It's like, I don't know, it's the internet. They're all fucking clustered in these communities where everybody's just a cute fucking furry or whatever, and nobody is a real... Everybody's dehumanized into just a digital fucking... You guys remember Birdie? Digital, exclusive digital life form. Does not exist outside of the internet. A flesh puppet with an internet soul, or whatever the fuck they describe themselves as. Embarrassment. Embarrassment. And how do you think you wind up in a scenario like this? A scenario, indeed.
But I don't want to do it much because I want to get to
better
first. So then he decides to engage in disgusting RP, and again, I cannot stress, I did not write this. I would be in severe mental anguish had I had to write this, so I thank my friend who decided to go through with this. Seriously, it helped the rest of us stay sane. He then sends a picture of his persona to us, which is an incredibly unique one, so it's easily identifiable, and one standing in front of Publix, which is the best grocery store in the world, by the way, where apparently he says he works, at least at the time of this going down. Later on in this chat, after we had posted something suggestive that...
Yeah, so he's got some of the identifying stuff here. Yeah.
That people were mad at us for, obviously on purpose, we said,
Publix
I'm not
furry.
gonna, just a bit annoying, but I'm free. He was trying to control me, but he can't now. And then he decided to say, can I control you? Later on, he sent us nude art of his persona. Where have I seen that before? Oh yeah, this guy's also a Twitch streamer, by the way. Where he then called us, quote, submissive and breedable, and saying, guess I'll pin you down and ride you then.
Oh boy, and yeah, of course he's continuing to engage with this guy too.
He then sends us really nasty pictures of himself in femboy clothes.
Oh. Oh. Look at this. Now this is content. You know, this is a good video. Yeah, frankly, if they made this video up and this is just like, if they put this together as a funny jape video, one of them had to dress up as in the femboy outfit with the tiny penis, you know, and that's good.
Clothes, and you know, of course, they look terrible. And then sends us a full-ass porn video out of nowhere after he was asking us what we were watching. That's about as extreme as it got for this guy, but if you think that's as bad as it gets, you are sorely mistaken. Up next is a guy that was a little bit more infatuated with us as he decided to make his own art for us that, you know, he spent time on for free. Anyway,
does it for free.
Most of the stuff from this guy's account is deleted, but I do have a bunch of screenshots from it where he says, pets you more, and of course we kind of egg him on and saying, are you busy with school? And very, very quickly he starts talking about how he wants to snuggle us and how he's gonna give us a gift, saying that's a work in progress. So then we pretend to freak out, saying, oh my god, I think that's the first time I've gotten art besides my main art, oh my god. He then says, at random, I see you, quote, liking being a femboy, which is kind of an odd comment, I guess. And then we said, yeah, maybe, it's in my blood. And then he says, snuggles, then you're a fluffy femboy.
Oh, this is the most... What was that there? Hang on. Snuggles him back and beeps at him. Yes! Belly rubs. Right.
And we basically just egged him on again. And then in a not-so-bizarre twist of irony, we say, also, I have a question.
The ooh-woo is in their blood, chat. It's great.
For you. I don't know if it's okay to ask or not. Then he says, as long as it's safe for work. And we said, I was wondering how old you were. I have my age in my bio, but not everyone has theirs on here.
These people think they're slick because they don't know what grooming means. They think grooming means being sexual with children. No, it means basically the opposite. It means, you know, making, well, it can mean that, I guess. No, so not the opposite, but it means like, you know, conditioning them in a certain way. You come along in here just like, haha, you know what? You'd be a great femboy. I don't know if it's bad or not to ask. Sorry if that's rude. And he says,
I'm 18 plus.
Yeah, no, I'm 18 plus. It's safe for work only, bro. I just want to make you a femboy. It's safe for work only, bro.
And big shocker, that's going to come into play later. He then mentions the fact that he's not the first one to draw us, which is honestly crazy, and then
This has to be fake. I mean, again, these people, these are the names. I think you could probably go look up the fucking, I mean, not, you know, hands and feet, whatever, but, like, hypothetically, probably by now these channels are gone, or Twitter accounts are gone, if I had to guess. But yeah, I mean, no, I mean, they were probably real at some point. If I had to guess, there's probably proof that they at least existed. And maybe the tweets that they sent, maybe, it might be even, it's possible that some of the stuff is corroborated by, like, you see some of the public tweets. If you maybe were to look some of those up, they might be, at least some of them might be real. So, I mean, I don't know. There might be, it's hard to prove a thing like this, I guess.
Later sends the art of the person who drew us first. And then later on, he sends us his art piece he made for us, which, by the way, on almost every post he made up until he suspended his own account, he posted this artwork under everything we posted.
Yeah, he got rid of his own account, obviously, so he posted this artwork everywhere. And that's apparently on his, like, account, so I would assume that there's at least someone who would be able to corroborate that that account existed and did this. That would there's probably, like, archives of that or something. But that's interesting. This, again, I mean, like, the quote-unquote, oh, it's safe, as long as it's safe for work, if you ask me a question, like, yeah, it's fine, it'll be safe for work. I'm just gonna draw you and me snuggling, you and my new femboy underage person that I'm in. Yeah, safe for work, bro.
Also,
Good
here's
stuff.
some art,
Good art
someone drew of us after we made a very
Oh yeah, the pizza background. 7 likes and I'll draw my robo ass, the face of disgust.
controversial statement on our Twitter.
Ah.
Here are some examples of more art that he constantly spammed in our comments. Like, seriously, there was so much repetition with these exact 4 artworks, it was ridiculous. Up next, we have a very interesting character. This guy decided to constantly
This user
play as himself, introducing himself, saying, "Military werewolf, good afternoon, little pro."
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Would somebody, like, make this up? Would a person who's doing this to be funny think to do this? Would they? I feel like if you're doing this, this seems real. Like, I buy that this one seems real. I don't know. Some fucking retard that talks like this. I believe it. I totally believe it.
Protogen cutie floof. Mind you, this guy is definitely over 18, saying, "How's your day is? Good afternoon, little Protogen cutie floof." After we kept responding, our friend here decided to continue roleplaying as himself, saying progressively more provocative things. Pretty similar to the last guy, but he immediately talks about his fetish for vor and maws, as I discussed a while back, and very clearly he starts sending us pretty inappropriate images of vor.
I really wish we could have got some more femboy pictures from some of these people. That would have just been peak content.
I don't know where along his line of thinking he decided this was a great idea, but he just decided to do it anyways. Up next, though, we reach another level of emotional manipulation. Rather than it just being sexual manipulation, wherein people were just abusing the fact that we were apparently a hormonal 15-year-old, this next guy is doing actual textbook grooming, using emotional manipulation to get us to basically be under his
That one seemed pretty groomy already. This, like, I drew art of you as me as the Chad and you as my waifu, you know. And you're 15 and I don't know. That already was. It's gonna get worse though.
Man. Skipping the same carbon copy introduction that we've seen 100 times now, he starts talking about this, quote, free cuddles coupon, I guess. And kind of playing into that, we said he could turn it in right here, opens ticket slot and chest, whatever. And then immediately after, he sends the same picture, but added, and the lewd under free cuddles.
Oh, boy.
And then we, again leading him on, said, same place, Pat's chest. And he said, so what does a cutie such as yourself like best? And mind you, this guy is 19 years old, saying, it's okay to talk to me, I see people...
I mean, I will say, you hear about this, this is why I talk about, like, these people that get stuck in these communities and they never age. They get arrested development in these communities because it's not, you're not so far seeing, like, 40-year-olds. you're seeing, I mean, maybe they're lying about their age, I guess, but if they're to be believed, they're 19, which is still, you know, an age gap, especially, but, you know, to be talking to a 15-year-old, yeah, you, don't want to be doing that, and, but it's weird that they're not older. They're not older than that. They're all uniformly around the early 20s, like 21, maybe was the oldest. No one is 50 who's involved in this. I mean, they might be lying, I guess, but if they were lying, you'd think they would pretend to be fucking 15 or something.
I've been mean to you, but I'm not like them, I promise. And we said, it's a bit hard, and I feel like nobody is listening to me on there, referring, I believe, to the Twitter thread that we had that was controversial. And then he said, well, hey, I remember what it's like, and I remember being frustrated as hell about people who didn't know my life trying to tell me what was best for me.
Losers, creeps, pedos!
And trying to make decisions for me. So fuck them. People are people, and if your body tells you to use it, we should listen. I respect your right to make decisions for yourself. No.
Oh, see, this is more of the fucking rhetoric, dude. You liberate the youth. They just want to make decisions for themselves. Good God.
Not 100% sure what that means, but I assume it has a sexual connotation. And then later on, when we don't respond, he said, so whatever happens here...
It's like if I found out this whole thing was just fictionalized bullshit that they invented with fake tweet generator or whatever, that would be really, that would probably be good. I would be like, you know what? Thank you. I'm glad to find out you just made this up. It's nicer that this isn't real. I'd prefer it if this was fake, frankly.
Stays here. You're totally, completely safe here. And then again, later on, he says, still interested in talking. I can go if you want. And then saying, I'll go. A clear example of emotional manipulation. So then we responded, I'm sorry, I got off Twitter for the day and tried to stay off of it. I'm still getting a little bit of hate, but it's slowing down, so I think I'll feel better in a couple days. I just don't want anyone to be mad at me. Then he said, okay, well, I promise, I'm not one of them, and I won't tell anyone. You're safe here. And then we said, it's okay, I don't expect you to, I just wish people could understand how much they hurt me. At this point, I feel like I probably deserve all of it. So then, following a textbook groomer routine, he decides to give us some, quote, sex education, describing the first time...
God, that was them too, the sex education. We gotta give sex fucking toys to toddlers, was one of the people. Yeah, we gotta comprehensively educate the children, because they need to be able to make a choice. This is the... Yeah, this is why I believe this shit, you know?
He did it at a sleepover. When we didn't even
How thoughtful, yeah.
And got into just really gross detail. Again, a 19-year-old talking to a 15-year-old. And then after this very generous sex education, he decides to start ERPing with us. Big fucking shocker there. After that, the conversation gradually fizzled out. But the unfortunate thing here is that if you go to this guy's profile, he is following a lot of children. Thankfully, he's not active anymore, but I guarantee you he just moved on to another account. A lot of children.
You know, and you look at this and you tell me this doesn't look like some of the fucking people that you'd see in that. I know I keep harping on it, but, like, it's relevant. It's just relevant. These are, like, the same exact type of bios that you get, you know? And, you know, this is why I believe, like, and I'm sure, like, you know, these are all 15, 16, 15, yeah. These are all, they appear to be Twitter accounts. I mean, like, I'm not looking them up. I don't recommend whatever. Hey, you know, keep your hands and feet within the fucking Safari. We're all just looking at retards on the internet. Just keep your fucking, just enjoy the fucking ride, you know? Yeah, these are probably real Twitter accounts, I would assume. So, like, this is implying... This is lending credibility to it, but these are all this is all very believable, frankly. I'm saying that it seems like it could be fake, mostly because it seems to have happened around the time when Mama Max was really popular. Back in, like, 2021 was when this all started, and then over the course of 2022 and whatnot. But, I mean, like, nothing so far has tripped my, like, this is unrealistic, whatever, alarm. It all seems like stuff that would fucking happen, and there's art that's being posted where it's like, I mean, yeah, I mean, someone had to make that, right? I don't know. I don't know. I believe,
Thankfully, he's not
I'm able to believe
anymore,
most of
this. I guarantee you he just moved on to another account. But looking through his followers list, you see kids as young as 14 years old who he likely made advances towards. Only 2 more left to go, I promise, but this next guy is like the last guy, but instead of just being straight up sexual, this guy involves his disgusting fetishes with it too. And this chat was actually exclusively on Telegram, where he came to us first saying, "Howdy there," and we said hi.
On Telegram? That's your fucking first mistake. Well, I guess if you're trying to bait these people, that's the best choice you ever made. But yeah, Telegram. God. Telegram is not where you want to be.
And he said, "How goes it, Stinky Proto?" Very clearly alluding already to his weird sexual desires, I guarantee you've already figured out. And we said, "We're good." He said, "I'm alright, just taking it easy after a week of getting my ass kicked. 300 plus windows, the warehouse got packed, and I got some squats in at least. Don't worry, I wasn't literally getting my ass kicked. I deal the ass punishment here, whatever the hell that means."
I like the cue with the music. It gets fucking, it's getting all Bloodborne-y right around ass punishment, you know?
Said, "Oh god.
Where's that compilation, Dead Six?"
Oh, it sounds rough. At least it is busy though. And he said, "I mean, I've got a hell of a lot stronger. Best shape I've been in my entire life."
Cecil, how dare you?
It's exhausting, but I'm happy about that.
Turkey Tom is gonna cancel you.
I decided to start working out on the fly about 2 years ago, mainly because I was depressed as shit. May as well train so I can beat it up. Roleplay is one of my potentially naughtier methods of stress reduction. I definitely roleplay more than I work out. But, I mean, it works. This guy is already spilling everything.
You know, the thing is like, this guy's, it's an okay video. If it's all real, it's a good video. It's a little weird with the minor stuff at the beginning, yeah. But when we get into this segment of it, this has been, you know, this has been a little bit more fucking slam dunk. Yeah, if it's real, I sure hope it isn't, kind of thing. It's a pretty good video. I will say his voice it's not quite what you want for this sort of thing, because I just keep imagining, again, just like,
but I mean, it works. Ooh woo.
You need somebody to say the ooh woo really dramatically. You need like a James Earl Jones to come in here and read these snuffy wuffy fucking ooh woo yiffy posts. You're not adequately delivering this content, unfortunately.
Definitely roleplay more.
Good video, but just it could be better if you got James Earl Jones to do some furry yiff RP. That would be much better.
I work out. But
that's all I'm asking.
It works. This guy is already spilling everything he does in his personal life, so why not just add on to it with the fact that he's a gross role player? So after telling him we basically had no limits just to see how far he would go, which is probably a mistake in hindsight, he said, "Depending upon how you do, maybe you could earn a bit of money from serving me. You got PayPal, Cash App, or anything? If not, I could always get you some gift card codes and stuff." "I don't have anything, no. I think card codes would work, but what would you be paying me for? To be my pet, basically? How much you make depends on how active you are, what you're willing to do, and so on." And just for those of you who might be listening, this is the only thing I'm going to read out of this entire conversation that is of this manner. One thing that's mandatory, your butt has to stink. It's gotta stink like whatever proto-butt is supposed to. If you're okay with your butt being a bit dirty, that's even better.
Pamperchew, why'd you gotta do this one too, Pamperchew?
This guy knows we're 15 years old and he is over the age of 18, let alone the fact that if we were both over 18, this would be just completely disgusting, obviously. Later on, he said, "Could you cry or whine when we have proper sex?" And then saying, "I wrap my arms around your hips with a soft huff before looking into that visor of yours." Later saying, "You are to call me sir, master, or daddy, address me by my name, and I'll do to you what my own alphas do to me." Some more disgusting posts by him, yada yada yada. You've seen it before, I'm not reading it. He also basically starts engaging in slave play, where he's acting like we're basically a slave rather than his pet as he wanted us to be earlier, which is even worse. He also reveals that he's a somnophiliac.
"I gasp when you fart on me, where I simply stare down at you while my length remains deep inside of your butt. Jeez."
Saying, "Hey pet, would you be okay with me rutting you when you're powered off at some point?" I'm gonna end that guy's chat logs off there because the video is already getting long enough. But just know that on the day I'm recording this, May 12th, 2022, he is still trying to contact us. As of 10:30 a.m. this morning, he said, "Ebby?" expecting us to respond, even though we haven't responded since January.
Oh god.
Putting everything aside from the past 30 minutes.
You give them a little taste of it and they're fucking hooked. Jesus Christ.
This next predator
That guy took the bait hardcore.
Is unlike anything I have ever heard before. The story behind this man could be a documentary in and of itself. The amount of things that happened between AHedgeman and this guy are ridiculous.
Pyrocynical bad ending.
Sit tight for the whole thing. It will be worth it.
Sit
this
tight
guy,
with that
because of his
stinky
actions,
butt.
I'm going to list by name because all he does is just make new accounts with the same exact name. His name is Red Alpha Wolf, or Fire Alpha Wolf if you choose to call him. And our conversation is Red.
I have IRL baby oh boy. Oh boy. You know, why does it need to be this way? Why does it always need to be this way? I got a really bad feeling about this. Alright, let's go on with it.
Fire Alpha Wolf if you choose to call him. And our conversation started basically on day one of this account, where he said, hello. And thus begins one of the most unhinged stories I've ever been a part of. We start responding, saying hi, and he says, how are you? I'm doing good, what about you? Did you need anything from me? And he said, tired and pissed off, and no, it says you're friendly and wants pets. And as we keep going, he ends up talking about how, yes, we are demons, but no demons are mad. We live our lives the same, but we do have a short temper.
Oh, for fuck's sakes, he's crazy too. Oh, Jesus.
Ones that takes time to get me angry, and once I am pissed for like 2 days. Oh, dang. Well, maybe we can do something to help with the anger? To be honest,
I guess it's role play, whatever.
Nothing that can help you with my anger. So then he quote-unquote embarrasses us, so he says, sitting there, think. Why were you hiding your control panels? And then we said, screen flush is over. I don't know, my system made me do it. And he said, you have a glitch, don't you?
What?
And we said, maybe, what do you think? Could you fix it? And he says, I can't fix it, but what was your payment fees to me? Be to me. I can fix anything, just get this glitch out of me. And then he said, grab my—
What the fuck is going on? Even if this is roleplay, you people are crazy.
Computer and plug it into you. Look like you have about 6 different viruses in 3 bags, bugs.
Look like you have about 6 different virus, ma'am, and 3 bugs. Doomsday, hate, pride, life of crime, horniness, what? Motherchod? What have you been putting in your body?
Doomsday.
That was a terrible, that was like 5 accents at once. You're welcome.
Pride, life of crime, horniness, what?
Robot
What are
furries?
you putting in your body? And then we said, what? I just intake what I see around me, hee. It's in my programming. Probably airdrop from other protos, but that last one—
I don't know what the fuck, is this some skibbity toilet shit? What is a protogen? Is it protogent is my motto? Complete security is my motto? What is it?
One might be natural. Then he said, there's also depression and self-doubt and self-awareness. So he said, oh well, yeah, those are in there too. Oops, face shifts to a frown. I would prefer them removed, but I've just been living with them. Deletes them. There. How do you feel now? Then we said, screen glitches out for a second and then reboots.
What you need, ma'am, is the vanilla gift card, ma'am. The vanilla. What's that, at the Piggly Wiggly?
Is quiet from the self-awareness deletion, but is smiling and wagging tail.
You know, I wanted to do a scam bait stream sometime. I thought that would be fun. But it's like so much shit to fucking get going, and it's like I would just frankly never be able to operate like Kitboga does. The man is a fucking wizard on the streams. You don't even, if you've not ever noticed it, like watch one of the ones where he's like maintaining 3 characters at once. He's like he's recording live things while the microphone will be muted. The scammer can't hear. He'll record shit. He'll then play it so that he's having arguments with himself. He's a fucking genius. And it's like, you know what? I live in fear. I'd never be able to do. So what's the point? You know, you see something like that and you're just, wow, this one's long too. I just noticed how fucking, this is an extensive segment with Red Alpha Wolf here. We're getting into the computer sex zone with this guy, I guess. But yeah, no, I would like to try doing that someday. It would be so much fucking, you need to open like a bunch of fucking programs and spoof your phone number and all this shit, and I think I would just get hung up on going, each and everything? What is that? What do you mean by that? What do you mean, like all of everything? Each and what does that mean? You know, I would just be like an annoying prick. That would be my thing. Or calling them slurs, maybe. I mean,
he says,
not any slurs relevant to wherever they're from, but just like
you know, just calling them a slur. Like, hey, slow down, you fucking slur. You know, one of those.
Crap, downloads English onto your program, try to find self-awareness, or have it gone. I'm not even gonna read any more of this, it just keeps going, dude. I don't know what was running through this man's mind. And even more to this, later on we said, what do you want to do to me right now?
No, that's true, I gotta start, no, that's great. No, that's a great idea. I gotta scam bait people, and it would never, the calls would never last, is the thing, because they're used to the scam baiters now, they're getting better. But I gotta try to scam bait them and do user lingo. I mean, like, I gotta pretend that I'm, like, a user who got, who was, like, clicking around on DeviantArt, looking at different, you know, opinion top 10 lists about Ben 10 characters or whatever. And then I got Duiris, and I had to phone. And then I'm just, like, you know, fully going hard on, like, Teen Boy 2K7 or whatever, you know, just fucking haul, just everything. They'll hang up real quick, because they are getting wise to it, but man, it would be good. Some of them, if you get one who just thinks you're a little slow and they take pity on you, it'll be like, I might be able to get one going for like an hour. I think that's the best I could probably do. If I'm going full Sonic Sega Gamer impression for like, I don't know if I'd be able to keep it up. I don't know. I'm not going to do an accent, is the thing. If it's like, I'm not going to do a Dogs Eating Dogs 6 impression. That's not going to work. But I can scream. Maybe I can scream about, like, Peter Griffin. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'll try doing that sometime. It might be fun.
Said, I can't...
Now I've given myself a theme for it. But, okay, so we're talking to this Red Alpha Wolf fellow. Let's see what's going on here.
And even more to this, later on we said, what do you want to do to me right now? And he said, I can't command you right now. And we said, why is that? And he said, contract and a mark. And then we said, how do we do that? And then he responded, well, because you're an Emmatronic and he requires blood to activate the contract, I had to turn you into a human for you to do that? What? I don't know.
I mean, like, this could be real protogen lore for all I fucking know.
Where he's coming up
with like StarCraft characters?
This stuff. I'm reading a lot of this for the first time, and my mind is kind of blown at this point.
Cyborg furry... made by, thank you, was wonderful Wizard of Games. Thank you very much. I appreciate the, thank you.
This user.
Thank you. Protogens are cyborg furries made by a pedo furry trying to skirt around copyright laws. They apparently have lore about being space explorers. Oh, it's a pedo furry, huh? Oh, so that's gonna attract a certain type of fucking user, isn't it? I guess. Okay.
So then we didn't talk.
I'll take your word for it. Maybe that's not totally true.
For a while, where he just out of nowhere says, read on my profile. I see that you unfollowed. Never mind, didn't see it the first time. Hello? Hello, cutie. Why haven't you been texting me, sad face? And then we finally respond. And the first thing he says back to us after we said hi was, growl lightly. So then he starts talking about kissing us, a lot. And then immediately down below, we said, is there anything else I can do for you, sir? And he said, there is, but I can't and won't do to you. And we said, what would that be? Obviously seeing what's coming. And he said, you are 15 and I'm NSFW. So we said, oh, I see what you mean now. Yeah, that might be a bit bad. That's okay though, I can always provide the safest cuddles. And then he said, yeah. And we said, it's up to you though, but it's probably best I wait. And he said, I'm confused. And we said, why is that? And he responded, which one are you talking about? The NSFW or the cuddling?
Yeah, I'm kind of fucking confused in general.
Because I prefer to have the cuddling.
We haven't had anything go on with the baby yet. The guy's got a fucking child, apparently, but, like, that's not come up yet. I was really expecting that to involve itself, but we've got a ways to go here.
Right now. And we said both, but I prefer the cuddling too. I don't know, I haven't done much NSFW, and I don't know if it would be okay for me yet, so I probably best not wait. And we said, this is what I'll do now.
Wait, what? I've been doing NSFW since I was 8, and I was 10 years ago. That's when I made my... What? What?
Now, pretending to cuddle him, and he said, NSFW just saying you shouldn't right now, okay? And I'm saying that from experience. I've been doing NSFW since I was 8, and I was 10 years ago, and that's when I made my first OC, and I actually still have my first OC that is red. Clearly an example of someone that has been groomed and abused as a child who grew up to do the exact same thing, as you'll see later. So then he said,
man, we got so much left to go in this video, too. It's not over.
He has a few questions for us, asking 1, who is our owner? 2, why are our messages spaced out like take you a long time? And 3, can you comment on a post I have, this one? If you thought this guy's poor English skills was a result of him, you know, potentially being from another country, that isn't the case. I'm not going to reveal his exact location, but, you know, as we'll get into later, he was doxxed, and he lives in the United States and has for quite a long time, only being
This is gonna get fucking weird, isn't it?
quote, 18 years old, which he might be like 24, no one really knows. So then we said,
yeah, he might be really old or something, like 25.
I've been trying to be on more lately, but it's difficult when I have stuff I gotta do. I think I'm a pretty good listener. And then he responded, no, I mean different type of stuff. And we said, oh, well, I can still do other stuff, nothing naughty if you don't want me to. I can try to be the best pet I can be. And he said, if you sign the contract, you will be mine forever. Both you and your OC and
Who's
other
using
stuff.
the Slavic smileys?
And the guys, and 3.
Is it this guy? Because this account in blue is them, the Jax person. That's their friend or whatever. That's them. If that's the OO with the little fucking eyebrows, you know, the fancy little OO up here. If that's what you're talking about, that's them.
Different type of stuff.
I don't know. Maybe this guy's using a Slavic smiley. He might. Maybe.
Said, oh well, I can still
Apparently
do.
He lives in America though, or something.
Other stuff. Nothing naughty if you don't want me to. I can try to be the best pet I can be. And he said, if you sign the contract, you will be mine forever. Both you and your OC, and you can never get another master. You'll be mine forever. Are you willing to take that? Oh, and also, I would like to know where you've been and what's happening.
Wow.
Mind you, this guy was literally trying to, quote, educate us on the fact that it's dangerous to participate in SFW or sexually explicit activities under the age of 18. So then he starts role-playing us signing a blood contract and us getting a collar. Like, he just sends 2 pictures of 2 collars that apparently we're supposed to wear. Then he posted some weird shit on his profile basically pertaining to us, even though everyone knew he was over the age of 18. And then he said, do you know this is only for 24 hours, right? And what do you mean, my new collar? I'm only wearing this 24-hour color, and if you put a bell on it, will get evaporated also when I burn it off. I have no idea what to say about this. Like, I legit have never seen this before, and this is blowing my mind.
Isn't this what Keffels did?
So then he attempts to convince us to join a
weird collar shit
community with other people who are not safe for work. Once again, this is something that a lot of...
This is a schizo user. Let me go back here. So collar, you have to pick a collar. Oh, this is insane. I mean, this is insane. But he's inviting him to another community or something.
That a lot of groomers do just to kind of open kids up to the idea of being hypersexual. And, you know, of course he agreed, and he said it was a group chat. Not sure where that group chat went, pretty sure it's gone. He then asked us to draw a picture of our personas in maid outfits, hugging each other, and of course we obliged because it was some lazy-ass art. A little bit after talking about another minor he groomed into being his quote-unquote pet, he said, do you want to see something sexy? And we said, sure. And he said, it is NSFW, is that fine? And we said, if you want to send me it, sure, I don't mind, and, you know, it's some, like, femboy shit.
Sexy, indeed.
By this...
So, I mean... This is basically... This sounds a lot like fucking Keffels in all ways except the fucking... Like, I guess she isn't furry. But this is like femboy... Collar... NSFW group thing. This is,
By this point, people began to realize that our relationship with Red Alpha Wolf was disgusting, as people started to pick up on Red Alpha Wolf being a little bit retarded and actively announcing that we were together by constantly commenting on our posts.
What did they say? Can you send me a screenshot of them, please? Okay, it's, people... Well, we can't see what it says.
And to all the people that came to us and trying to warn us, appreciate you a lot. Seriously, it goes to show that you have a little bit more wherewithal than much of the furry community. Because
yeah, so I guess there's some fucking watchdogs being like, hey, this guy's a creepy fucking weirdo. Yeah, they're like looking into the ages and stuff.
A lot of them are unaware to detect certain things like this. Mind you, everything you're about to hear happened during the same day. So we said, I have a question for you, Master. And he said, opens ears. And we said, what's your girlfriend like? Or wife? I'm curious. And he said, mean and overprotective, I can tell her to tell you. And we said, sure, is that a bad thing for you? And then he comes back and says, hi, it's me, Red's wife. Now you might be thinking, there's no way in hell this guy's a wife, this is totally bullshit. Well, you would not believe the type of videos we received from both of them, showing them with a child and
oh god, I knew it was gonna happen.
Together with each other. I have no clue what was
the child was going to in some way not just be... It's Chekhov's baby, really.
going on. I don't know if these are real people. I don't know if this is actually him. And I'm not going to show the videos, but I was sent some pretty convincing things that shows that he might actually have a wife. So then, if she actually exists, she went on to say...
More convincing than Peter Coffin, or like...
I'm overprotective and clingy in a good way, and sometimes rude to people who disrespect me or my hubby. I'm good, how about you? But I'm a nice person as long as they nice to me too. And we said, that's good. I don't think it'd be bad to be overprotective. Are you also a fur? And she said, sadly, no. And then we said, do you mind me RPing with your husband? And she said, yeah, as long as you are not a minor. I not let my hubby sex RPing with minors because we have had enough with any drama for past days. And we said, oh well, I'm 15, but I'm not doing sex RPing.
I not let my hubby sex RPing... Enough drama for past days. This is... But apparently the videos prove that this might be a real fucking couple, according to this guy. This feels like it's just a guy pretending to be his fake wife alter ego. Like, this feels super Peter Coffin.
RP with me, don't worry. You can go through it, but I haven't done anything lewd. I'm a good boy. And then she said, you can save for work with my hubby. And we said, yeah, that's what I do. Would you like to see my character? Also, what do you mean by drama? That stuff from the tweet threads? And then she said, yeah. And we said, I saw it. I don't like it. Just seems like a bunch of people being dramatic and spreading lies. And then, you know, he switches back to his other personality. And she said, yes, lol, she is my IRL GF. Wife! I really have no words. I'm sure you guys are just as confused as I am.
I forgot for a second that we're married. Sorry, honey.
This is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. And then it immediately switches again, and we ask, is he nice IRL too? And she said, yes. And we said, what's it like? I've never lived with anyone else other than my parents. And she said, he's a good dad to our IRL son. I mean, he changed a lot than before. I also started accepting how
he changed a lot than before.
He is like furry and like RPing with people online. And then we said, what is your son like?
In real life.
He is a baby. And we said, it's good that he changed. I don't know how he was before, but he's always been nice to me, so he's good to me.
If we see the videos that they supposedly sent, then it's, I mean, seems like real wife, I guess. It seems like RP as fake wife, though. It does not seem... I don't know. I mean, why doesn't fake wife have her own account if she's a real wife? Why is she operating the same fucking account with him?
And then she said, but my son like Christmas light. And we said, is it hard to have kids? I've never had a sibling.
But Vinni-L, my son like Christmas light. Vinni-L, please.
Either. And she said, not at all to me. One kid is easy, to be honest. And we said, what's it like? Is it like caring for a pet kind of except like a human? And then Red came in, the guy, and said, yes and no, whatever that's supposed to mean. And then just a little bit later on, the wife comes back and says, this Red's wife, don't text her. And we said, what happened? And then she said, never mind. And then later said, what? Red wants to bring a 14 years old back and talk her about tweet treads again. Red asking his friend to talk her for...
Why are these people all fucking unanimously... What is going on? What are they putting in the water at the FurCon?
And we said, tweet treads? And she said, I told my hubby if he bring 14 years old girl back again, then he can leave me. Being the person she was talking about, I guess. And we said, what happened with her? Did she do something wrong? And then she said, never mind, I gotta go. He yelling at me right now, so I gotta go. He then later
yelling at me now
announces to us that his
I gotta go, house being robbed now, see you later.
Now it's a Twitter account. For no reason. I don't know why she decided to make one that day, but she did, I guess. And then after roleplay kissing us, he says, I hope you don't backstab me. And we said, what do you mean? He said, some of my pets and people who are close to me sometimes backstab
I hope Kirby fan doesn't fucking backstab me, goddammit.
me, so I hope you don't.
Piece of shit.
Buddy, you're in for a bit of a shocker. He then sends us a screenshot where he's logged into his quote-unquote wife's account, showing people trying to expose him. A few days later, he says, oh, how do you like my edits? Sending some random video of some edit he made, and we said, they're so pretty. And he said, I'm good at edits than drawing. This is my drawing.
Yeah, is this all one day? Hang on.
So pretty. And
yeah, I guess, is it all one day? I haven't even been paying attention to the day. Has it all been December 14th? Jesus Christ.
He said, I'm good at edits than drawing. This is my drawing. I don't know what is going on in this picture or what he drew.
Well, you see, he drew you as the Satan Jack, so he is the victor.
Going on, and he said,
is he sucking dick? What?
Oh, I hate it. We said, what is that supposed to be? And he said, a demon sucking a dick in a portal with glasses on. Later
Hell yeah, dude. That's my persona.
on in the conversation, he reveals to us that he is indeed a security guard for some company.
This is a really unique and interesting individual, though. He's a security guard, he's insane, he's got children, he's got a wife, he's fucking insane, he might be the fake wife, the wife might be real, and he might be the fake wife. There's a lot of possibilities here. I want to see the videos he supposedly sent. Maybe that's still to come, but we're running out of time in this segment. I need to see these fucking videos. Come on now.
Oh, you haven't seen how I look like, haven't you? I started working when I was 16 and start volunteering around places when I was like 14.
Oh, yeah, now it's December 17th. Okay, well, I guess, yeah, it's been happening. It's been happening over the course of a while.
Or 15. I was also an Explorer program for my police department, so I know some laws, and I also had a Ministry of Justice court class, so I know even more laws. You can tell this guy is very educated in the criminal justice system. Then he said, I saw the picture you posted, but that's it. I wish I had a job. It gets boring sometimes. And then he decided to send a picture of himself to us, and I'm sure...
Joshua Connor Moon?
I don't know, and not really, but he kind of looks...
I wasn't expecting this. I was expecting him to be, like, older. I expected more of a Ken Bone appearance, but I guess I could see this. Alright, that's allegedly him. Sure. I mean, I suppose this could be faked. I want to see these videos about, like, blur out the child, but show the fucking video. I want to see proof of that, please.
Just by looking at it, you can tell why exactly I felt like this guy wasn't 18 years old. Responding to a post we made wherein the caption was, what did you say to make me blush so hard? He just decides to, out of the blue, say, showing you my dick, lol. And we said, yeah, hee hee. So then he asked us to make a Second Life account, where my friend decided to trick out our new account a little bit and make one of the most horrific things I think I've ever seen.
Oh, God.
Then he decided to add us on Telegram, where we made an account for him, and we ended up not responding to him on Twitter for a while. And he said, hello, nice. Why no talk? You were here at Ebigen. Fuck you and fuck off. I block you now. And then we said, okay. And he said, if it makes you happy, I'm going to jail or about to. Ebby? And we said, yeah. And he said, you happy I'm going to jail? And he said, Ebby, speak. And we said, are you really? And he said, mostly. And we said, mostly? Why are you telling me this? And he said, yeah, X is taking me to court for it. And because I know this...
And I want to know more about this story. I want to know the fucking deeper fucking secrets of... Red Alpha Wolf. This sounds like a real situation, a real scenario, if you will.
It's what you want. Also in your profile picture, why you still have the RP collar.
Not a cop, a security guard, but yeah.
Then why do you think you're important enough to talk to me? You want to crawl back to your master? Because we're just fucking with him at this point. And he said...
Yeah, his ex, I guess.
Nope, you're not my master, plus I stopped RPing, also letting you know because I know you hate me. And then from there, he just kind of stopped talking, and he ended up blocking us. So... Lots of weird things going on. He basically said he...
Unfortunate. We got more time here in the Red Wolf sector, or whatever.
He would go to jail for 30 years, which probably wouldn't actually happen. But, you know, very unhinged. But this is before we actually got into what happened on Telegram. So, real quick, I'll show you guys what happened there. So, eventually something happened in his quote-unquote marriage, where he said, no, that is still fucked up. I trusted you and you backstabbed me also. Thanks for that. And we said, that's what you want too, right? You want her to leave you alone and let you do whatever, right? And he said, you don't know what I want. And we said, don't worry, dude, I have most of your personal IRL details and a bunch of dick pics. And speaking of those dick pics, we have a bunch of pictures that he sent to us at one point of both him and his wife's nude pictures alongside disgusting videos of them having sex. So that just kind of throws everything into the air. Is his wife real or not? Because these are pictures of a real woman alongside a video that we saw of him and his wife at some Halloween thing carrying...
So, I mean, I guess that's real then.
...his child around. Not to mention the fact that after all this went down, his wife made an account that just straight up doxed his real location and what he does for a living.
Orland David Hatfield, huh? Well... I see. This is a real situation, isn't it? Oh boy.
It was insane, and I had never seen anything like it. And also alongside the fact that his wife was contacting us on Twitter and talking to us on her own account. On his wife's Twitter account, she had basically told us that they had been together for 4 years and had a baby son, and he bought her a ring, apparently, and said some mean things about her when he was angry, but he still loves her. Later on, she said, he says I control his life, but I'm not. I try stop him from trouble. He can't see that. He nearly tried to stab someone, but I and my friends stop him. He was really scared.
He was really scared, guys.
Later on, she lost her shit at us for apparently trying to fuck her family up because we had seen her nudes, even though we weren't the ones that found them. Red sent them to us. And then later on, we were friends again and talked about how she broke up with him and now she was alone because apparently he had another girlfriend. Never mind, scratch that. Apparently they got back together later on, and she is...
I don't know why we don't get to see her. Yeah, I guess they're back together, even though she supposedly knows that he's doing all of this stuff. That's a great fucking marriage there, I guess.
Still trying to contact us almost to this date, with our last correspondence being on April 27th. Remember when Red was saying he was going to go to jail? Well, I don't think it really happened, because he came back on an alt saying, "Hello, Valentine Ebby." Then he responded in March saying hi, and then in April he said, "Long time." And since then, he has not spoken to us since. And that concludes the Ballad of Red Alpha Wolf. I know that was incredibly long, and there's still a little bit more to talk about in this video, so if you made it this far, God bless you. I'm surprised you haven't fucking left by now. But seriously, I appreciate you, and the rest of the video won't be nearly this long.
Red Alpha Wolf.
Seriously, the amount...
I would be interested to see another video that's just about Red Alpha Wolf. I mean, like, that's an interesting user right there. If that's a real person, I guess it is, because it seems like there's a lot of drama surrounding the guy. I mean, I'm wondering if that's a real person. I would love to see more info.
People that had contacted us who were over the age of 18 and
Florida boy
their age in their bios on purpose is insane to me. We listed ourselves explicitly as 15 years old, yet we played the character of a naive child, which was incredibly enticing to pedophiles who have things like corruption fetishes and generally just want to have sexual relations with a child.
Yeah, supposedly the guy got doxxed, so I would assume that it's all real then. I mean, that's, yeah, I guess. So what's going on here?
Insane to me. We listed ourselves explicitly as 15 years old, yet we played the character of a naive child, which was incredibly enticing to pedophiles who have things like corruption fetishes and generally just want to have sexual relations with a child. Speaking of over-sexualization,
You know, other than trying to get my video back, I really would love to fucking take a break from, like, talking about this kind of shit. You know, I'd love to just, you know what we gotta do? We gotta do a whole week where we just ensure that that can't happen. We just do, like, cooking stream, you know, like bad cooking from other people, or maybe I cook. God, I can't imagine that right now. I'm a little tired at the moment, but I can't imagine standing in the kitchen for 4 hours fucking making like scum soup. That would be a real experience right now. But no, a whole week, maybe Darman, something. I don't know, just a week where we don't have to deal with all of this. It's been a real fucking year. I just want, like, a break. I just want a break. God.
Let me tangent off of this to talk about
DSP stream, yeah!
Actively ruining this young...
we can't do users, because users often circulate back into weird shit like this. It often comes back to this type of thing. You can't do users if you're doing that. It's gotta be like, yeah, like DSP... fucking, yeah, just stuff where we know there's no chance of any fucking shit like that happening.
Generation of
For
furries.
like a whole week.
Rather than teaching them to stand up against sexualization and objectification, they choose to sexualize and objectify themselves, accidentally oftentimes, for people over the age of 18. I know that there will be people up in this video saying things like, "Oh my god, thigh highs and whatnot are not sexualized." The thing is that originally, they weren't. Of course they weren't. But as things go with the furry community as of recent, the more and more they're adopted, the more and more they're sexualized. When I brought up the idea of, quote, striving to be a bottom on my last video, some people commented on how that was inherently homophobic or whatever. Well, it's not. I don't really give a shit if you care about those kinds of things. But the problem is when some 14-year-old
fucking
kid
liberals
buys
eat shit, libs,
eyes and arm warmers to try and act quote-unquote bottom-like, it is actively demonstrating to other...
Yeah, fuck you! Take that, McNuggies 101!
Children that this is acceptable behavior that can be replicated.
Oh, hey, Keffels, what's going on?
And is easy to grab attention.
I'm a minor, by the way.
This leads me, though, into the idea that a system with no checks and balances can quickly collapse and be abused by bad actors. There's a reason why all the successful governments in the world, organizations, and communities all have checks and balances to ensure that bad actors are rooted out and don't have any harmful power. The furry community has none of these. A community whose main doctrines revolve around the idea of love and acceptance rarely have the checks and balances to deal with people who actively use those doctrines to their own malicious advantage. Hence, the MAP movement, the AAM movement, and the various levels of people in the furry community who are zoophiles or baby furs or whatever kind of other crazy paraphilias that there are out there.
It's all okay. It's all A-okay. It's all valid.
And without rambling on too long, I'd like to bring up, just to the people who are critiquing my first
McNuggies
video,
fucking sucks.
all of the evidence presented in this video.
McNuggies would get fucking destroyed in a debate.
There's a lot that just kind of disproves this idea that the furry fandom is a utopia as long as you're careful, because it really isn't. It's a minefield. If you know where the mines are, sure, you can get through it just fine. But when you're 14 years old and going through puberty...
Thank you, Winter 1205.
That minefield is above a nuclear bunker.
This user...
And all of the mines are invisible. Now, if you came from Ebigen's Twitter, or you're a furry who watches my channel, please, I encourage you to share this video. Get people's thoughts on it. I want to generate attention.
Get your friends subscribing. Get everyone you know subscribing.
Around this video. Because, just like my first furry video, it's not meant to be a hate letter. I legit want to see what people have to say about this, and because many of my friends are in the furry fandom, I'd love to see actual change happen. Because I know many people have been negatively affected by the fandom's many faults. Seriously though, if you enjoyed this video, please subscribe.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with the furry fandom, like, the video is interesting. Again, it's very interesting that that Clap Seal person decided not to respond to this one. He decided to respond to an older video that didn't have all of this information. And again, you could say this is all fake. I mean, he could have easily just discounted it as fake. I think that may be what he did, but like, it's not. I don't think I can just say, oh, it's probably just fake though. It seems pretty real, a lot of it, you know. And there's the pictures of the fucking guy and everything. Like, I don't know. And so this, yeah, I mean, you see this, and it's clear that the furry community has problems, and you know, it has no. There's no ability for people to... Yeah, I mean, some of these designs are inherently fucking... Like this fucking Protogen thing or whatever. It has just, like, thigh-high striped fucking socks. Of course that's... Like he says, that's not... Again, on its own, is that sexual? No, but everything is context in this world, you know? And, like, yeah, nowadays, that is a kind of a sexual fucking thing. It kind of comes across that way. So, yeah, the furry community... It has no morals, it has no ethics, it has no values, and most importantly of all, it has...
No story, no motive, no reason, and no background checks!
And that fucking sucks.
And comment down below your thoughts, even if you're not a furry. It means a lot to me and the people watching, and it helps the video get seen by more people.
Chat saw it coming, it's unfortunate. You definitely saw it coming!
This might be my last serious video for a while. I have a really busy summer coming up, and I have a little bit of a gap in between, so I'll try to work something in there. But in between then and now, there might not be a lot happening on this channel. And after the summer's over...
Alright, thank you very much, Jax, for the video. I hope both that it's real and fake, I suppose, at the same time. I guess we're opening up that fucking Schrodinger's cat. Yeah. That'll do it for the stream. We got 6 hours of super chats here. Thank you for sticking by. Let me continue some fucking tunes here. Very nice. So, €2 from Derelict County. Funds for an arm. That would be nice. But that would fuck up with my bass playing. I'd have to totally relearn. $2 from Frenchy French. Funds for a chin. Aww. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's real. It's real. Really, I go for slimmer cheekbones. $5 from Simpleton. I was listening to you in the scenario where I was in my car. I hope to see more scenario reviews. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, the scenarios are wet and wild these days. It's crazy. $2 from Ulrich117. All hail YouTube. All hail the Corpo algorithm. It's all... Yeah, no, it's all definitely above board, and they never make any bad decisions whatsoever. $5 from White, adding to the grift pool. I appreciate it. Please, I'm openly accepting donations to my false grift, I guess. I mean, grift has multiple meanings. You might mean I'm grifting for attention or something, I guess. But, like, yeah, grift. No, just give me money because I want money. Fuck you, eat shit. Thank you. Cabblestar has become a member. Thank you very much.
This user.
Thank you. Cool guy, $5. Love watching these streams at work. Oh, this was a real fucking stream. You know, he had a whole work day and a half at this point. $5 from Ghost of Myrna. Calling someone a mouth breather is rich coming from a person who can't get half of their vowels past what sounds like a bucked teeth. A bucked out hedge of chiclet teeth. Jesus Christ. I think that's like offensive. That's like a slur for British people or something. Come on now. There's no call for that kind of language. It's funny though. 14 Czar from Tylenol Interlude. Shout out to Milksteak. Shout outs to Milksteak. Hang on. I need to check this thing. Let me go to the what? Where is it? Oh god, that's the live chat. Hang on. Headshot. Yeah. Where are we? I gotta go to the fan funding thing on the actual super chat window because otherwise I don't get to see the 5 Kate gift memberships. Thank you very much.
We have a new enemy in town.
Thank you very much. Vector Equinox with 5 months membership. Thank you very much. It's time for everyone's favorite game, Lying or Stupid. Absolutely. Carton of Bread. Welcome. Welcome to the Certified Sicko.
This user.
$2 from HG McCartoons, Yakumza, Infinite Sang. Yeah, I read these ones earlier. God damn it. Sticky Wiki with the 10 months membership. Seconds after the brain broken subject of the stream enters chat, a bunch of spammers happen. Weird. I also read that one. Where did I stop reading? Hang on. $20 from Sergeant Snowball. Thank you very much. Where did I stop? Oh, I was around here. Nathan with the 5 memberships. Thank you very much.
We have a new enemy in town. We're going to rent on a user.
Thank you very much. $5 from White, adding to the grift pool. Thank you. Cabblestir with the membership. Aiden Paladin with the 5 memberships. Thank you very much.
We're going to rent in town on a user.
Super harsh thing.
This user.
Thank you. $2 from Lobster Guy. No message, but thank you. $3 from Lobster Guy. No message, but thank you. Board Game Brawl. I didn't look into this guy. I gotta search this one up. Thank you to Sloop EMP with the $3. Board Game Brawl apparently is a board game channel with a bunch of fucking the channel has been, yeah, the guy's been arrested for some stuff. I don't know how funny this would be. It's probably just like, oh, it's like 1,000 fucking videos. It's probably just, yeah, it probably wouldn't be that interesting to look at necessarily, but it's just a board game channel, and I guess the guy got arrested for possession of child porn or something. Yeah, it just looks like a normal board game channel, though. Like you say, it's probably nothing much to look at, but it's interesting. That's interesting. $10 from Perhaps. Good day from me and the cat. Well, you know, shout-outs to the cat, but yeah, you know what? You don't get a shout-out. Double shout-out to the cat, actually. Thank you, though. 50 SEK from Underdog. Just want to say thank you for a bunch of amazing streams. You rock. K-Man was very intellectually dishonest, and you took the high road. W for Claw. I mean, like, you know, I think you got me on a few things. That's fine. I don't think it was a total whatever. Yeah, I mean, he had a few good points. I can agree with some things he said. And I like I said, I'm going to make a tweet. I think maybe tomorrow. I don't know. I'm very tired at this point. To get my words out properly. Gotta, like, oh god, I gotta, like, make dinner and everything, too. But, yeah, no, I mean, he got me on a few things. I want to make it more clear that I'm not calling YouTube a bunch of fucking pedophiles or something. I'm just mostly saying that, like, in this scenario, this feels like another precedent that they're setting that I don't like, that feels like it's just a big mistake that they're making. I don't know. Yeah, there's some points that he made that I can see where he's coming from, but I just disagree with, like the whole thing about me spreading the site. I just don't think, I don't think me saying the name of the site, I have to. I'm exposing people to it. I'm exposing, so people can go and fucking send reports. And I'm sure it was like a super gotcha that I said that I didn't report it myself or something. It's like, no, I just got like 70,000 other people to maybe go and do that. What the fuck? Yeah, it's like, what am I gonna do? Me submit a report to the FBI. I've never done that. As John YouTube, that's not really my, like, it's not my thing. I mean, I'm probably just gonna screw that up, if anything, frankly. It's like, people were like, why didn't Mama Max go to the FBI? Did you really think that guy was gonna get far if he went to the fucking FBI? I mean, there's no story. He had no story, no motive, no reason, or background checks. So his thing was bullshit. But anyway, like, if he had tried to take a case like that, I mean, to be fair, there was some theory that there was some element of truth to that cult thing. But like, no, I think that was also kind of disproven. I don't know. Not to be fair to Mama Max so much, but to the alleged victims. But I think that was kind of also disproven, yeah. No, I mean, yeah, if he had tried to do something like that, that would have been a big fucking mistake. And similarly, I as a stupid retard who makes fun of other stupid retards, you probably don't want me to write my fucking FBI report in crayon. Honestly. That's just gonna gummy up the fucking works. It's not gonna help any matters. But, you know, getting maybe some other people who might be a little more, you know, able to do something like that in an effective fashion, or get it into the right eyes. Again, I mostly just wanted other channels to talk about the document, to talk about the actual situation contained within the video, which is this entire fucking, you know, this entire fucking thing. I don't know. I think he had a couple points, but I do think that, yeah, a lot of it was kind of. A lot of it was kind of very circular logic, you know. It was like, it's bad because you said the name of the site, but also the site didn't actually do anything wrong, so, like, what point are you making? I don't know. $5 from Simpleton. If you say bad faith about 9 times a day, your schlong might grow to be the size of a horse's. Yeah, bad faith is it's like, and people do things in bad faith, it's true. But it's so common to see people just be a fucking cunt about the term bad faith, you know? 5 BAM! BAM! From Crucial Amnesiac. I'm sure you've never heard that one before. It kills me to say this, but this user's voice reminds me a lot of Guru Larry. Oh, you mean, Dogs Eating Dogs 6? Really? I guess I could kind of see it when he's calmed down. Sure. $2 from Master Beef. I'm kind of new here. Who is this retard? There's so much to say about Dogs Eating Dogs 6. I hope the chat, you know, Dead 6 pilled you a little bit. $2 from Clunt Ficus, but is it worse than Norm of the North? Oh, it's 10 times worse. $2 from the Kestrel. The whole video was disappointingly competent. No. I mean, I agreed with it at the time, but when you get to that punishment compilation, I mean, it's peak meeting peak 6, you know? 1,000 CLP from Ctoer. I swear if that is a Rystar user, I'm gonna be mad. Rystar, I mean, that probably exists. People probably want to fuck Rystar. $2 from Mantis S. Orientalis. A new age of users is upon us. I mean, now that fucking Origami Kingdom is sending their best, shit, dog. I'm looking forward to more content from them. It's unironically, well, slightly ironically, but like in the best way, right? Like, it's the perfect fusion of unironic enjoyment with actual, like, yeah, this is a bit cringe. It's like watching old AVGNs, or even maybe Nostalgia Critic. That's a little too cringe for me, but AVGNs is like, oh, they tried so hard with this and it was so dumb, but it's endearing, you know? It's old internet. It's great. Yeah, it's the perfect
a middle ground between light and shadow.
It's perfect. Yeah, it was a great video. Perfect video. I want to see more like that. I wish Dead 6 the best in his, and he edited all of that too. Quality stuff. $5 from Tina and Cookies. It's genuinely heartwarming to see Dead 6 grow and learn. Take my money, Grift Wing Dork. Thank you. I have grifted you successfully. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, I mean, his original, his older videos are so terrible. And I can say that with confidence, especially now, because I've seen he's capable of growing. It's great. He's great. It's great. He's taken the criticism. Good for him. Good for him. He's learned to, that's so rare. That's so rare. Good for him. And he's genuinely better now. Yeah. $7 from Sonata. Been watching your vids in the background while gaming. I love your stuff, XD. The Daniel Larson stuff is probably my favorite so far. It's over a month since Daniel Larson Part 1. I can't believe I was not going to... That's going to be part that's gonna be part of the thing. I mean, that'll also, okay. If we do a week without any fucking users or whatever, and we try to take a break from all of this kind of disgusting shit, yeah, Daniel Larson does kind of slightly border on that. You know, he's not a great, he's got some Sangi stuff going on. I'd like to do a Sangi free week, but I think he's close enough. Like, it doesn't come up enough, you know, it's boiling under the surface a little bit. I don't know, it's fine. I think Daniel Larson could be a good fit for the Sangi free week. I mean, he's a bit of a fucking Sangi, but like, you know, who isn't, frankly, in this post-Trump society? Who isn't? $2 from Delcos. It's AI because it just reads right through the typo. It's fine, Claw. I can fix Keffels. €2 from Speedy Door. I don't know about that. I mean, yeah, this that video about the kiwi farms, man, that was great. This whole stream has been a series of things that I should probably do like full video live clips about or something. Maybe not the first part, but the rest of it definitely. Dogs Eating Dog 6's stunning rise to competence. And of course, the amazing Kiwi Farms video. Jigglypuff Main, member for 2 months. This video had AI involved 100%. I mean, it seems like that, doesn't it? It really but the script but those misspellings, those misspeakings were not in the script. Like he read legistration himself. That's all him. I believe it. Thank you, Guy. Sneedwood with the certified sicko. Appreciate it. Nathan with the 5 certified sickos.
This is going to rent on a user.
$5 from Kiruru. My brother in Christ, you're a furry on the internet. Relax. Why are they all like this? I don't know if they're all like that. I don't know how many of them have balaclavas, but like, you know, it's not, I wouldn't be that person. I wouldn't want to sit next to him on a bus. Jim Z with the certified sicko. Oh,
this user.
Alice Margatroid Lover 2005, Magratroid even. I think you spelled that wrong. Member for 3 months, thank you.
This user.
Kimchi Farts Bad, Eben Do Soy Toddler, Daycare Doxes, Trans Queens, like Rev says this. This isn't comprehensible. What? What? Soy Toddler? Daycare Doxes, like Rev said, okay. BTFO'd by Brianna Wu in 2 more weeks or something. I think I get what you're getting at. Very confusing fucking... Okay. Very confused. Very confusing. But I think I get it. Firefrog 101 with $5. Hey, Deadwing Dork, I'm a big fan. Thank you. Please watch Hood Rat for Trump music video. You uploaded yesterday. It's by an odd man named Derek Savage. Derek Savage? Hood Rat for Trump... It can't be Daddy Derek. Hood Rat... God, I can't spell. For Trump. Derek Savage? Oh my god, it is him. What the fuck?
Yo, yo, yo! I'm Hood Rat. I got something to say.
Is this like... Is he in cahoots with Dirt Dog?
And listen up so we can all be clear. There's a lot of crap coming down.
Crap.
And I'm telling you, I'm not down.
He's not down, everyone.
I see my...
This is from yesterday? Derek Savage Productions presents Hood Rat's new song, Hood Rat for Trump. Savage1.com. Okay.
City
amazing.
Falling apart. The streets are filthy with drug addicts nodding now. The price of gas is through the roof. The cost of food will strangle you. All the stores are closing down. Where do I go to buy some food?
So what's going on here?
I'm sick and tired of the politicians.
So what's going on here?
Them dirty people always be lying. Those Democrats say.
Is this blackface?
They're here to help us. But Hood Rat says they're here to hurt us. They come for our vote every 4 years. Then they disappear just like a roach.
Right.
My eyes have changed and I'm seeing clearer.
Is it about to get Asian hate too?
And Hood Rat is saying Donald Trump is the leader.
So, really interesting video from fucking Cool Cat here. Wow.
Hood Rat.
Masked face.
Hood Rat for Trump.
I mean, I remember Dirty Dog was already a little bit fucking suspicious.
Hood Rat. Hood Rat. Hood Rat for Trump. When Trump was president, my pockets were fat. Now.
Oh, is it? Yeah, I guess it could be a Kanye parody. Maybe. Maybe. That's.
Biden? They're like a
still kind of racist.
Balloon going flat. Hood Rat is riding with Donald J. Trump. It makes me feel free. When I became a man, I left the crack behind.
What's going on here?
Now Hood Rat wants what's right for my family.
So, you cannot make this stuff up. Cool Cat does blackface. Cool Cat watches a PragerU video, then develops a grave misunderstanding of macroeconomics. Oh no. No, telling my kids this was Kanye West. Oh boy.
Lee. I used to avoid politics, but now we got no choice. Those Democrats always pushing it on us.
Where is Black Brains when you need him? That's...
I'm feeling worried about World War III.
World War III!
It's Joe Biden's fault. He got us in this. When Trump was president, I didn't like him. But now things have changed, and I really miss him.
I don't know what the point of this is. I mean, it doesn't... I don't know what I'm expected to think from this. Is this genuine? Is this a character? It's Daddy Derek, so I really can't expect too much from this.
Hood Rat, Hood Rat, Hood Rat for Trump. Hood Rat, Hood Rat, Hood Rat for Trump. Now I'm close.
I mean, it's not just that it isn't rhyming, it's not even on beat or anything.
Song, and I hope you got the message. Joe Biden has destroyed the economy, and we need Trump for president. Trump 2024.
You know, I reckon we can get Trump to tweet about Cool Cat.
I'm Hood Rat, and I endorse this message. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, yo, yo.
Oh, there's more. Oh, good.
Oh, it's Hood Rat.
Hey, Hood Rat.
My music. My producer, Derek Savage, has been real cool, so I want you to go out and buy his content. His new novel is powerful.
What the fuck is happening? He has a new book, and it's like apocalypse shit. What is he? Oh boy. Derek Savage is a really underrated lolcow. I mean, people don't think about him that much because it's just Cool Cat or whatever, but like, man. When he does stuff like this is good. This is good.
Every woman needs his self.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. For the kids, it's cool.
I'm gonna come!
Cat. And Cool Cat's the coolest.
I really hope we eventually see a Plinketto or something that has Cool Cat as at least as an option, you know? They didn't watch Captain Alex on the Plinketto board, but they had it one time. And I would love to see Cool... I don't think they've ever had it on the fucking board, but that would be great. That would be awesome.
Hood Rat loves these.
Hood Rat for Trump!
And the clothes are clean. Check it out at SavageOne.com.
Yeah, we can't forget the Harrier Jet, Bane.
Come on. CoolCatLovesYou.com. Or you come visit me at HoodRatRaps.com. Peace out.
This is turning into a Sonic Sega Gamer video that goes on for 25 minutes. Anyways, in conclusion, well, that's it. Hood Rat for Trump, everybody. Good stuff. Great video, you know. I never saw that coming. Thank you for suggesting it, chat member. I needed to see that. You know, usually when I'm this tired and someone says something, but you said Daddy Derek, and I came fucking running. That was good. Let me get the fucking super chats back here. Fun funding. Cool cat for Trump. It's not exactly. $2 from Kiruru. I miss the days when furries just shut up. Yeah. Sometimes some shit's just cringeworthy. You don't even gotta be deep, I guess. Yeah. So you don't even, we can have furry as a minority or whatever, but, it's still just gonna be cringe. $5 from Serpent Mongrel. It's so easy to find furry porn, even with search engine filters. Furry porn, huh? Yeah, many such cases, many such places. $5 from Ampshock Johnny. I hate how so much shit makes you a furry. I draw animals for storytelling purposes, and everyone keeps calling me and my friends furries for that. And I mean, it's an interesting thing, because, like, are you a furry because you draw, like, animal, anthro animals? I've thought about it, like, do I technically count as a furry? Because I get annoyed when people call me that. And I, don't consider myself that, right? But I'm like, alright. I look at this character, this, like, depressed Banjo-Kazooie bear who is Winnie the Pooh, and I've heard countless people, even Chud Logic, when he saw my fucking rad queer pedo video, he was like, yeah, you really look like your avatar. Was that on purpose? Yes, it was. When I saw that, I knew that was my spirit animal. Does that count? Am I a furry? Maybe I am. You know what? And I'm not opposed to the hypothetical option, that maybe that's a thing. It's just that, like, that's not how I would necessarily view it, because I view furries as being, like, a sexual fucking thing. I mean, I view furries as being, like, a whole fucking fetish thing, but some people would argue that furries are just people like you that like to draw fucking animals, or people like me that are like, I just like this fucking picture that I saw. It's not, it doesn't need to be that deep, right? Like, there's a YouTuber called Dream Jelly. I like her. She does videos about, like, 2000s nostalgia, girly kind of shit. It helps balance out all my it helps balance out all my videos about NASCAR trucks. NASCAR trucks? Good for me. NASCAR and trucks, let's say. But it's a good channel, and she has an image that she uses in her channel, which is Brent Rambo, I think, the little gif of the kid holding up the thumbs up, and he makes the kind of like he makes the little face. You've probably seen the gif before. And so she just self-identifies as Brent Rambo. There's actually another, like, girly channel, if you want to call it that. It's a channel that has a woman. So it's a girly channel. There you go. It's called Trolley Bolly. And her whole thing is she's a Teletubby Sona. And so, like, I just view it as that, basically. It's not really furry to me. It's just like, yeah, this specific picture of this bear just... well, in this case, I have, like, is he your mascot or your fursona? That's the real question. $5 from Felix. Mascot? Well, if it's a mascot, then that's sort of like a Hi, I'm Claw from Deadwing Dork kind of thing. That's one of those. This is the company mascot. No, I guess it would be. I don't think fursona, because I don't consider myself a furry. I'm just saying that by some people's definition, I think maybe some might consider me a furry. My own definition, not so much. I view it more sexually than that, so I don't, no. I just like the fucking bear character. It ain't even gotta be deep, I guess. But yeah, you can just draw pictures, and it doesn't have to be that much. $5 from Rorschach13. Can someone please tell me why this weirdo is at all entertaining the idea that age fluid is in any way a real thing that actually exists? I didn't hear him saying that in that video. We got some age fluids earlier on when we were talking about the document and my video, but, I didn't hear him talking about age fluid in that video. I might have fucking zoned out, reading chat or something. €6 from Foamy. Hey, Deadwing. I can't stay. I sadly can't stay for the stream, but I have been binge watching your videos again while drawing. Keep up the good stuff. D. Well, enjoy the madness. I hope it helped fuel some nice art. $2 from. Thank you very much. $2 from Kate. Dang, he's still going. Yeah, I went for too long here today. It's 6:22. It's 6:22 now. It was 6:21 for a second, which is the furry hour. Yeah, I've been going too long. I gotta make some food or something. I got some leftover curry. I should probably eat that. Thank you again to Wonderful Wizard of Games. 6 months. $2 from Chunk. I just joined. What the hell's going on? Everything, everywhere, all at once. Enjoy. Daydrunk Paralegal with 7 months membership. Thank you very much. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
We're going to rent a new enemy on a user.
Thank you for another banger. Glad it was a light day at work so I could actually participate with a little star emoji. Thank you. Thank you for the gold star. I appreciate it. This has been a bit of a gold star stream, I think. It's been a pretty good one. This is a real long and exciting stream. $5 from Felix. Yeah. Mascot or Fursona? I wouldn't say Fursona because that I just don't. I believe furries are inherently sexual, so it's like I don't want to fuck my goddamn bear, you know. I mean, like, but I guess, you know, a lot of people don't view it that way, so like, hey, whatever. By some definitions, you might consider it a fursona. I guess it's more of a mascot, really. I guess it's more of like just a I've heard the term face claim. Yeah, it's a face claim. That's what it is. Yeah. Alright, well that's it for the stream. Thank you everybody for watching. It's been a fucking long one. If you made it all the way to the end, that's pretty cool. I hope you enjoyed. It's been some nonsense. I gotta go, I don't know. I gotta go do something. I gotta go stare at a wall and just stare at it. Just think about things. Take it easy, folks. Penis.
He used age fluid as an excuse for why these people were role-playing as kids. See, it says tight there. Age fluid. It says tight! It says right there. Age fluid, idiot. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's a whole mess of fucking confusing bullshit. I don't know. Thank you, $5 from Rorschach13. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Penis. Second penis. Whoa, whoa!
Hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a
Says tight! Says